expanding Hollywood's influence globally, earning him a highly respected status in LA. Without hesitating, Eric took the mobile from Alan and exchanged a few brief words with Valeni before hanging up. Alan overheard a rushed tone from the other end, although he didn't catch the content. After Eric ended the call, he told Alan, "Get ready. I'll be attending the celebration Gaumont is hosting for FanFan tonight." Noticing Eric's serious demeanor, Alan asked, "Should I prepare a tuxedo for you?" "No need. I can wear what I had on for the premiere." Eric returned the mobile to Alan, still pondering the reason behind Jack Valeni's call. Given the current climate, he speculated that Valeni might want to discuss the ongoing negotiations of the GATT. The MPAA, being both the rating authority for Hollywood films and the advocate for Hollywood's interests, would be engaging in discussions regarding the GATT's impact on films. While this also aligned with the interests of Firefly Productions, Eric couldn't fathom why Valeni would reach out to him directly. As nightfall descended, a luxurious vehicle pulled up to a grand residence by the Seine River in the western suburbs of Paris. As Eric stepped out, he was greeted warmly by a crowd of people. His first impression upon seeing them was that this celebration was rather extraordinary. Nicolas Seydoux of Gaumont was expected, as was Jack Valenti, who had made prior arrangements. However, Eric was taken aback by the presence of Constantine Films' president, a figure he had met just last week, along with several other familiar faces. "Eric, I'm thrilled you could make it." Nicolas Seydoux warmly embraced Eric before introducing him to the others. Aside from Constantine Films' president, there was also the CEO of New World Pictures, the head of the 4th French television channel, and the chief of Vivendi's film department. What surprised Eric most was the presence of John Calley, the president of MGM, whose actual controller was the French banking group Credit Lyonnais. Overall, most of the people present were heads of some of the most notable film companies in Europe. By the conclusion of the introductions, Eric maintained an expressionless demeanor, ready to face whatever lay ahead. "All right, folks, give me some time alone with the kid," Jack Valeni finally announced after Seydoux finished introducing everyone. The crowd complied, and Valeni shot Eric a knowing glance as they moved toward the interior of the grand house. They navigated through clusters of guests, guided by servers, until they reached a private suite. "You must be quite puzzled right now," Jack Valeni said, smiling as he motioned for Eric to take a seat on the sofa. Valeni, an elderly man with graying hair and sharp eyes, was the staunch advocate for Hollywood's interests. Eric nodded, acknowledging his curiosity. While he had started piecing things together, he wasn't overly concerned that Valeni would act against the interests of Firefly Films. After all, Valeni had held his position with great stability for decades. Chapter 542, 543. So stupid. Jack Valeni maintained his smile as he looked at the puzzled Eric Williams and said, "Kid, Jurassic Park has really given this old man quite a bit of trouble recently." Eric had already guessed some of this and asked, "About the GATT?" "Exactly," Jack Valeni nodded. "You should know that I've been working hard on the film-related terms of the GATT for the past few years. We had been close to an agreement, but since Jurassic Park premiered in early June, there has been a strong backlash from various European countries." Jack Valeni looked up at Eric, continuing with a grin. "I wanted to talk to you about this last month, but you've been all over the place, and I've been swamped with personal matters. This time, I finally caught you at the right moment." Eric understood the final outcome of the GATT negotiations quite well, so he didn't worry too much. "Mr. Valeni, then this." "Hold on, let me finish," Jack Valeni interjected. "As for the negotiations for the GATT, Hollywood isn't getting involved in other areas. However, regarding the movie negotiations, aside from the normal procedures, we also need to rally the local European film powers to speak for us due to Hollywood's absolute dominance. This is the only way we can compel the European governments to agree to include film in the final agreement." To pinpoint the breakthrough point, Washington even activated the CIA's resources. Everyone is putting in a tremendous effort towards this. Eric listened carefully. If he weren't the owner of Firefly Films, Jack Valeni wouldn't speak so frankly. Rallying local European film powers ultimately boiled down to one thing: profit. Given some efforts from the European government officials, the majors didn't need to worry too much. Hollywood concerned millions of American jobs and tens of billions in annual trade surplus, and the Washington authorities had no choice but to go all out. However, in terms of film, the majors certainly needed to make their own efforts. The most fierce conflict arose with the local film powers of Europe. If they weren't pacified, even if European governments intended to compromise, any related agreement would be hard to push through. At that moment, Eric had pretty much guessed why Jack Valenti had reached out to him. "Mr. Valenti, is it those people outside?" Eric pointed towards the hall outside the door. Jack Valenti nodded. "So, kid, this time you need to be generous and give these greedy folks a sweet deal. If you do, they won't make a fuss and might even speak on behalf of Hollywood." While Eric respected this old man who fought for Hollywood's interests, he wasn't about to just donate good fortune without a thought. "Mr. Valenti, isn't this something Hollywood should tackle together? Of course, it requires teamwork. I've already spoken separately with Warner, Universal, and Paramount. But you know what they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Firefly Films has shined brightly in recent years, so it's only right to pitch in a bit more." Eric realized he couldn't escape this. Although this scenario wasn't obligatory, if all the other film companies stepped up while Firefly refused to cooperate, someone might make a note of it in their notebook. Although Jack Valenti had merely mentioned that Jurassic Park had caused him trouble without too much complaint, Eric could see from the recent direction of the European media that Jurassic Park had created significant obstacles for the GATT negotiations. He smiled helplessly and said, "Mr. Valenti, I can only say I'll do my best. I'm no superhero. If they demand too much, I think they'd be better off looking for Captain America." Jack Valenti laughed heartily. "That's all I needed to hear." At that moment, Eric asked, "Mr. Valenti, can I know what conditions Warner has proposed?" Jack Valenti nodded. "Of course. The main promises include granting priority rights to distribute Hollywood films and allowing a specific amount of European capital to invest indiscriminately in film production each year. The investment and distribution of Hollywood films could be seen as the two main pathways for overseas capital to enter Hollywood. The current promises boiled down to priority and indiscriminate terms. Hollywood films were hit or miss. Films that racked up big box office numbers in overseas markets drew more competitors. When one had priority rights, securing distribution contracts became easier. Indiscriminate investment meant a set amount of funds would be evenly distributed among the majority of a studio's films, rather than just funding projects the studio had little hope for or smaller independent productions. This model meant sharing profits and losses with the studio. If the studio made money, the investors certainly benefited. If the studio lost, the investors would share the pain. And in recent years, the number of money-losing studios among the major Hollywood players hadn't been many. Eric thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Valenti, the distribution rights are negotiable, but the indiscriminate investment clause is a bit hard for Firefly to accept." "All this can be discussed." Jack Valenti maintained his smile. "I certainly know Firefly's situation. Last year's profits had many people envious. However, I just want you to understand, Eric." Jack Valenti's expression shifted, and he even adopted a more formal address. "This negotiation concerns the interests of all of Hollywood. It's certainly not the time to be stingy. If this negotiation collapses, who knows when we'll reach this stage again." The GATT discussions had been going on since 1947, dragging out for over 40 years, with many breakdowns along the way. "This is the closest we've come." Eric nodded solemnly. While he remembered the GATT's successful signing in 1993, he couldn't be sure if his actions might disrupt something that was supposed to happen. Noticing Eric's expression, Jack Valenti smiled encouragingly, patting Eric on the knee. "Eric, you know I can't force you to agree to any terms. You're doing all this for yourselves. I gain nothing from this. Although you're young, since you've accomplished so much at your age, I believe you understand the stakes. The Hollywood majors have always been competitive among themselves, but when it comes to external pressures, the interests remain united. In significant events related to Hollywood's future, everyone should do their part." Eric realized that Jack Valenti's earnestness stemmed from thinking he was too young. He nodded again solemnly. "Mr. Valenti, I'll do my best." "Now, I'm at ease," Jack Valenti said, standing up. "I don't know their specific demands. You'll need to communicate directly with them. Let's go. Those greedy folks are probably getting impatient." Upon returning to the hall, the cocktail party was already in full swing. Under the bright lights, the hall buzzed with activity, with groups mingling, some toasting and chatting, while couples danced slowly to soft music in the dance area. However, when the door to a room on the west side of the hall opened, the entire hall fell silent for a second before returning to its previous buzz. The initial group that had welcomed Eric made their way back over. With his smile unchanged, Eric chatted with these people as they unknowingly drifted toward a relatively quieter corner, where a sofa set was arranged. The waitstaff served champagne to everyone, and as the host, Nicholas Seydoux asked, "Eric, it seems you didn't bring a date." Having signed her endorsement contract and needing to oversee several movie projects, Claudia hurried back to Los Angeles after signing her deal. Naturally, she couldn't remain in Europe to accompany Eric. "Who says I have a girlfriend?" Eric shrugged. Everyone chuckled lightly as Nicholas Seydoux continued. "French girls are very warm and romantic. You might want to chat with some of them." Eric glanced at the men and women mingling in the hall and replied with a smile, "I'd love to converse with them right now." Laughter erupted again in the corner. After exchanging a few trivial comments, the different factions gathered together. There were even representatives from various countries. In such a setting, it was impossible to discuss specifics. Eric, during the casual chatting, mentioned that he would continue to stay in Paris for about another week and hinted at potential collaboration with Firefly, quickly leading to the group's satisfied dispersal. Jack Valenti didn't linger long at the party, receiving a phone call less than half an hour in, necessitating a hurried departure. Eric moved through the party hall, collecting business cards from the earlier crowd with preliminary agreements for meetings. Although the conversations hadn't touched on any substantial issues, over an hour slipped away quietly. Just as Eric prepared to take a break, he caught sight of a dark-haired girl in a black backless evening gown, reminding him of the party's theme, "Tonight the celebration for La Femme." Though the film carried the usual scattered narrative style typical of many French films, the details exuded a certain delicacy. The encounter on a rainy night, the dinner in a strange mansion, waking up on the beach, and gazing into the mirror left a deep impression. Eric particularly adored the scene where Sophie danced to lively jazz music in front of the mirror like a little girl. "Hello, Miss Marceau." Eric exchanged his drink for a glass of red wine from a waiter and confidently walked over. Just as the young man, who had been animatedly conversing with Sophie Marceau, recognized Eric, he instinctively raised his glass before stepping away. Sophie Marceau seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. While she faced Eric, a hint of frustration was clear in her expression. As the most sought-after woman at the party, she had attracted numerous people trying to engage her. Although she knew Eric's identity, her tone lacked warmth as she said, "Hello, Mr. Williams. It's great to meet you." Eric didn't mind her cool demeanor. Up close, he observed the French Rose, who appeared all the more pure and captivating. Sophie Marceau struck Eric as a finely crafted work of art, a beauty whose presence seemed too exceptional for the grainy textures of rough art films. Noticing the signs of distress on her face, Eric inquired, "Is something bothering you, Miss Marceau?" "No, Mr. Williams." Sophie Marceau shook her head. Her tone remained cool, and she gestured with her glass toward Eric. Eric took a small sip of red wine before continuing. "Well then, let me guess, you're not too fond of this party? What's to be done about it?" Sophie Marceau raised an eyebrow slightly and replied. Eric smiled. "If that's the case, perhaps I can help you solve that problem." "How?" "Let me take you away. How does that sound?" "That would be quite rude." Sophie Marceau shook her head. Eric chuckled, not answering immediately. He made a gesture of invitation to Sophie Marceau and walked toward the edge of the crowd. Sophie hesitated briefly but followed his lead. Eric guided Sophie Marceau away from the crowd to the terrace of the villa, where a couple engaged in a lively chat noticed them coming over. Just as the woman was about to speak, the middle-aged man gently patted her back, smiled at Eric, and left with his companion. The terrace mirrored the villa's stylish decor, featuring intricately carved stone railings around a small garden. Under the bright lights of the estate, the garden appeared lush, and shadows of people lingered here and there. Leaning comfortably against the stone railing, Eric watched Sophie take a deep breath beside him and asked, feeling a lot lighter, "Now, don't you like parties?" Sophie Marceau shot back. "Parties should bring joy. At the least, They ought to help people unwind after a long day's work. If everyone at the party approaches you with various motives, I doubt anyone could derive the enjoyment they deserve. Sophie Marceau mimicked Eric's posture, leaning against the railing with her nearly empty wine glass. A glint of playful mischief appeared on her face. Then, what's your motive for approaching me? I feel like I knew you in a past life, so I came to say hello, Eric replied, in a straightforward manner. Sophie Marceau paused, then burst into laughter. At 27, the woman retained a hint of baby fat on her cheeks. Her smile was natural and innocent as she raised her glass to clink with Eric's and said, "Thank you, Mr. Williams. This is the most interesting pickup line I've heard." Eric sipped his red wine and asked, "So how likely do you think my pickup was to succeed?" Sophie Marceau tilted her head and said, "Based on the current situation, 0%. You should know that girls despise men who use flattery." Feigning regret, Eric sighed dramatically. "Looks like I need to put in more effort." Sophie Marceau added, "Maybe you should shift your focus. Your success rate might instantly skyrocket to 100%. Eric pretended to ponder this, glancing toward the hall as if picking something out. Just then, a little girl in a princess dress scampered towards them with a click-clack sound on the floor. About 7 or 8 years old, the small girl sported a doll-like face that was pale and soft. "Eric, you're Eric, right? The director of the big dinosaur movie." The girl, completely uninterested in Sophie Marceau, rushed up to Eric, looking up innocently and speaking in French. Eric's French was limited, only covering some basic phrases for daily conversations, and he didn't have much time to dedicate to learning the language. Throughout the party, most people spoke with him in English. If the little girl hadn't clearly pronounced Eric, he might not even have grasped what she was saying. Shooting a helpless glance towards Sophie Marceau, Eric said, "Sorry, Sophie. I don't understand much French. Could you help me translate?" "Of course," Sophie nodded. "The little one is asking if you're the director of the big dinosaur movie." Seeing that Eric hadn't acknowledged her and was instead chatting with Sophie, the girl pouted with dissatisfaction, chattering in French again, which Eric couldn't comprehend at all now. Sophie smiled and continued translating. "She said you're very rude for treating a little lady with such a distracted attitude." With an innocent expression, Eric asked Sophie, "What should I tell her?" Sophie laughed, speaking a few words of French while pointing at Eric. The little girl replied with a few sentences, prompting Sophie to turn back to Eric, still grinning. "She said she forgives you and thinks you're so stupid. She spoke fluently when she was 2.5, and you still haven't learned at your age." Chapter 543, 544, Plenty of Time Ahead. Eric listened to Sophie's translation and found it both amusing and perplexing. The logic of children was often quite unreasonable. The little girl in the princess dress, much like many proud French people, held a belief in the primacy of the French language, naturally assuming that others should learn French, rather than adapting to others' languages. Although France and Britain were only separated by the English Channel, French people's proficiency in English was notoriously poor, as evidenced by the backlash from French employees and visitors when Paris Disneyland adopted English as its working language. Sophie found the little girl to be quite entertaining and slightly bent down to say something to her. But perhaps due to a natural rivalry among attractive young girls, the child didn't seem impressed by Sophie at all. Instead, she rolled her eyes at Sophie and turned away. Noticing Sophie's slight awkwardness, Eric didn't pry into their conversation. Instead, he directed his attention to the little girl and asked, "Hey, I don't think I caught your name." Despite having just scoffed at Sophie, the little girl showed no sense of formality upon hearing Eric speak. She looked to Sophie, prompting Sophie to reluctantly take on the role of translator. She said her name is La. Eric instinctively wanted to compliment the child's name, but quickly realized they were in the residence of the Seydoux family. A child navigating a party without adult supervision was likely one of the hosts. Thus, the girl's name became obvious, La Seydoux. Eric took a moment to study the little girl's features and found faint traces of familiarity. In his original timeline, Hollywood's major film studios had increasingly focused their resources on big-budget movies, leading to fewer opportunities for newcomers. This shift meant Hollywood's second-generation talents became more exposed to the public. For various reasons, film companies were keen to provide these children of celebrities opportunities, especially those who already possessed some level of fame. La Seydoux was one of those children. The girl in front of him frequently appeared in films by legendary directors like Woody Allen, Quentin Tarantino, and Ridley Scott, thanks to the vast connections her family had in the industry. She was also cast in major blockbusters like Mission: Impossible 4 and Spectre, acquiring roles that could drive ordinary actresses absolutely mad with jealousy. The 7 or 8-year-old La noticed Eric zoning out again, her displeasure evident as she muttered something in French before sprinting away towards the hall. Sophie translated with a smirk. She says you are really very rude, and she's decided she will never watch your movies again. Eric chuckled at the retreating figure of the little girl. So, I've lost a fan, huh? Looks like it, Sophie laughed along with him. The abrupt entrance of the joking little girl eased the initial strangeness between Eric and Sophie. As someone who had crossed over from another timeline, Eric not only remembered most of Sophie Marceau's films, but his knowledge of her vastly exceeded what she herself might have realized. This understanding allowed Eric to easily tap into topics that interested Sophie. In just under an hour of casual conversation, the typically guarded French rose revealed a glimmer of genuine connection. Eric, you're absolutely right. I believe marriage is simply a form of bondage. Sure, lovers should be together, but if the love fades, there's no need for entanglement. It only leads to pain. That's why I never intended to get married. During their chatter, Sophie had downed a few glasses of red wine, and now a slight blush graced her cheeks as she spoke. Her brows furrowed slightly, as if recalling troubling thoughts. Many things were often easier said than done. Saying one wouldn't cling desperately is rarely straightforward. A waiter passed by with a tray, and noticing Sophie reaching to grab another glass of wine, Eric gently interrupted him and motioned for him to walk away. I don't think you should have any more to drink, Eric said softly. Sophie frowned slightly, but quickly smiled charmingly. Hey, Eric, haven't you ever secretly wished to see me drunk? Of course. I've planned out the show for when you get tipsy, Eric replied, lounging comfortably against the railing. So I'm just stirring up your rebellious spirit to get you to drink more. Sophie shot Eric an incredulous look, then erupted into laughter, drawing the attention of several guests in the hall. Thankfully, she hadn't completely lost her senses. After a few more giggles, she reined in her demeanor. You are quite an amusing person, Eric. Just so you know, sparking a woman's curiosity is often the first step for a man to attract her. Sophie opened her wide, bright eyes in surprise and leaned in closer to Eric, like a carefree little girl. And what's the second step? The second step. Eric leaned in slightly, reaching out to gently hold her delicate chin, then unabashedly kissed her as she wore a mixed expression of surprise and excitement. Waking up in the slightly cool Paris morning, Eric felt a warm body carefully attempting to escape his embrace. Instinctively tightening his arm, he pulled the woman back into his hold, only to open his eyes at her startled, soft gasp. Sophie's body tensed for a moment, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Eric, you're awake? Yeah. Good morning, Sophie. Eric leaned in closer, pressing a gentle kiss on her cheek. Sophie sensed Eric adjusting her comfortably in his arms, suggesting he might want to continue sleeping. Reluctantly, she nestled deeper into his warmth. After a few more minutes, Sophie firmly pushed away Eric's hand from her waist, sitting up to begin dressing. She noticed Eric propped up on the bed, watching her every move, causing her to feel a rare shyness. After she finished dressing and casually tied her disheveled hair into a ponytail, she seemed to regain her composure. She scanned the spacious bedroom for her purse. It should be in the living room, Eric gently interjected. Thank you, Eric. Sophie paused for a moment. I had a great time last night, but now, I think I should be going. Eric put on a sad expression. Come on, after I was toyed with all night. Can't you at least leave me a kiss? Blushing lightly, Sophie smirked and leaned over the bed, quickly pecking Eric on the lips before making a swift exit, reaching the bedroom door as she tossed a quick goodbye over her shoulder. A moment later, the sound of the door closing echoed from the living room, leaving the suite quiet once more. With a smile lingering on his lips, Eric took a moment to reflect before getting out of bed. He understood Sophie's inner turmoil from just moments before and chose not to hold her back. She was a woman who pursued freedom above all else. Trying too hard would only drive her further away. Better to let things flow naturally. After all, there was plenty of time ahead, wasn't there? Chapter 544, 545, A Gift from New York. After Sophie left, Eric hurriedly finished his morning routine and went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. The past few days had been exceptionally hectic. Not only was Chris leading the Firefly Investment Company team to Paris today to discuss the acquisition of Nokia, but Eric also needed to sweeten the deal for some of the local European film entities, as per his agreement with Jack Valenti the night before, to ensure these local powers wouldn't obstruct the negotiations around the general agreement on tariffs and trade. Moreover, he couldn't completely let go of the promotional work for Jurassic Park. As Eric's chief assistant, Alan had already compiled the important articles from today's newspapers that Eric needed to pay attention to. When he saw Eric enter the restaurant, he placed a stack of newspapers on Eric's table. "Eric, I think you should take a look at this," Alan said, pointing to a magazine on top of the stack. Eric picked it up. It was a French local news weekly. Although Alan had only made English annotations on the key articles, Eric quickly grasped why Alan wanted him to pay attention to this publication. The news weekly dedicated an entire page to publish an image of a Tyrannosaurus Rex rampaging through downtown Paris, with the prominent headline reading, "America's Cultural Offensive." Without even reading the content, Eric could almost guess what the article discussed. France's so-called most expensive film, Germinal, had flopped at the box office against Jurassic Park, bringing in only 1 million francs on its opening day from an investment of over 160 million francs. The projected first-week total was only around 5 million francs, a figure that was even less than Jurassic Park's opening day take in France. It was no surprise that the French would react this way. Eric quickly flipped through a few more newspapers, but lost his desire to read further. Today, whether in French or English, the newspapers in France primarily focused on the box office impact of Jurassic Park. Recalling last night's party, Eric couldn't help but break into a slightly sarcastic smile. Even the native French film powers were quietly switching sides to Hollywood. What good did it do for the media to fan the flames when ultimately nothing would change the outcome? He tossed today's newspapers aside and commanded, "Call the manager of the French branch and have him conduct some appropriate crisis management. We don't need to worry about anything else." Alan quickly jotted down Eric's instructions and added, "Mr. Hansen's flight is scheduled to arrive at Charles de Gaulle Airport around 10 o'clock. I've arranged a few cars. Do you want to go pick him up personally?" "I'll go myself," Eric nodded. In the waiting hall of Charles de Gaulle Airport, Chris and his group's flight landed nearly 15 minutes late. As soon as Eric spotted Chris emerging from the VIP passage, he smiled and waved. Approaching closer, he noticed Chris's entourage behind him, but beside him was a middle-aged man who had nothing to do with Firefly Investment. The middle-aged man seemed to be in his 40s, wearing frameless glasses. At first glance, he appeared somewhat ordinary and clumsy. However, Eric didn't underestimate him in the slightest, as he had seen this man's photo several times in relevant documents. This was Jorma Ollila, the current CEO of Nokia. Despite his average appearance, Jorma Ollila's resume was anything but mediocre. He held dual master's degrees in political science and economics, and had served as an executive at Citibank in his early 30s. In Eric's timeline, Nokia had successfully transformed from a near-bankrupt company into a global communications powerhouse under his leadership. "Eric, long time no see." Chris embraced Eric and quickly introduced him. "I think you definitely know him, Mr. Jorma Ollila." Jorma stepped forward and shook hands with Eric. "Mr. Williams, I'm Jorma Ollila. It's a pleasure to meet you. I really enjoy your films," he said warmly. "Thank you. Just call me Eric," Eric replied, releasing Jorma's hand. He didn't mind the slightly scrutinizing look in Jorma's smile and turned to greet the other members of the Firefly investment team that Chris had brought along. After everyone left the airport, Eric and Chris hopped into Eric's car. As soon as the engine started, Chris eagerly opened his carry-on suitcase. "Eric, based on the information you sent back to New York, I had another assessment done on Nokia." Eric interrupted Chris, playfully pointing to the car behind them. "You haven't told me what's up with Jorma Ollila. Why is he with you in Paris?" Chris chuckled, temporarily closing his suitcase. "I practically picked him up from Wall Street. I know Jorma Ollila has been trying to draw investment for Nokia on Wall Street, but it shouldn't be as dire as you say," Eric replied. "Well, to my knowledge, Major investment banks like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley have shown little interest in investing in Nokia. A report from the Boston Consulting Group over a year ago claimed that Nokia's mobile business couldn't compete with Motorola and Japanese manufacturers. Eventually, only Lehman Brothers, freshly free from American Express's control, showed interest in investing. However, Lehman itself is short on funds right now, and the terms they offered were pretty harsh. When I talked to Jorma Alala, he had been negotiating with Lehman's investment division manager for a month and still hadn't reached a deal. From that perspective, Jorma is certainly capable, but he also became an obstacle for us in acquiring Nokia. Since he wouldn't easily compromise with a giant like Lehman, he wouldn't easily compromise with us either. Eric asked, "Did you manage to get a hold of the negotiations between him and Lehman?" Chris mischievously nodded. Of course. He opened his suitcase and handed a couple of documents to Eric. The disputes between Jorma Alala and Lehman Brothers mainly focused on the scale of the investment and the timeline for going public. Lehman initially only agreed to invest $50 million, but wanted to take 10% of Nokia's shares. Moreover, Lehman's condition was to help Nokia go public in 3 years, while Jorma Alala wanted them to help direct Nokia's listing to raise development funds directly from the market. As Eric read through the documents, he puzzled. Why is he in such a hurry to go public? If Nokia's prospects are good, wouldn't waiting a bit get more benefits? I've had analysis done on this, Chris explained. Most of Nokia's equity is currently concentrated in a few Finnish banks, which means any significant business adjustments require approval from those bank shareholders. This situation leads to very limited autonomy for Nokia's management. However, if Nokia could go public in North America, it would become a widely held company, giving management greater freedom to operate as they would only need to answer to a broad base of shareholders instead of banking shareholders. Ultimately, he wants more power, right? Chris nodded. Exactly. So when I first approached Jorma Alala, he wasn't very enthusiastic about Firefly investment. I worried that if he continued negotiating with Lehman, they might suddenly strike a deal, so I shared some information on Cisco with him. That's when he agreed to come back to Europe with me. Although Firefly Investment had scattered Cisco's shares among several investment funds, it remained Cisco's largest shareholder. However, besides necessary personnel and financial oversight, Firefly hadn't interfered much in the company's operations. Eric understood that Jorma Alala likely recognized this fact. Speaking of which, Cisco completed its acquisition of COC Communications last week, expanding its operations into the Catalyst 5000 switch business. After this acquisition, our shareholding dropped to 31%. However, based on Friday's closing price, Cisco's current market value has reached $5.3 billion. The detailed information is still being compiled at the headquarters and will be sent to your email once finished. I just wanted to give you a quick update. Eric nodded to show he understood. Ever since the Clinton administration announced the Information Highway Initiative, computer network-related companies had seen their stock prices soaring over the past half year. Cisco's stock price had doubled since the beginning of the year. Though the craziness surrounding tech stocks hadn't peaked yet, this trend had already caught the attention of many Wall Street investors. Once Chris finished speaking about this matter, he quickly pulled out an elegantly wrapped gift box from his suitcase. Now, for the second thing. Someone asked me to bring you a gift. Eric didn't notice the mischievous smile at the corner of Chris's mouth and unwrapped the packaging with some confusion. Inside was a 5x7 photo frame, showcasing 2 chubby little ones sitting on a sofa. One little boy stared blankly at the camera, while a girl, having much of Joanna's features, seemed restless and was reaching out with her small hand as if trying to grab something. Upon seeing the photo, Eric remembered the 2 little ones were born on April 10th, and that recent days marked their 3-month birthday, something he had completely forgotten. He hadn't called home either, and surely Virginia must be upset. That's why Chris brought him this gift. Chris added, I went to Kevin's baptism with Emily that day. I'm the little guy's godfather now. I thought you surely knew, which is why I didn't notify you. The other day, Emily visited them and brought this back for you, and that's how I realized you hadn't called recently. Children typically underwent baptism a few months after birth. Eric hadn't expected Virginia to decide on it without consulting him. Chuckling awkwardly, he then realized something. Kevin's baptism. What about Elia? Chris shrugged. That should be a discussion for you and Joanna. Noticing Eric's perplexed expression, he added, Joanna is Jewish. According to tradition, the child follows the mother's religion. So from a Jewish perspective, Elia should be considered Jewish. On the other hand, she can also be considered English. English people generally adhere to Christianity. Therefore, deciding which faith the little one follows is a matter for you and Joanna to discuss. Eric felt somewhat strange and murmured, My daughter is actually Jewish. Having known each other for so long, Chris understood that Eric wasn't particularly sensitive to ethnicity. He also knew Eric didn't mean any discrimination in his comments. He chuckled, Yes, if you decide to let Elia inherit your position in the future, she'll definitely be well received in Hollywood. It just feels a little weird. Eric laughed along. What about you, Chris? What's your ethnic background? Chris replied, My family is of Norwegian descent, having migrated during the age of exploration. Now, I suppose we'd be categorized as American. Norwegian? I thought Hansen might be a British surname. Eric joked. The inherent arrogance of the British, Chris teased before explaining. The surname Hansen basically means son of Hans. If you've read fairy tales, you'd find that the name Hans often appears in Nordic stories. Norway is one of the Nordic countries. Eric set aside the photo of the two little ones. All right, enough of that for now. Let's get back to Nokia. Chris nodded, pulling out several documents from his suitcase. This is some comparative testing that I commissioned Cisco's technical department to conduct. The communication method used by Nokia significantly outperforms most current mobile devices. Currently, leading mobile phones use analog signals that are susceptible to interference during transmission, leading to poor call quality. In fact, many mobile communication companies are exploring new communication standards. From the testing results provided by Cisco's technical department, Nokia's 1011 phone employs a digital signal that is very stable. This type of signal uses the same binary principles as computers, eliminating distortion during transmission. Thus, I believe if Nokia's GSM network can be promoted, it would instigate a huge transformation in the mobile communications sector, and since Nokia is the first to roll out GSM phones, they would gain a significant advantage. If we don't want our investment to go down the drain, after the acquisition is finalized, our first task must be to persuade European nations to fully adopt the GSM standard. Eric remarked, That seems like something we should do after the acquisition is complete, right? Chapter 545, 546. This is just crazy. Since you've made up your mind, I have to think a bit more long-term, Chris chuckled. He continued, As for the acquisition, the information we've gathered is quite comprehensive. Even though Nokia's new 1011 phone has been selling well lately, the company's issues haven't really been resolved. With our financial advantages, acquiring Nokia shouldn't be a major problem. What's left to discuss is which acquisition method to choose. Eric, if we go for a complete buyout, the premium will be very high, which would also obstruct your original plan to acquire a television network. Among the big four networks in North America, Fox is growing the fastest and certainly isn't for sale. The market value of any of the other three networks exceeds $10 billion. If we chose a stock-for-stock merger, you could even lose complete control of Firefly. Eric had been considering these issues as well. A windfall like the Gulf War wouldn't come around a second time. While the tech boom in IT stocks was still a few years off, acquiring a television network was something that needed to happen sooner rather than later. He vaguely remembered some data. In his original timeline, the order of mergers between North America's major networks and film companies was ABC, NBC, and CBS. Disney wrapped up its acquisition of ABC in 1996 for approximately $19 billion, but just 3 years later, in 1999, Viacom acquired CBS for $37 billion. The scale of the two networks wasn't too far apart, but this disparity arose largely due to the rapid economic growth in the United States during the 1990s, which caused stock prices to surge. Chris, do you think that with Firefly's current performance, it would be feasible to completely finance the acquisition of a network through issuing corporate bonds? Eric asked. Chris thought for a moment. Eric hadn't hidden many of his plans. If they followed the plan Eric had discussed with him, Firefly could raise about $5 billion in cash during the acquisition negotiations. However, if they wanted to swallow any of the big three networks, they would ideally need around $15 billion. Subtracting $5 billion from $15 billion. With that thought, Chris suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Eric in disbelief. Issuing $10 billion in corporate bonds? Eric, you really are mad. Not to mention a $10 billion debt financing. Up until 1993, there were very few instances globally where acquisition funding exceeded that amount. To issue $10 billion in corporate debt to acquire a company could only be described as insanity. Eric shrugged off Chris's shocked expression. Chris, think about it from another perspective. We all know what MGM's current situation is like. Their assets are around $1 to $1.5 billion, but their liabilities are as high as $1.7 billion, with a debt ratio exceeding 100%. However, if we complete the acquisition of a network, Firefly's asset size would undoubtedly reach $30 billion, with existing liabilities only around 40%. But Eric, a $1 billion liability and a $10 billion liability aren't just simple numerical issues, Chris countered. Eric certainly understood that. Investors usually purchased company bonds because they presented lower risk compared to the fluctuations associated with stocks. Thus, the larger the amount involved, the more cautious investors would be. Even a giant like General Motors hadn't yet encountered a $10 billion corporate debt. Still, Eric brimmed with confidence. He recalled how, in his original timeline, Disney successfully completed debt financing on the level of $10 billion during the acquisition of ABC. Moreover, Firefly was in a stronger operational position than Disney had been in that parallel universe. Chris, maybe for other companies, issuing $10 billion in corporate bonds is indeed too daunting for Wall Street investors. But Firefly is different. Last year, Firefly's net profit approached $1 billion. This year alone, the net profits from summer blockbusters like Jurassic Park, A Bug's Life, and Deep Impact could total $500 million. That's just part of the film's overall operation. This kind of profitability is enough to alleviate most investors' concerns. Just as Chris was about to respond, the car suddenly came to a halt. Eric looked out the window, realizing that they had stopped in the hotel's underground parking lot. Chris packed away the documents into his briefcase and said, Eric, I'll keep an eye on this matter. Once I return to New York, I'll carve out some time for a feasibility assessment. Jorma Ollila might head back to Finland this afternoon, so we have only one lunch meeting with him. We should focus our energy on Nokia for now. Eric nodded and got out of the car. After arranging for Chris and the others, it was nearly noon. Eric and Chris, representing Firefly, hosted Jorma Ollila at a nearby restaurant. As agreed upon, Firefly would issue a purchase offer to Nokia within 3 days. Until the acquisition was completed, their positions would be temporarily at odds with Jorma Ollila. Thus, there wasn't much substantial discussion during this lunch. Eric made small talk about his interest in Nokia, while Ollila passionately talked about digital mobile phones and the future of the Global Mobile Communications Network, GSM. By the end of lunch, both enjoyed themselves. Ollila returned to Finland that afternoon to have preliminary discussions with Nokia's major banking shareholders. Eric and Chris leased a conference room at the hotel to begin deliberating their acquisition strategy. Although Nokia had divested or sold off its unprofitable paper, rubber, and television sectors in recent years, as a once diversified Finnish giant, Nokia still held other businesses, such as energy, pharmaceuticals, and cabling, which had remained profitable, comprising about a third of the company's total assets. Even though mobile communication companies in some European countries had begun operating GSM networks and had boosted sales of Nokia's first GSM phone, the 1011, GSM networks hadn't yet become fully ubiquitous. Coupled with significant initial R&D investments, while GSM phones had great potential, Nokia's mobile division was still operating at a loss, with funds being supplemented by other profitable sectors. No one could foresee the explosive growth potential of GSM phones in the coming years, and without visible profits, Nokia shareholders wouldn't tolerate the ongoing situation. This also explained Jorma Ollila's urgent need for external investment. Anyone knew that energy and pharmaceuticals were lucrative industries, but Eric wasn't interested in them at all. From a scale standpoint, Nokia's segments were insignificant next to the giants in those fields. After detailed discussions, Eric ultimately decided that their priority should be acquiring Nokia's mobile communications division. This division included not only mobile phone operations, but also communication devices, primarily manufacturing base station equipment for GSM networks, where Nokia had technological advantages over other manufacturers as one of the early adopters of the GSM network. The next afternoon, as Eric and Chris exited the conference room, Chris, holding a stack of documents, said, "For the R&D of GSM phones, Nokia has been in the red for the past few years, meaning they've invested all profits from their profitable divisions into the development of GSM phones. Now that the results are out, I think if Nokia shareholders had any foresight, they wouldn't consider selling the mobile communications division to us. Who knows? Perhaps Nokia shareholders are eager to cash out," Eric replied. "But in any case, we at least need to acquire absolute control over Nokia." That was the baseline for the acquisition that their team had discussed over the past 2 days. Chris nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I'll formally present the acquisition offer to Nokia tomorrow morning. Also, regarding the offshore investment fund name we just discussed, you can name it. Due to different tax rates in various countries, significant funds involved in cross-border acquisitions always raise tax issues. The common solution was to inject funds into an offshore company, then conduct investment operations through that company, which also could serve to hide assets. Even though it was only 1993, due to the many conveniences of offshore investments, the scale of capital in global offshore centers had already exceeded $1 trillion. Eric remembered the voices of 2 little guys chattering over the phone to New York yesterday and quickly said, "Let's call it the Hawaii Fund." Chris laughed and nodded. "You must like daughters, huh?" "Yeah, haven't you heard the saying? Sons are a father's enemies from a past life, while daughters are his lovers." It does sound familiar, and I think it's rather scientific. For quite a while, my relationship with my dad wasn't very good, but Emily has always had a great rapport with her father. Perhaps you didn't know, but I've had several arguments with Emily's dad, and almost every time, she sided with him. Chris smirked and added, "I'll have someone register that name." Eric replied with an affirmative grunt. The conference room was located at the lowest level of the hotel. They walked to the end of the hallway. The other team members had gone directly to the restaurant for dinner, while Eric needed to head upstairs to change. Chris also had some things to check in his room. While waiting for the elevator, Chris curiously asked, "Which company is your date with tonight?" Besides Nokia, Eric also had to manage discussions related to European film partnerships in line with the GATT negotiations. It's the big stakeholder at MGM, Line Credit Bank. This summer, the 2 movies MGM released tanked, and after failing to sell MGM in an auction last year, they're eager to get rid of this hot potato. However, they hope MGM's performance can recover a bit first to make finding a buyer easier. As the elevator door opened, Chris and Eric stepped aside to let the passengers exit before they entered. Chris pressed the button and continued their previous conversation. "Haven't you thought about buying MGM?" "Of course. I've been very tempted by MGM's massive film library. If we could secure MGM's library, it would allow us to fully leverage Firefly's strengths in multi-channel operations, which would also greatly benefit the future development of the network. After all, a network still needs a lot of quality content. However, aside from the library, there's nothing else that truly interests me about MGM." During Ted Turner's transfer in 1986, he left MGM with only the film library from before 1948, which is why Turner Broadcasting, under Time Warner, began showing MGM's classic films in recent years. But MGM still owned over 4,000 film copyrights and even more television series rights, making it the second largest library after Time Warner. Yet, due to consecutive years of losses, this once glorious film giant struggled to leverage its massive library advantages, caught in a vicious cycle of continual borrowing and losses. Chris said, "Isn't there still the 007 rights?" Given MGM's current debt situation, with a 5% annual interest rate, they would need to pay $80 million in annual interest. MGM averages a new Bond film every 2 years, but the profits from that barely cover interest payments on their corporate debt. That's why MGM has been losing money in recent years and accumulating more debt. Eric casually remarked about MGM's situation. Suddenly inspired, he kicked the elevator wall lightly with his toe. excitement bubbling up as he exclaimed, "I just thought of a brilliant idea." Chris looked at him in confusion. Compared to a giant like Lion Credit Bank, all these European movie companies are like small fry. If Lion Credit could broker a deal using MGM as a shell, Firefly could extricate itself from these negotiations without derailing its established operational strategies. Chris, who had already understood the implications of Firefly needing to negotiate to facilitate the GATT discussions, quickly grasped Eric's intent. Firefly had already confirmed many production plans for next year and the year after. To support the GATT negotiations, it needed to allocate some resources to share with European film entities, meaning they would have to adjust their established development plans. However, if Firefly could collaborate indirectly with European film companies through MGM, they wouldn't need to make drastic adjustments. Yet Chris wasn't too optimistic about Eric's idea. "You just said MGM's annual profits might not even cover their bond interest. I can't imagine those European film companies are oblivious to that. Do you really think they would agree? Then let's invite all parties to sit down and negotiate." Given MGM's current state, I believe as long as someone can guide this company out of its predicament, its creditors would be willing to temporarily forego some benefits. Otherwise, if the company goes bankrupt, MGM's assets wouldn't even cover its current liabilities. The biggest problem MGM faces now is a lack of sufficient funds to launch more film projects. The creditors have needs, the European film companies have cash, and Firefly can provide high-quality film projects. Put all that together, and we could nearly revitalize this floundering film company. Don't you think they might be tempted? Chris nodded but cautioned. Didn't you just say you were very keen on MGM's library? If MGM really does revive as you said, the costs of acquiring the company down the line will only rise. Chapter 546, 547. I'm only doing this for Dumas' sake. Let's just talk about the future when it comes. Eric Williams shook his head with a smile. Despite that, he didn't worry too much about the issue. MGM's fundamental problem lay in its management philosophy. Even now, MGM still held on to the vertically integrated management style passed down from the golden age of blockbuster films. However, starting in the 1980s, several of Hollywood's major film companies began to diversify, working to tap into related industries like video, publishing, music, toys, and theme parks. This effort maximized the locomotive effect of their film operations and increased their ability to resist risks through the opening of new profit channels. In contrast, MGM, during the same period, fell into the hands of Kirk Kerkorian, a casino mogul who preferred capital manipulation over film production. Kerkorian appeared to be far more interested in converting MGM into a hotel than in making movies, leading the aging film giant to miss its best chance for transformation. Now that Hollywood's film companies had established their industry chains, they began a new wave of integration with media conglomerates. Once that trend was complete, MGM would be completely left behind, with no chance to catch up with the peers that had merged with media groups. In this situation, providing quality film projects to MGM would only result in temporary prosperity. Eventually, once everyone's done splitting the profits, MGM would still be the deteriorating MGM it had always been. After bidding farewell to Chris, Eric returned to his room to change his clothes, then took a car to a restaurant in New York along the Seine. Tonight, he was meeting Marcel Novari, a vice president in the investment department of Credit Lyonnais Bank, and John Calley, the current president of MGM. In 1990, Kerkorian sold MGM for $1.3 billion to Italian investor Giancarlo Peretti. However, not long after, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission discovered significant issues with the transaction. Giancarlo's company was merely a shell, and the entire process was a fraudulent ploy to acquire MGM. Giancarlo ended up in prison due to the scam, but the biggest blow fell upon Credit Lyonnais, as they provided the financing for that deal. By the end of last year, the fraud case was resolved, and Giancarlo received his due punishment. However, the transaction was still declared valid. The 75% of MGM shares that Giancarlo acquired were transferred to Credit Lyonnais. To offload MGM, the bank organized an auction, but no one dared to take on that mess. Consequently, Credit Lyonnais had no choice but to reorganize MGM's management, bringing in Frank Mancuso and John Cali to form a new team, hoping to improve MGM's performance and find a suitable buyer. Unfortunately, the new captains faced setbacks right away, with two high-budget summer releases, Cliffhanger and Last Action Hero, both flopping. Eric spent the journey contemplating a proposal to unite European film companies with MGM. After the hotel car stopped, as soon as he got out, he saw two Caucasian men eagerly approaching him. He quickly recognized John Cali, around 60, with gray-white hair. Eric had met him at some Los Angeles events before, but they hadn't interacted until the celebration for FanFan. John Cali had been an executive in Warner's production department since the late 1960s, a veteran from the Steve Ross era. After Ross's death and escalating infighting between Warner's co-presidents over the CEO position, combined with an invitation from Credit Lyonnais, Cali left his longtime employer to take the helm at MGM. Eric attributed the earlier promotional issues with Cliffhanger to the unlucky CEO of Calic Pictures, not realizing that the blunders originated from MGM's two new leaders. Regardless, Eric didn't care much. The failures of MGM's recent films had not affected the success of Jurassic Park. Seeing John Cali approach warmly with a broad-nosed Frenchman in his 40s, Eric also smiled and quickly walked over. "Eric, it's great to see you tonight." John Cali casually embraced Eric before introducing. "This is Marcel Novari from Credit Lyonnais." "Hello, Mr. Novari." Eric extended his hand in greeting. After a brief exchange with Marcel, the three headed toward the restaurant. The waiter guided them to a quiet corner, and once they ordered, Marcel wasted no time diving straight into the topic. Although MGM ranked last among Hollywood's Big Seven, it was still the largest compared to any European film company. Eric was surprised, yet felt it made sense when Marcel disclosed that Credit Lyonnais hoped Firefly Films could take over MGM entirely. Noticing Eric's astonishment, Marcel continued, "Eric, as long as you agree to take over MGM, Credit Lyonnais is willing to offer a very reasonable price. Additionally, we will ensure lobbying with the SEC to facilitate this transaction." Firefly Films had already reached a pinnacle in Hollywood, and further expansion in the film industry would inevitably raise monopolistic concerns. Given the current conditions of other studios, achieving a merger seemed unlikely. Still, Eric understood that initiating a bid for MGM would attract far less resistance and might even have discreet support. The SEC's decisions were greatly influenced by capital power. Acquiring MGM now would mean pulling in a hefty burden that could hinder Firefly's growth and upset investors' evaluations. If it were any other time, with MGM's extensive library, Eric would have been open to bringing it into his fold and nurturing it. However, considering that Firefly planned rampant expansion in the coming years, taking on MGM's troubles was out of the question. Since Marcel was so upfront, Eric also cut to the chase and flatly refused, saying, "Marcel, I'm really sorry, but I can't agree to this because I can't think of any reason to take over MGM." Of course, Credit Lyonnais couldn't have guessed Eric's strong interest in MGM's library. Thus, Marcel's expectations had been low. The approach was more of a desperate gamble. As one of France's top 3 banks, Credit Lyonnais not only handled traditional banking, but also engaged in investment and insurance. The economic downturn in Europe from the early 90s due to the unrest in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe had led to massive losses for the bank over several years, with this year's losses expected to reach an astounding 11 billion francs, equivalent to $2.2 billion. MGM had contributed significantly to these losses due to the fraud case, and Credit Lyonnais was eager to offload this hot potato. Since he held no illusions of acceptance, Marcel did not press after hearing Eric's refusal. Once the dishes arrived, he exchanged a knowing glance with John. John nodded slightly, set down his fork, and turned to Eric. "Eric, what do you think about the 007 series?" Eric smirked slightly, realizing it was going in that direction. Nevertheless, MGM truly lacked anything substantial to entice him. Meanwhile, Credit Lyonnais' sole goal was to energize MGM for a quick exit, rather than seeking investment in Firefly's film business like other European companies. MGM had always viewed the 007 series as a lifesaver. They could slice off a piece whenever they reached the brink, allowing them to scrape by for a few more years. Before the 16th film, Whether during the United era or MGM's time, 007 had a 2-year production cycle. The sudden halt of this enduring series 4 years ago was primarily due to MGM's turmoil and copyright disputes, but mainly due to the dismal reception of the 16th film, License to Kill. This installment had a budget of $32 million, yet grossed just over $33 million in the US. If not for international markets compensating for losses, License to Kill would have almost become the first financial failure in the franchise. For a legendary spy series, one installment's financial loss didn't seem like a big deal. However, MGM feared the franchise's reputation would be severely damaged. If the 17th or even 18th installments could not garner fans' approval, it could be the end of the series. Thus, MGM wavered for years about launching a production on the 17th film, with no result to show for it. Speaking of License to Kill, although the film was poorly received, I found one aspect of it very interesting. Eric replied, recalling Carrie Lowell, who played Sam's deceased wife in Sleepless in Seattle. Carrie Lowell was the Bond girl for License to Kill, and Eric had shared a brief romantic encounter in Seattle with her, after which she vanished from his life. Hearing Eric's comment, John naturally asked, what aspect? The two Bond girl concept. License to Kill is the only 007 film where two Bond girls competed for Bond's affection and even shed tears, Eric elaborated. Unfortunately, the plot leaned more towards revenge, losing the essence of a Bond film, which is why that angle wasn't emphasized. I also think that the dual Bond girl concept had some issues. After a moment of hesitation, John focused on the first point in Eric's commentary and asked, Eric, what do you believe is the essence of a 007 film? With a touch of mischief, Eric laughed. It's about saving the world, of course. Both John and Marcel stared at him for a moment, then broke into laughter. But after the chuckles subsided, John realized that Eric's seemingly cheeky remark struck at the core of the 007 series and leaned in to ask, then what do you mean when you say the dual Bond girl setup had issues? Eric became animated. He set down his cutlery and said, traditionally, Bond girls have always assisted or been romantic interests for Bond. Even in the 16th film, when two were featured prominently, it followed the same predictable pattern. But why not flip this? We could set up one girl as an ally and the other as an antagonist for Bond. Just like the recent Batman films from Warner, which, while Michael Keaton was beloved, the villains captured more audience attention. Jack Nicholson as the Joker has become a classic to emulate, while Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman and Danny DeVito's Penguin left lasting impressions. This indicates that after seeing so many heroic leads, audiences are eager for vividly charactered villains, providing a huge breakthrough for the 007 series. Listening to Eric's words, Marcel intuitively found them sensible, but didn't grasp the deeper implications. Meanwhile, John Calley, with over 2 decades of production experience, felt intrigued. Having witnessed the joy from Batman's initial success, he recognized that Warner's company attributed that triumph to years of comic book popularity rather than delving deeper into its significance. What seemed like idle conversation from Eric sparked a realization in John, a potential insight into why Warner's payment exceeding $50 million to Jack Nicholson for his role as the Joker wasn't unreasonable. Simultaneously, John admired Eric's sharp thinking and vision, reflecting that it was no accident that this young man achieved such notable success at a tender age. Though impressed internally, John didn't forget to seize the moment. Eric, since you have such ideas, why not take on the role of director for the 17th 007 film? MGM would surely present you with an appealing offer. Eric took a sip of the red wine nearby, refraining from directly answering John's invitation. Instead, he remarked, John, do you really think MGM is willing to keep its strong reliance on the 007 series? Feeling a slight shift inside, John maintained his poker face but sighed softly. You know, Eric, we don't have many choices here. There's a golden opportunity at this moment. Eric set his glass down and glanced at Marcel. However, Credit Lyonnais needs to facilitate this. Although Marcel was not overly knowledgeable about the film industry, he understood that whatever Eric was about to say might impact MGM's current situation significantly. Eric, if Credit Lyonnais can assist, we will certainly do everything we can. Please, share your thoughts. Eric proposed. Recently, several film companies and foundations have shown interest in investing in Hollywood, but Firefly's production schedule for the next 2 years is already mostly determined and adjustments would be inconvenient. Thus, perhaps we could collaborate. I could select suitable projects and participate in production, while European film companies and foundations take on investment, and MGM manages production and distribution. This approach could alleviate MGM's current operational difficulties while fully utilizing the funding advantages from Europe. Marcel nodded throughout the discussion, seriously considering Eric's proposal. John, however, understood better than Marcel the challenges in implementing Eric's suggestion. Though Eric's personal contribution appeared minimal, in reality, his involvement would be the most valuable part. Just like in the original timeline, when Steven Spielberg's enormous influence attracted worldwide investors to DreamWorks shortly after its establishment, bringing in over $1 billion for initial funding. At this moment, if Eric did not step up, those European companies might not even have contemplated collaborating with MGM, especially after the disasters of the summer blockbusters. However, both knew that despite Eric leading the charge, the European film entities were well aware of MGM's unfortunate circumstances. Even with Eric in the lead, their likelihood of agreement remained tenuous. Eric, personally, I'm eager for this partnership to happen, but just as John was about to continue, he noticed Marcel signaling to him, prompting him to halt. Given that his role was merely as a professional manager at MGM, he recognized Marcel's keen interest in the proposal and held back from disheartening it immediately. Instead, he altered his tone. But we do need to negotiate with all parties involved. Marcel quickly interjected. Eric, we will get back to you as soon as possible, and Credit Lyonnais will strive to make this happen. Then I'll await your good news. Eric nodded in response. The conversation shifted to a lighter tone, with John curiously asking Eric about his recent insights on villain roles, which Eric eagerly shared theories he had gathered. They continued this enlightening exchange until around 9:30, when the dinner concluded. After settling the bill, John and Marcel walked Eric out of the restaurant. As Eric stood at the curb bidding goodbye, he spotted a familiar face stepping out from the bright restaurant lobby, Sophie Marceau. She was flanked by a tall, middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a typical French appearance. The pair conversed animatedly as they walked outside. John and Marcel glanced in the same direction, both having attended the previous celebration for FanFan and knowing some of the details. John exchanged a knowing look with Marcel and then addressed Eric. Eric, in this case, we will leave first. Eric paid no mind to the teasing glances from John and Marcel, saying his goodbyes before striding toward Sophie. Upon approaching the pair, Eric discerned Sophie's impatient demeanor, even though he couldn't understand French. After adjusting to the dim outdoor light, Sophie spotted him, and her expression shifted from surprise to a playful wink. Then she subtly gestured to the middle-aged man, clearly signaling for Eric to intervene. The middle-aged man, noticing Sophie's change in mood, looked ahead and recognized Eric walking toward them. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, Eric gave off a calm, yet commanding presence that drew attention. Although the middle-aged man felt a sense of familiarity, he couldn't place Eric's identity, but instinctively became wary. As Eric reached them, the man took a step forward, extending his hand. In French, he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Frederick Brown. Who might you be? To Frederick's surprise, Eric's expression showed a hint of confusion as he looked at the extended hand but didn't respond, choosing instead to focus on Sophie. Sophie, aware that Eric didn't understand much French, chuckled lightly but needed him to ensure her escape from the annoying man. She quickly replied in French to Frederick. He doesn't understand French. Use English. A flash of disdain crossed Frederick's eyes upon hearing Sophie's words, yet he repeated his introduction in English. Finally, Eric shook his hand. Hello, I'm Eric Williams. Realization struck Frederick immediately after hearing the name. As a figure in the film industry, he was well aware of Eric's meteoric rise as the young Hollywood mogul who had created miracles with Firefly films. This prompted Frederick to retract any trace of contempt and offer warmly, Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a producer at TF1. Oh, TF1. I know of it. Eric nodded and almost mentioned titles like Paddington, The Transporter, Intouchables, and Lucy, but caught himself, realizing those were films from years later. Feeling a bit awkward, he looked at Sophie and said, "That, Sophie's film, Ultudiant, is under your company, right?" Noticing Eric's slight embarrassment, Sophie couldn't contain her laughter. Frederick, mindful of Sophie's unrestrained demeanor, nodded and replied, "Yes, it was a joint investment with Gaumont." "Ah." Eric nodded, indicating he didn't want to prolong the conversation. He pointed to Sophie, who was playfully smirking, and said, "I haven't seen Sophie in ages. Would you mind if we had a moment alone?" "What do you mean ages? We're not even close." Sophie rolled her eyes at the thought, yet didn't outright refuse. "Of course, then I'll take my leave." Frederick exchanged a few parting words with Sophie, then departed toward the parking lot. "Phew, I'm glad I ran into you. I had no idea how I'd get rid of that annoying guy." Sophie sighed in relief once Frederick disappeared into a white BMW. Eric gestured to the hotel driver nearby and pointed toward the Seine River across the road. "Let's walk over there." "Oh, sure." Sophie suddenly seemed to realize what was happening, but didn't reject Eric's invitation. Together, they crossed the street, making their way to the riverbank, where the night was alive with couples strolling, and no one seemed to notice them, allowing them a moment of privacy. Noticing Sophie slightly shiver from the evening chill, Eric asked, "Since you despise that guy, how did you end up dining with him?" "My agent just got me a new movie." Sophie seemed to recall her recent unpleasantness and retorted, "I got an invitation tonight at the last minute to discuss a script, but the director and screenwriter left early, and I was just left with that annoying guy. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone, but I took this role for Dumas, you know." Listening to Sophie's haughty tone, Eric chuckled lightly. "Dumas? Which work?" Sophie replied, "The sequel to The Three Musketeers, focusing on D'Artagnan's daughter. Honestly, if he keeps pestering me, I might just back out. I'm not in a position where I can't find films to work on." Chapter 547, 548, Kill Bond. Eric thought it had to be that film, Revenge of the Musketeers, and said, "If you're not happy, then don't take it." "You make it sound so easy. I still have to make a living, you know? If I don't act when I'm unhappy, then I can forget about acting again in the future," Sophie teased Eric, seemingly forgetting her earlier words. As they passed a streetlight, Sophie danced lightly on her short shadow, her high heels clicking against the cobblestones with a series of bright taps. The hem of her light blue dress billowed in the light, occasionally revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair calf. Eric felt a flutter as he watched Sophie's childlike movements, thinking back to that spirited girl from La Beaume who hadn't really grown up, but had learned to compromise. He wondered whether that was a pity. After a few jumps, Sophie naturally stepped to Eric's right side. Looking at her lovely face beside him, Eric suggested, "Why don't you come to Hollywood? I can introduce you to some movies." Sophie turned to Eric and remembered that this young man was the hotshot boss of Firefly Films and the director behind a string of global hits. However, she had yet to collaborate with Hollywood and found it hard to feel the kind of awe she had around Frederick Brown from TF1. The actress hesitated for a moment, noticing Eric's gentle smile. Suddenly feeling more relaxed, she said, "Well then, tell me what the movie is. I won't act in anything I'm not interested in." Eric recalled his earlier conversation with John Callie at the restaurant and replied, "How about a Bond girl?" Sophie immediately scrunched her face in disdain. "That guy who can charm women and save the world?" Eric chuckled. "Yeah, that guy? Interested?" Sophie drew out her words. "Not interested." "Don't be so absolute. Why not give it a try? You could be the most beautiful Bond girl ever," he encouraged. "If I'm going to act, I'll be the villain who kills Bond and destroys the world," Sophie said, flashing a mock fierce smile that didn't quite fit her naturally artistic and melancholy features. "All right, you can be the villain then, killing Bond and destroying the world." Sophie stared at Eric for a few seconds, surprised. "Are you serious?" Eric nodded solemnly. "Of course. Do I look like I'm joking?" "Never mind," Sophie replied, her cheeks surprisingly reddening. Even under the dim streetlight, it was obvious. She tossed out her words in a flurry and then shot Eric a sharp look. "You charming flatterer, I won't fall for your tricks again. But I really am serious about this," Eric said innocently. "Before I met you, I was just discussing the 007 series with MGM's John Callie. MGM might be introducing both a good and a bad Bond girl in the latest installment. If you're interested, I can recommend you to play the villain Bond girl. Sophie realized Eric wasn't joking. Remembering her overly sensitive reaction, she felt a bit embarrassed. She mumbled a few hesitant affirmations and subconsciously quickened her pace toward the steps leading away from the Seine. Watching her retreating figure, Eric chuckled and hurried to catch up. Once off the riverbank, Eric noticed Sophie standing at the roadside waiting for a taxi. He approached her gently. "Why don't I give you a ride? It's hard to catch a cab at this hour." Sophie sized him up, noticing he was alone, and smiled. "How are you going to take me home?" Eric flashed a confident and slightly mysterious grin. "I'll perform a magic trick for you." With that, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with practiced ease. Sophie looked on, a mix of anticipation and curiosity shining in her eyes. And then, nothing happened. A peal of mischievous laughter quickly floated through the dim streetlight. "Ha ha ha. All right, Eric, it's getting late. I need to go home." Just then, Sophie spotted a taxi approaching from a distance and raised her hand, only to be stopped again. Eric pointed to a black car that had pulled up nearby. "Look, my ride is here." As the black car came to a halt in front of them, the driver exited and respectfully opened the door. Eric nudged Sophie gently. Unable to think of a suitable excuse to decline, she slipped into the back seat without hesitation. Eric climbed in from the other side and asked, "I still don't know where you live." Sophie shot him a glance and intentionally spoke to the driver in French, then smugly nodded toward Eric. After some time driving down Avenue de New York, the black car turned onto a northwestern street and wove through Paris for a 10-minute ride before stopping in front of a typical 5-story European-style apartment. Sophie bid Eric goodbye and politely thanked the driver. She hopped out and ran toward the apartment entrance, while Eric instructed the driver with a few words before getting out himself. With a swift motion, Sophie punched in the access code on the gate. Just as she was about to push open the heavy metal door, she was startled by the appearance of Eric beside her. "What are you doing?" Sophie instinctively panicked, protecting herself with her small hands. Eric smiled innocently. "Sophie, I'm thirsty." Sophie couldn't help but laugh, but quickly composed herself, glaring at Eric. "Eric, can you think of a more ridiculous excuse?" Eric pointed toward the car that had just left in a hurry. "Well," Sophie watched the black car disappear around the corner, suddenly feeling he had found a reasonable excuse. She pushed open the iron gate to let Eric in, but not without warning. "You drink your water and then leave." "Of course. And don't get any ideas." "I swear." "That doesn't sound sincere at all." "I swear to God." "Please, what if God decides to punish me too?" "I'll make sure he only punishes me." Smooth talker. In the narrow hall of the apartment, the two exchanged playful banter and whispers as they quickly disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Within a short week, waking up twice in the arms of a man she didn't quite know, Sophie felt a wave of shame wash over her regarding her fall from grace. Yet, she still didn't understand why being with this man made her so easily succumb to temptation. With Eric, she felt an unusual comfort. He seemed to read her thoughts easily. Even if they had occasional disagreements during their conversations, those differences were starkly defined. Eric never tried to persuade her to see things his way. He seemed to understand right from the start that she hated people who lectured. Though they had known each other for less than a week, it felt like he'd known her for years. Sophie recalled how Eric first spoke to her, saying, "I feel like I've known you in a past life, so I came over to say hi." On this fresh and sunny summer morning in Paris, in an apartment in the 16th arrondissement, Sophie suddenly thought maybe he was telling the truth. How silly. Though she found her thoughts ridiculous, Sophie curiously turned her body to investigate while he slept. Yet as soon as she flipped over, she was met by Eric's bright eyes. "You're awake." Sophie tried to sound calm. Eric sensed her slight tension and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Sophie gently shook her head. "You should go." Eric reached for his watch on the vanity and saw it was still before 8 o'clock. He snuggled back into bed, pulling Sophie closer and rubbing his chin against her round shoulder. "It's early, sleep a bit longer." Sophie opened her mouth to reply but abandoned her thoughts, recalling she had no work today. She comfortably leaned into Eric's embrace, adjusting in order to rest her head on his arm. They snuggled together like two mice in winter, and after who knows how long, they both woke up simultaneously. Eric sniffed the air, detecting a faint smell of toast. He perked up. Am I just hungry, or is there really something cooking? Sophie smiled lightly. There's a bakery nearby downstairs. I'm hungry too. You should get up and buy us some bread. Eric began to bargain immediately. I don't speak French. You go. You can't speak French, but you can at least use francs, right? Eric buried his head deep into her fragrant pillow, continuing to whine. I'm a big shot. I never carry change. Sophie, both amused and annoyed, pinched Eric lightly, then climbed out of bed. She padded barefoot to the closet, casually found a loose pink outfit, and dug a few bills from her wallet. Slipping on her fluffy slippers, she headed for the door. Watching Sophie's figure disappear, Eric lazily stretched and slowly began to get dressed himself. Then, after a simple breakfast, Eric found himself being kicked out again. Oddly enough, he felt as though this hadn't been the first time. Of course, Eric could empathize with Sophie's conflicting emotions. His memory remembered that after finishing La Note Bluey in 1991, she hadn't worked with Zalosky for a decade. Although their relationship had started to fade, much like how Sophie directed that film about love becoming a habit, they hadn't formally broken it off. It had become a routine. From studying Sophie's past performances, Eric knew she would spend most years drifting in Hollywood. He now aimed to move her there 2 years ahead of Braveheart. It was easily within his reach, and Eric sensed. Sophie wasn't resistant to the Hollywood invitation, or rather, to his personal invitation. Back at the hotel, after meeting with Chris to finalize a few things, Chris formally submitted an all-cash acquisition offer to Nokia's management team in Finland for its mobile communications division. As expected, Nokia's management promptly rejected Firefly Investments' plan, offering instead to sell 20% of the Nokia Group's shares in exchange for $250 million in development funds. The deal differed significantly from Eric's expectations, but he understood that just like Firefly's acquisition proposal, Nokia's offer was merely a probing one. Both parties' bottom lines would need long negotiations to clarify. Once official discussions began, Chris didn't stay in Paris but traveled to Helsinki with Firefly's acquisition team. Eric remained in Paris, but kept in close contact with Chris. Additionally, it surprised Eric that the proposal he presented during the meeting with Marcel Novari of Lion Credit Bank and MGM's John Calley that night met with unanimous opposition from all European film powers. The reason was quite evident. Even though Eric's proposal looked promising, nobody was willing to step into MGM's mess. Over the years, aside from a few lucrative capital operations under Kirk Kerkorian, MGM hadn't delivered any noteworthy results. Kerkorian had never put any money into MGM. Their operations relied entirely on constantly issuing corporate bonds to fund movie production and distribution, yet after over a decade, the number of hit films produced had dwindled while debts piled up. Following the summer releases of Cliffhanger and Last Action Hero, which failed miserably at the box office, the largest shareholder, Lion Credit Bank, not only couldn't benefit from MGM, but also had to keep investing to prevent MGM from collapsing under its debts. In light of this, it was completely understandable why European film factions were unwilling to step into such a disastrous situation. Left with no other options, Eric considered his situation and quickly came up with a more acceptable proposal. Chapter 548, 549, New Proposal. Let's establish a brand new production company where everyone holds shares and invests in movie production together, and sign a long-term distribution agreement with MGM. This way, we can leverage MGM's distribution channels while avoiding getting ensnared in their debt issues, ensuring that investors' interests are fully protected. Eric stated this in the Seydoux family's mansion in the western suburbs of Paris while addressing several representatives from European film companies. This approach resembled the previous collaboration between Carolco Pictures and MGM. However, due to the box office failures of 2 summer blockbusters, there was likely no need for either side to continue their partnership. After hearing Eric's suggestion, most of the people in the meeting room neither shook their heads nor nodded. It was Marcel Novari, a representative from Lion Credit Bank, who seemed somewhat disappointed. However, Eric had already communicated with him earlier. These people had shown little willingness to agree to the initial proposal, and Eric had no intention of forcing these European film entities into MGM's offenses. Sitting on Eric's left was Nicolas Seydoux, CEO of Gaumont, who was the first to ask, "Eric, so, does Firefly plan to participate in this company in a cooperative manner?" Firefly will participate in holding shares and provide relevant hardware support for film production, such as studios and post-production, Eric replied. Additionally, I will personally select 10 films as the production plan for the next 3 years. As for the equity distribution among everyone in this company, that will be resolved through negotiation. Once Eric finished speaking, the 7 or 8 people seated in the meeting room immediately began whispering to each other. Eric, meanwhile, leisurely sipped his coffee. After a brief discussion, Marcel Novari asked, "Eric, can MGM hold cross shares in this company?" Eric glanced at the people around him and smiled. "If everyone agrees, I personally have no objections." Establishing cross shares would definitely increase the operational risk of this new production company. Still, Eric wasn't particularly worried. As long as they followed the planned proposal, MGM's operational status would definitely improve in the coming years. After exchanging shares, the new production company might even share a portion of MGM's distribution profits. Moreover, this cooperation method would facilitate Firefly's direct or indirect acquisition of MGM in the future. After careful consideration over time, Eric had become increasingly envious of MGM's film library. Everyone was also quite aware of the stakes involved. Hearing what Eric said, they all remained silent. At this moment, Daniel Essinger, the representative from Constantine Film, asked in slightly awkward English, "Eric, MGM's management philosophy is quite outdated. More importantly, what about the weak profitability of film peripheral development? How do you plan to address that?" Eric looked at Marcel Novari and replied, "Firefly would be very willing to handle that part of the business." Sensing Eric's gaze, Marcel Novari also stated, "MGM has no objections on our end." The ultimate goal for Lion Credit Bank was to revitalize MGM and, within a few years, cash out at a reasonably favorable price, without any intention of continuing long-term operations. Therefore, Marcel Novari was able to easily represent Lion Credit Bank in making this decision. At this point in the discussion, it seemed almost settled. Everyone present recognized that Eric had made up his mind not to let them invest directly in Firefly Pictures. If they insisted on doing so, Eric might not reject them, but it was uncertain whether they could secure a good cooperation plan. As industry insiders, they understood that Hollywood had 100 ways to ensure their investments would tank. Still, after years of collaboration, these individuals had also become adept at sidestepping most traps set by Hollywood. Of course, some still harbored a sense of unwillingness. Daniel Essinger, who had just spoken up, said again, "Eric, you mentioned a production plan of 10 films over 3 years. Can you share what types of films these might be or the scale of investment? Do you have suitable projects in mind right now?" Eric looked at him and suddenly recalled that he still held the rights to a novella associated with Constantine Film, which was Resident Evil. In the original timeline, the Resident Evil series was indeed funded by Constantine Film, and it was only large-pocketed investors like those from Germany who would continue to produce a film series that was not particularly profitable for 6 installments. A few years ago, I wrote a novella called Resident Evil. If the new company is set up, I could license the rights to this novella as part of the production company, Eric said. The globally dominant box office hit Jurassic Park had been based on Eric's initial novella. Less than 2 months after its release, it had grossed over $600 million worldwide and had shown no signs of slowing down. Furthermore, given that it hadn't even been released in Japan, a major box office territory, the global total for Jurassic Park surpassing $1 billion over the ensuing months seemed nearly inevitable. Thus, hearing Eric's statement caused an electrifying surprise among those present. However, they quickly recalled the information regarding Resident Evil. After Jurassic Park was released, many had inquired about news of Eric's other 2 novellas, The Matrix and Resident Evil. They were all too aware that if these were to be developed, those 2 novellas would certainly remain Firefly's proprietary projects, leaving outsiders little chance of getting involved. Resident Evil was a restricted horror novella with a very narrow audience demographic. Even with Eric already being a globally renowned director, He couldn't change that reality. Moreover, adapting such a horror story into a film would guarantee an R rating, and its audience would still be limited. Although Eric's personal star power would help profitability, it would definitely not compare to Jurassic Park. Eric, I think your other novella, The Matrix, is quite good too. Why not consider licensing that for adaptation? Eric shook his head slightly and smiled. The current special effects technology doesn't meet my requirements, so I won't consider adapting The Matrix for the next couple of years. The previous year's Twister and this year's Jurassic Park had showcased special effects that could only be described as stunning. The special effects and digital domain were undoubtedly the industry's best, and many in attendance vaguely knew the contents of The Matrix. Given today's technological capabilities, producing it wouldn't be too difficult. It was primarily a question of production costs. For wealthy European film entities, especially German film funds, money was not an issue. After all, Carolco Pictures had invested $150 million in their two major flops last summer. If Eric's adaptive project required them to invest $150 million per film, hardly anyone would refuse. Therefore, hearing Eric make such claims, most of those in the meeting room couldn't help but roll their eyes. Eric understood these individuals were astute negotiators, and without presenting some solid benefits, they wouldn't easily capitulate. After considering it, he said, "How about this? Firefly is currently preparing a film, which is an adaptation of a 1970s TV series. I could license this project to be included in the production company." Many of those present were well informed, and Nicholas Seydoux immediately probed, "Eric, is it the Charlie's Angels?" Eric nodded. Due to Firefly's plans for multiple blockbusters in next year's summer schedule, forcing Charlie's Angels into that time frame wouldn't yield sufficient promotional resources. Therefore, Eric hadn't been in a hurry to produce it, intending to give it thorough treatment. If all else failed, he could release it next new year, which would extend the investment timeline, but would also allow Charlie's Angels to benefit from ample promotional resources for better box office performance. By bringing Charlie's Angels into the new production company, he could utilize MGM's resources to release the film in the next summer slots. As for Drew, there were no issues there. She had always been amenable to Eric. Seeing the satisfied expressions on the faces of those in the meeting room, Marcel Novari from Lion Credit Bank eagerly suggested, "In that case, Eric, let's discuss the specific equity distribution plan for the new production company." Before Eric could respond, Daniel Essinger from Constantine Film jumped in again. "Eric, what's the projected total investment for the 10 films you have in mind?" "That question, I can't answer for now," Eric replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "However, the budget for Charlie's Angels is roughly $60 million. If you're all looking to play big, the investment for the remaining 9 films would likely sustain a similar scale. 60 million isn't enough. Let's average it at 80 million, Daniel Essinger said, waving his hand with some exuberance. At 80 million, for 10 films, that totals 800 million. We in Germany can handle 400 million of that, which gives us a 50% stake. How does that sound? After Daniel Essinger finished speaking, representatives from several other German companies nodded in agreement. Eric couldn't help but sigh. At this point, the Germans seemed as loaded as the Japanese, who were attempting to buy up the world. If the Germans took 50%, then what about France? Not to mention, there was also a British film company that couldn't just go home empty-handed. Nicholas Seydoux shrugged humorously. Since Eric had already promised so many benefits, Firefly Pictures' stake in the production company would certainly not be less than 30%. If they gave the Germans 50%, that would leave only 20% for others, hardly enough to make a decent offering, let alone exchange some shares with MGM. "Daniel, giving you 50% is definitely out of the question. If it were only a matter of funds, while we might not have your depth, we can still come up with 800 million. 800 million effectively meant they would acquire the entire new production company. Nicholas, our company is larger, thus we should have a larger share," Daniel Essinger argued with what he deemed a reasonable rationale. Immediately, Nicholas Seydoux countered, "This isn't about company size. Who doesn't know that you Germans typically register several companies to invest in a Hollywood picture?" Eric remained quiet as the meeting room momentarily transformed into a noisy marketplace. He wasn't at all worried about the profit distribution issue. If Firefly didn't participate, the proposal wouldn't be feasible, so he was the one most at ease at the moment. After nearly 10 minutes of shouting and arguing, they finally settled down. Eric said, "The specific terms of cooperation can be discussed in detail. However, we can't dilly-dally too long, as that would benefit no one. As for Firefly, aside from the rights to Resident Evil and Charlie's Angels, I will be fully involved in the production of all 10 films. Firefly would share 30% of the company's equity and 30% of the gross profits from the films after costs are deducted. As for the peripheral rights development for the related films we just discussed, Firefly will assign dedicated personnel to negotiate with MGM." Eric didn't mention anything about investment, but upon hearing about the 30% profit share, everyone in the meeting room looked very satisfied. After all, Eric generously allowed them to deduct production costs, significantly reducing everyone's investment risks. Moreover, Eric would surely be heavily invested in the production company, as this profit share would only be realized if the films turned a profit. Once the films incurred losses, Firefly wouldn't get a dime. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Eric continued, "How the remaining 70% of the shares will be distributed, along with the cross-shareholding proportions with MGM, will be for you to negotiate among yourselves." Just as everyone was about to nod in agreement, Eric added, "Oh, by the way, it's best if negotiations conclude within a month. I want to start production on Charlie's Angels as soon as possible so that we can comfortably arrange for its release during next year's summer slate. Eric, how should we allocate the cross-holding ratio between the new company and MGM?" Marcel Novari inquired again, fully aware that despite differing main goals, Line Credit Bank should not miss out on the opportunity to participate in the production company. Eric pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's go with what we just discussed, valuing the production company at $800 million, calculating MGM's valuation at about $1,200 million. After everyone here divides their shares in the new production company, the remaining shares can be exchanged for proportional ones with MGM." Chapter 549-550, DreamWorks. After Eric finished discussing the terms of the swap, Marcel Novari immediately showed his reluctance. He felt that even considering the 75% stake in MGM held by Line Credit Bank, the price of $1.2 billion was somewhat undervalued. Eric offered an overall valuation of MGM at only $1.2 billion. Yet the company known only in whispers was valued by Eric at an astonishing $800 million. "Eric, this is too harsh of a condition. Even if MGM's overall market value is barely $1.2 billion, the production company is definitely not worth $800 million. Eric didn't bother to counter Marcel's statement. Instead, he gave a teasing smile to the Frenchman and nodded, saying, "Of course, if you don't agree, we can negotiate." Marcel Nova were taken aback for a moment. Noticing the gazes of others in the meeting room, he couldn't help but show a wry smile. He realized that since Eric had already spoken, there was no room for bargaining regarding MGM. Currently, MGM was clearly in a passive position. With the production company plan Eric proposed, the other major film companies in Hollywood surely would be eager to take on the distribution. The opportunity MGM had was primarily due to Eric's personal intentions. If he chose to ignore MGM, he could simply assist in the production of the 007 series and rid himself of the shadowy agreements tied to the general agreement on tariffs and trade without having to go through all this. Thinking about these things, Marcel Novari nodded helplessly. "All right, Eric, I'll submit this proposal to the board for discussion as soon as possible." With that, the matter was essentially settled. As the host, Nicolas Seydoux was about to ask everyone to dinner when he suddenly remembered a question. "Eric, what do you plan to name the production company?" Without hesitation, feeling somewhat lazy, Eric blurted out, "Let's just call it DreamWorks." "DreamWorks, nice name," someone said. "Yeah, the Dream Factory. Great connotation," another chimed in. Everyone nodded in agreement while Eric chuckled mischievously. However, the new production company indeed bore a striking resemblance to the DreamWorks of the original timeline. The name was quite fitting, but if Spielberg wanted to make big waves again, he would definitely need to choose a different name for the film company. After dinner at the Seydoux family's mansion, Eric took a car back to his hotel. It was already 10:30 p.m., and since it was still working hours in Los Angeles, he called the Firefly headquarters to discuss the day's events with the Firefly Films management and asked Michael Lind to send a senior executive to participate in the negotiations for the new production company. A few days later, a vice president from Firefly Films arrived in Paris to handle the negotiations for Firefly's interests in the DreamWorks film production company. The last stop of Jurassic Park's European promotion in Madrid, Spain, also held its premiere. Meanwhile, the box office data for Jurassic Park in Paris was quickly released. In its first week in France, Jurassic Park grossed over 27 million francs, while its competitor, Germinal, managed only around 6 million francs in its opening week. Even converted to dollars, Germinal's production cost was only half of Jurassic Park's, but its production cost of over 160 million francs was still the highest in French film history. Following the release of these figures, the French media was, of course, in an uproar, demanding that the French government pay attention to local films. However, Eric was well aware that many matters had already been settled behind the scenes. As the negotiations for the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade were in their final stages, the U.S. government issued a final ultimatum to several European governments if an agreement was not reached. By December 15, 1993, the entire pact would be void. European countries understood that if the agreement was indeed voided, international trade would fall into a prolonged state of chaos, which Europe, in its economic recovery phase, could not afford. By the time Eric received this news, he had already taken the creative team of Jurassic Park to Tokyo, Japan, preparing for the movie's premiere on July 29th. At the same time, Chris's negotiations with Nokia Group also yielded some results. The main shareholders of Nokia agreed to divest several companies unrelated to mobile communications from the group and to continue negotiating solely on Nokia's mobile communications division with Firefly. After this agreement, the total assets involved in the negotiations were reduced from $1.1 billion to around $700 million. Furthermore, Eric learned from Chris that, due to the gradual recognition of the GSM network by various European countries, many telecom companies were starting to shift their focus towards researching GSM standard mobile phones. If other telecom companies promptly launched GSM mobile phones, the technological edge Nokia had built up would quickly evaporate. In this scenario, Nokia desperately needed a significant cash infusion to fund the development of new mobile phones and for marketing their products, making Firefly's negotiating advantage more apparent. With the scale of involved assets now down to $700 million, Eric instructed Chris not to worry too much about financial details. The most important thing was to secure a larger equity stake in Nokia. After further discussion about the prospects of mobile phones, Chris agreed with Eric's viewpoint. Eric and the publicity team settled in the Chiyoda district of downtown Tokyo. Japan's economy had been booming throughout the 1980s, and this was peak national pride for the Japanese people. Upon arriving in Tokyo, Eric clearly sensed the palpable eagerness of the locals to do something. After the premiere, Eric quickly left Japan, while many members of his team chose to remain, planning to tour Tokyo. Japan maintained a very favorable image in the West, so most held a deep curiosity about the country. Given that Tokyo was the last stop for Jurassic Park's promotion and their work was completed, Eric didn't push for anything more. "Alan, did I ever tell you about my childhood dream? I wanted to be like migratory birds, continually moving from place to place, searching for a place where the temperature always remained at 23 degrees. Upon landing at Los Angeles International Airport with a few accompanying staff, Eric took a deep breath and said to Alan walking beside him. Alan knew Eric moved to Los Angeles from London when he was just 8, and asked with a smile, "What about your dream before you were 8? Eric paused for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah. You know, the weather in London has always been terrible. I hated the damp and cold environment." Alan laughed and asked, "And what happened later?" "Well," Eric gestured as if embracing the bright sunlight around them, "I discovered that Los Angeles was just that place. Once you arrive here, there's no need to migrate anymore." "Looks like you really don't enjoy flying all over," Alan summarized with a laugh. "Definitely." Eric chuckled in return. Eric's itinerary wasn't widely known. Upon exiting the airport, he was met by several company cars dispatched by Firefly Films. Eric noticed Jeffrey standing cheerfully by one of the vehicles. "Jeffrey, why did you come in person?" Eric approached in surprise and gave Jeffrey a hug. "I had a free afternoon, and I heard you were returning today, so I came personally," Jeffrey explained. Eric let a few of his bodyguards, who had been with him around the globe, roam freely and sent Alan away before getting into the car with Jeffrey. "Is there something going on?" Eric asked once the car started. Jeffrey shook his head with a smile. "Do you think we've become so distant?" Eric hesitated, then shook his head. "Of course not. I'm just a bit surprised. I really had no agenda today, which is why I came," Jeffrey reiterated. "However, there's a small thing. Last week, I went to New York and met the two kids." "Oh," Eric showed a puzzled expression. "Kevin and Elia are both adorable," Jeffrey said, seeming a bit shy to ask. "Eric, Emily has been in frequent contact with Joan and Vicky. You're in closer contact with Chris than I am as a father. I just wanted to ask if you could find out when those two are planning to get married." It seemed that concern for children's marriage was a universal trait among parents. Eric couldn't help but chuckle internally. Aren't they saying they plan to wait until they're 30 to marry? 30. Jeffrey pursed his lips. "So how old is Chris now?" Eric paused. He remembered meeting Chris for the first time when Chris was 26. Now, 3 years later. 29. Jeffrey nodded with distress. "Plus, I learned from Emily's father that Emily is actually a year older than Chris." Eric couldn't help but show a look of concern, spreading his hands. "Jeffrey, I can't help you with this. You'll need to nag them as a father yourself. You know, children usually dread their parents nagging them. If you talk about it a few more times, they might just end up getting married." "Does that actually work?" Jeffrey asked inquisitively. Eric thought about it. Both Chris and Emily were stubborn individuals, so this method likely wouldn't work well, but he couldn't think of a more suitable approach. "That's all I can come up with." "Then I'll give it a shot." Jeffrey sighed and didn't pursue the topic any further. Instead, he asked, "I've heard about the collaboration with the European film companies. However, don't you think that 30% stake is a bit low? Given your reputation now, simply acting as a producer would already be sufficient to claim a 30% profit share from a film. I don't think this should be simply calculated like that, Jeffrey. Think about it. What does MGM have left?" 007. Jeffrey asked, puzzled. "Exactly. MGM only has 007 left as a bargaining chip," Eric replied with a laugh. "But that's not what I'm referring to. MGM doesn't even have a filming location anymore. Everything was sold by that old man Kirk Kerkorian and even turned into MGM Hotel. Although the newly established DreamWorks Film Company will collaborate with MGM, production will still heavily depend on the resources Firefly has." Jeffrey nodded in understanding. He knew that Eric had set a budget of $800 million for producing 10 films, and given Hollywood's average production cost per film, spending $800 million on 10 films was no easy feat. Firefly Films' shooting base and special effects companies would undoubtedly take on most of the production work. In that case, even without any shady dealings, Firefly would still make a substantial profit during production. On another note, Stan Winston has already chosen a new location for the Digital Domain studio and plans to set it up in Florida, where they offered 3 years of tax exemption. The new branch aims to construct a studio of around 20,000 square meters in the state capital. Jeffrey quickly shifted back to Firefly's matters. Although Eric always kept track of various aspects of Firefly Films, he couldn't know every detail and had granted Digital Domain ample autonomy. Therefore, this was the first time he had heard about this news. However, Eric had no objections. A 3-year tax exemption was a good condition for Digital Domain. If he were in that position, he would have agreed as well. Even though the trend for special effects companies was shifting overseas, the profitability of the special effects industry in North America remained very high. Special effects companies were still thriving, and reputable effects studios had no trouble securing projects. Even after the establishment of Firefly Software, with more special effects studios emerging, this situation wouldn't change anytime soon. That approach works too. Once Firefly Software is established, more special effects companies will undoubtedly emerge in Los Angeles, and having a subsidiary in Florida is also a good choice. Eric nodded, smiling as he added, "Perhaps in a few years, we'll have to move our special effects company overseas." "Is that really necessary?" Jeffrey asked, puzzled. Who knows? Eric shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't possibly explain too much to Jeffrey at this moment. Chapter 551. You are a very interesting person. Located about 5 kilometers from Los Angeles International Airport, Eric arranged for his luggage to be sent back to Malibu and, along with Jeffrey, made his way to Firefly Studios. August was typically one of the busiest times for Hollywood film companies. Even though the summer blockbuster season was winding down, many small to mid-sized productions began entering their official production phases for the year's end, while big-budget films for the next summer were getting underway too. Fall television shows were also starting to shoot during this time. Sitting in the limousine as it drove through the lot, Eric witnessed the bustling activity at the studio. Various vehicles filled the parking lots alongside the main street, with spaces overcrowded. Once they got out of the car, Jeffrey walked alongside Eric out of the parking area, commenting, "At this rate, the 10 sound stages we have just won't be enough. We discussed this at the weekly meeting last week and decided we should expand westward and build at least 5 more stages. The final proposal will come through in a few days, just in time for your input." "Yeah, we'll tackle that later," Eric responded, nodding his head. He remembered that Warner Burbank had over 20 sound stages. Although they varied in size, the number at Firefly did seem a bit lacking. However, Eric refrained from giving his opinion outright. He figured it was best to wait until the final expansion proposal was presented. After all, his fleeting thoughts couldn't compare to the professional strategy development plans from Firefly's team. When it came to managing Firefly, Eric typically only offered negative feedback when the company's plans diverged starkly from industry developments he remembered. For details he wasn't familiar with and wouldn't disrupt the bigger picture, he usually stayed out of it. No company could avoid making mistakes entirely during its growth. As they crossed the concrete path along the parking lot to a small square adjacent to Digital Domain, Jeffrey said, "They've been shooting Interview with the Vampire here recently. Want to check it out?" Eric glanced over at the busy soundstage and shook his head. "Not right now. I'll find time to review some of the footage already shot." According to the plan, Firefly was set to release Interview with the Vampire, Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls, and Pulp Fiction by year-end. For successful commercial films in his previous life, unless he is particularly interested in them, Eric usually directed them according to the original version in his memory. For the films he wasn't directing himself, his focus remained on the script and post-production editing, while he looked for the right creative team that matched the original's tone. Generally, unless a producer and director were acting out of line together, he wouldn't interfere too much, something he hadn't yet encountered. Looking at the box office results from past films like The Others and the collaboration with Sony on Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Eric found his approach effective. With Hollywood's well-defined industrial processes, executing this plan faced minimal resistance. There were rarely directors strong enough to claim full control over a film, and he felt comfortable handing over projects to someone like James Cameron, who had the capability to manage. In contrast to the noise coming from the soundstages, Digital Domain seemed to operate with order. Eric and Jeffrey chatted while strolling towards the administration building, exchanging greetings with both familiar and unfamiliar employees. They arrived at Eric's personal office, which, due to his absence, was notably clean but lacked a certain liveliness. Eric's assistant team was based at Burbank headquarters, so there was no permanent secretary at the studio. However, the studio's general manager quickly sent over a secretary to help Eric and Jeffrey with coffee duties. Settling into the office, Eric's mobile phone began to ring periodically, mostly from senior staff at Firefly, along with a few greeting calls from various contacts who had learned of Eric's return to Los Angeles. However, everyone seemed to understand he had just gotten off a long flight and opted not to disturb him. As Jeffrey watched Eric sit in a leather chair and efficiently boot up the office computer, he finished his coffee brought by the secretary. After exchanging a few casual words, Jeffrey got up and said, "Since there's not much going on, I'll head out. You just got back, so don't work too hard. Make sure you rest up. I'll walk you down," Eric replied and accompanied Jeffrey to the elevator before returning to his office. Despite the rapid growth of the internet, Hotmail's online email service was still limited to the US. This meant that once Eric left the country, he couldn't keep in touch promptly via email, which had been quite the frustration during his time in Europe and Japan. After seeing Jeffrey off, Eric connected to the internet and quickly opened Internet Explorer, which brought up the Yahoo homepage. Since its launch late last year, Eric had given many suggestions to Yahoo's tech team based on his prior experiences. Following his input and the current capabilities in software and hardware, the Yahoo team had gone ahead and revamped the homepage once again. What he saw was Yahoo's fresh new look. On the left side, the elements included the Hotmail email login, the Yahoo News section, and the Yahoo Forums section, while the right side displayed a navigation page with search features. He remembered seeing Yahoo's homepage back in 1995 in his university's computer lab. What struck him the most were the 4 bright red and yellow spiral icons flanking the Yahoo brand logo. The design came off as particularly flashy, bordering on ridiculous in hindsight. Now that he had the opportunity to shape things, Eric insisted on simplicity, using simple icon shortcuts. The news and forums were both products of Eric's suggestions. He envisioned that the news section would expand significantly, ultimately transforming Yahoo into a primary news portal. However, given the current user base of the internet, Yahoo's news wouldn't compete with printed or televised media just yet, as it remained in experimental stages. Yahoo was principally focused on forum development at the moment, and, to rapidly grow its user base, it integrated Hotmail users without creating a separate database. While this faced some dissent within the Yahoo team, Eric, as owner, had pushed for this integration. After a few years of growth, he planned to consolidate both companies, for with the asset of Hotmail, it made no sense for Yahoo to maintain its separate email services. Even if Yahoo's news section was still emerging, it had garnered various media partnerships, allowing it to deliver far more information than what average users would see in several daily newspapers. Although some information lagged, it was a perfect fit for Eric, who hadn't kept up with American current events in quite a while. As Eric scrolled through the news section, he quickly found information about Hollywood that piqued his interest. Aside from the numerous box office updates on Jurassic Park, the biggest news in Hollywood over the past year was the bidding war between Viacom and QVC for Paramount. After an initial round of bidding yielded no results earlier in the year, there had been several minor confrontations until Viacom's Sumner Redstone redirected his focus towards acquiring Blockbuster, the largest video rental company in America, thereby pausing negotiations with QVC. From recent articles, it appeared Redstone had nearly finalized negotiations with Blockbuster, and it was expected that by September, the acquisition might be completed. If Viacom secured Blockbuster, they would greatly enhance their chances of acquiring Paramount thanks to the substantial cash flow from the video rental business and the leverage gained from this asset-based financing. On the other hand, Barry Diller of QVC was not letting off his pursuit of Paramount. However, one of QVC's shareholders, Telecommunications, began merger talks with another telecommunications giant, AT&T. If AT&T managed to acquire Telecommunications, it would effectively reduce QVC's support for acquiring Paramount by half. Consequently, most media outlets were skeptical about Diller's prospects with Paramount. After reading this news, Eric's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He recalled how Viacom's massive purchase of Paramount for over $10 billion ended up being eroded a few years later by the rise of a company named Netflix, which caused both Viacom and Blockbuster to significantly lose market value in business. Thinking of Netflix made Eric smile with a sense of dark humor, but there was no hurry. To establish Netflix, the first step was developing convenient online payment options, which in turn required e-commerce to flourish. Everything had to evolve step by step. Eric sighed at this thought, closing the Yahoo News page and switching to the Yahoo Forum. Due to network limitations, Yahoo's forum only offered specific topic sections for now. Users, wanting to create their own forums, had to set them up independently. Regardless, with the existing Hotmail user base, Yahoo's forum was the largest online community at the time. Online forums were a novel concept for many internet users. Eric casually browsed a few sections and noticed users were quite active, but he also spotted some minor issues. Users were identified solely by their nicknames, without any other tags. From recollection, a straightforward user identification system typically involved a ranking system. Implementing such an approach would increase user engagement significantly, much like in online games where lower-ranking accounts are often less cared for while higher-ranking users tend to stick around. After giving it some thought, Eric opened his email to draft this suggestion to the teams at Yahoo and Hotmail, considering that since the forum operated on the Hotmail user base, any new features would need cooperation between both sides. Even though Eric had been away from the US, his inbox still had accumulated dozens of unread emails from multiple sources. Typical users faced limits on storage, but that certainly didn't apply to Eric. After composing and sending off his recent idea, Eric turned to tackle the existing emails piled up in his inbox. Just as he was finishing up, he suddenly heard the alert for a new incoming email. He looked and saw it was from Steve Mitnick, the current head at Hotmail. Curious, Eric opened it to find a single line. "What do you mean by level of user engagement?" Eric realized the concepts of engagement and level might make sense to him, but could be perplexing to others. After a moment's thought, Eric quickly typed out a brief explanatory response. A moment later, another reply appeared from Steve Mitnick. "Interesting theory. You're quite an interesting person as well." Eric replied, "If you're complimenting me, thank you." Seconds later, a new message came in. "Of course I am. For us, you're like Jesus." Eric was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Steve Mitnick responded, "Because you've invested over $50 million into 3 companies without any clear profit prospects. That's a substantial amount of money, and previously we lacked the funds to bring many ideas to life. Now, it's different for us. So, for us, you really feel like Jesus." Unable to help himself, Eric chuckled. "I'm just investing in the future." Steve Mitnick replied, "Can you see the future?" Eric said, "I can't specifically answer that, but I can see one future now." Steve Mitnick asked, "Oh, what is it?" Eric explained, "Real-time communication software. If we could develop a chat tool, then we wouldn't need to rely on emails to communicate anymore. Do you think that's a feasible idea?" There was a moment of silence from the other end before Steve Mitnick responded again. "Great idea. Plus, it's not a high-barrier technology. Give me $5 million, and I'll have a working product for you in 3 months." Eric quickly replied, "No problem. By the way, you're also quite an interesting person. Let's meet up sometime." Steve Mitnick responded, "Sounds good." Chapter 551, 552. Quite expensive. Hollywood was undoubtedly the dream destination for countless dreamers, celebrated for its endless parties. Whether it was spring, summer, fall, or winter, parties scattered across Los Angeles, from the lowly ranks of extras to the highest-tier megastars. For those wanting to blend into Hollywood, attending various types of parties was the fastest way. At a lavish mansion in Beverly Hills, a lavish scene unfolded. As night fell over Los Angeles, the hallways, pool, and lawns of the mansion filled with countless revelers, including many familiar faces from the silver screen. The occasion for the party was the birthday celebration of the host's new girlfriend, a moderately famous Hollywood producer, though it seemed that few cared about such details. Amidst the pounding rhythm of the music, 2 young men sat at the bar in the mansion's entrance, ordering 2 bottles of beer from the bartender. The brown-haired youth took a hearty swig from his bottle and looked at the men and women dancing wildly in the makeshift dance floor. He turned to his blonde friend and said, "Luke, this place is amazing. Thanks for bringing me here." The blonde youth named Luke clinked his beer bottle with his friends and smiled. "No big deal. I just happen to know Tony. Matthew, bringing you here is just a way to celebrate that great role you just landed." Matthew couldn't help but boast with a smirk. "Speaking of which, I got lucky with that audition. Paramount had already decided on another actor for that supporting role, but that poor guy got caught driving drunk the very night he received the role. Haha. Sure, I had a couple of tough competitors after that, but my agent pulled some strings, and now I've landed the part. I might even get to share scenes with Harrison Ford." Jamie said that if I can make a strong impression with this film, I could aim for a lead role in a small-budget movie next. As Luke listened to Matthew excitedly recount his role acquisition, he felt a tinge of jealousy, but kept it to himself, still engaging in playful banter. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the dance floor, drawing their attention. Matthew turned around just in time to see a girl dancing wildly like a mermaid. She was petite, wearing a crop top and denim shorts. Although the lighting was dim, both young men could clearly see her flawless skin and pretty doll-like face. For some reason, despite the crowded dance floor where men often groped women, the doll-faced girl was pulling nearby girls in for close dances, which only heightened the excitement among the male spectators. Yet, not a single man dared to approach her. "That's Drew Barrymore. That chick is smoking hot," Matthew said, staring at the girl's slim waist, taking a gulp of his beer. With eager eyes, Luke noticed his friend's gaze shifting and said suddenly, "Remember that movie you were in, Buffy the Vampire Slayer?" Matthew, still focused on the girl, nodded. "Of course. What's up?" "That film has been adapted into a TV series. I heard that it's being produced by Drew Barrymore, Julia Roberts, and Murdoch's daughter." Matthew couldn't help but rub his chin, considering this a good way to strike up a conversation. Although he hadn't been in Hollywood for long, he knew a bit about its gossip. He added, "Luke, I heard Drew Barrymore is Eric Williams' girlfriend, right?" Luke casually remarked, "Who knows? That was 3 years ago. In Hollywood, do you really think relationships last that long?" Matthew felt confident entering the Hollywood circle and pretended to be knowledgeable, nodding while stealing another glance at the doll-faced girl. He began to imagine that her connections might just be a consolation from Eric Williams for his former fling. If he could snag her, he believed that through Drew Barrymore's network, he could shave off 5, maybe even 10 years of struggling in Hollywood. After all, Drew Barrymore's godfather was Steven Spielberg. As he got more excited, Matthew tossed his empty bottle aside, adjusted his clothes, and headed towards the dance floor, completely oblivious to the smug look on his friend's face. The dance floor was packed tighter than a can of sardines. Initially, Matthew joining in didn't catch anyone's attention, but as he moved his body closer to Drew, more people began to notice. Many slowed their dance moves, whispering amongst themselves, as though a show was about to unfold. "Hey, Drew, I'm Matthew." Matthew finally managed to get close enough to introduce himself, feigning nonchalance. The girl, who had been blissfully dancing with her eyes partially closed, noticed the unexpected intrusion and bore a surprised expression on her doll-like face. But instead of stopping her movements, she gave him a sweet smile and greeted, "Hi, Matthew." Seeing that smile made Matthew's heart race, instantly boosting his confidence. He edged closer, hesitating only a moment before attempting to place his hand on her inviting waist, and continued, "I heard your company is producing Buffy the Vampire Slayer. What a coincidence. I was in the movie version." "Wow, really?" Drew showed genuine interest. "You're Matthew, right?" "Matthew Abrams. I'm from Canada. Did Tony invite you?" Drew asked. Matthew hesitated, then pointed his chin slightly outside towards his friend. "My buddy brought me along." Sitting by the bar, Luke noticed the unfolding drama, realizing things were about to get messy. Seeing Drew's beautiful face turn toward him made him shudder. As soon as the flirtation between them resumed, he wasted no time getting up and leaving the lively party scene altogether. Drew watched as the guy scooted a bit closer. She grabbed half a bottle of champagne from a drunk girl beside her. Matthew saw Drew's action and immediately said, "Drew, I think you'd better not drink this kind of champagne." The girl's smile was unchanged. She didn't bring the bottle to her lips, but looked at him instead. "So you are Matthew, right?" Matthew, playing hurt, responded, "I thought I already introduced myself." "I only wanted to confirm again," Drew said with a playful smile. "Matthew, didn't your close friend just tell you anything?" Matthew failed to notice the emphasis Drew placed on the word close. He casually replied, "I doubt he had anything to tell me." Drew glanced outside the dance floor and noticed the figure had already vanished. The smile on her doll-like face grew even sweeter as she said to Matthew, "You truly are pitiful." Matthew thought he had misheard her and leaned in closer, reaching out as if to casually touch her waist. "What did you say?" She quickly dodged his hand, raising her voice. "I said you are truly pathetic." With those words, the champagne bottle she held flew towards Matthew's handsome face. A loud thud followed, sending shards of glass mixed with champagne flying in all directions, demonstrating just how hard she had thrown it. As the glass shattered, cheers erupted from the onlookers in the dance floor. "Ah, cool. Do it again, do it again, do it again." The force of the champagne bottle hitting Matthew's face sent him into a daze. Only when the crowd erupted in cheers did he slightly come to his senses. Touching the blood oozing from his cheekbone, he recognized the potential risks of facial disfigurement and losing the role he had just secured. A surge of rage overtook him, and he lunged at Drew, only to collide with 2 women of the similar stature. As he fell backward, the last thing he barely registered were the two identical faces of Slavic women. Meanwhile, the party host had caught wind of the incident and hurried over. When he saw Drew's innocent expression alongside her empty hands, he sighed and said, "Drew, you've caused me trouble again." "It's not my fault, Tony," she retorted. "Who let such a rule-breaking guy into your home?" Tony crouched down to assess the unconscious Matthew. Apart from a nasty gash on his left cheekbone, it seemed there weren't any serious injuries. However, a mild concussion was unavoidable. After instructing a servant to attend to the unfortunate fellow's wound, Tony turned to Drew and said, "All right, I'll handle things here. But Drew, I think it's time for you to leave." The girl shook her head nonchalantly. "I'm not done partying yet. I'm not going." "I mean, you do know, right?" Tony said, leaning in closer to tell her. "Mr. Williams should be back this afternoon." "Wow," Drew squealed excitedly, darting outside. The pair of Slavic twins who had previously thwarted Matthew's advance quickly followed her. Tony watched the twins leave with Drew, feeling a wave of envy. As a boxing enthusiast, he had seen a feature on the twins in Sports Illustrated the previous June. Don King, a renowned boxing promoter, had unearthed these twin sisters from Russia. Not only did they possess stunning, perfectly toned bodies, but they also had a unique, delicate beauty characteristic of Eastern Slavic women. Tony had even asked about their fight schedule, intending to watch, but now they'd inexplicably become Drew's bodyguards. What a waste, Tony muttered to himself. As a well-known Hollywood producer, he had long ceased to place value on women's allure. Rather, the competitive thrill of boxing excited him even more. Viewing that identical twin pair battling in the ring would certainly provide more sensory stimulation than engaging with 100 different women. The hefty SUV pulled up outside the estate at the corner. Seeing the lights shining from the mansion, Drew excitedly yelled to the driver up front, "Natasha, stop the car now. Right here." "Sure thing, boss," replied the Russian woman named Natasha, who quickly halted the vehicle. Drew jumped out of the car, but didn't rush toward the mansion. Instead, she tapped on the driver's window. "Natasha, you all come down here with me to meet Eric." "Okay, boss," replied the woman again. After handling some business at the studio's office in the afternoon, Eric returned to the estate shortly after dinner. He settled into an East Side lounge in the mansion, skimming through the recent newspapers. "Eric, you're finally back," Drew pushed open the door of the living room, and when she saw Eric, she pounced on him, pressing him on the sofa. Eric tossed the newspaper aside, held her down, and sniffed. He then asked playfully, "Been drinking, huh? Where did you go wild this time?" Drew giggled and avoided answering his question, instead pointing to the Russian sisters standing quietly at the door. "Eric, look, my new bodyguards. What do you think?" With the TV drama still playing in the background, Eric noticed the commotion at the door. He caught sight of what Drew was pointing at and raised an eyebrow, playfully tugging at her ear. "What kind of nonsense are you getting into this time?" Drew squealed. "They're really my bodyguards. I snagged them from that old creep Don King. I spent a lot of money." Eric didn't care about boxing events and, of course, had no knowledge of Don King's reputation in that realm. He waved toward the two girls. "Come over and sit down." The twins were dressed in matching white t-shirts and denim jeans, making it impossible to tell them apart. Following Eric's words, the one on the left looked confused, while the girl on the right gazed at Drew. "Eric is also your boss. His word is the same as mine," Drew told them. Once hearing Drew, the right-side girl tugged her sister along, and they both walked over, taking a seat on the single sofa Eric had pointed out. Looking at the tall sisters crammed onto a single chair without crowding each other, Eric curiously asked, "Are you models?" "No, boss," said the girl who had just answered. Still resting against Eric, Drew chuckled. "Eric, I snagged them from Don King. How could they be models?" Eric had to ask, "Who is Don King?" He is a famous boxing promoter for the WBA. How could you not know him?" "Why should I know him?" "A boxing promoter. Are they boxers?" He glanced back at the twins. They appeared somewhat aloof, and it was hard to see any boxing characteristics. Rather, one might easily mistake them for models due to their strikingly beautiful faces. However, Eric recalled that many famous models took up boxing to keep fit, and female boxers didn't always exhibit the same muscular lines as their male counterparts. Often, they looked just as shapely and refined. Seeing Eric finally putting the pieces together, Drew nodded. Yeah, they're pretty fierce. Huh, how fierce could they be? Eric chuckled, shaking his head. Before Drew could respond, he asked, what are their names? Natasha. Eric waited for further elaboration, but when Drew fell silent, he prompted, Natasha? Drew scratched her head awkwardly, chuckling. Since they look identical, they can just both be Natasha. The other name is simply too tricky for me to remember. She turned to the twins and pointed the girl who had spoken. What's your name? Boss, my name is Natasha Sokolov. I'm the sister. My sister's name is Yevgeny Sokolov. Eric noted that the twin sister Natasha spoke a bit of English, but her sister clearly struggled. Natasha's English wasn't perfect either, and Eric could barely comprehend her sister's name upon hearing it, quickly acknowledging that remembering would be another challenge. Curious, Eric meant to ask Drew for more details after the girls left. Drew, I hope you arranged a place for them to stay. They should go rest now. Natasha nodded obediently at Eric and took her sister by the hand, leading her out. All right, tell me, what's the story with them? Eric asked once the twins had left. They're both talents Don King discovered back in Moscow. I don't know much more than that. I saw them featured in a magazine last month and found them interesting. So, I had an ICM agent get in touch. I promised to help them and their family immigrate to the US, but in return, they'd have to be my bodyguards. I offered them a better deal than that old Don King. In the wake of the Soviet Union's collapse, in addition to a half-century's worth of wealth evaporating, the former Soviet states faced an economic winter that deprived many of the basics for living. This led to a significant wave of immigration, where capable individuals sought out better lives elsewhere. Clearly, these sisters were part of that migration. Glancing at the fluttering eyelashes of the girl in his arms, Eric wondered whether they were lucky or unfortunate to fall into Drew's hands. Just handle things well and don't cause any trouble. Also, treat them nicely. They are all a bunch of unfortunate people. Eric reflected on the images from past newspapers highlighting the living conditions of Soviet citizens after the collapse, unable to help but sigh. Of course, I spent a lot of money on them. Drew replied cheerfully. Eric pinched her cheek. They are people, not commodities. Drew nestled into his palm with a grin. Hey, they're mine. And Eric, I'm kind of yours too, you know. They are quite expensive. $1 million. Chapter 552, 553, The Headache Situation. Maybe it was because Eric had too many movies rolling around in his head, but his dreams always seemed a bit surreal. Just as he began to wake up, he found himself mixed up in Resident Evil, unsure of who he was, but aware that he was cautiously moving through a devastated hall with companions. Suddenly, a drop of warm, mysterious liquid fell on his face. He looked up just in time to see a gruesome tongue reaching for him out of the dim light, and that was enough to wake him up in a panic. Opening his eyes, he spotted Drew grinning as she lay beside him, fully dressed and annoyingly cheerful for someone who'd gotten up earlier than him. Eric wasn't surprised. After all, he had traveled halfway around the Earth, and his biological clock was all out of whack. He estimated it would be a while before it reset. Remembering the unsettling dream, Eric touched his cheek and asked, Kiddo, you didn't play any pranks on my face, did you? Of course not, Drew replied with an expression that clearly said, Do you think I'm still a little kid? Then, she added somewhat playfully, I just licked it a bit. Well, at least I'm not losing any skin. Eric thought in a moment of resignation as he reached for his watch on the table. Drew stood right in front, blocking his way, so he asked, What time is it? Drew turned and pressed a button on the bedside table. The curtains around the room slid open silently, and bright sunshine flooded in, quickly brightening the spacious master bedroom. Eric squinted against the light, raising his arm, before suddenly sitting up. They were supposed to have a Firefly Films management meeting that morning, and looking at the time, it was clear he was late. In a hurry to get dressed, Eric asked, Where's my mobile phone? Did anyone call? Yeah, Michael called just now, asking if you're still joining the meeting today. I told him you were still adjusting to the time difference and might be late. So he said they'd move the meeting to 1 o'clock. Drew responded excitedly as she rummaged through the closet and pulled out a brand new tie to personally help Eric put it on. Eric was forced to stay in place, glancing at his watch, which read 9:40. Even if he rushed over now, The morning was already lost. Next time something like this happens, you've got to wake me up. It's not good to make everyone wait. Drew understood the importance of the situation. I know it's a special case. You just got back from Tokyo. They'll understand. After they went downstairs and entered the dining room for breakfast, Eric encountered the Russian twins again. They greeted him and placed breakfast and today's paper in front of him once he sat down. They were clearly well-trained. Having already finished her breakfast, the little girl supported her chin in her hands, batting her eyelashes in a manner that suggested, "Come on, praise me a little." Eric thanked the twins, and once they had left the dining room, he flicked a small piece of bread at Drew's forehead. "All right, what's there to be proud of? You could have hired 100 maids with the amount of money you spent." Although she joked last night about being expensive, the truth was that she had spent $800,000 to buy the twins' contract from that agent named Don King. It represented a serious bargain because it happened due to a loophole in their contract, and the promises made to the sisters about their family's immigration expenses certainly couldn't be settled with $800,000. I could also get them to make cameos in our movies. They could be the mascots for Flower Films. That's way more attention-grabbing than your girl holding a doll gimmick, Drew chimed in. Ignoring the teasing tone, Eric queried, "You're talking about helping them immigrate. It can't be that easy for Russians to move to America these days, right? What do their parents do?" "Their dad used to be a fairly good fight coach, but you know how it goes. Russia's so broke now that they can't even afford hotel fees when the president travels abroad. Coaches don't hold much value anymore. However, it's a different story here. Plus, there aren't many family members to manage. Aside from the twins, there are just their parents and a younger brother, so it shouldn't be too hard." Seeing that the little girl had everything under control, Eric didn't pry any further. He took a sip of his milk while flipping through the paper. "Eric, you always read the same things. What's the point?" Drew hopped over to him, desperate to chat. Searching for inspiration, Eric replied vaguely, but his eyes were glued to the Los Angeles Times, where he was reading about a press conference held yesterday afternoon by MGM CEO Frank Mancuso, announcing a partnership with Firefly Films to establish DreamWorks. It also revealed upcoming film plans for Charlie's Angels and Resident Evil, along with news that Eric was set to join the production of the latest James Bond movie. Drew didn't mind his curt response, as she dragged a chair over to read over his shoulder. She was already aware of the Charlie's Angels project since Eric had called her about it while he was in Europe. "Eric, the press release doesn't mention a representative from Firefly Films. This is an MGM-organized event," Drew observed, realizing that not only was there no representation from Firefly, but Frank Mancuso seemed intent on downplaying European Capital's role in the production company. Eric thought that MGM stock prices would likely rise soon and explained to Drew, "MGM needs some positive news desperately, so they jumped the gun with this. No big deal. Frank Mancuso must have talked it over with Michael and the team. Firefly isn't a publicly traded company, so this information won't affect us too much." "Oh, Eric, we won't be at a loss giving Charlie's Angels to MGM, right? That movie could resemble the style of Bond, so there's a chance for many sequels. The rights are going to DreamWorks, not MGM. We own 30% of DreamWorks, our majority stake. Plus, most shares are held by European capital. If we have a conflict with MGM, which side do you think European capital would back? Of course, they'll be with us." "Hey, Eric, I just thought of a great idea. What if we let the Charlie's Angels series intersect with 007? Wouldn't that be a fun idea?" "Good thought, but unless Charlie's Angels achieves similar impact and box office returns as Bond does, it's unrealistic. The Bond series has taken decades to build that kind of influence." Drew knew that the influence of the Bond series was something that the currently unreleased Charlie's Angels could not even hope to match, so she suggested, "What if we just insert some plot Easter eggs?" That would require the first movie to gain some significant influence first, but it isn't out of the question. Right now, the most important thing is to make the first Charlie's Angels movie a success. While Eric didn't initially buy into Drew's breakfast brainstorm idea, he began to grow interested. Creating a crossover between Charlie's Angels and the James Bond series could be a substantial gimmick. Still, recalling the box office performance of the previous Charlie's Angels series, he knew he'd have to wait until after the new version he'd personally pushed for was released before pursuing such ideas. Even though the meeting was moved to the afternoon, after breakfast, Eric rushed to the Firefly headquarters. Firefly Films had accumulated a significant amount of documents that needed Eric's personal review. He arrived at the office by 11 o'clock and managed to read through less than a tenth of them before the afternoon meeting started, all while missing lunch. However, he had eaten a late breakfast and wasn't too hungry. The afternoon meeting wasn't large. It was a small gathering of over a dozen executives from Firefly. As Eric entered the conference room with Alan carrying a thick stack of documents, he saw Michael Lynn and Jeffrey Katzenberg's eyes all snap to him, and he grinned. "Long time no see. Looks like you all missed me." Amid the light laughter, Eric seized the moment as Alan distributed the documents to chat casually with everyone. Once Alan finished handing out the papers, Eric stood up and said, "I know Firefly has a lot on its plate right now, but we're not discussing those today. Today's conversation is about Firefly Films' next stage development goals." By this point, the executives had already opened their documents. Whether they had received any prior intel or not, they didn't seem too surprised. The content revolved around an assessment of potential acquisitions of the three major television networks. Firefly Films had significantly surpassed the other 6 major Hollywood film studios and was poised to expand from a film company into a comprehensive media group. While it would take some time before approaching the television networks for acquisition, possibly until next year, the preparation was better off being done sooner than later. In North America, aside from Fox, after the mid-80s acquisition frenzy, ABC had actually become the best-performing network, despite suffering heavy losses in prior years. This rejuvenation began when Metromedia Communications and Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway acquired ABC in 1983. The new shareholders enforced stricter financial oversight while allowing the management team enough room to explore opportunities. While ABC's profitability still wasn't particularly eye-catching, it had entered a positive development phase. Meanwhile, NBC was still in a state of upheaval due to conflicts between management and parent company General Electric. CBS's situation was bleak. After Lawrence Tisch gained control in the mid-80s, he gradually sold off many of CBS's business assets, including the sale of Columbia Records to a Japanese firm, making it the world's second-largest record label. After benefiting substantially from years of financial manipulation, Tisch was now uninterested in further involvement and was looking for a buyer to take over. Thus, CBS was also the easiest target for acquisition. However, given Firefly Films' current capabilities, there wasn't any need to settle for less. If they were going to buy, they would certainly choose ABC first. CBS would be last on the list. Once Eric briefly introduced his plan, Michael Lynn asked, "Eric, if we're going for ABC, we should probably let go of our Fox holdings, right?" "I'll personally talk to Mr. Murdoch about that soon," Eric replied. Another person asked, "What about Friends, The X-Files, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?" Friends had signed a 5-season deal with Fox, and this year marked the 5th season. Also, Firefly owned all the copyrights to Friends, so Eric wouldn't be too polite about it. "Once we finish this year's contract, we definitely won't renew with Fox. As for The X-Files and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, we'll stick with the original plans." The X-Files and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire had shared copyrights with Fox, so snagging those would be quite the task. If they attempted to take all 3 major Fox shows in one go, it was practically guaranteed Murdoch would turn on them. As Eric spoke, he turned to the vice president responsible for the television division at Firefly. "Also, from this moment on, the television department can start scouting for full programs. Even if it takes 1 or 2 years for us to complete a network acquisition, this approach will help stockpile some viable projects. Get a plan together, and regularly send the project summaries my way." Katzenberg suddenly interjected, "Eric, are you planning to take charge of the network acquisition personally?" As soon as Katzenberg finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room became a bit awkward. Many people's eyes darted between Katzenberg and Michael Lynn. Eric felt a headache as he glanced between Katzenberg and Lynn, seated on either side of him. Acquiring a television network was a massive responsibility that would definitely need a senior executive of CEO rank from Firefly Films to lead and participate in the negotiations. Typically, this burden would fall on Michael Lynn. However, under the current circumstances, Eric had promised Katzenberg last year that once Michael Lynn's contract expired next year, he would appoint Katzenberg as CEO of Firefly. Although Michael Lynn was a bit conservative and lacked Katzenberg's boldness, he had always been an exceptional manager. While Eric rarely became involved in company management, he was consistently pleased with how well Michael Lynn executed each of his requests. Thus, even before Katzenberg spoke up, Eric had grappled with how to address Michael Lynn's future role for quite some time. Chapter 553-554, Voluntary Withdrawal. After hesitating for a moment, Eric looked at Katzenberg and said, "I'll personally handle the preliminary preparations for acquiring ABC for now, and we can make adjustments once the formal negotiations begin." Katzenberg shrugged slightly to indicate his understanding, though his expression showed a hint of disappointment. After the meeting, Eric noticed that Jeffrey had just given him a signal, so he pretended to organize some paperwork to be the last one to leave. Once everyone had cleared out of the conference room, Eric said to Jeffrey, "Am I being too indecisive?" Jeffrey came over to Eric's side, leaning against the large mahogany desk, his gaze warm as he looked at the weary young man slouched in the leather chair. "I remember reading somewhere that great wealth often makes people indifferent. So, Eric, I hope you can show a little more humanity. If you had just unhesitatingly dismissed Michael and handed the acquisition over to Jeffrey, I think most people in the conference room would have felt uneasy. Michael's achievements since becoming CEO of Firefly are there for everyone to see. Compared to the turmoil that Peter Guber caused at Columbia Pictures, Michael Lynn had been conservatively but efficiently managing the affairs of Firefly over the past 2 years. And facing Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was poised to take his position at Disney, Michael didn't choose to engage in infighting like the management at Time Warner. These were the qualities that Eric genuinely appreciated and valued. If possible, Eric would like to keep Michael Lynn at Firefly. The reality, however, was that a company could have 2 co-presidents, much like Warner during Steve Ross's time, but only one individual could serve as the CEO. Moreover, Eric hadn't heard of any major corporation where a CEO swapped positions with a subordinate. Once someone else took that position, the predecessor either moved up to a virtual title, like chairman, which maintained influence without much decision-making power, or left outright. Since Firefly had most of its shares concentrated in Eric's hands, it hadn't formed a board of directors. Even if one were established in the future, the chairman's title would not fall to anyone but Eric. Therefore, if Michael Lynn left, he would have no choice but to exit Firefly entirely. Isn't Michael only 50 this year? For most, 50 was still considered a prime age. 52, Jeffrey replied, placing a hand on Eric's shoulder. "Eric, I used to think that many of your decisions were quite risky, but now I realize you must have been very confident then. In that sense, considering Jeffrey's sharpness, you seem somewhat conservative. Having Jeffrey step into Michael's position would complement you perfectly. So, Eric, have a good conversation with Michael. Changes in Hollywood's executive management are quite common, and Michael is just over 50, which gives him plenty of time to pursue other opportunities. You had to face what needed to be faced." Eric took a deep breath and stood up, saying, "There's still some time before quitting time. I'm heading over now." Michael Lynn's secretary was on the phone when she spotted Eric approaching and quickly covered the mouthpiece with a questioning look. "Please help me bring 2 cups of coffee for Michael," Eric instructed the secretary, then knocked on the door of Michael's office and stepped in. Michael Lynn looked surprised to see Eric, but quickly appeared relieved. He got to his feet and invited Eric to sit on the couch in the waiting area, smiling. "Eric, were you put in a tough position just now?" Eric showed an awkward expression, knowing that most of the executives at Firefly were aware of his intention to elevate Katzenberg. Of course, Michael understood this too. Michael's secretary came in carrying 2 cups of coffee, then quickly exited. As Eric gathered his thoughts, Michael spoke first. "Eric, Firefly is getting larger, and I've found that many things are beyond my control. I've actually been thinking that once my contract expires next year, I'll voluntarily resign and leave the company to pursue other interests." Now it was Eric who looked surprised. Seeing Eric's astonishment, Michael smiled gently, continuing, "My contract is up next April, so I'll start handing over my responsibilities at Firefly beginning early next year. Honestly, I think Jeffrey is better suited for this position than I am." Eric had thought this discussion would turn into an argument, but the direction it took was completely unexpected. Michael, if you're leaving Firefly, what are you planning to do? Maybe I'll take some time off to be with my family, and I enjoy red wine. I'm planning to tour Europe and find a nice vineyard. Once I'm rested, I'll definitely return to Hollywood. You know, I've been in this industry since 1967 for over 20 years, and I can't just walk away. I plan to start my own production company. Eric gradually regained his composure and said to Michael, "If you need any help then, feel free to call me. Of course, and if possible, I'd love for you to help me pick out scripts when the time comes." Eric let out a sigh of relief and cheerfully replied, "That's certainly no problem. Speaking of which, aside from company gatherings, we haven't had a chance to chat privately. Let's grab dinner tonight. There's a nice Michelin restaurant on Amanda Street that I frequent. Let's give it a try tonight." "Sure, I'll treat." Eric initially thought to invite Michael to the estate, but didn't object since Michael suggested it himself. "Of course, it's your treat." Michael Lynn chuckled heartily. "I'll have my secretary call and make a reservation. See you tonight." "See you tonight." After bidding Eric goodbye, Michael Lynn settled back into his comfortable office chair, letting out a soft sigh. He recalled the early days, more than 2 years ago, when Eric approached him cautiously. He certainly wasn't as agreeable back then. Michael Lynn knew that it wasn't that Eric had changed drastically over the 2 years. It was more about shifts in their positions. At that time, he was part of Robert Shea's camp, and now Eric considered him an ally. That recognition of their roles was a reward for the diligence he had exhibited while managing Firefly. Michael Lynn certainly wasn't unwilling to cling to the position of CEO at Firefly, but he understood when to step back better than Robert Shea. Realizing that Eric might elevate Jeffrey Katzenberg after his contract ended, Michael had struggled with that for a while. However, he quickly cleared his mind about it. In a straightforwardly structured film company like Firefly, engaging in infighting to preserve his position would only lead to being swept out the door. Although outsiders speculated, Michael Lynn knew well that the disastrous summer blockbuster of 1991, Cutthroat Island, which cost Disney and Robert Shea over $100 million, was a trap set by Eric. Robert Shea had clashed severely with Eric while at Firefly, and after leaving, he attempted to regroup. However, his production company had failed to show any signs of improvement, with several big-budget films fizzling out without a trace. Many had even forgotten who Robert Shea was. Of course, Firefly had played a part in that setback. Including the recently established DreamWorks, Firefly could directly influence other major studios like Sony Columbia, 20th Century Fox, and MGM. With Firefly itself, these 4 studios held a significant share of Hollywood's market power. Under such formidable influence, Eric wouldn't need to issue any orders. Other studios collaborating with Firefly would steer clear of Shea's production company. Even the other 3 major studios wouldn't dare contact Robert Shea if they sought a good relationship with Firefly. Understanding these dynamics, Michael Lynn definitely wanted to avoid the same fate as Robert Shea, so he wisely made the recent decision. By actively stepping back, he could retain his stake in Firefly, receive a substantial annual dividend, and also keep the connections he had built during his time there. It was valuable to have Eric Williams, or even his successor Jeffrey Katzenberg, remember the good he had done, which would greatly aid his future endeavors in Hollywood. Initially puzzled, Eric soon realized the intentions behind Michael Lynn's decision after thinking it through. However, it was good that Michael could see clarity. Eric would certainly not treat him poorly in the future. With time still left before the end of the workday, Eric returned to his office. After reading over a few documents, the phone on his desk rang. When he picked up the receiver, the outside secretary said a few words, prompting Eric to nod. "Let her in." Moments later, a Spanish woman peered into the office, locking eyes with Eric's smiling face. "Hi, little wildcat," Eric called out. Hearing the nickname, Penelope Cruz relaxed and stepped inside, wearing a black spaghetti-strap dress and carefully closing the office door behind her. She approached Eric's desk, slightly pouting as she complained. "Eric, I thought you had forgotten about me." "How could I? I just got back from Tokyo yesterday and hadn't gotten a chance to call you yet," Eric replied, motioning her closer. "Come over here for a kiss." Eric's desk was expansive, with his computer monitor, landline, and a stack of files taking up a small portion of the space. Penelope flashed Eric a wild smile, placing her hands on the desk for balance before jumping up. nudging a stack of papers aside and crawling across the surface to Eric. Eric chuckled in surprise, but didn't mind as he leaned in to gently kiss the lips that came closer to him. "So, what have you been up to lately?" Not letting go after the kiss, Penelope kicked off her heels and languidly dangled her legs over Eric's desk. She looked at him with sparkling eyes as he read through the papers. "After our training, Michelle said the plans for Charlie's Angels had changed, so she enrolled us in a short acting workshop. Yeah, it's always good to learn more now. Once you all become famous, there won't be time for this," Eric acknowledged. "Eric, when is production really starting?" Putting down the documents, Eric thought for a moment before answering. "Do you know about the DreamWorks company that was set up in collaboration between Firefly and MGM? I heard about it just today. The project has moved to DreamWorks. The specific collaboration plan should be finalized this week. Once the Paris team delivers the confirmed plan, the Charlie's Angels project will move into the substantive production stage, with filming set to start by the end of September. This project is a green light from both Firefly and MGM, and we have ample funds available, so there won't be any obstacles." With the information she had been eager to know, Penelope grinned. "I'll tell the other two right away. They were worried the film wouldn't happen." Eric squeezed Penelope's sharp chin and teased, "Aren't you worried?" "Of course not. It's your movie." Penelope swayed her head and shook off Eric's hand. Then, grabbing his hand as it rested on the desk, she traced a finger in his palm while saying, "Eric, my sister has come to Los Angeles. My mom was concerned I couldn't take care of Monica, but I gave her $200,000, and she stopped worrying. Also, I bought a house in Santa Monica for $950,000 and a Toyota sedan for $50,000. I sorted a private Spanish-language school for my sister." Penelope casually spoke about these things, all while carefully gauging Eric's reaction. Although Eric had given her a credit card with a sizable limit, the clever Spanish girl knew this wasn't an invitation for careless spending, especially when it came to buying that house. She felt exceptionally nervous. At $950,000, before turning 18, she never imagined she could spend so much money all at once, let alone compare it to 60 million pesetas in present-day Spain. After listening for a while, Eric cut off Penelope's tallying of expenses. He was already well aware of these things and had been quite pleased with her recent behavior. "Let's not talk about boring stuff. I don't want to hear it." The Spanish woman immediately switched topics. "Eric, why don't you come over to my place tonight and see how I decorated my new home? I have plans for dinner with someone. I can't go back with you." Eric observed Penelope's face light up and then added, "This time wouldn't be suitable to bring you along. We'll talk about it another time." Penelope didn't show disappointment and asked, "Could you come after dinner then? It might be quite late, and it could affect your rest." Penelope shook her head. "That's fine. All right, just give me the address, and I will come by tonight." Penelope took the pencil and notepad from Eric, leaning over the desk to write down her address. Then she pulled out a key from her purse and handed it to Eric. Eric received and tucked it away, remembering the other two girls he had been meaning to ask. "Are Kate and Charlize living with you?" "No, they're still at their original apartment." "Eric, should I invite them to move in with me?" "No need for that. Even if you asked, they probably wouldn't want to move in." Penelope stuck out her tongue. She knew exactly why Eric said that, but she didn't take offense. After spending quite a while in Eric's office, she bid farewell and left. After work, Eric and Michael drove to a Michelin 3-star restaurant on Amanda Street near the Firefly headquarters. During dinner, they didn't discuss any business, instead engaging in lighthearted chit-chat. Though there was a significant age difference, Eric had the wisdom of 2 lifetimes and had the experience to match Michael Lynn's. They ended up finding plenty of common topics to connect over during dinner, with their discussions not ending even after dinner. Michael, who lived in Burbank for work convenience and knew the area well, took Eric to a nice bar, and they didn't part ways until it was close to 11 at night. Dazed but happy, Eric climbed into the car, recalling the afternoon's events. He pulled a note with the address out from his pocket and handed it to the driver. "Take me to this place." He wasn't sure how much time passed before he heard someone calling his name. He opened his eyes to see the driver pointing outside. "Mr. Williams, we're here." Turning his head, Eric saw a small villa lit up along the road. "You can head back. Come pick me up tomorrow morning." After exiting the car, Eric shook off the dizziness and saw in the streetlight that it was a two-story white villa with a pleasant environment, surrounded by trees and shadows. The Spanish girl certainly knew how to pick a good place. Standing in front of the door, Eric was about to ring the bell when he remembered the key Penelope had left him. He rummaged through his pockets, found the key, and opened the door to step inside. Chapter 554, 555. No strategy yet. In the villa's living room, only a wall lamp cast light, and Spanish voices echoed from the television. Eric saw a Spanish girl curled up on the couch, engrossed in the screen while munching on chips, the crunching sound reminding him of a little mouse nibbling away. "Hey, Wildcat," Eric said as he walked closer to the couch, greeting her. The Spanish girl turned her head, and, upon seeing Eric, her eyes widened in surprise. She wrinkled her nose, catching a whiff of alcohol on Eric, and instinctively recoiled while clutching the bag of chips protectively in front of her. Eric sensed something was off, but attributed it to the fact that he had overindulged in drinks that night. He instinctively shook his head to clear it, only to feel a wave of dizziness, causing him to sit down on the couch and wrap an arm around the girl next to him, pulling her onto his lap with a gentle tug. "Sorry, Penny. I didn't mean to drink so much," Eric said as he yanked the bag of chips from the girl's hands and tossed it onto the coffee table, leaning down to give her a quick kiss on the lips. The girl, who had been dazed, suddenly felt Eric's movement. Her cheeks instantly flushed, her eyelashes fluttered rapidly as she regained her composure. It was then she recognized Eric and shyly placed her hands in front of him to prevent any further advances, speaking in broken English. "Mr. Williams, I'm not Penny. I'm Monica. What did you say?" Eric couldn't quite catch what Monica Cruz said, her accent thick as he struggled with a slight haze still lingering in his mind. Just as Monica was about to explain, another voice chimed in. "Monica, I think I just heard a car outside. Is that Eric?" Penelope came down from the second floor and reached the stairway, spotting her sister shyly perched on Eric's lap, letting out a surprised gasp. Eric turned and saw Penelope at the top of the stairs, still in that black dress from earlier in the day. Looking back at the girl in his lap, he recalled Penelope mentioning that her sister had just arrived in Los Angeles. The two girls bore such a striking resemblance that, though he could differentiate them if he stared closely, distinguishing their features was difficult for Eric at the moment. Noticing Penelope's mix of surprise and an odd expression at the top of the stairs, Eric instinctively tightened his hold on Monica's waist, lifting her off to set her down nearby. "I thought I felt a bit light. Turns out, it was just the sister." Monica's confusion was evident, while Penelope chuckled at the situation. Ignoring Eric's slight awkwardness, she walked over to the couch and whispered something in her sister's ear, which made Monica nod shyly before getting up to wish Eric good night and dashed upstairs. Once Monica's figure faded from sight, Penelope mimicked her sister's earlier actions and settled herself on Eric's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Eric, do you think I've put on weight?" Not bringing up the earlier misunderstanding, Eric remained tight-lipped. He stroked the soft curve of her waist and replied, "Yeah, but I think women are more attractive with a little extra meat." Penelope leaned against him, closing the distance to tease. She whispered in his ear, "What kind of feeling are you talking about?" "I'm a bit drunk and can't recall right now. You have to try to find out." "Then let's try it." Penelope leaned in, lightly biting his ear, and whispered, "Right here is fine." Monica Cruz spent the whole night restless after overhearing sounds in the stairwell the previous evening. Initially, she felt a mix of awe and curiosity towards her sister's man. In Spain, she had heard more than once about the wonders Eric had created. However, after the little misunderstanding last night, those feelings morphed into something she couldn't quite place. Despite being tired from the lack of sleep, Monica woke up on time for school. Remembering that Eric was probably still at the villa, she hesitated by her wardrobe for a bit, before finally choosing a pink dress to wear. Although she had to wear a school uniform, she thought it would be nice for him to see her like this, even just for a moment. Stepping out of her bedroom, Monica found the hallway upstairs very quiet. Penelope's door was still closed, and she assumed both her sister and Eric were still asleep. Disappointed, she made her way downstairs to prepare breakfast. Once in the kitchen, she spotted Eric already busy making breakfast, a light aroma of oatmeal filling the air. Hearing her footsteps, Eric turned around while frying an egg, this time recognizing her immediately. The resemblance between the two sisters was striking, but their auras were quite different. Penelope carried a wild charm, while Monica lacked that same presence. "Good morning," Eric said, knowing that Monica's English was limited. He spoke slowly, asking, "Is Penny awake?" Monica felt comfortable with Eric's deliberate tone and replied, "Not yet." Then, almost involuntarily, she added, "She often sleeps in." Upon saying that, Monica noticed a fleeting teasing smile on Eric's face, causing her to blush and lower her gaze, regretting her words. "Let's not bother her. Help me serve the oatmeal, and then we can eat breakfast," Eric said, gesturing to the ingredients on the counter. Though Monica didn't understand some of the words Eric used, she saw the hand motions clearly and eagerly stepped forward, pulling out 2 small bowls from the cupboard and dishing out the fragrant oatmeal. After serving breakfast, they walked to the dining area together. Taking a seat, Eric glanced at the empty space to his right, where he used to see a stack of newspapers. This had been true even back when he was in Europe. "Did you subscribe to papers?" he asked. Monica lifted her head, taking a few moments to recall the meaning of the word newspaper. "Yes, I'll get them." After a while, Monica returned with several newspapers in hand, handing them to Eric. Penelope hadn't subscribed to many papers. Most were female-oriented, along with a couple of gossip tabloids. Thankfully, Eric spotted the Los Angeles Times among them, its pages laid open in front of him. Monica ate her breakfast demurely, occasionally stealing glances at Eric. If their eyes met, she would greet him with a shy smile. As Eric flipped through the pages, he asked, "Today is Wednesday. You still have school, right?" "Yes." Monica instantly focused, mentioning a private school name that Eric couldn't make sense of, as it sounded Spanish. They chatted casually until they finished breakfast, but Penelope did not wake up. Eric recalled Penelope mentioning she had no plans for the day, so he didn't wake her. Monica cleared up the dishes after breakfast and returned to her room. A few minutes later, she emerged in her school uniform, carrying a backpack. "You look lovely," Eric complimented as he noticed Monica in a white sleeveless shirt and a red and black plaid skirt. He made a remark about school uniforms, noting how he preferred Japanese girls' sailor suits. American students' attire seemed a touch too formal. "Thank you, Eric. I'm leaving now," Monica waved, and once he acknowledged her, she headed for the door. Eric glanced at his watch and figured it was about time to go. He left Penelope a note and rolled up the not-yet-finished Los Angeles Times, stepping out of the Spanish girl's villa, planning to finish reading it in the car on the way to the office. The driver was already waiting by the road at the villa's entrance. During the dim lighting of the night prior, Eric hadn't noticed that the villa overlooked a sprawling blue ocean. Now, peering past the lawn and gentle slope, he could faintly hear the sound of waves crashing. Moreover, the road in front of the villa formed a C shape, with no buildings on either side, ensuring privacy. If one desired seclusion, a wall could be built, showing how much thought the Spanish girl had put into it. It was obvious that it required funding. This was 1993, and in Santa Monica, million-dollar homes weren't plentiful. Most residential prices there didn't exceed $300,000. Eric looked around. Monica's figure had vanished, and he didn't mind how she would get to school. He slid into his Bentley, instructing the driver to start the engine. After driving a short distance and making a turn, Eric happened to glance up and saw Monica quietly waiting at a fork in the road. He asked the driver to stop. Rolling down the window, he waved at her. "Need a ride to school?" Monica had initially thought the school bus would arrive soon. However, seeing Eric's warm smile made her heartbeat quicken, and she nodded softly. Eric opened the car door, shifting a bit to make room for her beside him as he confirmed the school's address before putting the car in motion again. Monica's school wasn't far away. In under 10 minutes, the car stopped at the entrance of a private middle school. Although America was a car-centered nation, the impressive Bentley remained out of reach for many average citizens, and Santa Monica wasn't the affluent Beverly Hills. Most students here hailed from middle-class families. As the car halted, several middle school students en route to the entrance stopped, glancing curiously at Eric's vehicle, while others paused to catch a glimpse of who might be getting out. Naturally, at just 16, Monica felt a sense of vanity swell within her at the stares from outside. Interpreting it as an affirmation, which imbued her gaze toward Eric with more significance than before. Just here is fine. I won't get out. I'll be recognized. Eric reached across, assisting her by opening the door on the other side. Feeling Eric's arm brush against her inadvertently, Monica didn't flinch this time. Instead, she shyly thanked him, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly leaned over and kissed Eric on the cheek before hurriedly exiting the car. Eric smiled and touched his cheek where she had kissed him, reflecting on how he hadn't even intended to win her over yet, and was already at a 90% completion rate. Setting aside his slightly mischievous thoughts, Eric handed the backpack that Monica had left behind to the driver. Please deliver this to Ms. Cruz. In Paris, negotiations concerning the equity division within DreamWorks Pictures reached a conclusion in the final 3 days. Firefly Films secured a 30% stake, becoming the largest shareholder of the production company. MGM acquired 15% through a stock swap, while DreamWorks garnered nearly 9% of MGM, while various European film investors claimed the remaining 55%. Following the approval of the final proposal, MGM launched a fervent promotional campaign. However, the management team resorted to some clever tactics, failing to disclose the specific terms of their stock swap arrangement, instead touting MGM's 15% stake in DreamWorks, branding it as the second-largest shareholder. This favorable outcome led to MGM's stock price soaring by 11% within a week, while Lion Credit Bank's previously unnoticed MGM shares suddenly attracted numerous interested investors. Despite this newfound interest, Lion Credit Bank was no longer in a rush to sell. Even if over the next 3 years, DreamWorks released a film generating half the box office revenue of Jurassic Park, MGM's market value would steadily increase. By then, Lion Credit Bank could seize an appropriate moment to sell, possibly recovering their initial multi-million-dollar losses and even turning a profit. After finalizing the DreamWorks contract, Eric also took the lead in preparing the production of Charlie's Angels. To ensure no mistakes were made, he took on the role of executive producer and was involved in the entire filmmaking process. At the same time, Eric began consulting with major Hollywood agencies, searching for suitable scripts for the remaining 8 films planned by DreamWorks, aside from the Charlie's Angels and Resident Evil projects. It was Eric's first time publicly selecting scripts on such a massive scale. Although it was not for Firefly Films itself, the script agents from the 3 major agencies overwhelmed Firefly Films' licensing department within days, delivering a plethora of untapped and promising projects to Eric. This caused quite a buzz and drove many independent film companies, eager for quality scripts, green with envy. Chapter 555-556, The Old Fox. Since CAA expanded its scope in the 1980s, introducing more specialized script agents and streamlined channels, Hollywood film companies received thousands of original scripts each year. These scripts were often adapted from various types of screenplays commissioned by film studios. If chosen by a major studio, they could fetch prices as high as $1 million, dramatically transforming the lives of many emerging writers. As a result, Hollywood referred to these original scripts as spec scripts. The first script Eric sold, 17 Again, turned out to be a very successful spec script. In recent days, Eric carried a hefty volume with him wherever he went as he selected projects for DreamWorks, which had recently collaborated with MGM. This thick tome appeared to be a classic novel, but its 500 or 600 pages were actually summaries of scripts submitted by various Hollywood agencies. After announcing his search for scripts, Eric's desk quickly filled with selections. Given his current situation, there was no way he could take the time to review each one. Therefore, he simply instructed his team to prepare some detailed summaries, which were then delivered to him the next day. Each script was condensed into a 2- or 3-page synopsis, with only essential information regarding the author and the storyline. Rupert Murdoch sat in his luxury car on the main road of Firefly Studios, looking at the enormous sound stages and busy crowds around him, reflecting on the day's upcoming meeting. A shadow of worry crossed his mind as he thought about it. The luxury car passed through the office area and stopped outside a beautifully decorated restaurant inside Firefly Studios. Since it was not yet lunch hour, the restaurant was mostly empty. As Murdoch entered, he spotted Eric in the corner, casually dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, engrossed in reading a book, looking like any ordinary young employee at Firefly. Who could have imagined that a young man not yet 25 could, in just a few years, build a fortune by swallowing up Disney and establishing the massive Firefly Studios? Although the funding for acquiring Disney was considered a miracle, with Jurassic Park now raking in global box office numbers, Murdoch realized that even without the oil crisis caused by the war 2 years prior, the rise of Firefly Studios as one of Hollywood's major players was just a matter of time. Out of the corner of his eye, Eric noticed someone entering the restaurant and looked up to find it was Murdoch. He quickly set down his book and stood up to greet him. "Rupert, weren't we supposed to meet at noon? Why are you here so early?" Murdoch, beaming with a smile, shook Eric's hand. "I was curious to see what you were like at work, so I thought I'd drop by. I didn't expect to find you here." Eric sat down with Murdoch and explained, "I was just speaking with a director here, and he left not too long ago." "What was it, Bond or Charlie's Angels? I heard MGM handed you the Bond franchise as well." Murdoch asked, looking intrigued. "The Bond project won't even begin until next year, and I'll hardly be involved. I'm focusing on Charlie's Angels for now. Funny enough, I chose the same director for both films, the one I just met, Martin Campbell." Murdoch couldn't immediately recall Martin Campbell, but he noted that anyone trusted by Eric with 2 high-profile films surely had something special about him. He silently made a mental note to investigate further. Maybe Fox could strike a deal. The waiter soon brought Murdoch a cup of coffee. Sipping it, he hesitated to mention the agenda of today's meeting. He glanced at the elaborately bound book on Eric's table, which had no title, and casually asked, "What are you reading?" "For DreamWorks business, I've recently received a lot of scripts. I had someone prepare brief summaries, and they're quite interesting," Eric said, pushing the book forward for Murdoch to see. Like other Hollywood companies, Murdoch envied Eric's plan to produce 10 films for MGM through DreamWorks over the next 3 years. If it were possible, Fox wouldn't mind forging a similar partnership. After all, 3 high-quality films a year wouldn't overly anchor a major studio to a production company while still yielding significant profits, something no one could resist. Yet Murdoch was well aware of the complex undercurrents behind DreamWorks' foundation, and he could only watch as the juicy opportunity fell into MGM's hands, the hick of Hollywood. Murdoch casually flipped through the summaries before handing the book back to Eric. "So these are spec scripts, huh? Can you find any good ones?" The scripts delivered to Eric were undoubtedly decent, but he had his sights set on finding a diamond in the rough. If he came across a script he recalled being good, that would be ideal. If not, he could treat it as a collection of short stories. If any of the scripts piqued his interest and had a manageable budget, he would pass those on to the production team for consideration. Of course, Eric didn't focus solely on the original scripts in front of him. He had instructed his team to conduct research based on his past experiences to uncover information about promising films that would emerge in the coming years. If that still didn't suffice, he planned to pick a few blockbusters that hadn't made it to this timeline to produce, leaving the outcome out of his considerations. After all, with DreamWorks' involvement, Firefly's stake was relatively small. As long as a clear majority of the 10 films turned a profit, that was good enough for the European investors. Setting aside the book Murdoch returned, Eric replied, "I've got a good eye for these things." Murdoch genuinely envied Eric's instincts. He had often wished News Corp could rule the world if it could tap into Eric's script-picking talent. Yet he knew this was merely a matter for envy. Raising his cup for another sip of coffee, Murdoch remarked, "I thought you'd be writing scripts yourself. If I come across something interesting, I might write 1 or 2, like Charlie's Angels, but my personal energy is still limited," Eric responded, sensing Murdoch wasn't keen to dive into the main topic yet. He wasn't in a rush, as Firefly's exit plan from Fox Broadcasting had already been submitted days prior. Even if this meeting with Murdoch didn't go well, Firefly could still exit the arrangement in accordance with standard business practices, albeit it might take longer that way. Time passed quickly, and noon arrived. As the bustling studio had a large staff cafeteria, many employees continued to filter into the restaurant. While they consciously avoided approaching the table occupied by Eric and Murdoch, the formal business discussion had not yet commenced. After ordering lunch, Eric and Murdoch continued light conversation. Once lunch was finished and the restaurant emptied out, Eric signaled for the waiter to clear the table and bring more coffee. Both were busy men, and soon Murdoch stopped discussing trivialities. Eric took the initiative to broach a more serious subject. "Rupert, you've seen the exit plan, right?" Murdoch nodded, taking a sip of coffee. The bitter taste caused him to frown, prompting him to add more sugar before replying. "Eric, while Firefly has done well these past couple of years, don't you think you're being a bit too hasty?" "Well, once you see the path ahead, you'd want to get on with it sooner rather than later. It's better to move forward early rather than crowding in later with everyone else," Eric countered. The Media M and a scene had kicked off this year with Viacom and QVC vying for Paramount, and there were only 3 major television networks in the country. Slower moves would lead to future competition with other conglomerates, complicating acquisitions and increasing costs dramatically. With your character, even if you choose a stock swap for the acquisition, you wouldn't relinquish too many shares. Since you're not planning on taking Firefly public, your only option left would be to issue bonds. Murdoch calmly laid out Eric's proposed plan. "You must know the risks involved. Many formerly thriving companies fell apart during unchecked acquisition sprees, trapped by massive debt. Look at MGM. Despite generating some profit each year, they barely scraped by just covering interest on the debt. Aside from shareholders flipping it for quick profits, the company has little real value left. If you blindly expand, Firefly could find itself in a similar situation." Having made his point, Murdoch took another sip of his overly sweet coffee and continued in a fatherly tone. "Eric, a simple calculation shows that if Firefly issued $5 billion in long-term bonds at a 5% annual interest rate, you'd owe $250 million a year in interest alone, not to mention the $5 billion in principal that needs repayment. There's a lot of uncertainty in film investments. Profits can't remain high indefinitely, and running a television network is no simple task. If Firefly begins to incur losses, you'll find those once enthusiastic Wall Street investors will suddenly turn predatory, trying to control your company as creditors. That's something I've personally encountered more than once." Eric had certainly considered these issues multiple times and had a multitude of countermeasures ready in his mind. At this point, Eric was also aware that Murdoch wasn't truly concerned for him. The old fox merely wanted to maintain their existing relationship with Firefly Studios. Beyond a few TV programs, the high-quality films produced by Firefly in recent years were primarily aired on the Fox network, which not only brought in strong ratings, but also significantly enhanced Fox's brand reputation, a feat 20th Century Fox had failed to achieve. Once Firefly acquired its network, their cooperation would likely dissolve, and they might even become rivals. Losing Firefly as a film supplier would be one thing, but Fox's core programs, Friends, The X-Files, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, were all closely tied to Firefly. Although Murdoch had created a series of media successes, he wasn't an expert in content. Despite shows like Friends holding up ratings over the years, Fox itself failed to develop a blockbuster program fully owned. The importance of these flagship programs to any network was immense. Just consider how much the 6 leads of Friends earned per episode in its final seasons. Despite his youth, Murdoch wouldn't underestimate Eric as a naive rookie. He knew that if it came down to it, even if Eric might not reclaim all 3 shows, he would surely be able to eliminate them all if necessary, because Murdoch understood he would do the same if he had to. Besides, with Firefly holding at least half of the rights, they had every right to do so. After speaking for a while and feeling parched, Murdoch again lifted his coffee cup, observing the indifferent expression on the young man's face across from him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Setting down his coffee cup, Murdoch finally asked, "Eric, since you're set on your course, let's talk about Friends. Acquiring a network isn't something that can happen overnight, but after this year, the contract between Fox and Firefly for Friends will expire. Shall we discuss renewal?" The rights to Friends belonged entirely to Firefly, while the other 2 shows had 5-year contracts expiring next year. By bringing up Friends first, Murdoch was testing Eric's attitude. Eric wasted no time and stated plainly, "Rupert, Friends will not be renewed. However, I can assure you that after their contracts expire next year, Firefly remains open to renewing with Fox for the other 2 shows." Chapter 556, 557, Braveheart. Eric's assurances held no weight in Rupert Murdoch's eyes. Even with a renewed contract, half of the copyrights for The X-Files and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire remained firmly in the hands of Firefly Films. Once Firefly completed its acquisition of its own television network, there was a real risk that The X-Files and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire could turn into competing programs for Firefly's channels. Who could guarantee that Firefly wouldn't secretly make some moves? Murdoch still vividly remembered the disastrous failure of Cutthroat Island 2 years prior, and he had heard some internal details from his daughter. This one film not only incurred losses exceeding $100 million, but also severely undermined the confidence of Disney's shareholders in the management team. Otherwise, the acquisition of Disney by Firefly back then would have been a much smoother process. With concerns weighing on him, Murdoch said, "Eric, how about this? What if you sold the other half of The X-Files and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire's copyrights to Fox?" Eric had anticipated Murdoch's request. Losing Friends was already a significant blow to Fox's television network, and if Firefly withdrew its investment, there would no longer be any direct conflict of interest. Firefly would still hold the rights to the remaining 2 shows, essentially laying all his vulnerabilities out for the competition to see. Though both The X-Files and Friends were cultural phenomena of the 1990s, their audiences were vastly different. The X-Files appealed mainly to a younger demographic, primarily those in their 20s, and while it had many die-hard fans, the audience size inevitably had limitations. Friends, on the other hand, was a sitcom that catered to all age groups, placing no restrictions based on viewer age. Consequently, Friends wielded much more influence compared to The X-Files. With plans underway to reclaim Friends' airing rights, Eric had mentally prepared himself to relinquish The X-Files, realizing that its copyright could be used as a crucial bargaining chip. As for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, its straightforward format inevitably led to viewer fatigue. After several years on the air, ratings for the program in North America had started to decline. However, due to its success in the U.S., many foreign networks were inquiring about rights to the show, providing a stable income with virtually no costs. Selling half of its copyright to Fox would bring a price far lower than the future earnings of the program. Eric urgently needed money for the network acquisition, but was not desperate enough to part with it easily. "Rupert, as long as the price is right, I could transfer the X-Files rights to Fox, but I won't budge on the half of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire's rights. You must know why. Of course, if you're worried that Firefly will meddle too much in the production of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Firefly could pull out of production and only invest, sharing in the profits. Additionally, Firefly could extend the originally 5-year agreement in advance." Murdoch was more worried about Friends than anything else. Nevertheless, upon hearing Eric insistently present these terms, Murdoch felt a bit surprised that Eric would so easily let go. Noticing Murdoch's surprised expression, Eric clarified, "Of course, that comes with conditions." Feeling the atmosphere shift back to normal, Murdoch asked, "What do you want?" "I need Fox to complete the buyback process for the shares Firefly holds within a month. To ensure News Corporation's cash flow isn't impacted, the buyback funds could be paid in installments over the following 6 months," Eric said, ignoring the grim look on Murdoch's face. "If we can't reach an agreement within that month, then the terms I just mentioned will be null and void." It dawned on Murdoch that Eric was even more anxious than he had imagined. Although Firefly held only 10% of Fox, that share made them the second largest shareholder behind Murdoch's family. Theoretically, Firefly held considerable power in Fox, a fact Eric had abstained from using. Rights often came with corresponding obligations. Under U.S. federal antitrust laws, Firefly's significant influence as a major player in the 4th largest television network in the U.S. prevented them from easily engaging in acquisitions of other national networks. Otherwise, there was a strong possibility that any acquisition attempt would be met with scrutiny by the SEC and FCC, leading to even more complications if outside forces intervened. Thus, Eric was eager to handle the Fox shares within a month, allowing Firefly to pursue acquisitions of other networks without running into similar legal complications. Of course, Murdoch wasn't primarily concerned with antitrust issues. The U.S. antitrust regulations contained room for maneuver, often a reflection of the balance of power between various interests. The media industry's antitrust limitations had been loosening in recent years. Murdoch was more focused on limiting the negotiation period to within a month. As it stood, Fox didn't seem to hold an advantageous position, implying that News Corporation would have little leverage regarding the offering for Firefly's shares. A few years back, Eric had personally acquired that 10% stake for $80 million. Now, Firefly submitted a withdrawal proposal for $800 million. Although this sum wasn't far removed from Fox's current market value, the tenfold difference left Murdoch feeling quite uneasy. Eric, if you want to withdraw from Fox within a month, $800 million simply won't cut it, Murdoch said after a moment of contemplation. I can only offer you $600 million at most, and I would need to extend the payment deadline by at least a year. Eric chuckled, saying, Rupert, you know my personality isn't well suited for negotiating these matters. Murdoch looked puzzled, and Eric continued, how about Carson would represent Firefly in the talks with Fox? Carson's hard-nosed style was well known. Eric recalled that in the original timeline, he was the one who negotiated between Disney and Jobs regarding Pixar. The terms they settled on were that Pixar's animated features would not receive any cut of the profits from Disney's merchandising rights, nor from box office profits. Pixar would only secure a flat commission for each of their 3D animated films. Ultimately, Toy Story became a massive hit, but Pixar gained little financial reward, prompting Jobs to hastily take the company public as soon as its performance improved. Murdoch knew all too well who Carson was. The nickname, Raging Golden Retriever, was hardly a misnomer. With a wry smile, Murdoch said, Eric, few years ago when you obtained those shares for $80 million, do you really think an $800 million offer is fair? Without a hint of embarrassment, Eric replied, if it weren't for Firefly producing several successful shows that helped Fox rapidly expand, that 10% stake would still only be worth $80 million. So, if Fox's current market value is what it is, I actually think this offer is quite low. I believe it's very reasonable. At this point, Eric couldn't help but shake his head. Rupert, I think Fox's production team has been facing issues. For a full 4 years, not a single show with impact comparable to The X-Files has been developed. You should consider changing the head of that team. Murdoch chuckled bitterly to himself. It wasn't that simple in the U.S. television industry. Each year, thousands of original dramas were produced, but the survival rate for shows that garnered sufficient impact was alarmingly low. This wasn't just a problem for Fox. The other major networks faced similar challenges. If producing a program with a 20 million viewership was so easy, networks wouldn't have to offer million-dollar paychecks per episode just to retain their star leads. Eric, even if I agreed to an $800 million price, I doubt the board would approve it easily. I think you should consider budging a little. Otherwise, in a month, it will be tough to reach an agreement. I'm sticking with my earlier standpoint, Eric replied stubbornly. Everyone understood that although the Murdoch family didn't have absolute control over News Corporation, few dared to challenge Murdoch's authority over the years. He clearly maintained that control. As he observed the cunning gleam in Murdoch's eyes, Eric suddenly added, Rupert, you should know that the longer this negotiation drags on, the more it could impact Firefly's image, but not nearly as much as it would affect you. Don't forget, Firefly isn't a publicly traded company, but News Corporation is. Murdoch was taken aback. He hadn't expected Eric to bring this up, assuming he hadn't thought about that angle at all. What Eric said rang true. Had it not been for Firefly providing high-rated shows to help Fox break into the scene, Fox would not have experienced such rapid growth in recent years. At the same time, the capital market was acutely aware of Firefly's significant role as the second-largest shareholder in Fox, which was a subsidiary of News Corporation. So, if this withdrawal dragged on too long and was made public, with the media inflating the disagreements, the newly thriving Fox would surely suffer a setback, and the stock price of News Corporation would take a significant hit. Seeing Murdoch fall silent, Eric pressed on. That's why we should work to conclude this matter quickly. That way, Firefly's withdrawal from Fox can be executed quietly, inflicting no impact on News Corporation whatsoever. And should this come to light later on, with the conditions I previously mentioned, I'm confident that News Corporation's shareholders won't lose faith in Fox. Besides, Firefly can collaborate on public relations activities in the future. Murdoch sank into brief silence. Eric glanced at his watch. It was already 2 p.m. He stood up voluntarily and said, "Rupert, there's no need to rush on this. You can take your time to think it over. I have to head back to work. I still have a few things to take care of this afternoon." Murdoch noted Eric's change in demeanor. While his face remained a bit tense, he stood up alongside Eric. "Then I'll take my leave for now. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. I look forward to your good news." Eric politely escorted Murdoch to his luxury car. Once Murdoch's vehicle departed, Eric strolled back to his office in the administrative building with a large file tightly in hand. As soon as he sat down behind his desk, Firefly's temporary secretary entered, placing a document in front of Eric. "Mr. Williams, this is a note from Mr. Fissman. He has already spoken with Mr. Mel Gibson, and there is also a script included." Eric nodded in acknowledgement. Once the secretary left, he opened the folder, revealing a movie project proposal prominently titled Braveheart. This film turned out to be quite successful in the 1990s, an epic that, while not breaking box office records, still turned a profit and garnered a slew of significant Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor. Of course, Eric wasn't solely focused on those accolades. His interest in this film mainly stemmed from his recent encounter with Sophie in France. There was no better way to bring that French rose to Hollywood than through this very movie. In the 1990s, Mel Gibson's status in Hollywood was not much inferior to that of Harrison Ford and Kevin Costner. Had it not been for a series of self-sabotaging behaviors in the new millennium, based on his accomplishments in box office success and awards, Mel Gibson would certainly have secured his legacy as one of Hollywood's legendary figures. Eric wasn't too concerned with Gibson's controversies. After all, similar issues haunted many Hollywood stars. Gibson's scandals had simply been exaggerated. Chapter 557, 558. You really aren't considerate. Eric took some time to go through all the materials. Although the script for Braveheart differed significantly from the finished film he remembered, he didn't worry too much about it. During a movie's production, aside from the script, the director, cinematographer, score, and final editing could all greatly influence how the film turned out. These factors combined could lead to an excellent script being turned into a subpar film, while an average script could end up as a remarkable movie. After closing the document, Eric thought of Sophie, who was far away in Paris. He couldn't help but pick up the phone on his desk and dial a long international number. The phone rang several times before a slightly groggy female voice came through. Eric couldn't understand Sophie's French at that moment, but he knew what she meant when he said, "Sophie, it's me." Even with the speed of the signal comparable to light, the multiple long-distance transfers created a significant delay in their conversation. It was already midnight in Paris. A dim bedside lamp lit Sophie's bedroom, and the girl didn't fully open her eyes due to being disturbed from her sleep by the phone. Her long eyelashes fluttered restlessly. Although the intervals of their conversation were only a second or two, Sophie felt as if no one on the other end was speaking for quite a while. Just as she was about to hang up, Eric's voice finally came through. Despite the slight distortion in his voice, Sophie immediately recognized Eric's tone. In the cool midnight of Paris, hearing his voice inexplicably stirred feelings of longing, typical for a girl in love. She pulled the thin blanket over her shoulders and said, "Eric, it's the middle of the night. You're really not considerate." Eric glanced at the warm afternoon sun outside his window, felt Sophie's emotions through the phone, and smiled. He said softly, "Maybe it's because I miss you too much. Will that reason get my apology accepted?" Sophie, curled up under the covers, chuckled softly twice. "I don't believe you, you smooth talker." "Okay, I think now's not a good time to discuss that." Eric quickly changed the subject. "I recently came across a really good script and thought the leading role would suit you perfectly. But since the timing isn't right, I'll have someone send the information to your agent, and you can look it over tomorrow." Sophie sensed Eric might be ending the call and felt an inexplicable reluctance. She said, "Hey, you should at least tell me what the movie is about. If I'm not interested, then even if you personally delivered the script to me, I wouldn't act in it. It's an epic about William Wallace. You know William Wallace, right?" Sophie vaguely sensed some words of information, but still half dozing beneath the covers, her voice was assertively dismissive as she said, "No, tell me about him." Eric didn't know much either, but thankfully he had just skimmed through a thick stack of materials, so he briefly recounted the details about William Wallace. Sophie held the receiver to her ear, sinking comfortably into her large bed. Her mind wasn't on Eric's introduction of this so-called William Wallace. She merely felt that Eric's voice from across the ocean was very comforting. Occasionally, she mumbled a few things, clueless that Eric had already finished speaking. She didn't remember any of the details. At that point, Eric could sense Sophie's mood. After sharing what he could about William Wallace and hearing silence on the other end, he chuckled and said, "Darling, how about I tell you the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?" "Sure," came her murmur from across the line, followed immediately by Sophie's playful retort. "Do you think I'm a child? And don't call me darling. Who's your darling anyway? Let's talk about the movie then. I'll give you a brief overview of the plot, and then you can decide whether you want to take the role." After a while, Sophie's voice came through very softly. Eric pulled out the Braveheart script from his desk and began to recount the story slowly from the beginning. Time passed, and he eventually called out softly a few times without getting a response. It was clear to him that the girl across the ocean had fallen asleep, so he hung up the phone. The result of this was that Eric, who happened to be staying at the Liberty City estate that night, was naturally awakened by Sophie's call at midnight. Sophie firmly declared it was her way of getting back at him for waking her up last night. Eric didn't mind, but the girl in his arms ended up rolling her eyes throughout the entire call. The script for Braveheart, written by Randall Wallace, had been completed over a year before. It had traveled around Hollywood for quite some time before finally landing in Mel Gibson's hands. Mel Gibson was very interested in the script and was looking to move into directing, so he immediately approached his best working relationship at Warner Brothers. However, since the epic film craze of the late 1950s and early 1960s, such movies hadn't seen a successful case in years. Additionally, with Braveheart having many war scenes and high production costs, Mel Gibson had never directed before, and the combined risks led Warner to quickly reject the project. Subsequently, Mel Gibson began shopping the project around to several other major studios. Whenever he insisted on directing it himself, never having directed a film before, he was met with immediate refusals. Firefly Films had received the project proposal for Braveheart earlier in the year, but, like the other 6 studios, Firefly's rights department assessed the project's value very low, so it had never made it to Eric's desk. When Alan, representing Eric, personally sought out Mel Gibson, Mel was quite surprised but gladly made time to discuss the project with Alan for an entire morning. At the time, Mel Gibson was on a promotional tour for his directorial debut, The Man Without a Face, in Seattle. As one of Hollywood's biggest superstars over the past few years, he was constantly surrounded by paparazzi. So, the next day, photos of Mel Gibson and Eric Williams's personal assistant secretly discussing the new film project appeared in several entertainment newspapers. Early the following morning, Eric couldn't help but feel a sense of forehead-smacking disbelief upon seeing the news in the papers. He'd been too careless. If it had simply been Firefly's production department interacting with Mel Gibson, securing the film that nobody believed in would have faced little resistance. But with the photo plastered across the press, everyone understood that it was him personally who was interested in the project. It didn't take much thought to realize what would happen next. Chapter 558, 559, Tricking Own Daughter. As Mel Gibson's agent, Ed Limato felt incredibly disappointed when he saw that Mel's first film as both director and actor, The Man Without a Face, had only made a little over $300,000 at the midnight screening. Though the film's budget was under $5 million, that figure didn't account for Mel Gibson's own market value, as he was already a Hollywood superstar with blockbuster franchises like Mad Max and Lethal Weapon under his belt, commanding a salary around $15 million. Limato thought Mel Gibson should focus on acting, but at Mel's current level of fame, an agent had little influence over the actor, let alone control him. Limato originally hoped this cash cow wouldn't go off the rails, but early that morning, seeing the entertainment news in the newspapers and receiving a flurry of calls from various movie studios lifted his spirits significantly. After hanging up from a call with a Paramount executive, Limato rushed to Mel Gibson's luxurious hotel suite and pressed the doorbell. As the door opened, Limato hurried inside. dismissing the figure of a woman who was clearly startled and retreating to the bedroom. He raised the newspaper he was holding and asked, "Mel, did Eric Williams' personal assistant contact you yesterday?" Mel Gibson frowned at his agent's abrupt entrance, taking the newspaper to glance at it before cursing, "Those damn paparazzi can even find out what I say at a cafe." Just as L'Amato was about to reply, his cell phone rang. He gestured an apology to Mel and stepped out onto the suite's balcony to take the call. Moments later, he returned to the living room, clearly excited. "Mel, guess who just called?" Mel, lounging on the sofa and reading the newspaper L'Amato had brought, responded with mild disinterest, "God." L'Amato choked on his words, then explained, "It was Michael Eisner, CEO of Universal Pictures. I also received calls from Warner, Paramount, and Fox, executives at the president level. They haven't been this courteous to us in ages." Mel, not foolish, lifted the newspaper. "About this?" "Yeah, Mel. Hollywood pretty much knows Eric Williams is interested in Braveheart now. Didn't you receive any calls?" Mel shook his head, glancing at the slightly ajar bedroom door. The quiet night was valuable, and he wouldn't let any chaos disturb it. L'Amato made a knowing expression and moved on. "So, what did Eric Williams' assistant discuss with you yesterday?" Mel raised the newspaper again. "You saw it, right? Braveheart, Firefly Films and MGM are looking to invest in this project. Alan Fissman came by yesterday. We talked about my ideas for the film." L'Amato asked, "And what kind of terms did Firefly offer?" Mel shook his head, glancing at the newspaper again, his anger at being photographed forgotten. He finally understood why his agent was so excited. "Most of the time, I did the talking. Alan took a dossier home with him. He then stood and went to his bedroom, quickly returning with the materials on Braveheart, handing them to L'Amato. Here, L'Amato had already seen the Braveheart materials. He had even pitched it to several studios alongside Mel earlier. He casually flipped through the pages and then looked back up. "Mel, this is a great opportunity for you. But first, you need to talk to Eric Williams himself." "My thoughts are all in that dossier," Mel stated, pointing at the newspaper thrown on the coffee table. "And while the idea of being photographed is annoying, I think since Eric is interested, those studios likely won't push back on investment. I can use this to gain more leverage. As much as I admire Eric's abilities, I'm not particularly keen on working with Firefly, as that would strip me of control. Mel, this is a film with a budget of at least $50 million, L'Amato said with a serious expression. If you mess this up, it'll be tough for you in Hollywood for the next few years. Think of the disaster 2 years ago with Cutthroat Island and Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was getting $15 million for Last Action Hero, but it bombed, so he only made $3 million for his next project with Firefly. He was even out-earned by some B-list actors." Mel fell silent for a moment. "So what you mean is..." L'Amato noticed Mel's expression had softened. "Eric Williams has never failed on a film he personally got involved with, so you should speak with him. Find out his specific thoughts about this project, then we can discuss the terms. Even if the negotiations with Firefly fall through, working with other studios will be much safer. Ed, if Eric Williams finds out he's been played, how do you think he'd react?" L'Amato wore a worldly smirk. "Mel, what I said was just a possibility. If Eric truly views this project positively, I'm sure he's going to agree to our terms. Even if we can't close a deal, if you happen to use some of his ideas in the future, it shouldn't create a huge issue. You're an A-list superstar. As long as our interests align down the line, you guys will likely collaborate again." Mel pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, arrange a meeting time. We'll head back to Los Angeles together." Meanwhile, in Malibu, Eric read today's newspaper, feeling a bit annoyed. Drew sat across from him, occasionally reveling in the situation like a cat with a mouse, saying, "Eric, this will be the show of the year. You promised a lot last night." As Eric recalled Sophie, he regretted being too eager. Braveheart had won numerous Oscars but had underperformed at the box office, making Eric reluctant to chase after it. If the fight between studios caused Mel Gibson to raise his asking price, Eric would drop the project. After a moment of reflection on this minor misstep, Eric began to brainstorm a strategy. After a while, Eric looked up. "Drew, could you hand me a pen?" The girl lounging in her chair, sipping milk from a glass, lazily called out. "Natasha, bring me a pen." Moments later, One of the Russian twins appeared in the dining room with a sharpened pencil, accurately handing it to Eric. Eric thanked her as she collected the empty plates next to her and said to the girl, "You're getting lazier by the day." Drew didn't feel embarrassed at all. "I've always been lazy. It's too late for you to notice now." Eric shook his head with a smile, looking down to write something on the blank part of the newspaper. He then added, "By the way, how's that situation on your end going?" Drew pouted. "You've been back for days and just now thought of it. I thought you'd forgotten about our little company." Eric ignored Drew's grumbling. Drew continued, "Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls is done filming, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer is mostly completed. TG Films will be delivered to Fox's production department together, and Liz will be going to 20th Century Fox as the vice president. That's already a done deal." Eric recalled Rupert Murdoch's offer from a few months back and asked, "What's the final offer?" Drew blinked. "Aren't you aware?" Eric sensed trouble stirring. Drew picked up on the tension. "Liz said you had a deal with her old man. Fox offered $120 million for the full acquisition of our company, $80 million to buy back Firefly's distribution rights, and also, our company retains overseas distribution rights for our films with Firefly." "That was the discussion, and while that price is reasonable, I didn't agree to it," Eric replied. Drew paused, then abruptly put down her glass of milk. "That Liz actually tricked me. I need to go have a word with her. This matter is unacceptable," she said as she dashed out before Eric could stop her, crying out for Natasha, her voice quickly fading away. Eric looked at the suddenly empty dining room and chuckled, shaking his head. While he hadn't outright denied the agreement, he hadn't agreed either. He didn't believe Elizabeth, known for her straightforwardness, would deceive Drew. It seemed likely Murdoch, the crafty fox, had played some word games, tricking his daughter in the process. Now things were getting entertaining. While it wasn't rare to see a father get played, watching a daughter get played was a different story. "Eric, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out this way," Alan said, appearing in front of him as soon as he reached the office, holding a copy of today's Seattle Times. "It's fine. It's just an accident, and mainly my oversight," Eric replied. They both entered the office when Alan continued, "Just now, Mel Gibson's agent called me. Mel wants to speak with you personally." "Speak with me personally?" Eric repeated, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. "How did you respond?" "I didn't give them a definite answer," Alan said. However, during the call, Mel Gibson was already at Seattle Airport, and he'll arrive in Los Angeles in 4 hours. "Eric, do you want to meet with him? Do you think they noticed today's paper?" Eric countered instead of responding. Alan nodded. "Absolutely, and I suspect other big studios have also been trying to get in touch with Mel Gibson regarding this matter." "Then what do you think is behind their urgency to want to meet me?" Alan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I can't quite wrap my head around it, but it shouldn't be anything bad." Eric smiled, picking up a notepad from the side and quickly writing down a series of words before handing it to Alan. "Let's skip the meeting. Based on these terms, have the production department negotiate with them. Also, when DreamWorks management finalizes things, shift the negotiations for this project over to them. What I gave you is our bottom line." Alan looked at the contents of the note, nodded, and left Eric's office. "What? They turned us down?" Mel Gibson exclaimed in surprise and frustration as he stood in the lobby of Los Angeles International Airport, reacting to what his agent, Ed Limato, just said after hanging up the phone. Limato nodded, his expression equally grim. "I think Firefly may believe the news in today's paper was released intentionally by us. You know, this sort of thing happens often. If it had been leaked by himself, Mel wouldn't have minded, but being wrongly accused when he didn't do it at all was infuriating for an egotistical Mel Gibson. Forget it. Didn't you just say Michael Eisner, CEO of Universal, called as well? Perhaps we could schedule a meeting with him." "I really think we should avoid that," Limato advised. "Although Eric Williams declined to meet with you, he has provided specific terms for cooperation." Mel relaxed his expression slightly and asked, "What are the terms?" Limato replied, "Firefly wants you to direct while also playing the lead role, with a salary of $15 million. Additionally, you'll receive a portion of the profits as producer and director, and they promised the movie's budget would not be less than $60 million. Chapter 559, 560, It's All Mine. In the days that followed, Braveheart garnered more and more attention in Hollywood. When it was revealed that Mel Gibson did not immediately accept the terms proposed by Firefly Films, several other major studios examined the script for Braveheart and rushed to reach out to Gibson. Both Braveheart and the monumental movie Ben-Hur that released 30 years ago fell into the epic genre, and the plot shared several similarities. In a fascinating coincidence, the screenwriter for Ben-Hur was named Lew Wallace, while Randall Wallace penned Braveheart, with the last names being the same. Due to some misleading information, some began to compare Braveheart to Hollywood's second Ben-Hur. Released in 1960 at a ticket price of 50 cents, Ben-Hur grossed over $70 million. Adjusted for an average ticket price of around $4 in 1993, that would equate to about $560 million today. In a time when entertainment became increasingly diversified, even the idea of a $560 million box office for a Hollywood film seemed far-fetched. Nevertheless, even half of that amount would send every studio in Hollywood into a frenzy. Eric never expected events to unfold as they did. Perhaps influenced by the media and Hollywood's united hype, Mel Gibson's confidence soared. He started presenting a list of tough demands to the negotiation team sent by Firefly, including increased pay, a larger stake, and absolute control over the film. Big-budget productions typically aimed for profit, and the Oscars were simply the icing on the cake. Braveheart's box office in the original timeline had never displayed anything remarkable. It would take a stroke of madness for Eric to agree to Gibson's conditions. So in the face of a stalled negotiation, he decided to abandon the project altogether. As for Sophie, the day the news broke, Eric called her again. He honestly informed her of the unexpected changes. Sophie straightforwardly expressed her annoyance and even took the opportunity to mock Eric, although her tone carried a hint of playfulness. While Braveheart was a hot commodity for other studios, it was merely an unintentional detour for Eric, who had far too many pressing matters on his plate. In early August, Catherine Bigelow's long-prepped Saving Private Ryan officially started filming in Ireland. Though Eric couldn't travel to Europe, he still kept a close eye on the movie, checking in with Catherine every few days to discuss shooting issues. At the same time, True Lies began shooting in Washington. Cameron's films always assured quality. Eric only intervened as a routine check when he felt Cameron was burning through too much cash, although it generally bore little effect. Additionally, a considerable amount of production progress had been made on the 2D animated feature The Lion King, which had been overseen personally by Katzenberg. While the film could have been ready by the end of the year with some overtime, Eric insisted on postponing its release until the following year. All of these films were set to be major offerings for the summer of 1994. The year's end slate, which included Ace Ventura 2, Interview with the Vampire, and Quentin's Pulp Fiction, was also progressing steadily. Moreover, the sequel to Jurassic Park was naturally included in Firefly's production plans. Roland Emmerich had begun gearing up for Independence Day after completing his work on Deep Impact. Eric also had to keep tabs on several films still in the pipeline with Sony Pictures. And lastly, the newly formed DreamWorks was getting underway with Charlie's Angels, having already confirmed the 3 leading actresses and the director, with casting calls for minor roles beginning soon. Though 90% of this work did not necessitate Eric's direct involvement, the financial stakes of these projects combined exceeded $1 billion, keeping him perpetually busy. Outside of film, after days of consideration, Murdoch reluctantly agreed to most of the conditions outlined by Firefly's proposed buyout, and both parties began haggling over the final details. It was expected to wrap up by mid-September, and to avoid drawing too much attention, everything was proceeding quietly, with neither Murdoch nor Eric personally involved in the talks. At Firefly's headquarters, Eric found himself on the phone with Chris, who was far away in Northern Europe. After a month of negotiations, the Nokia acquisition was nearing its final stages. Chris successfully obtained a 51% stake in Nokia's mobile communications division for $420 million, achieving absolute control. Although the premium was over 20%, Eric viewed the deal as an exceptional value. While discussing tax avoidance strategies such as setting up a company in Ireland with Chris, the office door suddenly swung open. Eric looked up and saw Elizabeth entering with red-rimmed eyes, followed closely by an upset Drew. Tina Fey timidly followed behind, and upon noticing Eric looking at her, Tina winked playfully, as if suggesting something. Honestly, even without her indicating, seeing Elizabeth and Drew approach his desk, standing far apart and sulking, made Eric almost immediately realize what had transpired. He briefly wrapped up his call with Chris and hadn't even spoken when Elizabeth pointed accusingly at Drew, saying, "Eric, you tell her whether or not you talked to my dad about the financing." Just as Eric began to nod, Drew interjected indignantly, "I know you talked about it, but Eric didn't agree to your dad's terms at that time. You're lying to me." Elizabeth sniffled in exasperation, glaring at Eric. "You clearly gave him the nod." After that morning's call, the little woman had vanished for several days. Eric thought the situation had been resolved, but evidently, things had taken a turn for the worse. During that phone call, Eric neither agreed nor disagreed. It could be interpreted in numerous ways. Now, as he faced two pairs of eyes intensely locked on him, he realized he couldn't lean to either side. He stood up and pulled both women toward the sofa in the reception area to address them. "All right, what's going on with you two? Let's sort this out." Drew immediately raised her chin defiantly and complained, "She refuses to admit she lied to me. Why should I admit to lying?" Eric clearly gave the nod. Elizabeth replied, equally agitated, "You're a total liar." Drew quipped once more, prompting Elizabeth, feeling utterly aggrieved, to spring from her seat and lunge at Drew. Seeing this, Eric quickly stepped in to separate the two as they tried to reach for one another, desperate to grab. "Hold." Stifling a laugh mixed with frustration, Eric said, "You can fight, but no scratching on the face. That's off limits. They're both mine." As the last word left his lips, Elizabeth bared her teeth and sank them into Eric's arm. This made Drew immediately dissatisfied since she hadn't wanted to bite him before, so she started gnawing on his arm as well. A seemingly tragic scream resounded through the office. A short while later, Eric found himself again seated on the sofa, his shirt sleeves rolled up, staring at the crescent-shaped red marks on his arms, and sighed. Ignoring Tina, who was still stifling giggles beside him, he looked back at the now much quieter girls across from him. "All right, I'll admit this was my mishap. I didn't clarify things properly. Can we just stick to the agreement I discussed with Rupert? Any objections?" Drew only pouted and turned her head away in silence. Elizabeth shook her head and glanced at the red imprints on Eric's arm with guilt, suddenly dropping her gaze. She was already feeling somewhat guilty and knew deep down that her dad had put her in a bind. Despite being a strong character, she didn't want to admit to lying, but she also couldn't turn on her father. Thus, they remained at an impasse for several days before feeling compelled to confront Eric. "Since there are no objections, let's leave it at that. Drew, Tina, you two can head back. I need to talk with Liz." The little woman huffed audibly, miffed, and marched toward the exit, while Tina Fey, though feeling a tad reluctant, quickly followed her out. As soon as the office door clicked shut, Elizabeth spoke in almost a whisper. "Eric, I'm sorry. I didn't know my dad would do this." "Don't worry. I'll deal with your dad in due time." Eric smiled at her. "Rest assured, it certainly won't be a physical confrontation." Elizabeth suddenly recalled a question Eric had asked her before, laughed slightly, but chose not to plead on behalf of her unscrupulous father. After all, in their moneyed elite tier, even in a fit of rage, complete financial ruin for the other party was unlikely. Hesitantly, she glanced at Eric's arm and asked meekly, Does it still hurt?" Eric rubbed one of the bite marks and replied, chuckling, "It's all right. I'll just go get a rabies shot later." Elizabeth let out a light laugh and reached for something to throw at him, but finding no cushions on the office sofa, she settled for rolling her eyes at Eric instead. "You just backed out of Fox. Are you planning to acquire the network now?" "Yeah, that plan has been locked in place. We're exiting Fox to sidestep legal issues. If Firefly retained its shares in Fox, it would keep their relationship somewhat closer." Even though Elizabeth felt a little sad about it, she understood the reasoning behind it, letting out a soft sigh. "Now that the financing's over, does that mean we have no connection anymore?" Eric chuckled. "What? You're trying to dump me?" "Huh." Elizabeth looked back with feigned hurt. "With so many women in your life, I heard you've been spending a lot of time with those Spanish sisters lately. What do you need me for?" Without hesitation, Eric immediately replied, "Of course, I care about each and every one of my women." Elizabeth felt her heart skip a beat, but retorted defiantly, "Wow, That's pretty shameless of you. I'm not denying it. After all, you all know now. Eric shrugged. And what about you? Drew mentioned you're going to 20th Century Fox as vice president. What exactly will you be doing there? The film company hasn't performed that well in recent years, so Dad asked me to take charge of production while still remaining CEO of TG Films. Speaking of TG Films reminded Eric of a long-standing issue. Did you nail down the deal with Jim Carrey? Yeah, it's done. He signed for 3 more films with a $15 million salary plus 5% of the profit share. Hollywood's top stars were increasingly demanding profit sharing in their contracts, and Eric didn't find this figure surprising. While other A-list actors might get similar deals, companies were often hesitant to lock them into 3 films at once. However, Jim Carrey's box office draw had remained strong even as he reached his peak with The Mask. He was still in his prime, and given his low-cost films, 20th Century Fox wouldn't assume too significant a risk signing this deal. Thinking further, Eric asked, I haven't heard any news about Buffy the Vampire Slayer in a while. What's the plan with that series? It's set to premiere around September 28th, Elizabeth mused. Yes, definitely September 28th. Given its niche vampire themes, while some thought it might align with the coming-of-age genre, we initially proposed using Friends as the lead-in. However, we ultimately decided on The X-Files as the better lead-in. It just feels safer. Eric, how much viewership do you think this series can achieve? The original Buffy the Vampire Slayer had caused quite a sensation on the smaller WB network under Time Warner. Now with the distribution on the already prominent Fox, and a viewer base cultivated through The X-Files, it shouldn't be a problem to match its ratings. Yet, Eric didn't want to make any promises. Joss Whedon's script is outstanding, and as long as you don't alter it as drastically as the movie version, your viewership should hold up. Beyond that, it's hard to say. Elizabeth noted the uncertainty in Eric's voice, but dismissed it. High viewership wasn't easily attained. With the Big Four networks airing at least 10 shows during prime time, aside from performance specials and holiday events, it was often only 1 or 2 shows that made a rating splash. Changing the subject, Elizabeth asked, You said earlier you wanted to discuss something with me. What was it? Oh, nothing major. Just catching up. It's been a while since I visited your place. How about tonight? Julie is not home, Elizabeth blurted out before realizing her words were awkward, her cheeks turning a shade of red as she averted her gaze from Eric's. Chapter 561. The girl ran away. The phone rang continuously for quite a while before Eric opened his eyes. Elizabeth, who was nestled in his arms, stirred awake at the same time. Is that your mobile phone? She mumbled, snuggling closer to him without any intention of getting up. Eric reached over to grab the mobile phone that rested on the vanity. Just as he answered it, Rupert Murdoch's somewhat exasperated voice came through. Eric, what the hell is going on? You promised me you would handle this. Hearing her father's voice, Elizabeth's face flushed slightly, but her curiosity drew her closer. Eric replied with confusion. Rupert, shouldn't you fill me in on what happened first? On the other end, Murdoch, sensing Eric's bewilderment, took a deep breath and began to explain the situation. While talking to Murdoch, Eric reached for the remote and turned on the bedroom television. ABC's popular morning news program, Good Morning America, was just airing an interview with a guest. Mr. Kroll, what kind of impact do you think Firefly Productions' withdrawal from the Fox network will have? After a cut to the guest, a bespectacled middle-aged man spoke slowly. First, we need to understand why Firefly Productions is pulling out of Fox. From their recent activities, it's clear that while Firefly has maintained its strong capabilities, they've also exerted significant influence on the other major studios, Sony Columbia, 20th Century Fox, and MGM. This suggests that Firefly's expansion in the film industry has reached a limit. Given Firefly's profitability, Eric Williams won't be satisfied with just film, making a move into the television sector an inevitable course of action. However, Fox has been growing rapidly in recent years, and News Corp would likely not sell Fox to Firefly, making Firefly's 10% stake a hurdle for acquiring other networks. To avoid scrutiny from the SEC and FCC when eventually entering television, Firefly had to divest its stake in Fox. The host nodded along, waiting for the guest to finish before probing again about the impact on both Fox and News Corp. Absolutely, and it'll be substantial. We can see that Fox turned its fortunes around 5 years ago with Friends, followed by expansions with The X-Files and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which boosted their viewer base. All three shows have close ties to Firefly Productions. It's worth mentioning that since Friends premiered 5 years ago, Fox has failed to develop any major hit shows solely under its own rights. If Firefly pulls out, Fox could lose these crucial viewing pillars. Such a loss would be akin to removing the three main supports from a tent, dramatically weakening Fox in an instant. It would be devastating. The host seemed almost gleeful as he asked, "Mr. Kroll, do you believe Firefly will find a way to develop its television business? Will they establish a fifth major network?" The likelihood is low. Eric Williams will probably consider acquisitions among ABC, NBC, and CBS. Excited, the host responded, "So, it's likely that we at ABC could be a target for acquisition?" "Definitely, and I personally think Firefly is most likely to choose ABC, since it has the best metrics among the three major networks. Conflicts within NBC's management and General Electric will greatly influence Firefly's evaluations of them, and CBS has been weak in recent years, so they won't be Firefly's first choice." By this time, Eric had dressed and listened as the ABC guest eagerly criticized the competition. He turned back to the still-on-the-line Murdoch, saying, "Rupert, you should know that making this a big issue will benefit neither of us. Once the other three networks understand my intentions, it will make Firefly's acquisition bid much harder to pursue. I can't allow that." Murdoch said something else, and Eric nodded. "Don't worry. I will ensure Michael attends the press conference himself. I can't go, not today." As Eric was about to make an excuse, he noticed Elizabeth giving him a pitiable look, gently shaking his arm. His heart softened, and he relented. "All right, I'll be there on time. 10 o'clock, Century City, I got it. I'll also have someone look into who leaked this." Hanging up the phone, Eric stood in the bedroom, tapping the Motorola mobile phone in his hand, suddenly bursting into laughter. Elizabeth, who had been quietly standing beside him so as not to interrupt his thoughts, felt a pang of annoyance and playfully nudged Eric's shoulder. "Are you really that happy?" With a broad smile, Eric took her small hand and squeezed it, responding, "I know who spilled the beans." The negotiations about Firefly Productions' exit from Fox had been confidential among the upper echelons. However, some people didn't care about their professional ethics at all. The damage from leaking company secrets was far more severe than what any media profit could offer. Once discovered, a person's career in a society that values personal credit would be over. Besides those in the companies involved, the only other person with clear knowledge of Eric's withdrawal plan was Drew, that wild little girl. She had been staying at the Liberty City Manor, where Eric frequently brought home documents to sort through. Occasionally, when they chatted, Eric hadn't hidden anything from her, so it wasn't surprising she was aware of the matter. Eric's handling of the issue yesterday had clearly favored Elizabeth, and Drew's sharp mind would surely notice that. This was probably why that little brat decided to stir trouble for News Corp, though it seemed she had gone too far, as the news on the bedroom TV kept blaring that just 2 hours after the market opened, News Corp stock had plummeted by 5.6%, wiping out over $1.5 billion in market value in a very short time. Eric could anticipate that Elizabeth would pick up on some of this, and hearing the new figures from the TV, she commented angrily, "Drew has really gone overboard." Turning off the television, Eric took Elizabeth's hand as they headed downstairs. "I'll deal with Drew properly. But really, this all started with your father." Elizabeth, seeing Eric's unbothered demeanor and the smile still on his face, huffily replied, "At a time like this, you're still defending her." "I defended you yesterday. I'm defending her today. You two are even," Eric quipped as they entered the dining room. Julia had gone out for a shoot and took Emma with her to Las Vegas, leaving the villa feeling a bit empty. Eric instructed the maid to bring out breakfast and then addressed the still concerned Elizabeth. "Don't worry. It's not as bad as they're making it sound. I haven't pulled out those three supports yet. Besides, in the end, I'll only walk away with Friends, and that won't be until next year. Once the press conference wraps up, News Corp stock will surely bounce back." A maid handed Eric the day's newspaper, which he casually flipped through. The front pages were dominated by the news of Firefly Productions' withdrawal from Fox. He dialed Liberty City Manor, but no one answered. He tried Drew's mobile number, only to be greeted with a shutdown notification. Tossing the phone on the table, Eric looked at Elizabeth with a wry smile and said, "The girl ran away." Chapter 561, 562, A Temporary Departure. When Eric arrived at Fox's headquarters in Century City alongside Elizabeth, the savvy media reporters had already surrounded the entrance, making it nearly impossible for anyone to enter without an invitation to the press conference. Eric guessed the situation at the Firefly headquarters in Burbank was likely similar. With the help of security personnel, Eric's vehicle managed to successfully navigate through the throng of people and into the compound. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he saw Rupert Murdoch and Michael Lynn approaching him with a few others in tow. Elizabeth climbed out from the opposite side of the car. Upon seeing several familiar faces, including her father, she felt a flush of warmth and hurriedly greeted everyone before making her swift exit under the pretext of work. Eric maintained his usual demeanor and exchanged pleasantries with Rupert and the others before casually asking, "Michael, Rupert, did you figure out who leaked this?" Rupert and Michael exchanged a glance, and it was finally Michael who spoke up. "Eric, it might have been Miss Barrymore who inadvertently let it slip." Eric cursed under his breath about the girl, thinking how she didn't realize to keep her tail hidden. In just one day, the news about Firefly pulling out had made it to all the major newspapers and television stations. Hiding was simply out of the question. It was clear that Rupert and Michael understood this incident was certainly not a mere accidental leak by the girl. The intention was too obvious. Michael's comment was merely intended to give everyone some leeway. "Just yesterday, she came to me complaining that someone had tricked her, and now here we are with this mess. I'll have a good talk with her later," Eric said, joining the others as they walked into the office building. "Since this has all happened, let's discuss how to handle it." Michael didn't fully grasp the implication of Eric's first statement, thinking he was just speaking casually. But his sharp nature detected a flicker of something else in Rupert's eyes. Eric caught the change in Rupert's expression just in time. Since the other party noticed his hint, Eric assumed they would soon understand the full context of the situation. As for what the old fox would think afterward, that was no longer Eric's concern. With 20 minutes left before the press conference, the group did not head straight to the press hall, but instead went to a meeting room first to discuss the upcoming press conference issues. Even though the stock pullout plan would most significantly impact Fox Television, potentially keeping News Corp's stock prices depressed for a long time to come, it also affected Firefly Films' next phase of planning. The most apparent manifestation was that while News Corp's stock tumbled, most companies involved in television operations on the New York Stock Exchange saw their stocks rise to varying extents. Since the news about the stock pullout had already leaked, any attempt to deny it would be pointless. Regardless of belief, Firefly needed a reasonable excuse to temporarily appease the media, aiming to minimize any uncertainties arising from the television network acquisition during its preparatory phase. After discussing the joint statements for the press conference, Rupert and his Fox team left the meeting room, allowing Eric and Michael to have a moment of private discussion. Once the outsiders were gone, Michael asked, "Eric, how do we handle this? All the major networks have become wary." Eric had already thought this through on the way to Century City and even made a few calls. "I just found out that Viacom's negotiations to acquire Blockbuster have reached their final stages. If we wanna, we could easily intervene now." "You mean we can use the front of expanding our video rental business?" Michael inquired. Eric replied, "It's a strategy that would surely work, and selling off our Fox television shares in order to expand into the video rental business makes sense as a justification." 1993 marked the final prosperous stretch of the video rental industry, and it was also the period of highest profitability. Apart from Eric, who could foresee the future, no one else would have believed that just a few years later, the video rental industry would decline drastically due to the rise of DVDs and online rental services. At that time, the stature of the video rental industry had already begun to surpass total movie box office grosses. Due to the FCC's strict antitrust rules against television monopolies, progress had only recently started to loosen, and the majority of people were unaware that the U.S. television industry was entering another major period of mergers and consolidations. The excuse of moving towards video rental expansion would at least seem plausible. During the subsequent press conference, After Rupert announced a series of collaborative plans between Firefly and Fox to the dozens of reporters present, Eric exuberantly promoted Firefly's intentions of entering the rental market, clearly indicating Firefly's aim to acquire Blockbuster, soon to be owned by Viacom. As for what was to come, Eric anticipated that Firefly would eventually lose in the competition with Viacom, and thus he believed he merely hadn't lied. For good measure, Firefly even sent a vice president to start discussions with Blockbuster's top brass. Viacom had recently offered a staggering $8 billion for Blockbuster, a chain that had over 3,000 video rental stores across the nation. Firefly's sudden involvement led to an evident stalemate in Viacom's negotiations with Blockbuster. Although Blockbuster's management team realized through their brief dealings with Firefly that Firefly had no true intention of acquiring them, they were nonetheless now interested in using Firefly to leverage a better deal from Viacom. What had once been a purely favorable scenario suddenly came crashing down. An infuriated Summer Redstone published a scathing article in the Los Angeles Times, trashing Eric for being out of line. But the acquisition of Blockbuster was a key part of Viacom's deal to acquire Paramount, and failure in this endeavor would strip Viacom of its bargaining chip for large-scale debt financing, jeopardizing their plans for Paramount. Thus, Redstone had no choice but to raise the price once again. Eric ignored Redstone's provocations, maintaining his work and life rhythm as usual. After the press conference, although the drop in News Corp's stock price accelerated, the fears regarding the split between Fox Television and Firefly kept the prices from returning to their prior levels. Perhaps Rupert soon understood the situation. Days later, 20th Century Fox successfully completed the deal to acquire TG Films, raising their initial offer from $120 million to $140 million. Eric guessed Rupert's reasoning. Despite the commotion, the old Fox felt guilty but was unwilling to raise the price, simply paying a $20 million incentive to prevent some troublemaker from stirring things up again. Once TG Films was acquired, Fox started ramping up the publicity for Buffy the Vampire Slayer to restore investor confidence. They even touted that Eric himself was stepping in as producer. By mid-August, an unexpected event disrupted many ordinary lives. On August 18th, a dentist in Los Angeles officially filed a lawsuit against Michael Jackson for purportedly molesting his son, who had not yet turned 13, sparking widespread outrage over the accusations against Jackson. Faced with the lawsuit while on his Dangerous World Tour, Michael Jackson was forced to halt his concerts and return to the United States to respond. Eric recognized this tour represented Jackson's career peak, but it would also mark his definitive high point. Upon Jackson's return to America, hundreds of reporters quickly surrounded his residence, igniting a fiery media frenzy. As for how the accused felt during this wild celebration, who cared? In hindsight, there was too much discussion about the event. While Eric believed Michael Jackson was innocent, he could do nothing but watch from afar. He had no connection to Jackson. He was acutely aware that in times like these, there was little he could do. Not to mention the dentist's accusations or the media's bias against Michael. Even his own sister stepped forward to tarnish his brother's reputation with claims of pedophilia. How could Jackson possibly clear his name? Perhaps this incident took a toll on Eric, or maybe he was just overwhelmed with work recently. He found himself feeling inexplicably irritable and downcast. Many around him noticed this change, and Jeffrey even brought a psychologist to Eric's office, but Eric flatly refused the offer. In the following days, the people surrounding Eric increased significantly. Famke Janssen, who was already filming the new season of The X-Files in Canada, made a special trip back to Los Angeles to stay with Eric for several days. Then there was Jennifer Connelly, and even Nicole, who was filming The Mummy in Morocco, began calling him frequently. The perceptive Penelope became particularly accommodating around Eric, and everyone else seemed to tread cautiously. The girl who had caused trouble by leaking the stock pullout plan even moved into the mansion and invited Tina Fey and Claudia Schiffer over, secretly inquiring if Eric wanted to sample some twin action. Joanna and Virginia also repeatedly suggested that Eric might want to spend a while in New York to keep the two little ones company. Eric understood why Jeffrey and the women around him appeared so on edge. The percentage of celebrities in Hollywood struggling with mental health was alarmingly high, and many chose extreme methods to alleviate their pressures, which often resulted in severe harm to themselves. As the backbone of Firefly, if anything happened to Eric, the company would be like a ship lost at sea. And at this juncture, no one wanted to see such a scenario unfold. "I plan to stay in New York for a while," Eric stated at the start of the new week's executive meeting. The room full of Firefly executives reacted without surprise to Eric's declaration. In fact, they exhaled in relief and nodded in agreement. Seeing that no one opposed him, Eric began discussing the plans for his absence. With summer blockbusters now over and the stock pullout firmed up, the most pivotal task at hand for Firefly was the preliminary layout for acquiring ABC, which mainly involved assembling a buying team, coordinating financing channels, and acquiring shares in ABC to gain initial leverage, etc. Since Michael Lynn had confirmed he would be leaving next year, Eric no longer felt any reservations and entrusted the entire matter to Katzenberg. Most of the film projects were proceeding smoothly. Even if issues arose during Eric's absence, they could always be rectified upon his return. Recently, the film Charlie's Angels had confirmed its script, cast, director, and production team, leaving the remaining details of the project that didn't require Eric's attention. Chapter 562, 563, I'm not going. "Who are you?" asked the little prince, and added, "You are very pretty to look at." "I am a fox," the fox said. "Come and play with me," proposed the little prince. "I am so unhappy. I cannot play with you," the fox said. "I am not tamed." Please excuse me," said the little prince. But, after some thought, he added, "What does that mean, tame? You do not live here," said the fox. "What is it that you are looking for?" Joanna Pacula sat on the beach mat, holding a thin copy of The Little Prince, reading slowly and gently. Her voice carried a soothing tone, blending with the sounds of the nearby waves and the afternoon breeze. This was a private beach at a mansion in East Hampton, Long Island, where pure white sand was spread out beneath a beach mat. Behind her stood a sun umbrella, shielding a good part of the harsh afternoon sun. Next to the mat, a small round table was casually scattered with snacks and drinks. Eric, wearing only a pair of beach shorts, relaxed on his side with his arm propped up, squinting his eyes, perhaps dozing off. In the half-meter distance between them lay a thick blanket, on which two adorable little ones lay. Kevin, closer to Eric, had his eyes closed and his little mouth slightly open as he peacefully slept. Near Joanna, Hawaii had her bright baby eyes wide open, watching her mother read with keen interest. She only blinked a few times when Joanna turned a page, as if urging her to continue. Having left Los Angeles for a week, Eric had turned off his mobile phone, stopped reading the recent frustrating newspapers, and no longer spent too much time thinking about work. Each day, he spent only an hour managing emails and devoted most of his energy to the two little ones, moving in the direction of becoming a full-time dad. After finishing another page of the book, Joanna reached over to gently touch her daughter's soft blonde hair and glanced with satisfaction at Eric not far away before continuing to read softly. Having emerged from the Alexander Zelwarowicz National Academy of Dramatic Art in her early 20s, she chased fame, faced setbacks, enjoyed minor glories, and experienced major downfalls. Like a small boat lost in the vast ocean, drifting aimlessly, at 35, she had finally docked in a calm cove surrounded by 3 mountains. Though it was only 70% perfect, she no longer demanded more. Even the sudden retreat after Twister had sparked a flurry of speculation and mockery from the media. Joanna remained calm, for she knew there was a little man who would protect the two of them very well. And he indeed protected them well. After reading for a while longer, Joanna heard a voice behind her and turned to look. A tall figure dressed in a t-shirt and hot pants was coming down the stone steps connecting the beach to the mansion. Seeing Joanna looking at her, the girl waved and stepped down the stairs, took off her high heels and left them to the side as she quickly walked over on the fine sand. She crouched down next to Joanna, wrapped her arms around her neck, gave her a cheeky kiss on the cheek, then leaned over to peck Hawaii's little face gently before squeezing Kevin's chubby cheeks, and then stood up again. Joanna watched her sister finish all that, and then moved toward Eric, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "Ava, you said you were going to participate in the Fashion Week show. Shouldn't you be training right now?" A few months ago, with Joanna's help, Ava Pacula had managed to immigrate successfully. Although she was 14 years younger than Joanna, Ava was still a beautiful girl in her own right. With Emily's assistance, Ava quickly signed with a modeling agency and recently received an invitation to walk the runway at the September Fashion Week from Emily's fashion company. "I came here to work," Ava said, picking up a cup from the small round table to pour herself some juice. Then she lay down on the mat next to Eric, tugging on a strand of gold hair by her ear and lightly teasing Eric's face with it. Just as Joanna was about to admonish her sister to stop, she saw Eric shake his head and wake up. Seeing Eric open his eyes, Ava immediately let go of the hair and casually greeted him. "Hi, Eric." Eric instinctively touched his cheek, and upon seeing the girl greeting him, he understood, sitting up to respond to Ava. Just then, he heard the piercing cry of a baby next to him. Because Joanna had stopped reading, Hawaii, who had been about to doze off, started crying along with her brother. Eric had no time to deal with Ava. He and Joanna quickly each picked up one of the two little ones. After a quick check, he said, "He needs a change, Joanne. Let's go back." Ava tentatively leaned over and asked, "Eric, do you need me to help?" Eric pointed to the blanket on the beach mat. "Take this back, and don't worry about the rest. Let the maid handle it." Ava nodded, squatting down to fold the blanket. By the time she stood up, Eric and Joanna had already walked to the nearby stone steps, and she hurried to catch up. She slipped on her high heels. Beside the steps, walking along the lush, bush-lined path back into the mansion. Looking at the green trees surrounding her and the luxurious villa not far away, Ava couldn't help but feel uncontrollable envy. In just a few months in America, Ava had come to grasp just how wealthy her sister's little man was. Eric had bought 6 properties in Southampton and East Hampton to shield the 2 women and the children from disturbances. In the initial period after Ava arrived from Poland and stayed with Joanna, they had moved rather frequently while being reunited after such a long time apart. However, Ava hadn't had time to adapt to this lavish lifestyle before Joanna sent her to Manhattan for modeling training. While Joanna had arranged a living situation far superior to those shared by girls who trained with her but could only stay in basements, Ava found herself yearning to live in that spacious, luxurious mansion with servants waiting on her all the time. Due to some easily perceived psychology, after Eric arrived on Long Island, Ava had already come back from Manhattan 3 times in a week, which was the reason Joanna felt so helpless. When Joanna was with Eric, his mature demeanor made them seem like peers. However, though Ava was only a year younger than Eric, Joanna viewed her more like a daughter, with affection and indulgence, and she felt resigned about Ava's little crush. While Joanna could accept serving Eric alongside Virginia, she struggled to. Imagine what would happen if her sister got close to him. Virginia was not as easygoing as Joanna. After recovering for a few months postpartum, she quickly accepted a role and was now out filming. When Eric wasn't around, the 2 little ones were cared for by Joanna and a few nannies. After getting home and gently placing her daughter in the crib and asking a nanny to watch closely over her, Joanna then approached Eric, who was changing Kevin's diaper. She worriedly glanced at her sister, who was wandering around the hall, and lightly tapped Eric's arm. "What's up?" Eric continued attending to his son meticulously, not lifting his head, casually asking, "Eric, can you not flirt with Ava?" Eric chuckled, finishing changing his son's diaper and lightly tickling the baby's tummy. He said, "You saw clearly. It's your sister who's flirting with me." With a furrowed brow, Joanna was just about to say something when Eric turned to hold her close, patting her back gently. "Don't worry. I promised you." Joanna dared not believe it. "You're not kidding me, are you?" Eric chuckled, letting go of Joanna, picking up their squirming son and soothing him softly. "Why would I want to deceive you?" Joanna turned her head to glance at her sister, who was looking at a painting on the wall in the West Hall, suddenly asking, "Isn't Ava pretty enough?" Ava was definitely pretty, but Eric always felt that she lacked the life experience that molded Joanna's charm. Therefore, he never entertained any different thoughts. However, Eric didn't express his evaluation outright, forcing himself to suppress a smile, and shook his head. "Oh, you women, your thoughts are always so strange." Joanna also realized that her question was a bit inappropriate, a blush of embarrassment rising on her cheeks as she playfully swatted Eric, saying, "It's all your fault." As Eric saw their son squinting again, he handed him over to the nanny and headed upstairs saying, I'll go take a shower first." When Eric came down again, the two sisters were sitting side by side on the living room couch, flipping through a magazine. Eric greeted Ava, personally brewed some coffee, and brought a tray over to the couch, pouring some cups. After chatting a bit with Joanna, Ava looked up and asked, "Eric, are you free recently?" Eric handed the steaming coffee to the two women and smiled. "Of course. What do you need help with?" "Well, Emily asked me to invite you to participate in her company's runway show at Fashion Week." Eric remembered hearing Ava casually mention she'd be part of the New York Fashion Week show starting September 10th. Upon hearing the invitation, he immediately lost interest. Not only did he know nothing about fashion shows, but even if he went, he would feel completely out of place. More importantly, in his view, most models at major fashion shows simply didn't meet his standards of beauty, and those that did might just end up looking weirdly styled by the designers. "I'm not going. I can't appreciate that stuff," Eric shook his head and bluntly stated. Ava looked at Eric's quick refusal and immediately put on a pitiful expression, shaking Joanna's arm as if trying to leverage her sister for support. Joanna, feeling helpless, finally said, "Eric, I used to be a model for a while too. The truth is, many guests at fashion shows don't really understand the art. The organizers invite them just to boost the show's fame and attention. You haven't got anything happening recently. Just go once, okay? Didn't you invest in Emily's fashion company too?" Holding the coffee, Eric listened to Joanna and nodded readily. "All right, I'll go." Joanna thought Eric would continue to refuse, mentally preparing to say more reasons, but with his straightforward acceptance, she was momentarily taken aback before quickly understanding. She smiled lightly. Meanwhile, her sister let out an involuntary grunt, shaking Joanna's arm again. "Joan, look at him. He's doing this on purpose." Eric looked up, making a surprised expression at Ava, as if to say, "I was being so subtle, and you caught on." Ava rolled her eyes before pulling out the invitation she had prepared beforehand from her bag, handing it to him. Then turning to Joanna, "Joan, you can come along too." Joanna reached out to help her sister smooth down her hair at her ear and replied, "If I go, who will take care of the two little babies?" Ava pointed to the nannies in the nursery. "Looking after the two little ones. Aren't they sufficient?" But Joanna just gently shook her head. Seeing Joanna refuse, Ava stopped persuading her and immediately turned to Eric. "Eric, can I come out with you during the show?" Eric looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I mean walking out with you so someone can help take some pictures of us together." "What do you think?" "Why?" Ava unabashedly replied. "Because you're very famous. Appearing with you will help a nobody like me get some recognition quickly." Eric glanced at Joanna, saw her smiling without saying a word, and reluctantly nodded. "All right, but my reputation isn't all that good, so be careful others don't write something ridiculous." Ava felt a sense of excitement at the idea and immediately waved her hand. "Don't worry, I don't mind at all." Eric glanced at the invitation, noting the date was September 12th. After a week of resting in Long Island, Eric's previously inexplicable emotions had faded significantly. He suddenly remembered there was a movie being filmed in New York around this time that he had forgotten about until now. Luc Besson's famous film, Leon, the Professional. While he had chosen to collaborate with Gaumont on making this film, Eric had not intervened much and had even forgotten about it for quite some time. According to the preparation schedule, the film had likely already begun production. Perhaps attending the Fashion Week would also provide an opportunity to check out the film set. But suddenly, Eric wondered who that little girl would be in this time frame. Chapter 563, 564. This is what Emily taught me. Eric thought attending Emily's so-called fashion show would be an easy affair. However, the next day, when he discovered that Emily had come to the East Hampton estate again, taking things very seriously, he realized her plans were far more intricate than merely getting him to participate in a runway show. The entire event was a marketing scheme planned by Emily, using Eric's presence at Brighton Apparel's new collection launch as a buzz. Emily sent invitations to several Hollywood celebrities. Because of Eric, the Hollywood mogul, many stars who normally had to consider their schedules for top brand fashion shows like Chanel and Givenchy agreed to attend. Thanks to stellar media relations, within just a few days, the once unknown Brighton apparel brand caught fire in entertainment and fashion news, with many Hollywood stars set to attend. As New York Fashion Week kicked off, Brighton apparel had already stolen half the spotlight. Meanwhile, Emily and the Pacula sisters were personally preparing Eric's outfit for the fashion show that evening. The mansion's hall was lined with 3 rows of clothing racks filled with menswear, alongside a heap of various men's shoes. Eric, like most men, generally disliked trying on clothes repeatedly, especially like women did. Watching Emily Brighton sift through a pile of jewelry to select an avant-garde silver pendant to bring to him, Eric finally snapped after over an hour of being fussed over. "Stop, Emily. If you dare hang that chain around my neck, I'm not going anywhere tonight." As Joanna and Ava chuckled in unison, Emily rolled her eyes. "What a boring man. And that isn't for your neck. It's a fringe-inspired military accessory." Emily gestured with the pendant before him. Eric zipped up his black jacket and realized it felt a bit snug. After searching for over an hour, he was exhausted and didn't want to fight it anymore. He stretched his tense body and said, "This'll do. I'm not a woman. Dressing up too much will raise questions about my orientation." "Only an idiot would question your orientation," Emily replied, begrudgingly putting the pendant back into the jewelry box. Seeing Eric's jacket zipped up, she walked over, dissatisfied, and reached to unzip it again. "Don't you think this jacket is a bit tight? It's not necessary to zip it. Just leave it open." Eric blocked Emily's hand and zipped up himself. "What guy walks around with their jacket unzipped like this?" "This is a sample. You only need to wear it tonight," Emily countered, picking up a brooch and showcasing it to him as he appeared apprehensive. "This is the company logo. We need it on your jacket." When Eric saw that the brooch had Brighton crafted in fancy script, he half-heartedly let Emily pin it to his chest. After checking the mirror, he frowned slightly. "Isn't the gold a bit too flashy? It feels off." "It may be, but no one will care, and I had the models try it. It's best for photos, it stands out," Emily explained. Upon hearing this, Eric chuckled. "I see now. You're planning to make me the spokesperson for your company. Should we discuss my endorsement fees first?" Emily took a few steps back, assessing his outfit, while she and Ava adjusted his collar. Listening to Eric's joke, she playfully replied, "Sure, whatever you want for endorsement fees. I'll just deduct it from your company shares at the end of the year." Eric shrugged, about to respond when he heard the sound of a child crying from the nursery. He instinctively started toward it, but Emily quickly grabbed his arm. "You can't hold the baby right now. If that little one wets your clothes, we'll have wasted the whole afternoon." "I can manage," Joanna assured Eric with a reassuring look as she headed toward the nursery. Eric looked over to see Joanna holding the little one, and then turned to Emily, dressed sharply in a black business suit. "Chris will be back soon. When are you two planning to get married?" Emily hesitated. The usually savvy businesswoman showed a hint of worry. She was smart enough to connect the dots from the recent events and suddenly turned to Eric. "Eric, you weren't behind this, were you?" Eric played dumb. "What do you mean?" Noticing Eric's moment of guilt, Emily felt sure of her suspicion and complained, "You're so cruel. You don't want to marry but happily live your life while suggesting that Jeffrey and my parents pressure Chris and me to wed. They've driven me crazy lately." Eric didn't deny it any longer, grinning mischievously as he said, "I'm just looking out for you. Look, I've got kids now. Once you guys have yours, whether boy or girl, we can make a marriage arrangement." Emily rolled her eyes at Eric but didn't press the topic that troubled her further. The fashion show was scheduled for 7 o'clock that evening. Even though it was still before 3 in the afternoon, East Hampton was over 100 miles from Manhattan, so Eric and the others had to leave early to get there. While in the car, Emily expertly detailed the day's lineup to Eric. "The show starts at 7, lasts about 40 minutes. Then Vogue will come to take some photos of you for next month's cover." This was agreed upon. "In exchange, they'll do a feature on our fashion brand. After that, we have a celebration party at Hyatt. Eric, I hope you can stay at least an hour at the party. Those stars came here for you." Eric nodded, doing some quick calculations. They'd finish up around 10, and driving back to East Hampton would take at least 2 hours. There was no chance of returning that night. Fortunately, he had already planned to visit Luc Besson's set the next day. Suddenly, Eric remembered something. "Emily, didn't you say the fashion show only lasts about 10 minutes at most? How is it 40 minutes? Emily explained, "The show itself is indeed 10 minutes, but typically, all shows delay about half an hour for guests, buyers, and media to mingle." Arriving at the hub of New York Fashion Week near Bryant Park in Manhattan, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Emily quickly gave some last-minute instructions, leaving Ava and a female assistant with Eric while she rushed off to finalize preparations. If Central Park were the size of a palm, Bryant Park in Midtown Manhattan would barely be the size of a fingernail. As the venue for New York Fashion Week, a few white tents had been set up on the lawn, and the park was buzzing with people, camera flashes ringing out all around. Eric's outfit looked good, but paled in comparison to the colorful and extravagant crowd around him. To avoid attention, Eric threw on a pair of large sunglasses and chose a hat for a little cover, effectively blending in as just another face in the crowd. Ava Pacula, attending her first fashion week, was ecstatic. Although she was one of the models for the show that night, she had been training for days, and, given her unique position, she wasn't waiting backstage with the other models. Instead, she dragged Eric all over the venue. After snapping a photo in front of an exquisitely branded luxury label, Eric turned to leave when he noticed a familiar-looking girl take his spot, striking various poses for the photographer trailing her. Curious, Eric asked Ava and the somewhat forgettable assistant. Beside him, "Do these things really hold that much appeal for you guys?" "Of course. I have my eye on a Chanel bag, but I can't afford it just yet. My sister only gives me $2,000 a month for spending money, so I'll just have to wait until I earn my own," Ava said, linking her arm through Eric's with a hint of longing. Eric only smiled. A few days together revealed Ava's straightforward nature. She wore her feelings on her sleeve, which Eric appreciated. He knew Joanna was taking good care of her too. Not only did she purchase her a small apartment in Manhattan, but she also covered the costs of her modeling training. The $2,000 Ava described truly was just pocket money, probably more than what the average struggling Manhattanite spent monthly. The assistant trailing them spoke up, pointing at the girl who had just occupied Eric's photo spot. "Mr. Williams, are you referring to them?" "Yeah," Eric nodded. Mr. Williams, most of them are just here to leech off the show," the assistant replied disdainfully. Noticing Eric's confusion, the assistant elaborated. "Only a small fraction of the stars received formal invitations to Fashion Week. Many of these are up-and-coming stars or minor models craving publicity who didn't get brand invites. They just come to snap photos at the events or hope to sneak into shows for a few quick snaps, effectively leveraging the exposure for magazine features back home, like XXX stunts at New York Fashion Week, to boost their visibility. It's a great way for stars without film roles to maintain or even enhance their notoriety." After listening to this, Eric jokingly said to Ava, "You might fit into that leech category, huh?" Ava grinned proudly. "Yep, but they're after calls from Chanel, Givenchy, and Valentino, which don't matter. All I need is to stick by Eric Williams, and I'll land in the Gossip magazine's headlines tomorrow." Eric nodded seriously. Now that's some real cunning. Ava immediately sold out her teammates. "Hee, this is what Emily taught me." As the three of them continued to wander around until 6, the assistant received a phone call and promptly reminded them it was almost time to prepare, leading them toward one of the tents on Bryant Park's lawn. Emily was conversing with a bearded, middle-aged man when she saw Eric and Ava arrive. She brought the man over, introducing him. "Eric, this is Mr. Jim Cotras, the buying director at Marks & Spencer in the UK. "Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure. I'm a fan of your movies," the middle-aged man said warmly, shaking Eric's hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Eric noticed guests starting to arrive on the red carpet entrance and heard Emily give the assistant a few instructions. She then motioned to Eric to remove his hat and sunglasses. "Eric, although you're quite the big name, I have many guests to mingle with, so I hope you don't mind going in a bit early." Eric smiled and said, "No problem." With that, he followed the staff toward the red carpet. The buzz around had been palpable since word spread that Eric would appear that night, and there were noticeably more people flocking around than at other tents' entrances. When Eric stepped onto the red carpet with a tall blonde lady by his side, the crowd erupted in excitement, and he could hear several female voices squealing. As the flashes erupted, Eric maintained a friendly smile, waving to the crowd, and small cheers followed. If it weren't for the security and barriers, they might have rushed him. Although reporters outside posed various questions, Eric remained silent. After posing for a series of photos, he walked into the venue with Ava at his side. "All right, you've completed your mission. Ava said, clearly enjoying the attention she had garnered and playfully nudging Eric. I need to go prepare for the show. With that, she hurried toward backstage. As Eric surveyed the not-so-well-lit venue, the white catwalk looked empty, but some guests had already filled the tiered seating on either side of the runway. Once the staff led Eric into the venue, they turned to leave. Eric recalled what Emily had told him about his designated spot and made his way over, scanning the room. The moment he walked in, Eric spotted a red figure occupying his space. Though the lighting wasn't bright, he still recognized the Asian girl at first glance. She had a sleek, ear-length bob and wore a striking red shirt with an open collar, complemented by fitted pants that highlighted her long legs, finished off with some striking black leather boots. While Eric didn't immediately recognize her, he was reminded of someone else. Chapter 564, 565, A Little Favor. Eric Williams didn't think of any real person, but rather his favorite female character from the Resident Evil series, the mysterious, stunning, and fierce Asian agent Ada Wong. Taking a look again at the Asian woman occupying his seat, Eric noticed that her outfit perfectly matched the image of Ada Wong he had created in the novel adaptation of Resident Evil he had written a few years back based on the game's plot. In his book, Eric didn't follow the traditional cheap house style from the first few games, but rather depicted Ada as the short-haired, red-dressed queen from the 6th installment of the game. As someone approached, the woman, who had seemed somewhat distracted with her head slightly down, looked up and saw Eric smiling at her. She instantly showed a bewildered expression. They faced each other, and Eric recognized her as the actress Kelly Hu, who portrayed the character Lady Death in X2, X-Men United. Although Lady Death possessed the same incredible regenerative abilities as Wolverine in the Marvel Universe, her character didn't get much screen time in the film, barely making a splash after a few brief scenes. Noticing Eric's silent gaze upon her, Kelly felt more anxious. Although Resident Evil hadn't been officially greenlit yet, word had already spread in Hollywood. Kelly's manager thought she might have a shot at landing the role of Ada Wong. So when she learned that Eric would be attending a fashion show for a clothing company during New York Fashion Week, her manager went to great lengths to secure an invitation. While Brighton Apparel, owned by the Emily family, was just a mid-tier clothing brand, Emily had invited several A-list Hollywood stars because of her ties to Eric. There was no way that a lesser-known actress like Kelly, especially as an Asian-American star, would claim a front-row seat. Money couldn't buy that. However, Kelly's manager suggested that she sneak in, find the seat marked with Eric's name, remove the label, and sit there. This would allow her a chance to interact with Eric. It was a common tactic among less well-known stars and models who couldn't afford VIP invites. Major stars often arrived late, and the aspiring ones would fill the front-row seats. By the time the main guests arrived and found their seats occupied, the show would be beginning, leaving the superstars to squeeze in with the others. Unless they encountered a particularly strict brand, this plan often succeeded. Front rows at fashion shows were usually very crowded, not because there weren't enough seats, but due to these seat invaders. It seemed that plans never changed as quickly as circumstances did. Kelly never expected Eric would arrive so early. She observed Eric's calm demeanor amid her panic, and he gently shook his head and said, "Miss, this isn't right." Ada is the kind of woman who remains 100% composed and confident even in dire situations. Seeing a hint of a smile on Eric's lips, Kelly realized he wasn't angry and quickly calmed down. She elegantly rose and extended her hand toward Eric. "Hello, Mr. Williams. My name is Kelly Hu." "Hello," Eric replied as he shook her hand. He glanced at the seat beside him labeled Nicolas Cage and casually sat down, gesturing for Kelly to take a seat as well. Feeling somewhat shy, Kelly took her seat but recalled Eric's words and tried to sit a little taller. Nonetheless, a trace of self-doubt lingered, and she suddenly forgot all the lines she had prepared to say. In Hollywood, African-American actors had long struggled to gain a foothold, finally being able to portray roles beyond just thieves or other negative characters due to political efforts. However, Asian actors had never received significant recognition since Hollywood's inception. If it weren't for Ada Wong's Asian identity in Resident Evil, Kelly wouldn't have felt confident sitting here, interacting with this suddenly rising young mogul in Hollywood. Even so, She remained worried they might cast Ada Wong as a white character or someone of another ethnicity in the film. Noticing her silence, he asked, "Miss Who? I think I've seen you somewhere before. Are you an actress?" Kelly eagerly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Williams. You can call me Kelly. I had a role in Growing Pains, and I also appeared in Friday the 13th Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, and the biopic The Doors starring Val Kilmer." Hearing her nervously recite her resume, as if it were a script, Eric chuckled softly. Though he recognized the titles Kelly mentioned, he hadn't seen those films. Noticing Eric's light laugh, Kelly instinctively bowed her head again. To someone like Eric, who had accumulated a domestic box office of over $1 billion, those films were hardly noteworthy, especially since she had played minor roles in them. As the crowd grew denser, just as Eric was about to continue the conversation, a charismatic male voice rang out. "Eric, it's so great to see you again. How have you been?" Eric turned to see Nicolas Cage and Bridget Fonda approaching, and he stood to greet them. As the lead couple from Ghost, Nicholas and Bridget had maintained their A-list status in Hollywood for the past 2 years. Their appearance together at this fashion show would surely stir up headlines the next day, making quite an impact that might rival Eric's presence. "It's been a while, Nick," Eric said, embracing Nicolas Cage before turning to Bridget Fonda. "Bridget, you're looking more beautiful than ever." Bridget stepped forward and greeted Eric warmly. "Thank you for the compliment, Eric. But what's the point of looking pretty if you've probably forgotten about me and Nick?" The three of them walked over to the seating area, and upon seeing Nicolas Cage and Bridget Fonda together, Kelly felt a twinge of envy and stood up without thinking. Nicholas gave Kelly a brief glance before resuming the conversation with Eric, while Bridget curiously surveyed Kelly's outfit and inquired, "Eric, aren't you going to introduce us to this lady?" "This is Kelly Hu, a friend of mine who is also an actress," Eric introduced, omitting that they had just met out of consideration for Kelly. Realizing Eric's kind intention, Kelly suppressed her slight gratitude and greeted Nicholas and Bridget, quietly sitting beside Eric once they were seated. As soon as they sat down, Nicholas was eager to ask, "Eric, I've watched Jurassic Park several times. It's fantastic. But why haven't I heard any news about your new projects lately?" Eric shook his head and smiled. "I haven't found a script that interests me yet, and I've got too many other matters to handle. So my next film might take a while to get going. What about you two? What have you been up to lately?" "We just received a script from Universal, but we haven't decided whether to take on the roles yet," Nicholas replied, glancing at Bridget. "You two together?" Nicholas nodded and said, "Michael Eisner personally invited us, and the paycheck is quite high, but we're still weighing our options." Eric understood Nicholas's hesitation. The chemistry they had built in Ghost was incredibly strong, and thus, a second collaboration would likely bring in a substantial paycheck. However, if the film flopped, their chemistry could suffer. A classic one-time consumption scenario. So they needed to be cautious with their script choices. "Eric, why don't I tell you about the script, and you can advise us?" Bridget offered as she leaned slightly forward, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Eric considered this but didn't refuse, saying, "Sure, but now isn't the time. The show is about to start." "Let's do it at the after-party," Nicholas chimed in immediately. They had barely exchanged a few words when a father and daughter duo entered the venue. The flamboyantly styled Donald Trump spotted Eric and quickly made his way over, entirely ignoring his daughter's eye roll. Eric was taken aback by Trump's sudden appearance, but remembered Emily mentioning the after-show celebration at the Hyatt, which just happened to be under Trump's company. "Eric, it's great to see you again." Trump greeted him with an enthusiastic bear hug. With a playful poke at Trump's hair, Eric teased, "Donald, you've gotten even more handsome." "Thanks, Eric. I think so too," Trump beamed. "Daddy is so clueless." He clearly meant that as a joke. A small, light voice piped up next to him. Trump was a little embarrassed. Eric turned to look at Ivanka Trump, whom he hadn't seen in a while. He feigned surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow, who's this little beauty? I barely recognize you." Ivanka raised her chin slightly, gave a proud huff, and completely ignored Eric's comment. "Ivanka, don't be rude," Trump immediately scolded. At just 12 years old and already nearing 5 feet, Ivanka rolled her eyes without hesitation. Seeing her cute demeanor made Eric laugh as he appraised her simple pale yellow dress and asked, "Ivanka, Don't you think you're missing something? Ivanka looked down at her outfit, took a moment, and replied, Missing what? A stuffed animal. I think you could totally go for a giant one right now. Ivanka pouted slightly, grabbing her father and heading toward the seating, clearly intent on ignoring Eric. Donald Trump and Ivanka were seated right next to Bridget Fonda. To facilitate their conversation, Eric sat himself between the two groups. As Kelly observed Eric, engaged in lively conversation with others, she hadn't even had a chance to feel disappointed when a woman wearing a work badge approached from backstage. She scanned the seats and quickly focused on Kelly. The woman walked over and asked, Excuse me, miss, may I see your invitation? Kelly felt a jolt of fright, but still retrieved the invitation from her purse. The woman glanced at it and said, I'm sorry, Miss Who, but we have a lot of guests today, and the front row is already quite crowded. Could you please return to your assigned seat? Their conversation quickly drew the attention of the others, and Eric recognized the woman as the assistant who had accompanied him and Ava previously. Seeing Kelly's flustered expression, he interjected, Kelly is my friend. If it's okay, just let her sit in the front row. The assistant, seeing Eric personally advocate for Kelly, didn't dare to refuse outright, but replied, Mr. Williams, it's possible to squeeze in a bit. However, Miss Who is currently in Ms. Wintour's seat. Eric glanced around and saw his own earlier seat was empty. Kelly had casually seated herself on his left. Little did he know, that seat belonged to the renowned Vogue editor Anna Wintour. He hadn't expected Emily to seat the major fashion figure next to him. Though unfamiliar with Anna Wintour, Eric recognized that securing her presence must have taken substantial effort from Emily. Disrupting those little arrangements certainly wouldn't be worth it, so he waved Kelly over to sit next to him. The assistant sighed in relief but didn't leave. She stood nearby, closely watching the incoming guests as if Emily had stationed her there specifically to monitor VIP seating. Sure enough, in the ensuing minutes, the assistant escorted several up-and-coming stars away from the front row. The crowd continued to swell, and just as the assistant was about to step away, Eric waved her down. Anything you need, Mr. Williams? The assistant slightly bent toward him and asked. Eric beckoned her closer, and once she crouched down, he whispered, I need a little favor. Upon hearing Eric's quiet request, the assistant smiled and nodded. Glancing briefly at Ivanka, she hurriedly got up and left. Chapter 565, 566. You guessed it right. With only 3 minutes before the show began, Eric finally saw Emily personally escorting Anna Wintour, the editor-in-chief of Vogue, into the venue. Noticing the two women walking toward him, Eric stood up, curious about the renowned fashion powerhouse. Anna Wintour, sporting her iconic bob hairstyle, had not donned her signature Prada sunglasses this evening. Eric, this is Ms. Anna Wintour. Anna, this is Eric. Emily formally introduced them, even though everyone already knew each other. Hello, Mr. Williams. It's a pleasure to meet you, Anna Wintour said warmly, extending her hand to Eric. Her voice was a bit raspy, giving off a tired vibe, although she spoke rapidly like many elite people. Eric shook her hand and replied, Likewise, Ms. Wintour. You can call me Eric. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Anna Wintour walked toward her seat. Just as Eric was about to return to his spot, Emily gently tugged on him. Eric had to shift Nicolas Cage and Bridget Fonda slightly to his left to sit right next to Anna Wintour. As the three settled into their seats, Emily's assistant appeared from backstage, holding a small brown teddy bear. She approached Eric and said, Mr. Williams, time is tight, and this is all we could find. Is this okay? Eric realized that she had brought a teddy bear. A memory of a certain R-rated comedy that had ruined childhoods flashed through his mind, and he instinctively broke into a mischievous smile. Taking the teddy bear from the assistant, he said, That'll do. Thanks. The assistant blushed a bit, smiled shyly, and nodded at Emily before she headed backstage. Many Hollywood stars who were invited to the show had been glancing over at Eric from time to time. If not for the numerous media reporters present, they would have likely approached him. Seeing a staff member inexplicably deliver a teddy bear to Eric seemed to give many guests a justifiable reason to look his way unabashedly. Eric glanced at Anna Wintour, who was about to speak, and held up a finger to indicate a moment of pause. He then walked a few steps to Ivanka Trump and handed her the teddy bear. Here you go, Ivanka. This is your mascot for tonight. Ivanka instinctively took the bear. With everyone around watching her, she felt too embarrassed to toss it away and instead hugged it to her chest, looking toward her father, Donald Trump, for help. He, however, wore a beaming smile. Naturally, Donald enjoyed being in the spotlight, especially after Ivanka had appeared with a stuffed animal in Jurassic Park, which had made her beloved by the world. As a father, he felt proud. When Eric handed the teddy bear to Ivanka, many attendees instantly grasped the situation and stifled laughter. Meanwhile, the media jumped at the chance to capture the moment, and the room erupted in flashes from cameras. Seeing that Eric was still lingering near her, Ivanka asked a reporter nearby to snap a photo of them together. She maintained her adorable demeanor, but after the photo, leaned closer to Eric and whispered, "You bad guy, I'm never acting in your movies again." "Oh, that can't be. I've paid for your time. Are you planning on breaching our contract, Miss Trump?" "How about this time?" Ivanka raised the teddy bear in her hand. For some reason, she felt there was something wicked in Eric's eyes when he looked at the bear. "Would $1,000 be okay? You're wealthier than my dad, and you're only offering me $1,000? How stingy." When Ivanka heard that, she instinctively began to negotiate, almost making Eric laugh. It seemed that even though she had grown up, a hint of that little money grubber vibe Eric had unintentionally instilled in her remained. Eric calmly replied, "Why don't you make an offer?" After considering for a moment, Ivanka mustered up her courage and said, $10,000. Once she said it, she realized she might have been too bold. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly added, "I need to save for my future tuition to avoid needing my dad's money." "All right, 10,000 it is," Eric said, feigning a pained expression. Ivanka completely disregarded Eric's theatrics. With his acceptance, her eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand eagerly. "Give it to me." Eric raised his palms. "I don't have it on me right now. I'll have someone send it to you after the show." The girl seriously warned, "But you better not forget." Upon returning to his seat, Anna Wintour, who had been observing him keenly, immediately remarked, "Eric, you're quite an interesting person." "Thank you, Anna." Eric nodded with a smile, feeling that Anna's enthusiasm was a bit excessive. After chatting a bit more, he understood that Anna wanted to invite him for an interview with Vogue. She was an excellent communicator, and if it hadn't been for Emily chiming in briefly, Eric might have found it hard to turn her down. Plan or not, Anna Wintour showed no signs of disappointment when a half-hour later, the fashion show officially started. With some eerie and melodic music playing, the models began walking down the runway. Eric felt completely indifferent about the models' attire on stage, but when he heard the accompanying music, it captivated him. The song's lead was a woman whose voice carried a soft rasp. Her low, haunting melodies were like whispers from a ghostly muse in the still of the night. "Eric, this is a song by the Cranberries from Ireland called Pretty. The lead singer is Dolores O'Riordan. Their music is quite evocative. If you're interested, you should consider buying a record," Anna Wintour explained, noting Eric's appreciation. Eric nodded slightly in gratitude, mentally noting the song title and details about the Cranberries. Aside from Pretty, the following segments of the show provided little more for Eric to pay attention to. After more than 10 minutes, the fashion showcase concluded. Most people hurried off to the next event, while Eric, under Emily's arrangement, moved to a nearby studio to shoot several cover photos for Vogue. By the time all these activities wrapped up, it was 8:30, and Eric had just appeared in the ballroom of the Hyatt Hotel. Several eager individuals were approaching him. In addition to the ghost duo, Nicolas Cage and Bridget Fonda, Emily had also invited 7 or 8 other Hollywood celebrities. They weren't expecting to land any immediate offers from Eric. Their main goal was to become more familiar with him. The more memorable they were, the better their chances of landing suitable roles in future Firefly projects. After socializing with the group, Eric finally joined Cage and Fonda on a couch, discussing that upcoming movie before the fashion event. It's essentially a story about a reserved cop in Manhattan who meets a waitress at a diner. After a chance encounter where the cop forgets to bring his money, he makes a deal with the waitress. If his lottery ticket wins, they split the prize. Sure enough, the ticket hits, and after some internal conflict, he ends up sharing the $1 million reward with the waitress, and they find romance along the way. Cage's storytelling wasn't particularly strong. If it had been a completely unfamiliar narrative, Eric might have shook his head, but he remembered the movie. Oddly enough, in the original timeline, Cage and Fonda had portrayed those very roles. In a film titled It Could Happen to You, Eric didn't see the film as anything particularly remarkable, but it wasn't terrible either. It was just decent. Their continued discourse wouldn't significantly benefit their careers, but it wouldn't hurt their box office draw either. Eric shared his honest opinion with both actors. "So, we're not going to take it, then," Bridget Fonda said after considering Eric's feedback. Cage seemed to share this sentiment. Eric smiled. "If you're not planning to take this project, you'd better not let Michael Eisner know about our discussions. Otherwise, he'll be furious with me." "I won't just blurt this out," Cage chuckled. He well understood the dynamic between Michael Eisner and Eric. "Since we won't pursue this film, Eric, do you have any roles that might suit me?" Eric shook his head honestly. Firefly has been focusing on big-budget, special effects films lately. Since the stars of those films are typically computer-generated, they generally cast outstanding second-tier actors to save costs. Cage shook his head sadly, then thought for a moment and added, "Eric, I thought the movie you did with Sony, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, was fantastic." "That Hong Kong director's name was John Woo," Bridget Fonda interjected. Cage nodded. "Right. John Woo. I really admire his directing style. The action sequences are just incredible. Do you think there's a possibility for us to collaborate?" Eric wore a peculiar expression, wondering if this was some kind of historical inertia. "John's currently working on another film, but he signed a 3-picture deal with us. There's still one more film left for next year. If you're interested, I have a suitable script that could fit you." Since the script for Face/Off was still under wraps, Eric didn't divulge any specifics to Cage. They made an initial agreement. Seeing Cage get a potential project, Bridget Fonda wasn't one to be outdone, but, being an actress who lingered in secondary status in this timeline, Eric couldn't think of any fitting project for her in the immediate future and only politely suggested they could discuss potential roles in the future. Nicolas Cage and Bridget Fonda weren't idle people. After their conversation with Eric, they quickly left the party. Emily had mingled with a large crowd at the event and soon approached Eric, holding a champagne flute. "Emily, where's Ava?" Eric asked, glancing around. "She's doing a photo shoot. They need it for the magazine tomorrow. I expect they'll be working late," Emily explained, giving Eric a playful roll of her eyes. "She's Joanna's sister, so keep your thoughts to yourself." Eric could only respond with a silent eye roll before shifting the topic. "Didn't you already discuss matters with Anna Wintour? Why did she want to invite me for an interview with Vogue? If Anna Wintour didn't know how to seize opportunities like this, do you think she would have become the editor-in-chief of Vogue before turning 30? Besides, after taking the helm at Vogue, she's been emulating Tina Brown's approach from Vanity Fair." Upon hearing Emily mention Vanity Fair, Eric realized that the magazine focused on the private lives of high-society stars and the wealthy. Given Vogue's mimicry of Vanity Fair, it wasn't surprising for them to extend an invitation to him. Seeing Emily take a sip of champagne to wet her throat, Eric smiled. "I think I've done everything I needed to tonight. What do you think of the outcome?" "Absolutely fantastic, Eric." "Thank you." Emily's mood brightened immediately. With the news pieces built up from tonight, Brighton Apparel's brand will spread across the U.S. in no time. "Do you remember that British buyer from Marks & Spencer I was talking to before the show started?" Eric nodded, recalling the image of a bearded man. "I had been negotiating with him for a while, and he wasn't budging. But seeing you here tonight, along with Nicolas Cage and others, he just promised me a $5 million order. While many buyers are still considering, just the orders secured tonight have already surpassed last year's sales by over double. Eric, I plan to invest in 20 more specialty stores in the major cities. Do you think that's feasible? I'm not too knowledgeable about that, so it's up to you to figure it out." Emily blinked at him. "I mean, if each store requires a $500,000 investment, that would roughly need $10 million. Though $10 million wasn't a trivial sum, Eric assumed Brighton Apparel should be able to pull that off without issue. Noticing Eric's puzzled expression, Emily proactively said, "You guessed it right, the company is out of cash. For this fashion show alone, I've already spent over $5 million. Chapter 566, 567, The Manuscript. Eric felt that combining tonight's fashion show with the current cocktail party could easily exceed $5 million, or even $500,000 would suffice. Although several big-name stars attended, they were only there for him, likely only taking a few $1,000s for appearance fees. Emily, I'm curious, how did you manage to spend $5 million? Inviting top designers, fashion models, media PR, guest appearance fees, and television advertising costs. Emily began to count off each category of expenses using her delicate fingers. As she neared the end of her 10 fingers, Eric worried that Chris might take off her high heels and continue counting. So he hurriedly interrupted. All right, I believe you. Emily seemed a bit unsatisfied, adding, there's also a small charity auction later. Our company has already promised to donate an additional $200,000 on top of the auction proceeds. When Chris comes back, you can have him handle that. Emily replied, Chris might not be back until the end of the month. I want to kick off these projects soon. How about you just write me a check? Eric asked, puzzled. Didn't he already take care of things over in Europe? Why isn't he back yet? Emily shot him a glance. Isn't it your fault? Eric quickly understood and shook his head, saying, you could at least tie the knots soon. After all, you two are living together now. Let's not talk about that. Okay, if that's the case, get the required documents ready, and I'll write you the check. Deal. This $10 million will count as corporate debt financing, Emily said, her gaze sly yet slightly anxious. Eric smiled. Compared to other industries, he wasn't too interested in Brighton apparel, which was a mere $300 million, so he had no desire to increase his stake. Let's do it your way. As they discussed trivial matters, a middle-aged man in his 50s with graying hair approached. He greeted Emily, saying, Hi, Emily, your show tonight was fantastic. Paul must be so proud to have you as his daughter. How's he doing lately? Upon seeing him, Emily's initially enthusiastic expression dimmed. She maintained politeness and lightly shook his hand, replying, My dad's doing well, Mr. Wexner. Thank you for asking. After greeting Emily, the middle-aged man extended his hand toward Eric, warmly saying, Mr. Williams, it's a pleasure. I'm Leslie Wexner. Hello, Mr. Wexner. Eric sensed that Emily seemed not to like the man much, so he didn't respond too warmly. Leslie Wexner released Eric's hand and turned to Emily, saying, Emily, I realize. The terms we discussed last time might not have been appropriate. Perhaps I can raise the price to $400 million. If you're interested, we could discuss it further. Emily shook her head, stating, Mr. Wexner, you know it's hard for the same person to get a good deal twice. I think we don't need to pursue that matter any further. That's not good, Emily. If you want to be a successful business person, remember, never say anything too absolute. Leslie Wexner concluded this statement with envy in his eyes as he glanced at Eric standing beside Emily, nodding slightly before walking away. Who is that guy? You don't seem to like him, Eric finally asked after Leslie moved away. The chairman of LTD, Emily replied immediately. Then she realized Eric probably didn't know what LTD stood for and added, Chairman of Limited Brands. LTD has several decent fashion brands, including a lingerie brand and a sportswear brand. Since my family's Brighton apparel primarily focuses on daily wear for urban professionals, there's no competitive conflict, so Leslie Wexner and my dad are considered good friends. However, recently he's been looking to expand LTD's fashion brands, planning to acquire our family's company, which I turned down. Eric said, That all sounds like normal business. You don't need to dislike him, do you? If it was just that, I certainly wouldn't dislike him. Brighton Apparel was founded by my grandfather. Apart from your 30% stake, the rest is divided among my dad, 2 uncles, and an aunt. 3 months ago, after I turned him down, he secretly contacted my 2 uncles and my aunt, trying to buy their shares at a high price. He offered $150 million for 45% of the shares. If my dad hadn't stumbled upon this and stopped those 3 from making a foolish decision, he would have become the largest shareholder in the company by now. Seeing Emily grit her teeth in anger, Eric suggested, In that case, manage the company well. Who knows, you might end up acquiring his company in return. Emily proudly raised her chin, not hiding her little ambition. That was my plan. LTD's market value is only a bit over $1 billion. Just give me 5 years, and I'll catch up to them. By then, I'll merge with LTD, and Brighton Apparel can go public through a reverse merger. Since Leslie Wexner wants a second chance at a deal, I'd let him taste losing control of his company. Eric asked, laughing. Why do you keep saying he wants a second chance? Did he get a first deal? He did, but that was 10 years ago. At that time, he bought Victoria's Secret for only $1 million. Now, Victoria's Secret is valued at over $1 billion, representing 70% of LTD's market value. Emily added, I heard that Roy Raymond, the original founder of Victoria's Secret, recently jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge and committed suicide. Eric rubbed the stem of his wine glass, and after she finished speaking, he suddenly asked, Emily, if we wanted to initiate a hostile takeover of LTD, how much would it cost to gain control? What did you say? Emily thought she misheard. Eric repeated, I mean, how much would it require to acquire control of LTD right now? Eric, are you joking? I never thought of you as a particularly compassionate person. Besides, I think someone without the courage to live isn't worth anyone's sympathy. Eric was not joking, nor was he motivated by sympathy. This was Victoria's Secret after all. He clearly remembered the awe he felt the first time he saw Victoria's Secret's annual show on a cable pay-per-view channel. Emily, I'm not joking. I'm very serious about discussing this matter with you. Emily stared at Eric for a moment before saying, I'm not sure about that either. You should ask Chris about this question. Then let's get Chris back quickly and have him draft a feasible plan. Emily suddenly lowered her voice. Eric, I know a bit about the situation in Los Angeles. You'd need a lot of money to acquire the TV network. After acquiring Nokia, Firefly's investment would only have around $600 million left, right? So, since that's a lot of money needed, around $600 million won't help much. It'd be better to use it to acquire a company that interests me. Hearing Eric say this, Emily felt a surge of excitement, then immediately said, Eric, this is completely your idea now. It has nothing to do with me. Eric laughed. It seems like you were pushing me to think this way. Emily knew Eric was joking and said, just make sure Chris doesn't find out. If he thinks this is my idea, it won't work. You know his stubbornness about sticking to personal principles. Eric teased, isn't your family supposed to be under your control? Emily felt a bit embarrassed. I only have a say in minor matters. All right then, when Chris returns, I'll speak to him about this. The cocktail party was well underway, and the charity auction that Emily arranged quickly commenced. Everyone knew the charity auction was standard fare. Many bought items without really understanding who they were donating to. Eric had no interest in this and quietly stood in the corner, watching as people occasionally bid on trinkets donated by Hollywood stars. A figure in a black dress cautiously approached Eric, whispering, Mr. Williams? Turning around, Eric saw it was Kelly who had exchanged her cosplay outfit for something different. He had almost forgotten about her with all the mingling he'd been doing. Honestly, you look even better in that outfit, Eric complimented as he assessed Kelly's attire. Kelly's voice was somewhat subdued. Mr. Williams, are you saying that I'm not suited for the role of Ada Wong? Now, Kelly, who actually resembled a fragile high school girl who invited ruin upon herself. Eric found it hard to compare her to the confident and formidable Ada Wong he had in mind. You should have read Resident Evil. Ada wouldn't look like you do now. Mr. Williams, I've trained in martial arts and even earned a black belt in Taekwondo, Kelly said, her tone a bit urgent. But you don't have Ada's charisma. Right now, you look more like a high school girl who could be killed off by a slasher in a horror film. Mr. Williams, why not give me a chance to audition? I promise I would do well. After thinking for a moment, Eric replied, all right, give me your contact information. When the Resident Evil project starts, I'll make sure someone sends you an audition invitation. Feeling a wave of disappointment, Kelly knew that if the audition process went as usual, she might be eliminated in the first round. She lightly bit her lips, hesitated for a moment, and leaned slightly toward Eric. Mr. Williams, perhaps you could personally arrange an audition for me. How about tonight? Eric narrowed his eyes and stared at her, asking, you're seriously suggesting that? Kelly hesitated for a few seconds before nodding again. Yes. Eric pulled out a credit card from his pocket and handed it to her. Go book a room and wait for me there. Kelly took the credit card, stepped back a couple of paces, and then turned to leave. Minutes later, a server from the Hyatt brought a room key and the credit card to Eric. Ignoring the server's ambiguous expression, he silently accepted both cards, handed over a tip, and then redirected his focus toward the auction platform in the hall. The auction was nearing its end, and the chubby auctioneer on stage quieted the crowd. Now, let's take a look at the most important and precious auction item. He teased a bit before unveiling a box presented by a female server, gesturing to everyone in the hall. When Eric saw what was inside the box, he nearly dropped his wine glass. Everyone, this is the original manuscript of the script for Home Alone written by Eric Williams himself. It's extremely valuable. As you all know, Eric Williams earned $500 million at the global box office with Home Alone, and shortly thereafter, created the miracle of Firefly films. Therefore, this manuscript holds significant collectible value, starting at $100,000. $200,000. A clear female voice chimed in immediately as soon as the auctioneer finished his opening bid. Eric, standing in the back, didn't catch who it was. $250,000. Just as the woman finished her bid, someone immediately raised the price. At that point, people in the hall began searching for Eric's figure, quickly locating him standing in the corner, looking dumbfounded. $300,000. The price was raised again. Eric finally came to his senses, feeling somewhat helpless. This manuscript was personally given to Joanna, and she had promised to keep it as a collectible. Now, with it being presented, it was evident that this foolish woman definitely intended for Eric to buy it back himself. If it weren't something he had gifted to Joanna, Eric would likely not spend a dime for this manuscript. When he heard the manuscript's price quickly climb to $500,000, Eric raised his hand and declared, $600,000. If possible, he wanted to bid $501,000, but he couldn't afford to lose his dignity like that. As soon as the hall recognized Eric was directly bidding, everyone immediately understood what was happening. Not a single person raised the price again. The auctioneer's expression turned peculiar as he counted down 3 times before swiftly announcing the manuscript's ownership. Eric was left to think about how he'd recover the $60,000 worth of investment from that foolish woman. $600,000. Enough to buy plenty of cans of baby formula. Chapter 567, 568. An unexpected encounter. In a luxurious suite on the top floor of the Hyatt Hotel, a new day dawned. Eric sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, casually flipping through the manuscript of Home Alone he had worked on the night before. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It had already been 5 years since he had typed out that script on an old typewriter, brimming with ambition. After the sound of water from the bathroom, Kelly, who emerged wrapped in a simple bathrobe. She curiously stared at Eric's back for a moment before she couldn't resist creeping closer and kneeling on the thick carpet beside him, resting her head on his knee as she peered at the script. Noticing the woman's position, Eric reached out to stroke her cheek and asked, "Have you ever been to Japan?" Kelly tilted her head, rubbing her face against his palm. "I went with a close friend 6 years ago. It sounds like you had a good impression of Japan," she replied. "It was okay, I guess. They were all very polite. Why don't you go put on some clothes? We can have breakfast together," Eric said, showing no interest in continuing that topic as he pinched her delicate chin, giving her instructions. There was a slight hesitation in Kelly's movement. Everything that needed to happen had happened since last night, yet Eric had not brought up the character again. She was worried that once they had breakfast, he might just ask her to leave. Seeing Kelly linger, Eric guessed her thoughts. He pulled a private business card from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Resident Evil is likely going into production next year. You have over 4 months to prepare. When the project starts up next year, I'll personally arrange an audition for you. If your performance meets my standards, I'll give you the role of Ada Wong. So, take this time seriously and really delve into that character's traits. Also, it'd be best to enroll in a short-term acting workshop." Kelly took the card, her expression tinged with anxiety as she asked, "What if I can't meet your standards?" "If you do well as Ada Wong, you'll make quite an impression, much like the character played by Brooke Shields in Running Out of Time, who only appeared for a few minutes but left a lasting impact. However, if your performance doesn't measure up, not only would it ruin the film, but it wouldn't help your career either. Regardless, even if you don't pass the audition, I can help arrange other opportunities for you." The disappointment was hard for Kelly to hide upon hearing Eric's words, which offered no real promises. Eric lifted her chin, feeling dissatisfied. Do you think I'm one of those low-tier directors who uses sweet talk to hook up with women and then forgets about them? Mr. Williams, I don't, Kelly said, her eyes shifting. Even if you do, it's fine. Since you were encouraged by your agent to get close to me last night, you can relay my exact words to him. I'm sure he'll understand what I meant. If he doesn't, take that card and go find UTA and get yourself a new agent. They'll know exactly what to do with my card. Okay, I got it, Kelly said softly, avoiding Eric's gaze. Eric's fingers slid down to loosen her bathrobe, admiring her graceful body as he firmly stated, "Now, go get dressed." In Hell's Kitchen, a classic apartment building stood next to a large container truck, surrounded by stacks of filming equipment. This was the set for Leon, the professional. When Eric arrived from the Hyatt, the crew was already filming. Luke Besson, still trim and young, was in the midst of directing two protagonists. Not intending to interrupt, Eric simply stood by, observing like a passerby. Lolita was certainly not the same Lolita anymore. Although Jean Reno retained his role as the male lead, the female lead had been replaced by a 16-year-old named Melissa Grint. She was small, barely 5 feet tall, and appeared almost underdeveloped. Even though Luke hadn't cast the original Lolita, the actress he chose brought a certain innocence even more so than Natalie Portman's. Today marked the third day of filming, but Gary Oldman, the main antagonist, had yet to show up. They were currently shooting the iconic scene where Matilda meets Leon on the staircase. The shoot went smoothly, with only 5 or 6 simple takes needed before they wrapped that scene up. While Melissa Grint's performance deviated from Natalie Portman's style as Eric remembered it, her acting was just as strong. When she, clutching a burning cigarette, asked Leon if life was only painful in childhood or always painful, she perfectly expressed the angst, confusion, and discontent of adolescence, earning Eric's silent applause. Perhaps this is Hollywood, where nobody is irreplaceable. Without a 12-year-old Lolita, the controversy surrounding Leon, the professional, would likely be much less, and it might even surpass the limitations of its original timeline, potentially earning several Oscar nominations. During lunch, the creative team chose a nearby restaurant to treat Eric. The 16-year-old pubescent girl enthusiastically chatted with Eric about her views on Matilda. Eric and Luke discussed scriptwriting, and Eric shared some concepts for a film styled like Taken. Given Luke's strengths in this genre, he immediately vowed to draft a script based on Eric's ideas. The afternoon shoot started off smoothly until someone noticed Melissa frowning slightly during filming. Initially, Melissa claimed nothing was wrong. Perhaps she had just eaten something off earlier that day, but as she climbed the stairs, her legs suddenly gave way, and she tumbled down the stairs. Chaos erupted on set. Doctors arrived after about 10 minutes, confirming it was nothing serious, just acute appendicitis. The crew sighed in relief but was soon faced with a dilemma. The hospital informed them the girl needed immediate surgery. Though appendicitis surgery was usually quick, she'd require at least a week or 2 of recovery. With a film crew burning cash every day, waiting for a lead actress for 2 weeks was out of the question. At least it was reassuring that the shoot had just started and the cost of resuming was minimal. They could quickly replace the actress. Eric had intended to return to East Hampton, but under these circumstances, he proposed they review the audition tapes of the original leading actress. Luke agreed, and they all returned to their hotel, where the assistant director quickly gathered the audition tapes. There were a good 50 tapes from aspiring actresses. With expectations, Eric began reviewing them, but found no one named Natalie Portman. Losing interest, he quickly bid farewell to Luke. On the road back to East Hampton, Carter Moan, Eric's bodyguard and driver for several years, noticed Eric's expression through the rearview mirror and asked, "Boss, are you feeling down?" Eric shook his head. "There are just days when I feel a little low." Carter joked, "Doesn't that happen every month?" "Fuck you. Haha." After the light-hearted exchange, Eric relaxed and picked up the Home Alone script again, flipping through the pages. In the sleek black Toyota cruising down Long Island, Eric was lost in thought when, suddenly, the car jolted and came to a stop with some dull thuds. "What happened?" Eric called out, lifting his head. Carter patted the steering wheel and turned to say, "We broke down. I'll check it out." Eric followed Carter outside the car. Lifting the hood revealed a cloud of smoke that billowed forth. Carter waved his hands to clear the air, cautiously examining the situation. Eric crouched awkwardly by the roadside, reached into his pocket for a cigarette, and asked, "Carter, do you know how to fix this?" Carter shook his head lightly, smiling. "Actually, I'm better at fixing tanks." "Fine." Eric laughed, pulling out a lighter, but Carter interrupted. "Boss, we need to push the car to the side of the road first." So, reluctantly, Eric pocketed the cigarette and lighter, and they worked together to push the black Toyota slowly to the roadside. As they struggled, Eric juggled self-deprecating humor, saying, "I'm a billionaire, and here I am pushing my own car." Carter responded without missing a beat, "I'm a Marine, and I used to fly Black Hawk helicopters. Now, look at me, driving a Japanese car." Eric chuckled. "I suddenly see you as a natural talk show host." "I can't talk for 20 minutes straight. Let's skip that." Once they rolled the Toyota to the side, Carter made his way back to the engine. Knowing he couldn't help, Eric squatted back down at the roadside. After a bit of inspection, Carter looked up, saying, "Boss, it's not a big issue, but I don't have any tools." Eric surveyed the area, inquiring, "Where are we?" "Jericho City is to the north," Carter answered. As they debated whether to call a towing company or look for nearby tools, a white Chevrolet pulled over nearby. A woman in her 30s leaned out. "Gentlemen, do you need a hand?" "Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind." Carter stepped forward, and Eric stood up as well. The woman hadn't noticed Eric at first due to the car blocking her view. But as he stood, she exclaimed, "You're Eric Williams?" "Yes, ma'am." Eric extended his hand. Before the middle-aged woman could respond, the back door of the Chevrolet swung open, and a little girl jumped out, a look of surprise lighting her face as she approached Eric. "Wow, it's really Eric Williams." "Mr. Williams, hello? I'm Natalie Hirschlag, but you can call me Nat." Eric raised an eyebrow as the little girl shook his hand enthusiastically. Before long, the woman intervened. "Nat, let go of Mr. Williams's hand. That's rude." "Okay, Mommy." The girl released Eric's hand but continued to gaze at him curiously. "Mr. Williams, are you here to select actors on Long Island? What do you think of me?" "Oh, well, I'm just passing through." "What movie are you planning to film next?" "Do you have a role for me?" she asked, making an adorable face. The girl's mother ignored her barrage of questions and chatted briefly with Carter before suggesting, "Mr. Williams, I live nearby. Perhaps Mr. Carter can come with me to get some tools." "Sure, that would be helpful." Eric nodded at the woman. Since it was Eric they were dealing with, the woman felt at ease and warmly invited Carter to sit in the front seat. Then she called out to her daughter, "Nat, hop in. We're heading back." "Mom, you're definitely coming back, right? Can I stay and chat with Mr. Williams?" The woman glanced at Eric, who nodded eagerly. "Don't worry, ma'am. I'll take good care of Nat. As long as it's not too much trouble for you, Mr. Williams." "Nat, don't be a handful now." "I won't be," Natalie Hirschlag said immediately, stealing a glance at Eric, as if he'd think of her as a troublesome girl. Chapter 568, 569, Hard to Believe. At this moment, the young girl who would later become known as Natalie Portman was still called Natalie Hirschlag. After her mother left with Eric's driver, she found herself staring at the young man squatting by the side of the road, feeling a mix of curiosity and intrigue. In her mind, the famous directors she occasionally saw on TV were either serious, funny, or eccentric. She thought most of them had to be putting on an act. But this guy named Eric Williams, who seemingly had a string of box office hits, gave her an impression she couldn't quite get a read on. Normally, the boys in school would be the ones to put on a show in front of her. His outfit struck her as a bit off, too. He wore an open black jacket over a t-shirt with some strange pattern, and his long pants looked a bit wrinkled. She thought he might just need a brightly colored hairdo with some flashy earrings to resemble the legendary bikers she had heard about. Well, he still seemed like a somewhat handsome version of a biker, much better than a skinhead. As she watched Eric lost in thought, the girl followed his gaze down to the road. Cars zipped past, some fast, some slow. Maybe he was contemplating robbing one of those cars instead. Finding her thoughts amusing, she grinned, adjusted her white rollerblades, and edged closer to Eric's left. She squatted beside him, watching as more cars filled the roads heading home from work. Chryslers, Toyotas, Chevrolets, Fords, BMWs. That white convertible BMW looked the most expensive. She'd heard German cars were built really well. Minutes passed, and Natalie suddenly remembered who this guy was. He was a big-time Hollywood director and the owner of a film studio, leading her to elbow him gently. Mr. Williams? Does your film company need child actors? Eric snuffed out the remains of his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby sewer. He set aside his musings and looked at the girl beside him, seemingly intrigued. Yeah, we do. What do you think about me? Eric studied Natalie closely. Her white t-shirt clung to her slender frame. Khaki capris showed off her thin legs, and her shoes seemed a size too big for her. He shook his head. You're too skinny. Aren't all the stars skinny? The girl contested quickly. When I was 10, Revlon invited me to be a child model, and I've been training at a drama camp for 2 years. I even filled in as the lead in the play Ruthless, though I didn't get to perform in the end. But isn't that enough to show my acting skills? With a grin, Eric asked, so you want to be a star or an actress? Hey, I want to be a star. I don't want to grow up to be a housewife like my mom. That sounds so boring. All right, then I'll give you a chance to be a star, Eric said, pointing to the car next to them. Help me get the mobile phone from the front seat. Natalie had been thinking of ways to convince Eric to give her a shot at a role, but his request nearly knocked her off her feet. Yet she recovered quickly, pushed herself up from the ground, and dashed over to the Toyota. She opened the door, hopped into the front seat, and quickly fetched the Motorola mobile phone, handing it to Eric without blinking. He dug out a business card from his pocket and dialed the number. Hey, Luke, it's me, Eric. Upon Luke Besson connecting, Eric quickly cut to the chase. I'm still on the road, but the car broke down. No, it's fine. I can handle it. I just happened to meet a little girl who I think is perfect for the role of Matilda. Maybe you can give her the role. I'm serious. Let her talk to you. After saying that, Eric handed the mobile phone to Natalie without further explanation. He then pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and nodded at the girl. Natalie held the mobile phone in surprise for 2 seconds before bringing the receiver to her ear. Hello? Hi, my name is Natalie Hirschlag. Eric could faintly hear Luke introducing himself, then noticed the girl's bewildered expression. However, after a brief moment of panic, Natalie settled down, deciding to take the initiative. Hello, Director Besson. Although I'm not sure what the character Matilda is like, I believe I can give it a try if you could give me an audition. Oh, Manhattan. Hell's Kitchen. The van in on 10th Avenue. Yes, I noted it. Tomorrow morning at 9. I will be there on time. Thank you, goodbye. After hanging up, the girl seemed almost unable to believe what just happened. But once she realized it was real, Natalie felt like jumping for joy. Carefully returning the mobile phone to Eric, she wore an eager expression. Mr. Williams, can you share some details about Matilda's character? Maybe I can prepare a bit tonight. She's a precocious, rebellious little girl, somewhat like you. Natalie wanted to protest, claiming she wasn't rebellious at all, just a bit mischievous. But she swallowed that thought and asked, Can you be a bit more specific? That's enough already, Eric said with a mysterious smile. What's meant for you will always find its way to you. Unsatisfied and eager for more information, Natalie was about to press further when her mother, Mrs. Hirschlag, returned in the car. The moment the vehicle stopped, the girl excitedly ran over to her, waving her arms and sharing the thrilling news. Carter had just pulled a toolbox out of a white Chevrolet. Hearing the girl's words, he looked at Eric with interest before walking towards the stopped Toyota. Mr. Williams, I hope you're not joking with Nat, he said. Eric handed the business card of Luke Besson to Mrs. Hirschlag. Here's the director's card. It might help you. Mrs. Hirschlag glanced at the card. Since Eric said so, she no longer questioned the validity of his conversation with her daughter. Still, she frowned slightly. But Nat just started school. Acting could interrupt her studies, don't you think? Mom, it's just a small role. It won't take too many days, Natalie replied. Mrs. Hirschlag felt her daughter might have a point, her expression relaxing slightly, but then Eric said, It's not a small part. It's the leading role. If it happens, it could take 2 to 3 months. Wow. A tone of surprise broke out. Mrs. Hirschlag immediately furrowed her brow again. If that's the case, if Nat gets the role, the company will arrange for a private tutor to help her keep up with her studies. But that all depends on your decision. Then I need to discuss it with my husband. Of course, but this opportunity arose because the original lead had to drop out due to an emergency appendectomy. The production is already underway, burning through cash, so they can't delay for too long. They'll likely finalize a decision in 2 or 3 days at most. Mom, Mom, Natalie interjected, tugging at her mother's sleeve with a pleading expression. Having done his part, Eric decided not to push further. After all, finding Natalie in the thousands of miles around Long Island made him think Matilda truly belonged to Natalie Portman. As Eric expected, the next day, Luke Besson called in from East Hampton, thrilled with Natalie's performance. Though her parents initially hesitated after reading the script, they ultimately agreed after Natalie insisted. The trip to Manhattan became a small interlude in Eric's life as a caretaker in East Hampton, and the days returned to their usual calm. Meanwhile, Jackson's case remained a hot topic in the media, likely to brew for months. If Eric found himself in such a situation, he would spare no expense to win the trial. That would be the best outcome, especially in a money-driven America where someone like Jackson had a considerable advantage. The Simpson murder case was, in Eric's memory, the most beneficial proof of manipulating the law through financial power. Unfortunately, despite Jackson's immense talent, he remained a child at heart, surrounded by too many people wanting to take advantage of him. This doomed the tragedy of the genius. After a 3-week break, Eric had to start working again as Firefly Pictures completed its divestment plan from Fox Television Network. After employing a series of legitimate tax avoidance methods and paying capital gains tax, Firefly ultimately received $650 million from News Corporation. Thanks to Disney owning hundreds of Disney stores and theme parks, Firefly Films enjoyed a far richer cash flow compared to other Hollywood studios. Adding in the generous profits from several blockbuster films, within 2 years, Firefly's cash reserves skyrocketed to an astonishing $4 billion, more than 3 times MGM's market value. With the summer blockbusters like Jurassic Park wrapping up box office accounting, this number was on the cusp of reaching the $5 billion mark. In September, after some fierce competition, Firefly Films naturally lost its bid for the blockbuster video chain to Viacom. While they secured the chain, Summer Redstone still felt terrible. What was initially secured for $8 billion rose by $600 million due to Firefly's involvement. After signing the purchase agreement, Redstone also realized Firefly didn't genuinely intend to buy Blockbuster. He publicly ridiculed them for wasting an extra $600 million. After shedding Fox Television's shares, under Katzenberg's direction, Firefly began to gradually acquire shares in ABC Television. By this point, Firefly's real intentions could no longer be hidden, and the higher-ups had begun to boldly reach out to ABC, NBC, and CBS all at once. After news broke, stock prices for the 3 major networks simultaneously began to climb, and share trading in the market intensified. This led to Firefly's discreet acquisition of ABC shares becoming less noticeable. During this period, Katzenberg submitted a plan to Eric, intending to use several scattered shell companies to acquire about 10% of ABC's circulating stocks before entering ABC's board and launching a formal takeover bid. By late September, Chris finally returned to New York after spending several months in Northern Europe, accompanied by Nokia Group's CEO, Jorma Ollila. Jorma Ollila personally signed several documents with Eric before meeting him for a few hours, then hurriedly left for Finland. Standing alongside Chris on the road outside the East Hampton estate, Eric watched Jorma Ollila's vehicle disappear. He then asked, "He doesn't seem too happy, does he?" "Of course, it's obvious." Chris replied with a sly smile as they walked back toward the estate. "I have to say, we hit the jackpot with this acquisition. You might not know, but 5 days after we signed the stock transfer agreement, multiple EU member countries publicly announced they would adopt the GSM digital communication network instead of the previously used analog systems. I was concerned that the GSM network might be replaced by another digital network developed by a big company. But once the EU released that news, GSM's dominance in Europe was all but secure. In the last week, Nokia's stock surged 27%. You can imagine how those who sold their shares are feeling right now. And Jorma Ollila originally didn't want the shareholders of the Bank of Finland to hand over the controlling stake. So he is so depressed now. Eric chuckled. "So you're not second-guessing my decision anymore, are you?" "Of course not," Chris replied. "Eric, I find your genius intuition is 100 times sharper than all the smart people I've encountered in the last 30 years. I'm really curious how you saw this coming, like the Gulf War, Nokia, and Firefly's string of successful films. If I said it was talent, would you believe me? Chris shook his head and laughed. Not a chance. But seeing is believing, and I seem to have no choice but to believe you. Chapter 569, 570, Record-Breaking. Back at the mansion, Chris detailed the series of operations regarding Nokia Group's acquisition to Eric. Since Nokia's sales operations increasingly focused on international markets, we set up an international sales company in Ireland. This allowed us to consolidate all revenue from outside Finland there, enabling us to pay only about 10% in corporate taxes. This way, we could funnel significant amounts into an offshore fund located in the Caribbean. Nokia's overall tax rate would remain around 10%. If we set up sales companies in each European country, the tax rate would be at least 20%. At this point, Eric suddenly recalled the sandwich tax avoidance strategies of major international tech giants like Apple and Google. Looking up, he noticed Chris showed no indication of being concerned about such matters. Eric thought for a moment, but ultimately decided to keep his thoughts to himself. After all, Chris and Jorma Ollila were undeniably smart. Furthermore, every multinational corporation had departments dedicated to researching tax strategies. If there were cheaper tax avoidance options available, they wouldn't ignore them. For him, a high schooler who never even attended college in this life, to propose a scheme using Nokia's brand intellectual property and exploiting the zero tax loopholes among EU nations would seem entirely out of place. Chris felt Eric's moment of hesitance and continued speaking. We acquired a 51% stake in Nokia, which is entirely held by the Hawaii fund set up in the Caribbean. Based on the current development situation, Nokia Group's business is set to experience explosive growth over the next few years. The $420 million we injected will only cover R&D and marketing expenses for less than 2 years. As you requested, Nokia will restart its listing plan on the New York Stock Exchange in 1995, at which point we will have controlling shares. At this point, Chris suddenly raised his head and asked, Eric, I remember that when we invested in America Online, you also requested it to go public after 1995. Is there something special about that timing? It's not just America Online. I plan to have several companies, including the browser software company, Yahoo Portal, and Hotmail email service, as well as Firefly software spun off from Firefly Films and Digital Domain, all go public in the 2 years following 1995. Eric was prepared for Chris's question. Although the reasoning he provided wasn't entirely accurate based on his memory, it was definitely reasonable. 1995 marks Clinton's 3rd year in office, and his administration's Information Superhighway Initiative is expected to take effect early that year. For tech companies, this represents the best moment to go public. If we miss that window, we can't predict what policies the next president might implement if Clinton doesn't get reelected. Chris nodded in agreement as they discussed various matters. He then closed the documents in front of him and said, Eric, are you really planning to acquire Leslie Wexner's Ltd? Yes, after attending the fashion show at Bryant Park during Fashion Week, I had some great ideas. Fortunately, Ltd's Victoria's Secret brand can help me realize this plan. But Victoria's Secret is an underwear brand, right? That's exactly what I want, an underwear brand. Leveraging this brand, I plan to create a series of reality shows once Firefly acquires a television network and transform Victoria's Secret into a cultural icon. Isn't there the Brighton Apparel Company? The quality between the two brands is quite different. Chris, which would you prefer to see? A pretty, curvy lingerie model or a runway model looking as stiff as a plastic doll? Chris chuckled and replied, well, with that in mind, the investment company can't assist with the television network acquisition plan in Los Angeles. By the way, I just got back yesterday and received a call from my former boss at Morgan Stanley, Mr. Ritchie, asking if Firefly Film would issue bonds. I didn't disclose anything, just said I would mention it to you. The acquisition of the television network had just begun, and Eric hadn't anticipated that others had already noticed. He asked, which investment bank do you think is more suitable for Firefly's bond offering? If you truly plan to issue tens of billions in corporate bonds like you initially envisioned, any investment bank on Wall Street would fight tooth and nail for that business. However, if you want to quickly secure sufficient funding, I suggest distributing this business among several investment banks. It would be wise to contact some European and Japanese investment banks too. Given Firefly's credit rating, they will offer even better commission rates. Eric noted Chris's remarks in a memo. I'll discuss it with the team in Los Angeles tonight. Then let's continue our discussion about LTD, Chris said. From what I gathered yesterday, the largest shareholder of LTD is Leslie Wexner, who holds about 35% of the shares. Based on LTD's recent stock pricing, the company's total market value is $1.47 billion. After acquiring Nokia Group, the investment firm will only have $600 million left, which is merely $100 million more than the market value of Wexner's shares. Therefore, if we want to proceed with the acquisition, I'll need to employ some of Wall Street's common dirty tactics. Eric noticed Chris seemed excited when mentioning dirty tactics. Clearly, as an investor from Morgan Stanley, Chris envied those Wall Street tycoons who leveraged acquisitions to dominate the capital market. Previously, whether acquiring Cisco shares, investing in America Online, or the recent purchase of Nokia Group, Chris had always adhered to standard business transactions without deviation. Chris, you can handle the $600 million entirely on your own. I'm staying out of this. Just make sure you end up securing LTD. Give me 3 months. Chris held up 3 fingers. Additionally, I need Brighton Apparel as leverage for debt financing. After the acquisition, the two companies might merge directly. I said I'd leave this entirely in your hands. Eric replied with a smile. Chris, this time you can unleash the Wall Street wolf within you. I've suddenly developed a fondness for the name Wall Street Wolf. Just as the two shared a laugh, Emily walked through the door. It was already dusk, and they had been so engrossed in their conversation that they forgot to turn on the lights. The room felt dim as Emily saw 2 powerful men seated across from each other at the desk, grinning with mischievous smirks, giving her a little shiver. She reached for the switch, turned on the light, and let out a sigh of relief, saying, Hey, gentlemen, I hate to interrupt your scheming, but it's already 7 o'clock. Aren't you hungry? Dear, we'll head over right now, Chris said, gathering his papers while Eric stood up to stretch his stiff limbs from sitting too long, and they all walked toward the dining room with Emily. Taking advantage of Chris's trip to the restroom, Emily suddenly leaned closer to Eric. Eric, have you two discussed that thing? I've handed it all over to Chris. Just wait to become the CEO of LTD, Eric replied. Wow, thank you so much. Emily clenched her fist in excitement. At the dining table, Emily enthusiastically recounted the series of changes at Brighton Apparel. Since the stunning marketing strategy during New York Fashion Week more than half a month ago, Brighton Apparel's brand recognition rapidly expanded across the US and Europe. Although the next season's clothing hadn't been officially launched yet, the company's ready-to-wear sales and orders had significantly increased. A few days ago, that Leslie Wexner offered us a buyout offer again, this time for $450 million. Huh. That old guy probably doesn't realize that in a few months, his company just might end up being acquired by us, Emily exclaimed. Chris couldn't tolerate his girlfriend's over-the-top gestures and interrupted. All right, darling. Do you want everyone to know we're planning a hostile takeover of LTD? Of course not. I'm no fool. Do you think anyone here would leak that information? Emily waved her small hand dismissively. Eric wouldn't, Joanne wouldn't, and neither would Ava. Oh, and you two little sweethearts, Elia and Kevin, you wouldn't gossip about it, right? In the high chair between Eric and Joanna, little Elia made a little noise in response to Emily, while Kevin just stared blankly at Emily, seemingly disinterested in the conversation. Ava, who came over again for food, noticed the two kids' reactions and suddenly asked Eric, Eric, do you think Kevin is he a bit slow? Seems kind of plain. Joanna shot her sister a glare. Ava, don't say such things. Ava Pacula stuck out her tongue, but didn't push the topic further. Joanna's authority was much more effective with her than Eric's. Although Chris and Emily remained silent, Joanna caught the similar curiosity in the exchanged glances between Chris and Emily. She gently said, Vicky checked the little guy before and even tested his IQ. He was fine. The doctor said it's just that Elia is so lively that it makes Kevin seem overly quiet. Being quiet isn't bad. Maybe he'll grow up to be a philosopher, Chris complimented. Joanna laughed but remained silent, glancing at Eric. She was very aware of Virginia's thoughts. As Eric's eldest son, Eric treated Kevin without regard for him being an illegitimate child. Virginia was hoping for Kevin to become Eric's successor. If he really became a philosopher, Virginia would likely be quite upset. As long as the little guy can grow up happy, that's all that matters. His future path should be his own choice, Eric said, patting his son's little head. Emily opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately didn't say anything. Everyone in the dining room, except Eric, noticed Emily's little gesture and fell momentarily silent. Chris, concerned that Emily might say something, lightly kicked his girlfriend. Everyone clearly understood that what Emily wanted to discuss was how Eric planned to divide his personal wealth, but that issue felt far too sensitive, considering Eric was still under 30. Eric was equally aware of everyone's thoughts. He felt that if he built such a substantial enterprise and left it without an heir, that would be a tragedy. However, Eric was assured that he would never have just 2 children. He would surely find a successor for his career. He wasn't like Rupert Murdoch, still clinging to power into his 8th decade, causing his children to lack adequate experience and ultimately fail to find suitable successors. Even if Eric retired at 50, that was still many years away. There was no point in worrying about these issues now. The next morning, Eric vaguely heard hurried footsteps and opened his eyes to see Ava waving a newspaper as she entered the bedroom. Eric, Jurassic Park broke ET's box office record. $900 million worldwide. $900 million. Eric rubbed his forehead, glancing out at the morning light, marveling at how Joanna had more energy than he did. Joanna woke up as well, seeing Ava's excitement completely disregarding appropriate manners. She sighed, took the newspaper from Ava's hand, and playfully smacked her with a nearby pillow. Ava, do you not know how rude it is to barge into someone's bedroom? If you do this again, I'll send you back to Poland. Though she was aware her sister was just threatening her and wouldn't really send her away, Ava still shrank back a bit. I just wanted you to know this great news as quickly as possible. Sending you to Poland is one thing, but it might be better to send you to Alaska. Those kinds of places are perfect for energetic youngsters, Eric joked, pulling Joanna closer against him. Alaska? It's so cold there. I'd rather go back to Poland. Ava protested. Shut it. Now get out, Joanna said, shooing her away. Once Ava was sent off, Eric lost any lingering desire to sleep. He sat up and opened the New York Times newspaper Ava had brought in. Chapter 570, 571. You have to help me. Eric initially thought that the news of Jurassic Park breaking global box office records would appear in the entertainment section. He was surprised to find that the New York Times actually placed this news on the front page of their politics section, complete with the familiar Tyrannosaurus Rex photo that accompanied reports on Jurassic Park. From early June until now, after a lengthy 16-week run, Jurassic Park amassed a staggering total of $430 million in North America and $470 million overseas, totaling $900 million globally, thereby breaking the $890 million global box office record set by ED in 1982. Although many professional box office analysts would often mention the difference in ticket prices between 1982 and 1993, for the average person, straightforward figures were generally more eye-catching than deep analytical discussions. Therefore, the New York Times didn't emphasize the impact of inflation. Even though there remained a $100 million gap from Eric's initially stated goal of $1 billion global box office, he felt confident that, considering the current trend, while it might be difficult for domestic earnings to surpass Star Wars' $460 million mark, it was certainly feasible to earn another $20 million or so over the next few months. Moreover, the box office potential in foreign markets had not been fully tapped. Eric quickly skimmed the reported box office figures by country and noted that Jurassic Park had only grossed around $80 million in Japan, while he distinctly recalled that Japanese box office numbers had easily surpassed $100 million. Hence, according to the current trajectory, reaching $1 billion globally was merely a matter of time. Aside from some advertising collaborations, Firefly Films had little connection with the New York Times or the Sulzberger family. Therefore, he felt there was no reason for the publication to make such a fuss over Jurassic Park's box office records in the most important political section. After reading through the entire news segment, Eric understood why the New York Times had chosen to trumpet the story of Jurassic Park's success prominently. The New York Times combined several high-quality analysis articles on the front page regarding Jurassic Park's record-breaking box office. They discussed the recent growth rates of overseas earnings from the major Hollywood studios and the impacts of the new General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, upcoming as the WTO was being formed, delivering a crucial message. Hollywood was on the rise globally. Joanna noticed Eric, deeply engrossed in the newspaper, occasionally frowning in thought. Curiously, she moved closer to see what he was reading. Eric rested his chin on her head, breathing in her faint floral scent, and asked, "Did you notice anything?" Joanna gently pressed her cheek against Eric's, feeling his strong heartbeat, and while reluctant, she said, "Are you heading back to Los Angeles?" "No." Eric wrapped his arms around Joanna's soft body. The New York Times wouldn't make a fuss over Hollywood's rise unless someone was pushing things from behind. "Why don't you call Jeffrey and ask? Then you'll know." Eric glanced at his watch. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. In Los Angeles, it was only 3 in the morning, and calling now would definitely lead to someone being grumpy. "I don't think it's a PR piece from the company." Jurassic Park's domestic box office potential was nearly exhausted. While it could still pull in some revenues over the coming months, with the current tiered distribution agreement, the revenue-sharing ratio between the company and theaters was 1:9, making further marketing unnecessary. Joanna gently brushed her hand over Eric's furrowed brow, as if smoothing out the fine lines that worry had drawn. "I don't understand these things. You shouldn't think so much. It might tire you out. Why don't you try to get some more sleep?" "Forget it. It's time to get up." Eric set the newspaper aside, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. In reality, things were not too complicated. Those who stood to benefit from today's announcements were likely the ones manipulating the situation behind the scenes. In the days following the news that Jurassic Park had broken box office records, calls continuously flooded into the East Hampton estate, and Eric quickly figured out the reasons why the New York Times published those news articles. On the same day that Jurassic Park's global box office record was announced, stocks in the media and entertainment sector surged when the New York Stock Exchange opened. Many promising film companies saw their stock prices rise by as much as 30%, hitting the daily limit for gains on the exchange. Of course, most companies could only enjoy some benefit from the paper gains in stock value. Due to the extreme volatility in film industry profits, those gains could vanish in the blink of an eye down the line. However, Paramount Communications, which was in the midst of a takeover bid by Viacom and QVC, was able to reap more direct benefits. In the following days, stock prices for Paramount's parent company rose by 17%. Since news of Viacom and QVC's interest in acquiring Paramount Communications broke nearly a year ago, the stock price had doubled, reaching a market cap close to $9.5 billion. Eric remembered that in his original timeline, Sumner Redstone purchased Paramount Communications for $10 billion. Given the current situation, whether it was Barry Diller or Sumner Redstone, acquiring the company for that price would no longer be an easy feat. Michael Lynn and others, during their discussions with Eric, regretfully noted that if Firefly Films had chosen to go public, they would have emerged as the biggest beneficiary of the sudden surge in media stocks. Yet Eric didn't share that perspective. To him, the paper price of a stock and a company's actual worth were two different concepts. Although stock prices sometimes reflected a company's value to some extent, most of the time, they did not correlate. For instance, if Firefly had chosen to go public, with the summer box office hits like Jurassic Park, their stock price would likely reach new heights. But that height wouldn't necessarily equal Firefly's actual worth, unless shareholders sold their stocks at that point. Otherwise, they wouldn't gain significant benefits from the rising stock price. Moreover, Eric had discussed some aspects of Firefly's market capitalization with Chris. If Firefly chose to go public now, it would certainly be able to cross the $20 billion mark safely. Yet in Eric's mind, due to his unique perspective, Firefly's value was worth much more than $20 billion. While these events unfolded, in late September, Fox Network officially aired Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Riding high on the 20 million ratings peak of The X-Files' 4th season, Buffy the Vampire Slayer debuted, with over 15 million viewers. Though this wasn't terribly impressive in 1993 and might not even reach the top 10 for annual scripted shows, it represented great news for Fox, which had just experienced Firefly Films withdrawing its shares. This meant that Fox truly had a hit show entirely owned by them. Coupled with the positive market response due to Jurassic Park's record-breaking box office, News Corp's volatile stock finally stabilized. After Buffy the Vampire Slayer's broadcast, perhaps influenced by Rupert Murdoch's hints, or simply with ulterior motives, Elizabeth personally traveled from Los Angeles to East Hampton to visit Eric. After greeting Joanna and the two little ones, Elizabeth entered Eric's study and remarked, "The scenery here is nice. I might look for an estate nearby when I get back." Watching as the woman comfortably took his seat, Eric moved to the small bar and poured coffee, saying, "I have a few other places. If you're interested, the keys are with Joan." Elizabeth casually flipped through the documents stacked on Eric's desk, then looked back at him with a raised eyebrow. "If you were personally giving it to me, I might consider accepting, but asking me to get something from your woman feels so insincere. Forget it then. Giving away something worth a few million does make me feel rather stingy." "Shaw, you jerk." Elizabeth lightly spat, waving the folder in her hand, her eyes sparkling with mischievousness. "These are screenplay proposals. Which one are you interested in? I can help you evaluate." Eric unhurriedly poured 2 cups of coffee, walked over to the desk, and handed her one. "We're competitors now. That tactic won't work on me." When he initially prepared to acquire the network, Eric had instructed Firefly's TV division to scout some projects for acquisition. The documents Elizabeth held were sent recently, and Eric hadn't had a chance to go through them yet. "No one wants to fool you." Elizabeth shot him a look again. "Besides, your judgment seems lacking. Buffy the Vampire Slayer's ratings are only 15 million, way lower than I expected." Eric pulled out a chair and sat across from her, cradling his coffee cup with a smile. "Is it a pleasant surprise to see a few extra million viewers?" Elizabeth almost choked, but didn't argue back. Buffy the Vampire Slayer was inevitably limited by 2 factors. First, as a teenage drama, its audience was mainly youthful. Second, its supernatural theme excluded many who weren't interested in the supernatural. Combined, 15 million viewers indeed exceeded Fox's original expectations. Seeing that her usual banter with Eric had turned unfavorable again, Elizabeth shifted her focus to the large monitor on the desk. She bent down to locate the CPU and pressed the power button. As the login screen appeared, Elizabeth rubbed her hands together excitedly, placing them on the keyboard. "Hey, what's the password?" Eric took a small sip of his coffee and casually replied, "Hawaii." Elizabeth smirked as she typed in the password and added teasingly, "Your daughter will surely be thrilled with the name her father gave her when she grows up. I think Emma will be even more surprised when she discovers her." Lengthy last name down the line. "Humph. Emma has only called you Daddy. After all this time in New York, you haven't been responsible enough to check in on her. I've always been curious to know when Emma calls me. Does she actually understand what the word Daddy means?" Elizabeth let out a soft laugh. "I'm curious too. Emma only calls you Daddy. Her response to other men, women, cats, or dogs is different. It looks like you might fall into a unique category. A creature known as Daddy, heh?" Eric observed as Elizabeth clacked away at the keyboard and quickly reminded, "Don't mess up my files. I've been learning for a year." Elizabeth tilted her head and exclaimed, "Wow, your computer isn't like most others. 1,000-megabyte hard drive? How did you manage that?" While computer performance had indeed begun to soar according to Moore's law, ordinary personal computers still only offered 200 to 300 megabytes of storage. Eric couldn't take it anymore and had one customized, a process which would become common practice in later years. In fact, these custom computers were often derisively referred to as Frankencomputers. However, crafting a personal computer at this time wasn't easy. Someone seeking to exceed typical performance limits needed to customize starting from the motherboard. "This is a custom version. If you're interested, I can give you a contact," Eric explained, then added, "All right, stop fiddling. Why did you really come here? Just tell me. Can't I come just to visit you? Now that you've seen me, need I personally escort you out?" "All right, fine." Elizabeth typed away for a moment before saying, "I'm the vice president of 20th Century Fox now, you know." "Yeah. Then last week, I secured the Braveheart project with Mel Gibson. $18 million for him, plus 10% of profit sharing. As she continued speaking, she noticed Eric's suddenly serious expression and quickly turned teary-eyed. Is that too high a price? You have to help me. If this project flops, I'm definitely out of a job as vice president. Eric sighed. What's the production budget you all planned? Elizabeth replied, including Mel Gibson's fees, it's $70 million in total. Eric exhaled sharply. You should have given me a heads up. The profitability prospects for this project are not too bright. What I saw was its Oscar potential, and that's why I thought of acquiring it. What should we do now? Chapter 571, 572, ER. Eric pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled Elizabeth's strong personality and their relationship. There was no way she would completely ignore him, especially considering the Braveheart project. So, thinking of that old fox, Eric said, Liz, I suddenly feel like I shouldn't get involved with this. Once Braveheart loses money, and coupled with the lesson from the fiasco of Cutthroat Island a few years ago, Firefly Films will definitely have a much stronger competitive edge when it comes to competing for scripts in the future. Then you'll just sit back and watch me get kicked out by the company? Eric shook his head. No, I figure if anyone is going to walk, it'll be your old man. Elizabeth fell silent for half a second and sighed. Can't you just not be so smart for once? Eric shook his head with a sigh. What can I do? Sigh, intelligence is just one of those things. Elizabeth looked at Eric's smug face, raised her mouse as if to throw it at him, but then set it back down. All right, the truth is my dad personally talked to Mel Gibson about this project. Which means you also shouldn't get involved. Your old man is just too clever. If he doesn't change his ways, he will eventually reap what he sows. Oh wait, he already started reaping what he sowed when he messed with Drew that time. Look at how your News Corp stock prices have been fluctuating. Most companies would have crumbled by now. Elizabeth seemed a bit helpless. My old man is 62. Do you think he can change? Fine, Eric shrugged. What are the benefits for me getting involved in this project now? Firefly can invest. Elizabeth held up 5 pale fingers. Half is fine, but we have to keep the copyrights. Forget it. You guys set the price too high. Mel Gibson might just take all the profits. Eric instantly rejected. Then what do you suggest we do? Eric acted casually. All right, I'll just be the nice guy this once, but save the lead female role for me. Elizabeth gave him a disdainful look. Who is it this time? It wouldn't be Joan's sister, would it? I saw a photo of you two together in the papers the other day. Thinking of Ava, Eric felt a headache coming on. Of course not her. If I messed with Ava, Joan would definitely take Elia back to Poland. Don't think I don't know about those Spanish sisters. TSK, you should be careful. You might wake up one day and find yourself in the same situation as Michael Jackson. Am I that kind of person? Monica is already 16. Besides, I haven't even touched her. What about Drew? You guys knew each other when I counted the years. Oh, how funny. 1988 and 1975. Same age as that boy in the Michael Jackson case. Eric squinted his eyes. Why don't we skip talking about Braveheart today and focus on these issues instead? Elizabeth immediately sat up straight and said seriously, Fine, the lead female role is yours. What's next? Eric recalled the Braveheart script he read a while back. It hadn't changed much from his memory, and both leads could still be confirmed to be the same cast. The budget was sufficient. The quality of the movie was absolutely guaranteed. The only issue remaining was distribution. How do you plan to distribute this film? My dad is planning to make this film the flagship for next summer's blockbusters. Elizabeth remembered Eric's earlier comments. But now, based on what you said, should it be scheduled for the end of the year? Instead, yeah, from a production standpoint, I've gone through the script. It doesn't need major changes. As soon as we confirm the male and female leads, we just need to find a suitable producer to work with Mel Gibson, and that will guarantee the film's quality. The only remaining issue is distribution. Braveheart can be considered an Oscar contender. If we release it in summer, it can enjoy the awards season's box office benefits. So, it's best to release it at the end of the year. The awards season typically starts at the end of the year and runs until the Oscars in March. During these months, numerous film awards took place. For an Oscar contender, every influential award won during this period could stimulate the film's box office. After winning significant Oscars, films usually experienced another box office rebound. Therefore, for a film like Braveheart, which had the potential to win Best Picture and other major Oscar awards, end-of-year release was the ideal choice. Elizabeth pulled out a notepad from her purse and jotted these down, then looked up and asked, "Anything else?" Eric lightly tapped the desk with his fingers, pondering for a moment. "I haven't heard anything about the Weinsteins' Miramax lately. Have they found a buyer?" "Not yet, I think," Elizabeth considered and said. "Aren't you not interested in Miramax?" "Just because I'm not interested doesn't mean Miramax isn't valuable. Everyone knows how the Weinsteins handle the Oscars. Currently, the Oscar economy is still quite lucrative. So, maybe 20th Century Fox should acquire Miramax and let them handle Braveheart." Elizabeth picked up her pen, about to note that down, when she suddenly remarked, "Aren't those two brothers asking for quite a high price? Maybe we can follow the model used in The Silence of the Lambs. Fox pays them, and they help with the PR." Fox unwilling to buy Miramax doesn't mean other film companies aren't tempted. What if they find a buyer during this year? Do you think they'd still handle Fox's Oscar contender? It's possible that you guys could end up becoming competitors. Looks like that's the only way. Elizabeth wrote that option down and suddenly added, "Firefly is working on that World War II film. It should also compete for the Oscars, right? That Catherine Bigelow. That film is due out next summer. Catherine is a woman, so her chances of getting Best Picture and Best Director aren't very high this time. We'll aim for Best Male Lead." Meanwhile, with Mel Gibson directing and starring, he can't take both little golden statuettes. So you guys can focus on Best Director. Elizabeth remembered how she was mocked in the media after The Silence of the Lambs won Best Picture and realized that Eric was speaking the truth. She said, "But Mel Gibson isn't exactly a well-known director. He should be more suited for Best Male Lead." Eric nodded seriously. "It will come down to each person's merits. No woman has ever won Best Director. At the Oscars, a little media hype might just push Catherine forward. A film like Saving Private Ryan has a high potential for Best Picture too. Plus, Tom Hanks and Mel Gibson. Mel is way better looking than Tom, and generally, good-looking people don't win Oscars." All right, let's not fight over Best Male Lead." Elizabeth quickly surrendered, then laughed. "If the Academy knew we were already discussing how to split the Oscars 2 years from now, do you think they wouldn't give us a single award?" Eric lowered his voice. "Yeah, that's very possible. So, you must not go around spreading this." Elizabeth giggled a couple of times. "Hey, is there anything else?" "Not for now. I'll let you know if I think of anything." Elizabeth was about to close her notebook, but added, "How about, when the final cut of the film is done, you help out and take a look?" "That might be pushing it. I'm the owner of Firefly Films. Does it really make sense for me to run over to your company and act as an editor?" Disappointed, Elizabeth stuffed the notebook back in her bag, saying, "Don't think I don't know your intentions." "Oh, do tell. Mr. Williams, can you tell me why you suggested I take the position at Fox?" Eric chuckled. "Are you expecting to be the VP at Warner Brothers instead?" Elizabeth ignored Eric's attempt to change the subject. "You want me to take my dad's place and then use my influence to expand yours in Hollywood? Your ambition, Drew's little slip of the tongue revealed it a while back. Humph, I'll go along with your wishes. I'm curious to see how you plan to unify Hollywood in the future." Eric showed no signs of embarrassment from being exposed. Leaning back in his chair with a cup of coffee, he said leisurely, "I promise you'll see that day." "Well, I'm waiting," Elizabeth replied. After saying that, she grabbed her bag and stood up. Eric followed suit and asked, "You're not in a rush to get back to LA now, are you?" Elizabeth countered with curiosity, "Why would I go back to LA? Then where are you going?" "Of course, I'm going home." Elizabeth gave Eric a roll of her eyes. "When I was 14, my dad moved our whole family to Manhattan. Did you think we still lived in Australia?" Eric genuinely forgot this detail. "Then I'll drop you off. Is your old man still in LA?" Elizabeth replied, "He went to the UK about Sky TV. I'm going home to see Mom." After dropping Elizabeth off, Eric returned to his study. He was just about to call Sophie when he suddenly realized that the French Rose had recently joined the cast of Revenge of the Musketeers, but he didn't have the contact information for the crew, so he set that aside for the time being. With nothing else to do, Eric picked up the TV drama proposals that came in from LA and began to review them. After spending over 2 hours looking through the numerous proposals, Eric found that none of them resembled the American dramas he remembered. However, he still wrote down some suggestions for a few promising projects, intending to let the television department decide whether to move forward with them. After all, the production costs for a TV drama were much lower than for a film, and following normal procedures, a TV show often just shot a pilot first to test audience reception, so failure wouldn't incur significant losses. Just as he was about to put all the files away, Eric suddenly noticed the file that Elizabeth had flipped through. She had casually set it beside the monitor after scanning it. Eric picked up the file and flipped it open. Though he had no expectations left, just seeing the project planner's name made Eric's pupils dilate. Because in that section, a very familiar name was prominently displayed: Michael Crichton, the renowned author of Jurassic Park in the original timeline. Although Eric had written Jurassic Park a few years earlier, Michael Crichton was still a decent screenwriter in Hollywood, but no longer as dazzling as in the original timeline. Looking at the TV drama project proposal in hand, even though he hadn't opened the content yet, Eric was already roughly guessing what this drama would be based on his memory. ER, that medical drama that became a huge hit in the 90s. Because of the immense ratings for ER, it led to the rise of numerous medical dramas like Grey's Anatomy and House over the next 10 years. ER not only produced over 10 seasons, but also launched George Clooney, known as Hollywood's most eligible bachelor, into stardom. Eric excitedly opened the cover, briefly scanning the contents of the TV drama proposal, and indeed, as he expected, it was the proposal for ER. After flipping through the proposal, Eric calmed down from his excitement. What he needed to consider now was how to securely acquire this project. Having just experienced the competition over Braveheart a few months ago, Eric didn't want to go through that again. For the future network, ER's value was undoubtedly equal to Friends. Moreover, this drama had a significant advantage. It featured many main characters, or rather, there was no singular main character. This meant that as long as the ratings were good, ER could continue indefinitely without the production company facing the issue of not being able to afford the actors' salaries and cutting the show. With so many leads, if one actor left, it wouldn't matter. They could just replace them. Thinking of this, Eric picked up the phone and directly dialed Michael Lynn's number in LA. They chatted on the phone for quite a while, and sensing Eric's serious attitude, Michael Lynn immediately said he would personally follow this project. However, recalling his last experience, Eric advised Michael Lynn to not be too conspicuous. After thinking about it, Eric looked at the pile of project proposals and finally suggested that Michael Lynn pick a few and let the licensing department approach them together. This way they wouldn't attract too much attention from others. After reiterating his instructions, Eric finally felt at ease hanging up the phone. Chapter 572, 573, Lobbying. Thanks to Eric's specific instructions, just 1 week later, good news came from Los Angeles. The Firefly television department successfully secured the rights to ER. Eric vividly remembered the impact of ER, which conveyed a touching sense of realism through a series of mundane yet poignant medical scenes. He distinctly recalled the first time he watched the show. Despite having no interest in medical dramas, he found himself completely captivated by the story after just one episode. He became hooked and ended up watching most of the series. He later sought out the equally popular Grey's Anatomy, but found the melodrama and some clumsy imitation of ER in its first episode left him exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Of course, it was likely a difference in Eric's age at the time that affected his perception. The main characters in ER were adults in their 30s and 40s, making it easier for Eric, who had already passed the 30-year mark, to resonate with their experiences. On the other hand, Grey's Anatomy featured a group of interns fresh out of medical school, targeting a younger audience. Due to lifestyle habits and time zone differences, while the 4 major North American public television networks had extensive coverage, their daytime programming often differed by region. Local affiliates scattered across major North American cities adhered to this model. The main competitive time slot for the major networks was the prime time slot from 7 to 10 p.m. across various time zones. During these 3 hours, they broadcast a mix of comedy programs, drama series, and reality shows, with lengths of 22 minutes, 43 minutes, and varying durations, respectively. Generally, a public television station only needed 1 or 2 high-rating programs to attract viewers. This viewership inertia helped ensure a stable audience. This was the reason NBC dominated the ratings for nearly a decade due to Friends. However, after Friends, NBC quickly lagged behind other networks as high-rated programming became scarce, leading NBC's major shareholders to conform to the trend of media consolidation by merging NBC with Universal Pictures. Although managing a network covering all of North America with over 200 affiliates was no easy feat, Eric believed that by acquiring the rights to Friends, securing and developing a few decent reality programs, combined with the rich content resources available from Firefly Pictures, it wouldn't be too difficult for a competent network operator to secure a leading position. This scenario would also prevent ABC from suffering as it had in the timeline, where it became a burden for Disney. After the record-breaking box office of Jurassic Park sparked a significant rise in media stocks at the end of September, Viacom completed its acquisition of Blockbuster stores, leading 2 bidders for Paramount Communications to accelerate their purchase efforts significantly. Throughout the early days of October, related news appeared almost daily in newspapers and television news programs. However, the balance of power was abruptly disrupted by a sudden development. One of the bidders for Paramount Communications, QVC, had major shareholders including Barry Diller, Comcast, and Telecommunications. But on October 11th, AT&T suddenly announced its intention to acquire Telecommunications. The chairman and major shareholder of Telecommunications, John Malone, once Diller's biggest supporter, left Diller vulnerable, and the acquisition coincided with Comcast's lukewarm interest in Paramount. Without the cash backing from Telecommunications, Barry Diller found himself swiftly defeated in the competition against Summer Redstone. On October 23rd, following a week of bidding, Summer Redstone, chairman of Viacom, and Martin Davis, chairman of Paramount Communications, officially announced in Hollywood at Paramount headquarters that Viacom had acquired Paramount Communications Group for an astounding $11 billion. In Eric's eyes, while Paramount Communications had a bunch of assets including Paramount Pictures, several television stations, a music company, and a publishing house, their overall value wasn't much higher than Disney's. Summer Redstone's audacious acquisition didn't offer him many advantages, aside from proving he was still sharp at 70. Of course, this wasn't something Eric cared too much about. He might not have known all the details, but he already anticipated this bidding outcome. His main focus remained on Barry Diller. In the bedroom of his East Hampton villa, Eric held a little one while watching Joanna quietly pack her bags. "It's getting colder in New York. Why don't you join me back in Los Angeles?" Joanna carefully folded one of Eric's long pants and placed it in the suitcase, softly replying, "Vicky hasn't come back yet, and I don't want to go to Los Angeles." Eric didn't press Joanna on her minor reluctance. "Then I'll come over for Thanksgiving." "Sure," Joanna smiled gently, then added, "You came over last year. Do you think they'll mind?" "They won't. They aren't married, and most of them will go home to spend Thanksgiving with their families." Eric shook his head, then remembered the young lady. "By the way, would you mind if Drew came along? She doesn't have a great relationship with her parents." "Not at all. Bring her along." Though Joanna didn't quite appreciate the young lady's prickly demeanor, she didn't show it around Eric. Since they met, Eric was rarely aware of any negative emotions from Joanna. Perhaps that's why he was subconsciously drawn to being around her. After personally packing Eric's luggage and handing it to a nearby maid, Joanna took Hawaii from Eric's arms. "You should head off now, don't delay too long." "It's fine," Eric said, rubbing his son's chubby cheek. "It's the company plane, and as the boss, I have the right to ask them to wait a bit." Eric arrived in Los Angeles on October 24th at noon, and upon disembarking, he made his way directly to the agreed-upon Sunset Boulevard Hotel without contacting anyone. Barry Diller was already waiting for him there. Even though Eric had seen Barry on television daily during this time, seeing him in person still revealed an undeniable aura of disappointment. The two stood in front of the hotel room door. After exchanging greetings, Eric looked at the balding, graying man, only 50 years old, and said, "Barry, I'm sure you didn't have lunch yet. How about we go to the restaurant?" "Sure, I'll grab my coat," Barry replied, turning to go back into the room. He quickly emerged wearing a black coat. As they walked to the elevator, Eric pressed the button and glanced at Barry, who seemed lost in thought. He comforted him. You really don't need to feel disappointed. Trust me, if you had acquired Paramount for $11 billion, that would have been a disaster. A loss is a loss, Eric. I'm not one to shy away from failure. It's just, well, after a year of hard work, suddenly realizing it's all for nothing. You should be able to relate to that feeling. Barry self-deprecatingly smiled, realizing that Eric had yet to experience such a setback in his unusually successful journey. Disappointment is inevitable. It will pass in time. They soon arrived at the hotel's restaurant, which was bustling at lunchtime. The patrons of the lavish Sunset Boulevard Hotel were not ordinary people. Upon noticing Eric and Barry together, whispers erupted around them, and some approached to greet. After acknowledging a few familiar faces whose names Eric couldn't recall, he and Barry chose a window seat. Barry, what are you going to have? Eric asked while taking the menu from the waiter. It's on me. You should know I rarely treat anyone to a meal. Barry chuckled and casually ordered a plate of pasta before handing the menu back to the waiter. Eric didn't insist, ordering the same dish along with a bottle of red wine. Once the waiter had left, Eric said, Barry, I didn't mean to comfort you earlier. To me, Paramount is worth no more than what Firefly paid for Disney. I bet within 5 years, Redstone is going to regret it. Recalling Redstone's character, he added with a smile, of course, he won't ever show his regret on his face. That's not the same, Eric. Barry shook his head. Just like with your Firefly, I suspect Firefly is worth much more to you than anyone could perceive. The same goes for me. While being Paramount CEO wasn't my first job, I felt it was where my career truly started. Working at William Morris and ABC was just preparation. If I had $11 billion now, I'd snatch Paramount out from under Redstone without a second thought. But alas, I don't. As they chatted, casually, their lunch arrived quickly. After a few hours of flying, Eric was starving, so he wasted no time digging into his meal. Barry seemed to find a bit of his youthful spirit in Eric's lively disposition, relaxing somewhat as he picked up his own utensils. Both were not the type to have a leisurely meal, and they swiftly devoured their pasta. After taking a sip of red wine, Barry noted, Eric, while it's satisfying to eat like this, I'd still suggest you try to slow down a bit at meals. I used to be just like you, and it led to years of trouble with stomach issues. Eric nodded with a smile, raised his glass of wine toward Barry, and they shared a toast. Finally, Eric asked, So, Barry, what's your plan moving forward? Barry glanced out at the bustling street below, reminded of how the media criticized him for stepping away from Hollywood earlier this year. He felt a sense of confusion. Though he had briefly exited the Hollywood scene to run QVC, Barry had never really let go of his desire to return. His ambitious acquisition plans had failed due to a series of events, leading him to understand that returning to Hollywood was still far from straightforward. However, as a former Hollywood mogul, Barry retained his pride. He could easily decipher Eric's intentions through Firefly's recent strategies. Since he had decided not to be an employee anymore, a man of such resolve was not about to change his mind easily. Eric, I noticed in the news that Jeffrey seems to be playing a leading role in your pullout from the Fox network. If I'm right, you might have him completely take over for Michael Lynn next year or later, correct? There was no need to conceal this. Eric nodded, acknowledging the assertion. Barry shrugged slightly, a look of resignation and humorous self-awareness crossing his face. You should know that Jeffrey was always my right-hand man, whether at ABC or Paramount. Do you really think I can return under those circumstances? Barry, I plan to acquire a television network. You know what I mean. I want you to run it. But you won't let the network operate with total independence. It will still belong under the control of Firefly HQ, right? Eric nodded. If they didn't maintain independent operations after the acquisition, it would be the same as not acquiring it at all. The main purpose of Eric acquiring the network was to maximize the benefits of Firefly's film resources by utilizing its channels. Barry, while the network won't have complete independence, I can assure you that Jeffrey won't excessively interfere with the management of the network. Even I won't overstep. You know I have a pretty good reputation in that regard. Barry still shook his head. Eric, that won't work. You should know Jeffrey's personality. If I join Firefly, it'll leave both of us feeling out of place in that kind of switch. Chapter 573, 574, a good opportunity. Barry Diller spoke in a rather flat tone, but Eric realized that continuing the conversation wouldn't yield any results. While Eric felt some regret, he mostly thought it was a shame. With Barry Diller's talents, running QVC, a television shopping company worth less than $1 billion, was hardly enough to showcase his abilities. Moreover, Eric knew that in just a few years, with the rise of e-commerce, television shopping would likely be obsolete. With Barry Diller passing on this opportunity, any hope of his return to Hollywood seemed bleak. Not achieving his goal, Eric didn't rush to leave. The two casually chatted about other matters until Eric's mobile phone rang at 3 in the afternoon. After answering, Eric quickly hung up. He hadn't made a point to avoid Barry Diller while on the call, so after ending the conversation, Barry remarked, "That was Jeffrey calling, wasn't it?" Eric chuckled and nodded. Barry Diller had been under a lot of scrutiny lately. Although the Paramount acquisition had been settled, the attention on him hadn't faded immediately. Within just a few hours of their meeting, news had already spread to many. Both understood that Jeffrey Katzenberg's call was surely probing Eric's intentions regarding Barry Diller, but Eric explained. Jeffrey said one of the company's films just finished its final cut and asked if I wanted to take a look at it. "You should head to Burbank then. There's just enough time to watch a film," Barry said with a laugh. Then he added, "Jeffrey can be a little impatient, much like Michael. The calm Frank Wells is a perfect counterbalance to him." During the years Michael ran Disney, Frank always acted as a buffer between Michael and the Disney staff. Anytime those guys got an earful from Michael, Frank would step in to smooth things over. "I don't know much about Mr. Hansen, so if you were to make Jeffrey the CEO, I suggest you keep Frank as Jeffrey's right-hand man." Eric got up, put on his coat, and shook Barry Diller's hand. "Thanks for your advice, Barry. I will consider it carefully." Barry personally escorted Eric out of the hotel. Just as they stepped outside, a throng of reporters who had caught wind of their meeting surrounded them, bombarding them with questions about their discussion. Since Barry hadn't agreed to his invitation, Eric opted not to stir the pot further. He said nothing and slipped into his car under the protection of his bodyguards. Arriving at Firefly's headquarters, Eric found Katzenberg waiting for him in the lobby with a group. On the phone, Katzenberg's excuse for inviting Eric was to view a screening of Interview with the Vampire. At that moment, director Neil Jordan, original author and Rice, and stars Tom Cruise and Kirsten Dunst were also present, along with David Geffen, who had collaborated on the film. After greeting everyone, it was clear to Eric, despite Katzenberg's good disguise, that there were traces of doubt and inquiry in his expression. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group surrounded Eric and headed for the elevator. Due to the crowd, they naturally split into two groups, allowing Eric, Katzenberg, and Geffen to use one elevator. As they entered, Eric chatted briefly with David Geffen before asking Katzenberg why he hadn't seen Michael Lynn and others. "They're all at Playa Vista," Katzenberg replied, and then casually added, "Eric, why did you suddenly return today?" Eric explained, "Barry and I are good friends. He wasn't able to wrest Paramount from Redstone, so I came back early to comfort him." Katzenberg nodded, seeming relieved. As a former subordinate of Barry Diller, he had reached out to Barry after the failed acquisition. Yet, he didn't believe Eric had rushed back from New York just for that reason. Compared to himself, Eric wasn't as close to Diller. Merely expressing sympathy would suffice with a phone call. Katzenberg could guess the reason behind Eric's meeting with Barry. Since Eric chose to state it this way rather than admit to discussing certain matters, it implied that nothing significant had transpired, and that there wasn't any need for further discussions. With that, he let out a sigh of relief. To be frank, Katzenberg didn't think Michael Eisner was significantly more capable than himself. Many of Disney's successes in the late 80s had stemmed from his leadership. But compared to Barry Diller, Katzenberg willingly admitted his inferiority, making it hard to envision how they would coexist. Should Barry join Firefly, he certainly wouldn't want to relinquish the soon-to-be assured position of CEO at Firefly, which he had worked so hard to attain. The thought of letting Barry serve as his subordinate was even more unfathomable. Setting aside those worries, Katzenberg grew more chatty and began discussing recent happenings. Standing next to Eric was David Geffen, who also picked up on the sudden change in atmosphere and chimed in. The trio bantered as they made their way to the screening room. As the projectionist prepared to start the film, Eric leaned toward Katzenberg, who was sitting to his left, and whispered, "Jeffrey, David seems a bit overly enthusiastic. Is something going on?" David Geffen was sitting to Eric's right when Katzenberg lowered his voice. "Geffen's record company is about to split from Warner Brothers." The screening room wasn't the place for heavy discussions. After that comment, Katzenberg straightened up, confident that Eric understood the implications of what he said. Of course, Eric grasped Katzenberg's message. It was 1993, and according to established history, next year David Geffen, Steven Spielberg, and Katzenberg would co-found DreamWorks. However, history had diverged significantly. Katzenberg didn't leave Disney despite his conflicts with Eisner, and Spielberg had no ambitions to strike out on his own following the success of Jurassic Park. The only event that had unfolded was Geffen's record company separating from Warner due to Steve Ross's death and some discord with Warner Brothers. While Geffen's record company didn't stack up against Columbia Records or Universal Music when DreamWorks was eventually formed, Geffen was the richest of the three, courtesy of his music company. With DreamWorks not in play, it was clear that David Geffen was looking for a solid collaborator for his record label. Among the 7 major players, aside from his former partner Warner Brothers, Firefly was undoubtedly the best option. Since the success of Home Alone, Eric had contemplated making Firefly a media giant encompassing all areas of entertainment, including the music industry in his plans. However, after years of experiences, Eric had gradually tempered those ambitions. Just as he had told Elizabeth he wouldn't delve into print media, he found expanding Firefly into the music sector was likely not the best choice. Much like the print media industry that collapsed after the dawn of the new millennium, the record industry had already begun to struggle thanks to the introduction of tapes that were significantly cheaper than vinyl records in the 80s, facing threats from piracy. With the arrival of the internet age in the coming years, music downloads would plunge the record industry further into crisis. Although a full decline in the record industry was still a few years away, if Firefly were to boldly enter that realm, the potential scenario could see them finally establishing a foothold only to have a sudden freeze in the industry, rendering their efforts in vain. While watching Interview with the Vampire, Eric remained distracted, pondering the implications of the record label discussion Katzenberg had just mentioned. Once the screening concluded, Eric mechanically joined in applauding along with everyone else, but his last thought lingered on the notion that, rather than venturing into music distribution, it was wiser to establish a payment platform leveraging the internet and hardware, much like Apple had done, which would be the key to profitability in the music industry in the digital era. As the lights came up in the screening room, whispers filled the air. While Eric mulled over his recent insight, he heard a woman's voice beside him. "Mr. Williams, what did you think of the film?" Looking up, he saw Anne Rice, about 50 years old, dressed in black with a bob similar to that of Anna Wintour, approach him. From Anne Rice's expression, Eric could tell she was pleased with the film. However, since he hadn't fully focused on it, he could only echo from memory. It was great, especially Kirsten's performance. It felt like there was a 35-year-old soul hidden in her 12-year-old body. Seeing Eric lost in thought, and had initially felt some discontent, but upon hearing his words, her previous emotions vanished. She beamed as if she had found a kindred spirit, waving to Kirsten Dunst, who was seated not far away, pulling her over for an affectionate embrace. "Mr. Williams, what a coincidence. I felt the same way." "Coincidence? That's something you already said." Eric silently downplayed that thought, but maintained his cool facade. "So, Ms. Rice, you're also satisfied with the film, right?" "Yes. I was initially worried that Mr. Cruz wouldn't be able to handle the role, but his performance exceeded my expectations." "Then why don't you write a review, Ms. Rice?" Eric suggested in line with her sentiment. "It would greatly help promote the film and allow more of your fans to discover it." In the realm of vampire-themed literature, Anne Rice held a great status. If this renowned author publicly endorsed the film in the media, it would carry the weight of $1 million advertisement. And Rice didn't promise immediately, but responded ambiguously, "I will share my genuine thoughts on this film." After saying this, and took Kirsten Dunst's hand and walked out of the screening room, quietly chatting with her about something. The group quickly shifted to a conference room where the film's creators, Firefly's producers, marketing heads, and a few invited critics began sharing their insights and suggestions for modifying some details of the film. While many were eager to express their thoughts, Eric remained silent. He didn't have much feeling about a vampire movie. Offering unsolicited suggestions could end up being counterproductive. About half an hour into the meeting, David Geffen received a phone call, excusing himself from the discussion. Eric and Katzenberg took the opportunity to leave the conference room with him. The outdoor parking lot at Firefly was open air. As the three exited the office building and walked toward the lot, David casually asked, "Mr. Williams, does Firefly have any intentions to enter the record industry?" "Sorry, David, I haven't considered that yet. However, the next phase for Firefly will focus mainly on TV networks. Even if we were to venture into the record industry, it would have to wait a few years." David Geffen simply acknowledged that, his expression remaining unchanged. Although he wished to align himself with the flourishing Firefly, he had other options available. Since Eric didn't show particular enthusiasm, he opted not to push further. Once David Geffen left, Katzenberg expressed his regret. "Eric, I truly believe this is a missed opportunity." Chapter 574, 575, Copyright Treasure Trove. After acquiring Disney, Firefly Films already had its own music department, but compared to the other major movie studios, the music division from Disney was significantly smaller. Eric initially founded New Horizon Records just to release the single New Divide, which was hardly worth mentioning. At this time, Firefly Films was thriving, with company revenues and profits making the other major players envious. Apart from Eric, the time traveler who could see the future, perhaps all the other executives at Firefly would agree with Jeffrey Katzenberg, advocating for an expansion of Firefly's music division. Hearing Katzenberg's recent remarks, Eric didn't want to discourage his enthusiasm. He said, "Jeffrey, Geffen Records isn't suitable for us right now. We should focus all our resources and energy on acquiring the television network. Trying to eat too much at once will often lead to choking." Katzenberg understood this principle well. He nodded on the surface, though he quietly resented it, being somewhat uncertain about New York's investment firms. However, he knew very well how scattered his boss's attention truly was. Rumor had it that during the promotional process for Jurassic Park, Eric had whimsically traveled to Finland to acquire a mobile phone company. To be honest, before hearing that, Katzenberg had no idea where Finland even was. By this time, after regular office hours and sending David Geffen off, Eric had no intention of returning to the office. While watching Interview with the Vampire, he had thought about online music platforms and planned to immediately look up related information upon his return. However, remembering that there was still a large group of people in the office when they left, Eric pointed towards the conference room and asked, "Jeffrey, what's going on with them?" If it had just been Firefly's employees working late, Eric wouldn't have thought it strange, but he recalled that Neil Jordan and Cruz were also still in the conference room. Katzenberg explained, "The company arranged a small cocktail party for them to celebrate the film's completion, just at a nearby hotel. David Geffen is sure to make an appearance later tonight." He had no intention of attending. After bidding farewell to Katzenberg, Eric returned to Malibu. When Eric wasn't in Los Angeles, Drew usually didn't stay there either. Aside from a few maintenance personnel, not many people were around the Liberty City Manor. Carrying his suitcase into the spacious and quiet hall of the villa, Eric couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was his realm, a one-person kingdom. Eric enjoyed solitude immensely. Quietly placing his luggage in the bedroom, he ordered takeout for dinner. After eating, Los Angeles was in complete darkness. Eric settled into his study, powered up his computer, and began organizing some ideas he had thought about earlier in the afternoon. With Eric's relentless investment, Yahoo's portal was vastly comprehensive. He even found an online music sharing site within its directory, which surprised him. Due to the copyright laws, this site, named Underground Internet Music Archive, had only over 100 tracks available for sharing. Nevertheless, Eric found something that piqued his interest. The site utilized MP2 audio format, which was clearly a precursor to MP3. Compiling some of the information he had gathered into a document, Eric opened his email and started writing to Steve Mitnick, the head of Hotmail. Through recent online interactions, Eric had developed a profound understanding of the leaders from browser companies, Yahoo and Hotmail. He had already decided to merge Yahoo and Hotmail services before 1995, with Steve Mitnick being the selected person, whom he had yet to meet. After sending the email, Eric stood up, stretched, and randomly picked a novel from the bookshelf. He brewed himself a pot of coffee, turned off the overhead light in his study, and settled under the desk lamp to read quietly. The study had excellent soundproofing. The sound of the waves couldn't filter in. Occasionally, he looked up to see the lights reflecting on the Malibu shoreline, casting a shimmering silver glow on the water. Time passed, and eventually, a notification sound came from the computer speakers. Eric got up, walked to his desk, and turned on the monitor, discovering that Steve Mitnick had responded. Mitnick had a low opinion of the MP2 audio format. In his email, he threw around a barrage of technical jargon that Eric couldn't quite understand. However, in the end, they agreed to purchase the patent for MP2 audio format to improve the technology. At the end of the email, Eric suddenly remembered that during their previous discussion about instant messaging software, Mitnick had said he could finish it in 3 months. Now, it had nearly been 3 months. Yet, when he asked, Mitnick had postponed it, claiming there were still some details that needed improving. Eric had experienced this during the development of Hotmail, so he wasn't surprised. With Hotmail's smooth functionality, there was no reason to rush him. There was no urgent need. He let them take their time. After discussing business matters, Eric intended to read a little more before going to bed. To his surprise, he discovered Drew sitting cross-legged on the sofa behind him, engrossed in a book. Seeing Eric standing up, she tossed the book aside and leaped toward him. Her soft little body dove into his arms, causing Eric to fall back into the leather chair. He wrapped his arms around the squirming girl and asked, "When did you get back? You startled me." Drew sat on Eric's lap, nuzzling against him, and cheerfully replied, "About 10 minutes ago. I saw you busy, so I didn't want to disturb you." "Oh," my girl suddenly grew considerate. "What you been up to while I was gone from Los Angeles?" "I wasn't getting crazy. I've been busy starting Flower Films. I rented a 3-story office building at Venice Beach, really close to Firefly's Playa Vista base. What do you think?" After the acquisition by 20th Century Fox, Drew secured $42 million from her 30% stake. According to Eric's plan, he had sold Flower Films to Drew for a symbolic price. "That's great. You can take advantage of the studio's resources, which are much better than Firefly's headquarters. Burbank is just too far from Playa Vista." Guess what? I snagged someone prestigious to be the CEO of Flower Films. Michael Eisner? Eric suppressed a laugh and pretended to be shocked, gently patting her legs. "Good job. I've always disliked him. Since he ended up in your hands, you should take care of him properly." Drew pouted, dissatisfied with Eric's joke, and playfully twisted her small waist. "I worked really hard for that." "Come on, guess again." "Without any hints, how am I supposed to guess?" She said, "It's a woman, and you already know her." "A woman?" Eric thought for a moment and exclaimed in surprise, "It can't be Paula Wagner, can it?" The only manager Eric could think of that matched the power of Flower Films was Paula Wagner from Cruise/Wagner Productions. He had planned for Nicole to steal Wagner from Cruise's side, but it seemed Drew had gotten there first. However, noticing Drew's brief pause of confusion, Eric realized he must have guessed wrong. Drew too quickly recalled Paula Wagner's identity and disdainfully replied, "Not at all. She's not worth my effort." It was then Eric remembered that although Paula Wagner had branched out on her own with Tom Cruise a few years prior, she hadn't produced any outstanding works like Mission Impossible. Cruise's production company had barely made a splash for the last couple of years, with no notable successes. It seemed she really wasn't worth Drew's effort to recruit. "All right, no more riddles. Just tell me who it is." "It's Amy Pascal." This time, Eric was genuinely surprised. Although Amy Pascal was merely a vice president at Columbia Pictures, even with Peter Guber messing Columbia up, with her many years in Hollywood, switching to any other major film company for a VP's position would have been an easy feat. He hadn't expected her to be convinced to join the empty Flower Films. However, they did have a connection. In the original timeline, the Charlie's Angels series was successfully filmed with Amy Pascal's support. "Okay, tell me how you tricked Amy into joining your empty shell company." "I promised her she could be the CEO of Columbia in 3 years." "Oh, don't you think that's a bit too ambitious?" She blinked innocently. "You wanted me to spin off Flower Films. Didn't you want me to take over a big studio?" "That's Columbia. I was aiming for MGM, not them. Even if Sony realized what a mess Peter Guber had left behind at Columbia and wanted to step back, with Hollywood's rapid growth, it wouldn't be easy for them to get a good price for Columbia compared to what they initially paid for the full acquisition. Eric had aimed to avoid monopolies by letting Drew and Flower Films leave Firefly to focus on MGM. Compared to the massive Columbia, the struggling MGM could easily be acquired for just over $1 billion. MGM is terrible. I don't want to go near that, Drew replied, shaking her head discontentedly, then changing the subject. Eric, I still have over $40 million to spend. Which film do you think I should start shooting? Eric recognized Drew's intent to change the subject and let it go. After all, bringing Amy Pascal on board would only have benefits and no downsides. As for Drew's promise, Eric believed that she and Amy Pascal both had an understanding. Since she chose to leave Columbia to help Drew, she likely already had her own plans. After so long, Eric almost forgot how many copyrights Drew had gathered. When he asked, she got up from him, ran over to the bookshelf, and returned with a folder to hand to him, saying, "Here, everything is right here." As Eric was about to review it, she squeezed back into his side. Thankfully, the leather chair was spacious, and Drew's petite frame didn't make it feel cramped. Eric adjusted the chair's footrest and opened the folder. Together they looked at a list of copyright materials. Initially, Eric had written down plenty, but due to leaks, some had been snatched away, and some copyrights had just vanished. The current list didn't have too many names. Beyond the Charlie's Angels rights, which had already been transferred to DreamWorks, Eric listed several other copyrights with significant commercial potential like Mission Impossible, The Bourne Identity, Forrest Gump, and The Lord of the Rings. Upon seeing The Lord of the Rings, Eric was astonished to discover that Drew had acquired the rights to all of Tolkien's works, including the Silmarillion. This was definitely a good thing. He remembered that the initial rights to the Lord of the Rings had been secured by the Weinstein brothers from Miramax in the early 90s. After a series of transfers, it finally ended up with New Line Cinema, ultimately appearing on the big screen thanks to Peter Jackson's efforts, which took a full decade. However, due to New Line's various covert income practices and withheld revenue shares angering the rights holders of the Lord of the Rings series, after filming The Hobbit, the project stalled because the Weinsteins hadn't secured the rights to the Silmarillion initially. Although the rights holders offered many grand explanations, Eric knew deep down it was merely a failure to reach an agreement on profit distribution. In addition to these 4 highly commercial rights, Eric noticed the original novel's rights for The Shawshank Redemption. While it was an absolute classic, it couldn't be counted as a box office hit and was more suited for an Oscar challenge. Aside from those, the other copyrights were lackluster, simply ideas Eric had brainstormed at the time. After discussing for a while, Eric realized that just relying on the potential of these copyrights wouldn't be enough to secure Columbia. Thinking for a moment, Eric recalled Sony's eventual revival in the original timeline with Spider-Man. Currently, the film rights for Spider-Man and other famous Marvel superheroes were still held by those insignificant independent studios. If he could obtain these, it would add leverage to Flower Films and ensure they could reclaim those rights before facing a risk of escalating prices when they finally sought to acquire Marvel in the future. Chapter 575-576, If I Were to Choose. The next day, Eric arrived personally at the office that Drew had leased for Flower Films in Venice Beach. In the distance, the 3-story building overlooking the beach and the sea was fully rented by Drew, with most of the rooms undergoing renovations. Eric specifically rushed over to personally chat with Amy Pascal about the matters concerning Flower Films. Last night, during a discussion with Drew, they had quickly shifted focus due to her insistence, and they hadn't managed to reach any conclusions on many topics. Since Drew had brought Amy Pascal, who was originally the chairwoman of Sony Pictures in that timeline, into the fold, it seemed logical to discuss things with someone more professional. In Eric's view, Drew's ability to hire people far exceeded her other talents. For instance, Eric had always been puzzled about how she got those Russian twins to be so obedient. They definitely had combat skills on an elite level. Yet, even when Drew was scolding them, the twins hung their heads in silence like a pair of docile kittens. During the first few days the twins appeared next to Drew, while they maintained their cool demeanor with no hint of a fighter's edge. Eric, out of curiosity, had sparred with one of the twins in the mansion's gym. Or rather, it couldn't really be called a match, as Eric had surrendered within a minute and consequently ended up with a black eye, which Drew laughed at him about for several days. And now, surprisingly, the girl had successfully convinced Amy Pascal to join her at Flower Films, which felt to Eric like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Amy, what made you decide to team up with Drew?" Eric asked as soon as he saw Amy Pascal in the office. Amy, sporting a wavy hairstyle and looking cheerful, smiled at Eric's question and said, "Eric, you should understand, I came here because of you. Drew knows that too. In that case, you could have joined Firefly. Firefly is in an expansion phase, and if you came over, I'd definitely be all for it. I considered it when I decided to leave Columbia, but Firefly's management system is already quite established. It would be hard for me to fully utilize my abilities there. Here, it's different." Amy waved her hand lightly. "It's like a blank slate. I can showcase my talents freely, and no one will care that I'm a woman since the owner of the company is also a woman." Eric looked at Amy Pascal's determined expression and asked, "So, do you have a complete plan in mind already?" "Of course," Amy replied, actually pulling out a document from the file cabinet next to her and handing it to Eric. "This is what I have prepared over the past few days. I gave Drew a copy, but I figured you just got back yesterday, so she probably hasn't had a chance to pass it on to you." As Eric flipped through the pages, it became clear why he had wanted to discuss Flower Films' development strategy seriously the previous night, but Drew seemed half-hearted about it. She apparently already had a comprehensive plan in place. Looking at the document, which consisted of over 10 pages, Eric closed the blue plastic folder casually. "Amy, why don't you summarize it for us?" Amy didn't object and said, "I've researched Flower Films' intellectual properties, and I think two rights suitable for development at this stage are Mission Impossible and The Bourne Identity." Mission Impossible and The Bourne Identity referred to the TV series version of the movie franchise and the original novel title, respectively. In Eric's plan, he felt that The Bourne Identity wouldn't be ready for development for another few years. It was a bit too early. However, he didn't interrupt Amy Pascal and allowed her to continue. If Flower Films could successfully produce several lucrative blockbuster movies over the next few years and establish its own profitable movie franchise, it could expand through going public or issuing bonds. My personal suggestion is to first work towards a merger between Flower Films and MGM. Considering the state of Sony Columbia, I believe they'll last at most 5 years before being forced out of Hollywood. When Amy Pascal said this, she shot a knowing look at Eric. When she saw no change in Eric's expression, just a slight shrug, she continued, "At that point, we could further acquire Columbia Pictures on top of MGM, but all of this hinges on the success of the films developed by Flower Films. First, in terms of movie production financing, with you backing us, I believe we can easily secure funding from Wall Street or European capital. Alternatively, Firefly could invest directly, but I suspect you wouldn't want Firefly too involved with Flower Films, at least for now. Am I right?" Amy Pascal's strategy was evidently more meticulous than Eric had originally thought. While in that timeline both Columbia and MGM had become subsidiaries of Sony, Eric had never considered having Flower Films gradually absorb both companies. But this method was definitely more viable than simply using massive funds for an acquisition. While Eric had originally planned for Firefly to absorb MGM's film library in a few years, the fact that MGM fell into Drew's hands instead of Firefly's didn't make a significant difference. Hearing Amy's proposal, Eric nodded. "Before the antitrust laws loosen further, I indeed wouldn't want Firefly overly involved with Flower Films. Everyone knows how this works, but as law-abiding citizens, we need to give the SEC a reason not to bother us. Additionally, I'd prefer other film companies to handle the distribution of Flower Films movies since Firefly's projects already consume a lot of our marketing resources. Of course, you can rest assured that under any circumstances, Firefly will always be the strongest support for Flower Films. I just wish things never had to get that complicated." Amy Pascal nodded and said, "Before I left Columbia, I spoke directly to Mr. Goober." Mentioning Peter Goober, a clear distaste appeared in Amy Pascal's eyes, but she went on, "Columbia will handle the distribution of Flower Films productions, and Mr. Goober promised to offer the best possible profit-sharing terms." After spending half an hour explaining her plan, Amy Pascal finally said. So, Eric, now you can share your thoughts. Although you haven't disagreed with me so far, I sense there are points you don't support. I certainly can't compete with you professionals on operational matters, Eric chuckled. What I want to stress is film production. Even though big-budget films have become Hollywood's main revenue trend, I hope Flower Films can still engage in producing mid- to low-budget independent films. The 1990s would be the golden decade for Hollywood's independent films. Though many independent films turned out to be expensive visual flops, every year saw many quality films emerge, with high-grossing independent films being quite common. Amy Pascal seemed to grasp some of this situation and nodded. Anything else? I looked over the rights library of Flower Films last night. Mission Impossible, The Bourne Identity, and Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings series are among the most valuable rights, all with potential for franchise development. However, the latter two aren't suitable for development right now. What you should focus on is Mission Impossible. I'll personally provide a concept for the adaptation. Amy Pascal looked a bit disappointed. Eric, is that the only one? Actually, there was also Forrest Gump, but if they chose to produce it now, it would only be ready for release the following year. In that case, Fox's Braveheart would certainly suffer at the Oscars facing off against Forrest Gump. Moreover, Tom Hanks was still in Ireland filming Saving Private Ryan, making it impossible for him to take on other projects in the near term. So Eric planned to push Forrest Gump back for filming next year, aiming for a 1995 release. As for the potential competition at the Oscars, that wasn't his concern. Just as Eric was about to nod, he hesitated and said, "While I was in Berlin last time, I came up with a great idea for a fantasy film called Night at the Museum. The script is already registered, and I can hand that over to you as well." Amy Pascal's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then she asked, "Eric, don't your scripts usually get developed by Firefly directly?" Eric replied, "Firefly's major releases for the next 3 years are mostly decided." Amy Pascal suddenly recalled the project information that Firefly had already divulged. Films like Saving Private Ryan, True Lies, The Lion King, Jurassic Park 2, Independence Day, Toy Story 2, and a series of films in collaboration with Columbia and DreamWorks were all confirmed. For Firefly in the next 3 years, which led her to feel a bit envious. Presumably, the mindset of other Hollywood film companies was similar. Though other companies had ramped up their production of big-budget films over the past 2 years, success was rare since they lacked the special effects technology supported by Digital Domain under Firefly. Moreover, there was no Eric-like figure around. Even the most glamorous Steven Spielberg of the 80s was now left far behind by Eric. Seeing that Amy had no further questions, Eric said, "So, let's proceed. You two can start preparing for Mission Impossible and Night at the Museum. You can also select some well-known directors for small-budget independent films to invest in. Eric, do you have any suggestions for the main characters in these 2 projects?" Amy inquired. Eric hesitated for a moment before saying, "For the lead in Mission Impossible, I recommend Tom Cruise. However, the condition is that Tom can only participate as an actor in this project and needs to sign a contract for at least 3 films. As for Night at the Museum," Eric thought for a moment, realizing that Ben Stiller wasn't famous yet. The only other person that came to mind was Jim Carrey. While Jim was very suitable for the lead role in Night at the Museum, Eric wasn't highly enthusiastic about collaborating with him. Let's pick from the currently famous comedic actors. The specifics can be determined based on their availability and audition results. The film's main focus is on the miraculous creatures that come to life in the museum, so the lead character isn't the most critical part. Amy Pascal nodded, and then suddenly shook her head. Eric, although Cruise's career has been a bit rocky these past 2 years, signing a 3-film deal in one go might not be so easy. I worked with him during the production of Running Out of Time, prequel, and he isn't so easy to work with. He might demand that his production company gets involved in this project. I understand. You can give it a try. Engaging with him won't cost us anything. If he agrees, that would be fantastic, and we can make some concessions on his fee. But if he is insistent on excessive participation, Hollywood isn't short of stars who can replace him. I'll talk to him. Amy Pascal nodded, noting all these things down in her memo. Eric waited for her to finish writing before continuing. Now, let's discuss another very important matter. Amy Pascal raised her head immediately when she saw Eric's serious expression. This is something I thought of last night. Recently, I had someone investigate the superhero licenses held by Marvel Comics. Eric, are you planning to develop superhero films like Warner does? Not at the moment, Eric replied. What I mean is, I had someone look into which secondary and tertiary companies hold the rights to some of Marvel's leading superheroes, including Spider-Man, Captain America, and the Fantastic Four. I need you to help me acquire them back. Amy Pascal considered the data on Marvel's superheroes before saying, Eric, Marvel has quite a few superheroes. It's not going to be easy to get them all back. Well, at least try to secure Spider-Man. Honestly, I'm most interested in that superhero. Amy Pascal smiled and said, Spider-Man is one of Marvel's most popular superheroes. If I were to pick, it would definitely be Spider-Man. Chapter 576, 577, just buy it. After a quick chat with Amy Pascal, Eric set aside the matters related to Firefly films for the time being. Once Halloween slipped by, November 1993 arrived, and the global box office total for Jurassic Park edged closer to the $1 billion mark. This once again sparked intense media scrutiny, similar to the frenzy it had caused when it initially broke the box office record set by E.T. During those days, Eric led a busy life, darting between different film sets and studios. While overseeing the preparation and production schedules for Firefly's major projects, he also had to juggle the process of acquiring a television network and occasionally attend some unavoidable party invitations. Fortunately, Firefly's film marketing department had matured into a well-oiled machine under the guidance of Michael Lynn and Jeffrey Katzenberg. Eric didn't have to worry about the distribution of films slated for the end of the year, or else he'd be swamped with work. After another day filled with activities, Eric reviewed the production progress of Men in Black. He exited the Columbia Pictures lot in Culver City while chatting with Peter Guber. Just as he was about to leave, his mobile phone rang. It was Michael Lynn on the line. They exchanged a few brief words, and Eric decided not to head back to Malibu just yet. Instead, he instructed the driver to take him to the Firefly Films headquarters in Burbank. Upon entering the conference room at Firefly's Burbank headquarters, Eric noticed that Michael Lynn and Jeffrey Katzenberg, along with other top executives, were already present. However, he keenly observed that everyone wore subtle expressions of delight, alleviating his initial concerns. After a quick exchange of greetings, Eric took his seat and cheerfully asked, "Is there some good news?" Sitting next to Eric, Michael Lynn handed him a document, a hint of excitement in his voice as he said, "The latest box office statistics just came in. Jurassic Park's latest total is $1,023 million. Eric, your prediction has come true. Today being Wednesday, we won't have the weekday box office report until Friday, which means most people don't know about this yet. But we can announce it to the public tomorrow." Eric flipped through the document and saw box office earnings from over 50 countries, with the prominent figure of $1 billion standing out at the end. Satisfied, he nodded and set the document aside. He then asked Michael Lynn, "I can't imagine you. Call me here just for this. Let Jeffrey explain." Michael Lynn gestured toward Katzenberg. Katzenberg handed over an envelope. "Eric, this is a handwritten letter we received from Warren Buffett this afternoon. You should take a look." Upon hearing Buffett's name, Eric wasn't particularly surprised. Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway was one of the largest shareholders in ABC television, holding over 25% of the company's shares. Firefly's intention to acquire ABC clearly couldn't bypass Buffett. Opening the envelope, Eric found nothing but a simple note inviting him to Omaha for a discussion regarding ABC. The envelope bore no postal marks, indicating that it was hand-delivered by someone else, not sent through the mail. After reading the letter, Eric looked up. "You all have seen this, right?" Michael and the others nodded in agreement. Katzenberg, being the lead on the ABC acquisition, said, "From this letter, it seems Buffett has caught on to our intentions." Eric neatly folded the letter and put it back into the envelope. He asked, "Jeffrey, how are things progressing on your end?" Katzenberg replied, "To avoid raising too much suspicion, we've quietly acquired shares from the 3 major networks on the secondary market. Currently, we hold about 7% of ABC stock, while the other 2 networks are below 5%. ABC's stock price has climbed from $43 3 months ago to $47 now. giving it a total market value of $9.67 billion. Firefly had initially planned to acquire about 10% of ABC's stock and then publicly disclose this while joining ABC's board. However, with Buffett already aware, moving forward with their initial plan would not be straightforward. After pondering for a moment, Eric said, "Let's sell off the other two network stocks for cash as soon as possible. Announce the news of Jurassic Park crossing the $1 billion mark tomorrow. Also, let's send a response to Mr. Buffett, inviting him to the celebration party for Jurassic Park's global box office success." "Eric, this may not give us the upper hand," Frank Wells, who had been quiet until now, interjected. Even though Berkshire Hathaway only owns 25% of ABC, ABC's chairman, Tom Murphy, is also a major stakeholder and a good friend of Warren Buffett. "If we mean to acquire it, you should personally visit Omaha." After Frank's words, none of the other executives over 50 spoke up, but Eric could see the approval on Jeffrey, Michael Lynn, and others' faces. For their generation, Buffett represented a financial legend, and Eric could grasp their admiration for him. However, Eric had some other considerations. During this time, he had devoted a significant portion of his focus to the television network acquisition. With Buffett controlling substantial shares in ABC, Eric definitely couldn't afford to be ignorant about him. Buffett was undoubtedly a strategic thinker. If he hadn't made any decisions, Eric believed he wouldn't have received Buffett's invitation letter today. Furthermore, Buffett's investment approach was highly rational. Eric was confident that Buffett wouldn't easily change his stance on him just because of a shift in venue. Outside of that, Eric certainly wanted to maintain some control. While Michael Lynn and others were skeptical, Eric was determined to give it a try. "All right, we'll settle on this. Everyone, get ready," Eric said, waving his hand lightly, finalizing the decision. The next day, Firefly announced the news of Jurassic Park crossing the $1 billion mark at the global box office. However, the celebration party was scheduled for a week later, mainly to allow time for executing the deals regarding NBC and CBS stocks. Meanwhile, upon receiving Firefly's response, Buffett, as Eric had anticipated, accepted the invitation to the Jurassic Park celebration party. As Thanksgiving approached, the holiday season kicked off, with Firefly releasing Ace Ventura 2, the final collaboration with Jim Carrey, on November 19th. Not surprisingly, it grossed nearly $30 million over its opening weekend. The films aiming for Oscars, Interview with the Vampire and Quentin's Pulp Fiction, were slated for December. Columbia Pictures likewise released John Woo's second Hollywood-directed film, Broken Arrow, that same week. Although it didn't perform as well as last year's Mr. and Mrs. Smith, John Woo cemented a decent following in North America due to last year's hit. Broken Arrow earned $32 million in its first weekend, and because the film was relatively low cost, under $50 million, recouping costs was no problem. Interestingly, the surprise hit of the year-end box office turned out not to be Ace Ventura 2, Broken Arrow, or any of the other expected films, but rather a project from 20th Century Fox, a family comedy titled Mrs. Doubtfire starring Robin Williams. This movie grossed nearly $20 million in its opening weekend and garnered stellar reviews, leading box office forecasters to project a staggering $200 million haul in North America, 10 times its production budget. This development got Elizabeth puffing up her chest every time she met Eric, until he gave her a thorough dressing down, after which she calmed down. On November 22nd, as evening approached, though the party hadn't yet started, the Liberty City estate was already packed to the brim. Eric pulled Jeffrey aside in an outdoor seating area of the villa and joked, "Jeffrey, I think insisting on hosting the Jurassic Park celebration at Liberty City is a huge mistake. You do know, Warren Buffett is quite a frugal man and despises extravagance, right? Perhaps he'll see everything here today and decide he doesn't want to sell ABC to us after all." Buffett's good friend and partner, Charlie Munger, not only owns a private plane but also a private island. Yet, Buffett hasn't cut ties with him. As far as I know, Buffett is indeed frugal, but he doesn't impose it on others. "Look, Eric, I know you're not fond of throwing parties at your estate, but today is different, isn't it? Today is the celebration for Jurassic Park reaching a global box office of $1 billion. This occasion deserves to be celebrated properly." Just then, Drew, dressed beautifully in a red gown, walked up with Amy Pascal. The little lady warmly hugged Jeffrey before sidling up to Eric. Noticing that Amy seemed to want to speak with Eric, Jeffrey politely excused himself and moved aside. Eric gestured for Amy to sit down. "Amy, what's on your mind?" Amy Pascal replied, "We've been in touch with all the companies holding the Spider-Man rights, Carolco Pictures, but they refused to transfer the rights to us." Eric thought for a moment and asked, "Is Carolco still under Mario Kassar's leadership?" Amy nodded and said, "Since the summer release of Cliffhanger and Last Action Hero flopped, Carolco has been in a semi-bankrupt state for the last 6 months. However, when I approached Mario Kassar, the moment I mentioned our interest, he outright refused our request to purchase the Spider-Man rights." "Is that all?" Eric inquired. "Not at all. He said he could collaborate with us on developing Spider-Man, but would absolutely not sell the rights. He must have guessed you were the mastermind behind this." The little lady joked as she playfully nudged Eric with her shoulder. Eric tugged her ear and pushed her away, contemplating. What kind of agreement did Carolco have when they acquired the Spider-Man rights? It was for 5 years, from 1990 until 1995. However, I found out there are some clauses stating that if Carolco develops the Spider-Man film during that period, the rights will automatically extend for another 5 years. Also, the contracts for Captain America and Fantastic Four are similar to Spider-Man's. This turned out to be quite a troublesome situation. Eric remembered that, in the original timeline, Carolco had declared bankruptcy around 1995, leading to Spider-Man's rights reverting back to Marvel Comics. However, Marvel was in dire straits at the time and was forced to sell it to Sony, making Spider-Man's return seemingly a distant dream due to Sony's eventual massive success with the films. Quickly, Eric thought of other matters and asked, "Where do the majority of Carolco's shares lie now?" "I'm not too sure, but the controlling interest is likely with some investment funds on Wall Street." "Eric, I worry that if Mario Kassar spills the beans, it could attract other studios to compete for the Spider-Man rights and potentially create problems for Marvel." Eric didn't acknowledge Amy's concerns, but asked, "How much would it cost to acquire Carolco Pictures entirely?" "Probably several $1,000,000. Although Carolco released and produced a number of films in recent years, very few succeeded, or it wouldn't find itself in this sort of semi-bankrupt position now. Gather more information. If Mario Kassar won't budge, let's buy Carolco entirely. I bet the people on Wall Street are eager to cash in on this mess." Amy raised the earlier question again, "But what if they catch on to your interest in the Spider-Man rights?" Eric shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. It's simply not the right time to develop Spider-Man. Superhero movies have high demands for special effects. Otherwise, do you think the top 5 studios would allow Marvel's major superheroes to end up in the hands of second- or third-tier studios? So even if another studio snags it, it's not a big deal. We can always stage another acquisition later. I still have plenty of years ahead of me." Chapter 577, 578, Why Not Blockbuster? Drew had been quietly listening as the two discussed how to acquire the rights for Spider-Man and other superhero franchises. When she heard Eric even mention the possibility of acquiring Carolco Pictures, the young woman couldn't help but burst out laughing, clearly amused. Eric glanced at Drew and asked, "Is it that funny?" "Of course. It's just the Spider-Man rights. Carolco could develop a project together without needing this particular film. We could trade them for the rights to Mission Impossible or Night at the Museum. After all, they need financing too." Spider-Man had proven incredibly successful in the original timeline, so Eric subconsciously felt he needed to raise the stakes for acquiring the superhero's rights. Drew's words sparked a moment of clarity in him. Amy Pascal interjected, "Drew, I've considered that possibility too. But film companies usually finance their highly anticipated movies through debt financing. This way, once the film becomes a blockbuster, they only have to repay the debt and interest without sharing rights or profits with anyone else. We don't plan to distribute the film ourselves, so we would already need to give up a portion of the distribution revenue. If we follow your idea of bringing in Carolco and those film companies for joint production, our profits would be even smaller." "Well, let's just pretend I didn't say anything." Drew shrugged nonchalantly, picking up a glass of juice from the table and sipping it on her own. Amy noticed Eric's changing expression and asked, "Eric, you aren't really considering this, are you?" I think it's a good idea. Let's go for it. Eric replied while watching Amy Pascal's somewhat reluctant look. Amy, I promise you won't regret it in the future. Of course, Amy couldn't know whether she would regret it later, but since Eric had spoken, she relented. Fine, Eric. If they request to share the rights, should I agree? You could slightly increase your investment share, but the rights definitely cannot be shared. Both Mission Impossible and Night at the Museum are franchise films. We need to ensure that the initiation of sequels and casting choices are totally under our control. If it comes down to it, we could make some minor concessions on sequel investments, Eric thought, determined not to repeat Paramount's mistake of collaborating with Tom Cruise on Mission Impossible. In the original timeline, because Cruise held half the rights, Paramount lost the ability to change the lead when they fell out, ultimately having to bring him back like it or not. Just when Eric intended to ask Amy Pascal how her conversation with Cruise was going, he noticed Nicole approaching from a distance. He waved to her and stood up to greet her, but the young woman floated over to Nicole first, hugging her tall figure and gently rubbing against her, exuding excessive enthusiasm as she said, "Hi, Nicole. Wow, I didn't expect your skin to look so beautiful from the sun. I'm so jealous. I definitely need to take a trip to Africa when I have the time." Thanks for the compliment, Drew. Nicole replied while pulling Drew away without hesitation and walking over to Eric. Hi, Nicole. Eric greeted her with a hug. Since many guests were around, they refrained from any overt affection. Amy Pascal exchanged pleasantries with Nicole before excusing herself to mingle elsewhere. Drew, however, lingered, as the three of them sat at a small round table. Eric poured a glass of red wine for Nicole and inquired, "How was it shooting in Morocco?" Nicole's expression turned uneasy. That place was terrible, and they were even fighting. We had to live with 500 soldiers dispatched by the local government throughout the shoot. The only silver lining was that we didn't encounter any attacks. We spent 5 days in a small town, and just after we left, the next day we heard it got raided by rebels. Eric didn't know much about the political climate in North Africa, but recognized that filming in Morocco saved Universal at least $10 million in production costs. I think as long as The Mummy does well, Michael Eisner surely won't let you film a sequel in Morocco again. Of course, I'd rather give up a role in the sequel than return to that godforsaken place, Nicole said, patting her deeply tanned skin. From what Drew knew of her, the young woman had just complimented her tan. That would have to be taken back. Moreover, Eric's reaction indicated that although most idealized a healthy sun-kissed complexion, and once Nicole returned to Los Angeles, many friends commented on how lovely her tan had become, yet Eric seemed indifferent to her noticeable change. As they continued chatting, the sun set unnoticed, and the mansion's lights illuminated. More guests arrived for the party, prompting Eric to rise and socialize with some important guests. By 7 o'clock, with almost all guests present, Eric was joined by the main creative team of Jurassic Park in shattering an ice sculpture symbolizing the billion-dollar box office, marking the official start of the party. Even with Thanksgiving approaching, many of Eric's women remained in Los Angeles. Besides Nicole and Drew, Famke Janssen and the Cruise sisters were also at the party. Eric had assumed Jennifer Connelly would return home to have dinner with her parents, but she surprised him by attending as well. After returning to Los Angeles, Eric hadn't found time to visit Julia and her little one, so he called to invite Julia to bring Emma along to the party. Instead, Julia made an excuse of Elizabeth's invitation, whisking Emma and Elizabeth off to New York, much to Eric's amusement and frustration. He felt Julia's state was undoubtedly hopeless, and he had given up any expectations. However, Julia resembled a little sparrow fluttering around a cage, drawn to the open sky and ever so tempted to try flapping her wings. As Eric socialized at the party, he glanced at his watch and noticed it was nearing 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, Buffett had not yet arrived. Just as he was about to have someone check if something was amiss, he noticed a group of women crowded on one of the sofas near the villa's glass wall, laughing and chatting. To his surprise, they were all his women. Perhaps it was because they gathered like a flock of birds without the presence of any clueless male guests to interrupt. Nicole noticed Eric's astonishment as she approached from the gathering. Curious, Eric asked her, what are you all chatting about? Gossip, clothes, cosmetics, men, Nicole replied with a cheeky grin. Anyway, Whatever you men don't take an interest in, we'll talk about that. Actually, men are very interested, especially the last item you mentioned. Any chance you could share some details with me? Nicole playfully winked. Of course not. Eric shrugged and joked. Well, in that case, I'll have to resort to some interrogation methods. Nicole's cheeks flushed slightly, but she said nothing more, extending her small hand toward Eric. How about we go dance? Eric regrettably shook his head. I'm waiting for an important guest, so I can't join you right now. Nicole pouted, but wisely chose not to press the issue. As she turned to leave, Eric pulled her back and quietly urged, "Help me tell them to stay tonight." Nicole assumed Eric had something secretive to say and shot him an exasperated look, commenting, "I'm only responsible for passing along the message. If they don't want to stay, that's not my problem." Of course, Eric was about to tease her some more when he noticed Jeffrey waving at him from a distance. Realizing Buffett might have arrived, he nodded to Nicole and hurriedly made his way over to Jeffrey. Eric led Jeffrey, Katzenberg, and others to the parking lot and spotted a silver-haired man in his 60s, wearing tortoiseshell glasses, stepping out of a black Mercedes. "Hello, Mr. Buffett." Eric greeted him, feeling compelled to admire the legendary billionaire once again. While most wealthy individuals on the Forbes list amassed fortunes through one significant company or product, like Bill Gates with Microsoft or Larry Ellison with database software, Warren Buffett was known for his diverse investment strategies that repeatedly brought him to the summit of wealth. "Eric, it's great to see you." Warren Buffett warmly shook Eric's hand. "I'm really sorry for being late. I had some things to deal with." "No worries, Mr. Buffett. Let me introduce you to." Eric introduced Katzenberg and others one by one before they all made their way back to the villa together. Upon seeing Eric bringing a group of Firefly executives towards the parking lot seriously, many guests sensed an important figure was arriving. When the guests realized the individual was Warren Buffett, numerous expressions of surprise flashed across their faces. After Eric and Buffett disappeared into the villa, several guests rushed to a corner to pull out their mobile phones and spread the news. Clearly, with the major shareholder of ABC TV in attendance, it was obvious Firefly's acquisition of the network aimed to be a substantial target. As news spread, it would undoubtedly affect many things, especially NBC and CBS, whose stock prices had been rising steadily. Their upward trend would likely grind to a halt, and perhaps even drop, while ABC's stock would probably see the opposite effect. Most guests attending the party were from within Hollywood, and few had crossed paths with Buffett, so Eric directly ushered him to his study. "Eric, I wanted to meet you back when Firefly was acquiring Disney, but I unfortunately didn't have the chance. I was a Disney shareholder back then, you know." Eric poured 2 glasses of Coca-Cola he had prepared earlier and offered one to Buffett as he settled on the opposite sofa. "Actually, I feel the same, Mr. Buffett. Like many others, I really admire your investment strategies. I even considered buying some Berkshire stock." Buffett examined his glass of Coke with interest and said, "If you plan to invest, I would of course welcome you. Before I came here, I reviewed all the films you've been involved in. While some weren't quite to my taste, I cannot deny they all hold considerable box office potential. I'm curious, how do you come up with or choose these scripts?" "Based on personal feeling, I suppose. We all know investing in movies is like gambling. Until a film is released, no one can be certain how the audience will receive it. Otherwise, George Lucas wouldn't have been the one to make Star Wars." Eric's explanation likely wouldn't satisfy Buffett, but Buffett didn't seem inclined to probe deeper. He had been contemplating Eric for some time back in his small Omaha home, thinking of him as a person favored by Lady Luck. Since Eric's rapid rise in 1988, he hadn't made a single misstep in either investing or filmmaking. Although he wouldn't admit it out loud, Buffett felt Eric belonged to the same breed as himself. Since the 1960s, Buffett had meticulously selected from various investment portfolios, which led him to accumulate nearly $10 billion in wealth by avoiding major mistakes. That's why ever since Firefly announced its withdrawal from Fox Broadcasting, Buffett had been closely monitoring their every move. The day Firefly announced they were competing to acquire Blockbuster, Buffett had sensed their true intent was anything but blockbuster. "Eric, I'm curious. The growth rate of the videotape industry outstrips that of box office revenue each year, yet the development of television networks has been stagnant for quite some time. Why did you choose not to acquire Blockbuster and instead target ABC? With Buffett at his door, Eric no longer debated, saying, I remember you once said, when others are greedy, I am fearful. When others are fearful, I am greedy, right? Buffett smiled, indicating his agreement. Right now, the growth of the videotape industry is in the phase where you said everyone should be greedy for its profits, while television networks are scaring many people off. I'd think that acquiring ABC doesn't seem all that surprising. Chapter 578, 579, The Offer. Buffett had always been confident in the video rental industry. To that end, he had closely studied Blockbuster's data. From the mid-1980s onward, the profits generated by the video rental sector had rivaled box office revenues. With 3,000 locations, Blockbuster was undoubtedly the Walmart of video rentals. The company's annual profits were hardly less than those of the 7 major Hollywood studios. Moreover, this video rental giant boasted a substantial cash flow, which Buffett found particularly appealing. Despite the thriving nature of the video rental business, Buffett didn't believe there was a bubble in the industry. Consequently, Eric's dismissive comments about Blockbuster puzzled him. Eric, don't you believe in the prospects of the video rental industry? The video rental and the soon-to-emerge DVD rental sectors would flourish for at least another decade. Eric, of course, saw promise in such an industry. He simply doubted the sustainability of Blockbuster's chain store business model, which he expected would be swiftly outdated in a few years. Mr. Buffett. Eric had just begun to speak when Buffett gently interrupted him, smiling warmly. Eric, you can call me Warren. I don't want our conversation to feel like a formal business negotiation. What do you think? All right, Warren. Eric nodded with a smile. If you've ever been to one of the Blockbuster rental stores, you'd know that finding specific videos is always a hassle. Plus, their various fees are very unreasonable. I believe that if a better video rental model were to emerge, it would be inevitable for Blockbuster to be eliminated. Buffett showed no signs of a wealthy tycoon and continued to probe. I assume you must have considered a certain better business model you mentioned? Of course. For example, the Internet. We could establish a dedicated video rental website where customers can easily find detailed rental information for any movie simply by entering its title. We could even create a specialized mailing system to make renting videos more convenient. Buffett wasn't particularly focused on the high-tech industry, which was evident from his investment portfolio predominantly featuring traditional industries. However, with the Clinton administration's strong push for a national information highway plan at the time, he had come across plenty of related information. Buffett keenly picked up on the most critical aspect of Eric's proposal. Don't you think the number of internet users is still a bit low? Eric hadn't been closely monitoring the increase of North American internet users recently, but he quickly found a comparable example. That's true, but those who can access the internet tend to have considerable purchasing power. Moreover, over a decade ago, when personal computers first emerged, it seemed no one realized that this expensive device, which appeared not particularly useful at the time, would eventually sell millions of units annually. Over the past 10 years, tens of millions of people in North America and around the world have acquired personal computers, often backed by solid economic means. With the growing richness of internet content, I believe most people will choose to engage online. While researching Eric's background, Buffett had also logged on to Yahoo and created his email account. Though many considered his personal style quite conservative, Buffett was someone who always remained learning and open to new things. He found that using an online email was indeed much faster than traditional mail, but due to various hardware and software limitations at the time, he couldn't envision a profitable future for these online services. Buffett was a profit-seeking investor who strictly adhered to the principle of ensuring returns from investments. If he put in tens of millions of dollars without any return, he couldn't find any reason to continue. Eric, before coming here, I checked out the Yahoo portal you invested in. I want to know, did you establish this site for investment or purely as a philanthropic endeavor? Definitely for investment. Eric sensed that Buffett had veered the topic off course. Today's discussion was meant to be about Firefly acquiring a television network. However, he understood that Buffett was someone who was very inquisitive. Many of his materials showed that when Buffett took interest in a company, he tended to bombard its representatives with questions. But Eric felt no impatience. In fact, many business transactions were established through this kind of exchange, while the heated negotiations often happened only after a mutual interest had been established. So, regarding the Yahoo portal, when do you plan to start turning a profit, and how will that be achieved? I haven't considered Yahoo being profitable in recent years. It's still in the market cultivation phase, Eric answered slowly. Warren, imagine if Yahoo had over 100 million users. How much would advertisers be willing to pay to advertise on Yahoo? 100 million users. Buffett slightly squinted. He didn't take Eric's statement as a fanciful dream. Just as they had seen a decade ago, no one anticipated that personal computers would sell millions of units annually now. If internet users truly grew at a rate of hundreds of thousands or even millions per year, then 100 million users wasn't an unimaginable figure. Understanding the profit potential of advertising from newspaper media, Berkshire Hathaway owns several newspapers, but the largest among them, the Washington Post, only had an average daily circulation of a few million copies. Yet, this small circulation generated hundreds of millions in profits annually. Therefore, an internet media platform with 100 million users would likely generate profits exceeding those of any traditional print media once it found suitable monetization strategies. Although Buffett wasn't impulsive, he could clearly feel a genuine interest brewing within him. He took a moment to think, lifted his Coke to take a few sips, gently set the cup down, and looked at Eric. Eric, the perspective you're describing is indeed very tempting, and I'm eager to see Yahoo develop as you envision. So, let's talk about the television network. I heard you recently chatted with Barry Diller. Yes, Eric lamentedly replied, stating, unfortunately, he has no intention of joining Firefly. Buffett remained unchanged in demeanor. So, if I agreed to sell you ABC, how would you handle Tom? You know we're good friends. I need to consider my friend's interests. If we successfully acquire ABC, Firefly wouldn't make too many personnel adjustments at the network. The performance of ABC in recent years has proven Mr. Tom Murphy's management skills, so Firefly's primary focus in the next few years would be increasing investments in ABC's content. We all understand that a television network serves as a sales platform, and its programs are the products. Any customer will gravitate more toward a store with higher quality products at the same price range. Buffett clearly appeared satisfied with Eric's answer and began to inquire about other issues, probing various questions about potential concerns after the acquisition of the television network. The two continued to chat as if discussing something trivial, without addressing the most important issue, the acquisition price. After over an hour, when they finished a large bottle of Coke, Buffett finally spoke. Eric, overall, I find your various proposals after acquiring the television network quite satisfactory, so we can now discuss the acquisition price. Buffett and Tom Murphy owned most of ABC's shares, meaning that as long as those two nodded in agreement, Firefly's acquisition of ABC would likely face little resistance. However, Eric didn't feel at ease. He realized that if Buffett merely intended to divest ABC for cash, he wouldn't have spent so long conversing with him. He might have directly given a sale price. Sure enough, Buffett continued, Eric, while I am optimistic about this transaction, I don't plan to fully cash out my shares in ABC. Tom and I have discussed it, and we would only sell up to 30% of our ABC shares in cash. I would like the remaining 70% to be exchanged for equity in Firefly. Eric had already anticipated Buffett's intentions. Deep down, he didn't prefer a cash-and-stock swap. However, the scenario now was very different from when they acquired Disney. At that time, Disney was struggling, and relatively small Firefly had completely swallowed Disney whole, and many investors had looked unfavorably upon the acquisition. Furthermore, Disney had not had a controlling majority shareholder like ABC, whose shares were spread out, making it easier for Firefly to pursue a cash acquisition. But in the past 2 years, Firefly's performance had become remarkable. Although the financial report for that year was not yet released, a net profit exceeding $1 billion was almost guaranteed. Currently, aside from larger entities in Hollywood like Time Warner, no other film company had been able to reach such annual profits. Consequently, investment firms globally had eagerly focused on Firefly, always anticipating news of an IPO. In this context, Both ABC and CBS would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invest in Firefly. As for Buffett's proposition to trade 70% of ABC shares for a stake in Firefly, Eric didn't rush to negotiate, but instead asked, "So, Warren, I want to know, how much of Firefly shares are you looking to get in exchange for 70% of ABC?" 49%, Buffett replied swiftly, having evidently considered the matter thoroughly. "Eric, we can calculate using ABC's current stock price. ABC is roughly valued at $10 billion. As for Firefly, I estimate it at $15 billion, and I know you wouldn't give up control of Firefly, so we're not asking for a majority share. You will still be the largest shareholder, and I won't interfere in Firefly's management. What do you think?" "What do I think? Of course, I think it's unacceptable. While Firefly's business wasn't as expansive as Time Warner's, its annual profits were certainly comparable. Many might assume, based on Hollywood's typical development trajectory for film companies, that such profit margins were only temporary. However, Eric was confident that Firefly could maintain rapid growth over the long term. Even without a television network, its profits would continue to rise. After all, the films and television shows produced by the company were also commodities, and Eric possessed unparalleled skills in creating and selecting quality products. "Warren, that price is too high. I definitely won't agree to it," Eric stated plainly. Firefly's net profit last year was close to $1 billion, and this year it might even surpass Time Warner's. We know that Time Warner's market value is nearly $30 billion, yet Firefly is only valued at $15 billion. Don't you think that's too low?" "Eric, I admit that Firefly's recent performance has been outstanding, but we also know that the movie industry's return on investment can be quite unstable. While everyone recognizes your talent in filmmaking, that doesn't guarantee future success. Just look at Spielberg. The entire 1980s was essentially Spielberg's era, yet as he entered the 1990s, he faced a failure with Hook. Moreover, we understand that a company's market value cannot be solely determined by profits from a few years. Time Warner owns film, television, publishing, and music industries, which gives it a high risk tolerance. Even if one segment suffers a significant loss in a given year, it won't affect Time Warner's overall revenues. In contrast, Firefly has a much narrower range of business, and side income heavily relies on box office performance. Chapter 579, 580, Late Night Talk. As Eric and Buffett stepped out of the study, it was already past midnight. Many guests had hoped to gather information from Eric and Buffett before leaving, but with the party winding down, they had no choice but to leave feeling disappointed. At that moment, aside from the party staff cleaning up, only the top executives from Firefly Films remained, along with a few women who had mysteriously disappeared during the festivities. As Eric and Buffett descended the stairs, they were greeted by Jeffrey and the others chatting in the living room. Although they were eager to know the outcome right away, everyone politely escorted Buffett out first. Once Buffett's car left the estate, Eric shrugged at the curious expressions of the group. "Buffett is interested in selling ABC, but we have a significant difference in pricing." Upon hearing this, no one expressed disappointment or excitement. It was understood that when it came to negotiations involving billions of dollars, it would be strange to finalize an agreement in just one night. Eric instructed the other executives to leave, keeping only Michael Lynn, Jeffrey, Katzenberg, and Frank Wells, the four giants of Firefly Films. The five of them settled in the living room where they had just been talking, and Eric saw Drew, now in a t-shirt and shorts instead of her evening gown, poking her head in. He directed her, "We need to talk for a bit longer. You guys go ahead and rest." While the word "you" can mean both singular and plural, the expressions of the other four people subtly shifted into something more ambiguous. They all understood that Eric's "you" referred to the three of them, not just one. Even the typically aloof Jeffrey couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Eric's luck with women. Drew obediently nodded. "Okay. Do you guys want coffee? I can send Natasha to get some." Although many had noticed the twin Russian girls bustling around the house that night, Eric wasn't keen on calling them over to distract the four older men and pointed to the coffee machine in the corner. "It's late. You shouldn't make them do everything. Get it yourself." Drew made a face at Eric, but dutifully went to the coffee machine. While the girl prepared the coffee, Eric briefly explained the outcome of his conversation with Buffett to the four men beside him. That's about it. I presented Firefly's acquisition plan, and then Eric spread his hands. It wasn't a successful negotiation. Even though everyone understood that the cash acquisition proposal wasn't feasible anymore, Eric still brought up a comprehensive acquisition plan he had drafted earlier. Just like Eric's reaction to Buffett's proposal, Buffett rejected it right away. Both men were aware that their acquisition plans weren't their bottom lines, but neither could afford to show any concession during their first informal meeting. In short, the only outcome of the night was confirming that both parties had an interest in this transaction. Therefore, the prolonged back and forth was likely just beginning. After Eric spoke, the five in the living room fell into a short silence as they absorbed the information he had just shared. Drew finished making the coffee and quietly placed cups in front of everyone on the coffee table. She leaned in to give Eric a quick kiss on the cheek before carefully closing the door behind her as she left. After a moment, Katzenberg spoke up first. Eric, I think the main issue here is that Buffett doesn't recognize the actual market value of Firefly. This isn't surprising. Even though our profits last year were on par with Time Warner's, the substantial profits came from movies and their merchandising. Most people understand how volatile the movie business can be. Buffett is known for his cautious and conservative investment strategies, so his views can't represent everyone. If we want to stay competitive in this transaction, we must stop being consistently low-key. It's necessary for us to showcase Firefly's strength to the media appropriately. After Katzenberg's remarks, the other three nodded in agreement. Frank Wells added, Eric, I believe you have to secure the top position on Forbes' list this year and leave the second place far behind, just like Sam Walton did years ago. Before Sam Walton's passing in 1992, Walmart had a market value exceeding $40 billion, with the Walton family owning over 40% of the company. Up until 1992, Walton was the only billionaire on the Forbes 400 list whose wealth exceeded $10 billion. After Walton's death, the family wealth was split between his wife and 4 children, but they managed to avoid a significant inheritance tax, allowing the Walton family to remain one of the wealthiest in North America. Following Walton's passing, due to Eric's voluntary relinquishment, Buffett, who succeeded him at the start of the year, had a personal fortune of only $9.3 billion. Even without Frank Wells reminding him, Eric was aware that this year he would find it hard to avoid that position and continue enjoying being his invisible billionaire. Last year's figures on the Forbes list could still be justified to some extent, but this year the record-breaking global box office of Jurassic Park had significantly increased Firefly film's visibility, and the news of Firefly acquiring ABC would definitely need to be disclosed to the public soon. The attention surrounding both transactions would lead investment institutions to analyze Firefly's strength more closely. In such circumstances, if Forbes released a similar figure to last year's, it would undoubtedly attract countless questions. A serious deviation from the facts would greatly undermine the credibility of a financial magazine. Eric knew that the incentives he offered could hardly persuade Steve Forbes to gamble the future of his family business. Well, although I'm not quite ready, I'll find time to speak with Steve Forbes about this matter personally, Eric stated. Jeffrey, still perplexed by Eric's ability to sidestep such issues, joked, Eric, I still think this is a good thing. I just can't understand the silly doubts you have. Are you afraid that when you wake up, someone will have stolen your money? Eric shrugged helplessly and didn't respond as the other 3 men laughed. All right, stop teasing me. Let's get back to business, Eric said after a moment of laughter, waving his hands. Michael Lynn then asked, Eric, did Buffett say whether he'd stay in Los Angeles after he left? Eric shook his head. I didn't ask. Thanksgiving is coming up soon. I think Buffett will head back to Omaha for the holiday. Katzenberg interjected. Buffett's wife, Susan, has been living in California these past few years because he didn't want his wealth to be divided. Even though they are separated, they aren't divorced, and I've heard their relationship is still pretty good. I think Buffett will stay in Los Angeles to celebrate Thanksgiving. Eric replied, Even if Buffett stays in Los Angeles, you know I'm going to New York, and I might not be back until after Christmas. So, from now on, you'll have to handle communication with Buffett. Everyone in the room knew about Eric having 2 children, and Jeffrey had even visited the kids on Long Island. So, they weren't surprised by Eric's decision to spend Thanksgiving in New York. Aside from Eric, who could slack off, Michael Lynn and the others couldn't afford to rest, especially with the end of the year approaching. They needed to stay on top of the film releases during this critical period and conduct audits and summaries of Firefly's financial and personnel work from the past year. This process had already started in early November, but with Firefly's ever-growing structure, finishing everything before Christmas would be considered a significant achievement. Given these circumstances, Michael Lynn said, if that's the case, in situations where private discussions don't lead to agreements, we'll have to wait until January next year before making any public acquisition offers. I suggest we delay this until February or March to allow us to do more preliminary planning. As time passed, Eric and Katzenberg, still brimming with energy, noticed the fatigue setting in on Jeffrey and the others. Even though many details were still unaddressed, Eric didn't want them to keep pushing through. He finally said, let's wrap it up. You all can discuss how to conduct high-profile media outreach among yourselves. If anything comes up, just call or email me. Standing up, he added, it's late. Why don't you all stay the night? I'll show you to the guest rooms. No need. Michael Lynn immediately stood up. He didn't want to stick around and feel like a third wheel. I have a villa near Pepperdine University. It's not far from here. Katzenberg pointed northward and smiled. Mine is even closer, just at the foot of the hill. Frank Wells chimed in with a smile as well. I live in Malibu. Eric looked at Jeffrey, who rushed to wave his hands. I'm sure Michael won't refuse me crashing at his place for the night. Of course. Michael Lynn nodded with a smile. I just bought a nice batch of red wine recently. Jeffrey, Frank, want to join me for some? Thanks, but it's too late. I'll definitely come by another time. Katzenberg shook his head. I can't either. My wife called at 11 asking why I wasn't home yet, Frank Wells replied, which drew light laughter and teasing from those in the room. If not for Eric's presence, the 4 top executives of Firefly would still belong to the wealthy elite. It wasn't surprising for them to buy property in a wealthy area like Malibu. Eric didn't insist any further, seeing everyone off one by one as he returned to the villa. The party's tables, chairs, and props had already been removed. The once bustling hall now felt quiet and empty. Standing in the center, Eric looked up at the circular corridor on the second floor and at the closed doors while he couldn't help but think of that famous line from Forrest Gump, a smirk creeping across his face. Life is like a box of chocolates. When Eric woke up, he found himself lying on the floor. Although he didn't usually sleep on a carpet, the wooden floor didn't feel uncomfortable. The air conditioning kept the bedroom warm, and it didn't feel cold without any covers. Noticing he could hardly feel his right arm, Eric squinted and turned his head to see Famke Janssen comfortably resting on it, sound asleep. She had likely been there for too long, and the hand was completely stiff. Eric glanced at his watch, still on from last night. It was 11:30, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It had been a long time since he had been so reckless. Carefully extending his still functional left hand, he reached around and found a pink nightgown, presumably belonging to Drew. The women had all come in evening gowns last night, and, aside from Drew, no one else in the villa had their own wardrobe. Eric folded it with one hand. Being in autumn-winter style, it was quite thick, and he carefully lifted his right hand to place the nightgown under Famke Janssen's head. Perhaps well-rested, even though Eric was being extremely careful, Famke Janssen woke up quickly. Seeing Eric holding the pink garment, she chuckled and swatted it away. Get rid of that. You look so sleazy. Eric tossed the nightgown aside, but Famke Janssen moved closer. Recalling the events of last night, she raised her head and happened to notice a small hand peeking out from the edge of the bed. Though she didn't know who it belonged to, she didn't hesitate to bite down on Eric's shoulder. Amid his muffled groans of pain, she quickly eased her grip and said softly, Eric, you're getting more outrageous. I warn you, don't expect there to be another time. Eric grinned and replied, Okay, I promise. Are you hungry? Let's go downstairs and make something to eat. Famke Janssen wrapped her arms around Eric's waist and murmured, I want you to make it for me personally. Sure, I don't mind if you gobble me up. You jerk, I really want to eat you. They both carefully got out of bed. Famke Janssen walked over to the closet to find some clothes of Eric's to wear. Noticing Eric's gaze drifting towards the women in the large bed, she teased with a hint of jealousy. How about I go down alone, and you stay here? No, it just feels like we're missing someone. Famke Janssen slipped on a pair of Eric's jeans and also looked towards the large bed, counting quietly before saying, "Maybe Nicole is already up?" Just as she finished speaking, Nicole's mumbling drifted from the other side of the bed. "I feel terrible. Damn it, who kicked me out?" Chapter 580, 581. I thought you had run away. By the time Eric, Famke, and Nicole finished washing up and headed downstairs, the other three women were still sound asleep. Nicole and Famke's figures were comparable to Eric's, both of them wearing Eric's white shirts and jeans. With Eric dressed in a similar outfit, the three of them looked like they were wearing couple's clothes, but they seemed even more charming together. As they settled on the sofa by the glass wall, the Russian twins noticed Eric and the others coming in and promptly stood up, greeting him in unison, "Boss." After a few months, Eric had become accustomed to the twins' serene and reserved expressions. He gradually realized that it was merely a protective demeanor they took on in a foreign environment, not necessarily their true selves. Glancing at the Sony Walkman and the hefty Russian English dictionary on the coffee table, Eric understood they were learning English. He waved his hand and said, "You guys can keep at it. By the way, have you had lunch yet?" The twins, dressed in identical light blue sweaters and khaki pants, exchanged glances, and one of them, he could never tell which was which, replied, "We've eaten, boss. Do you need our help with anything?" Eric shook his head, signaling for them to keep doing their thing as he and Famke ventured toward the kitchen. He still struggled to tell the twins apart. He once suggested that the two girls wear clothes of different colors, but Drew insisted they dress alike, claiming it was more fun that way. Nicole walked beside Eric and, once they were out of earshot of the twins, turned to glance back at them. She tugged at Eric's sleeve and asked, "Are they really boxers?" Eric nodded. "Yeah." Famke added, "You can't really tell. They look more suited for modeling." Eric laughed and said, "Don't you like boxing occasionally? You could give it a try with them." Famke felt a hint of mischief in Eric's smile and, with a note of caution, asked, "Have you tried?" Eric pointed at the corner of his right eye. "It's been sore for days." Both women imagined Eric's flustered face and chuckled. Famke continued, "Oh, I remember now. When I came back to see you in August, your eye was a bit bruised. I thought it was just a dark circle from lack of sleep. Turns out you got hit." Nicole chimed in, "Hey, did you go after them?" Eric shook his head with a mock disappointment and smiled. "No way. They would just toss me around." Nicole playfully jabbed Eric's shoulder with her fist, teasingly saying, "You just like to bully us." Famke joined in. "No wonder you didn't bring them to your room last night." They all passed through the hall to the kitchen on the west side of the villa. Pushing the door open, Famke suddenly remembered something and laughed. "Oh right, we seem to be missing one. Where's Penny's sister? How did you forget her last night?" Just then, they spotted Monica Cruz standing next to the fridge, holding a bottle of ketchup and looking a bit lost. Monica had been in America for about 6 months now and was already fluent enough in English for daily conversation. She had just heard Famke's last comment and, glancing at the three of them dressed alike, easily connected the dots. Last night, she was supposed to sleep in the same room as her sister, but Eric had abruptly walked in, leaving her both surprised and a bit hopeful. However, in the end, he only carried Penelope out of the room, leaving Monica behind. She thought Eric didn't like her at all, which made her feel sad and anxious all night, barely falling asleep until dawn. That's why she had woken up a little earlier, but as she prepared to make some food in the kitchen, Eric and the others walked in. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Eric stepped up, gently taking the ketchup from Monica's hands and placing it aside. Noticing her slightly messy hair, he softly asked, "Just woke up?" Monica felt empty-handed and wasn't quite sure where to place her little hands. She simply nodded, Why don't you go take a shower?" Eric cupped her face in his hands and gently kissed her. Speaking in a kind tone, "I'll make lunch for everyone. You can help once you're done." Monica nodded obediently, glancing over at the twins standing a bit further away. In a soft voice, she asked, "Eric, are you?" "Of course not," Eric interrupted before she could finish. "But this is California. You wouldn't want me to get into any trouble, would you?" Monica was a little confused by Eric's words, but instinctively shook her head. Eric patted her back lightly. "Then off you go." Watching the shy-looking Monica leave the kitchen, feeling as if she was floating after Eric's encouragement, Nicole spoke up with a hint of jealousy in her voice. You've never been this gentle with me. Famke nodded in agreement. Not with me either. Eric retrieved some ingredients from the fridge and handed them to the twins. It can't be that I've never been, right? Nicole took a bag of bread and shot Eric a glare as she walked toward the counter, casually responding, I think there was one time. Eric recalled the moment when Nicole had cried and felt a bit guilty. There was no need to be jealous of a little girl. Famke began placing eggs into the boiling egg cooker and, hearing Eric's comment, teased, I thought you had changed. Turns out it was just about avoiding trouble. Fisque. I have always been a law-abiding citizen. Eric grinned, internally noting how inconsistent laws across different states were. In most states, you could marry at 16, and in some, the legal age for marriage dipped as low as 12. In contrast, some states set the legal age for consensual acts at 18. For a country that felt like a moving vehicle, it appeared that the issue of space was more problematic than time. He remembered how, in the original timeline, the young and rebellious Mila Jovovich ran off to Vegas to marry her boyfriend at 16. In California, that boyfriend, 4 years her senior, would face jail time, but in neighboring Nevada, they could legally tie the knot. The irony was not lost on him. Speaking of which, the filming for the Resident Evil in this timeline was likely starting next year, yet he hadn't seen Mila Jovovich on any media platforms. It seemed this illustrious Russian-born star was being fanned by the butterfly effects of time. After a few minutes, as Monica hadn't returned from her shower yet, Drew, Penelope, and Connolly strolled into the kitchen one after another. The little one, covering her mouth as she yawned, tossed a mobile phone over to Eric. Hey, Jeffrey Katzenberg just called. I told him you'd be back soon. Eric took the mobile phone while noticing the little girl reaching for the freshly fried sausages, playfully lifting his hand and asking, Did you brush your teeth yet? I'm starving, she protested, somewhat reluctantly, but she obediently left to head outside. Eric looked at Connolly and Penelope, and upon seeing their nods, pointed to the skillet. Keep an eye on it. When it's ready, plate it up. Handing off the task to the two women, Eric walked outside with the mobile phone. Though it was noon, when Eric called, Katzenberg answered almost instantly. This workaholic was still at the office during lunch hour, making Eric feel a tad embarrassed as he, who always woke up late, caught him right on the heels of lunchtime. The management at Firefly had already drafted a media relations plan based on what they discussed the night before after a morning of deliberation. Katzenberg had even learned that Buffett and his wife Susan were currently residing at their vacation home in Laguna Beach, southern Los Angeles, and had made an appointment to meet. While Eric discussed this with Katzenberg, he stepped into the study on the basement level, while Katzenberg directed his secretary to fax over the meeting notes. In contrast to the brief decisions made last night, the proposal in hand was far more professional and detailed, carefully considering various possible outcomes. Katzenberg was evidently thrilled as the two chatted for about half an hour. During that time, Eric glanced through the proposal quickly. While Katzenberg had already arranged the meeting with Buffett, it was clear from the media relations strategy focused on showcasing Firefly's strength that they were not overly optimistic about sealing the deal privately. Fortunately, once they finished discussing that, Katzenberg didn't linger on other topics. He simply urged Eric to visit Firefly's headquarters in the afternoon, as he needed Eric's signature on some documents, then hung up. Eric organized the fax he had just received and turned to see Drew quietly sitting on the steps at the entrance, munching on a sandwich and giggling. You scared me. How come you're always so silent like a cat? You surprised everyone, she shot back, standing up with her sandwich. We suddenly couldn't find you. We thought you'd run away. Eric followed Drew outside, laughing. Why would I run away? The little girl rolled her eyes playfully, pretending to be confused. I don't know either. Nicole said it, so ask her. Once in the kitchen, as Eric appeared, the few women quietly seated around the dining table seemed to let out a collective sigh of relief. The previously tense atmosphere rapidly diffused. Nicole even got up with a bright smile, acting like a considerate wife, and helped pull out a chair for Eric. Eric sat down and explained, I was on the phone with Jeffrey for longer than expected. He's a workaholic who never considers if anyone else is having lunch. How could you think I'd run away? Famke shot Eric a look, quipping to the others. I said, he's such a shameless guy. How could that be possible? Nicole recalled a conversation she had while chatting with Elizabeth and remarked, "Why not? This jerk has a record." Eric realized Elizabeth probably told Nicole something. These conversations among women always slipped through his fingers. However, the reason he had run away once was understandable. Who could handle a girl who might spring a proposal on you as soon as you woke up? "Okay, let's eat," Eric declared like a true host, eyeing the women and adding cheekily, "Should we say a grace before our meal?" Nicole picked up from the dining area. "Let's skip that. I doubt God would believe what comes out of your mouth." Laughter erupted around the dining table. While Eric was generally kind and considerate, given his stature, the crew's sisters and Connolly were hesitant to banter back and forth with him. Watching how Nicole and Famke freely jested with Eric felt both refreshing and enviable. Eric took a sip from the juice Nicole just passed him, and, once the laughter faded, stated, "Thanksgiving is right around the corner. Since you all aren't going home, let's have a Thanksgiving dinner together tonight. I need to go to New York tomorrow, so how about tonight?" The women exchanged glances, and no one objected. Eric continued, "Tonight it is. In the afternoon, you can shop for ingredients. By the way, does anyone know how to roast a turkey?" Among those present, only Connolly and Drew were familiar with Thanksgiving traditions. The others were from different countries and clearly wouldn't know how to roast a turkey. The little one was about to suggest having a chef take care of it, but with so many women around, even if they had a private chef they had signed a confidentiality agreement with, it would still pose a significant risk in this context. So she clammed up. Eric shook his head helplessly. "Then let's buy 2 turkeys. When I get back tonight, we'll brainstorm. If that fails, we'll just order a roasted one from a restaurant." "Eric, are you going to shop with us this afternoon?" Penelope asked then. Eric shook his head. "I need to stop by Firefly's headquarters. There are some things I need to handle personally before leaving Los Angeles, but I should be back soon. Also, be careful when you go out, so the paparazzi don't catch you. What if we get caught? What do you plan to do?" Nicole teased. Eric shrugged and laughed. "Then I'll just have to publicly marry all of you," Famke added, "and then we would only see you in federal prison. When that time comes, make sure to bring me some good snacks," Eric said nonchalantly. The women laughed again. As for someone of Eric's wealth and status, the constraints of federal law had diminished to a point where they were almost negligible. As long as he didn't act foolishly and make any outlandish public acts that anyone could catch on to, his chances of ending up in prison were slim. Even if something did happen, he could easily escape from incarceration with a hefty bail. Having multiple women around would hardly be an issue. If any billionaire were to stick to just one woman, that would seem odd from the traditional viewpoint of the average public. Chapter 581, 582, Very Safe. After enjoying a Thanksgiving dinner with the ladies in Malibu, Eric took Drew and headed to New York. East Hampton was better suited as a summer getaway. In winter, it bore a desolate landscape, overrun with weeds and devoid of life. A heavy snowfall would only add to the bleakness. Once winter set in, Virginia and Joanna moved with the 2 little ones to the more populated and well-equipped Southampton. Thanksgiving evening remained lively. Although the 2 women had given the household staff time off, Chris and Emily showed up, along with Ava Pacula and Drew with her 2 twin companions, filling the dining room with a large party. In college, I specifically studied Buffett's story. Chris enthusiastically began discussing the recent media buzz surrounding Firefly's acquisition of ABC. The main reason Buffett accumulated his wealth through diversified investments is his purity of purpose. He was able to dedicate himself entirely to perfecting his investment strategies. Anyone familiar with Buffett knows that he treats investing as the singular pursuit of his life. Despite being a billionaire, he refuses to spend more than a penny to improve his lifestyle. He leads an incredibly modest life, his eating habits shockingly simple. The core of his existence revolves around sifting through countless financial reports, identifying suitable companies for investment. This approach, which analyzes a company's fundamentals rather than relying solely on stock market trends, maximizes his ability to assess a company's growth potential. That is how Buffett consistently navigated the correct path for decades. Everyone listened intently to Chris, but the little girl who sat next to Eric gnawed on turkey and suddenly exclaimed, "I heard he took down Solomon." In the 1980s, Salomon Brothers was indeed the king of Wall Street. While Solomon was at its peak, Firms like Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Lehman Brothers seemed like mere junior partners. However, in 1990, Solomon faced an SEC investigation due to a false bid scandal, leading to a swift decline. Less than 4 years later, Solomon Brothers had become a second-tier investment company. At the time of the scandal, Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway happened to be Solomon's largest shareholder. During the investigation, Buffett took over all management responsibilities for Solomon. On the surface, it seemed that Solomon had indeed collapsed under Buffett's stewardship. Hearing the little girl's comment, Chris shook his head and chuckled. It's not as simple as you think. The main issue was Solomon's overexposure. Take the false bid case from 3 years ago as an example. The Federal Securities Act dictated that an investment bank could underwrite a maximum of 35% of each national bond issue. Yet Solomon managed to secure 85% of that distribution through false bidding, flipping them to other investment banks for hefty profits. Such antics were common throughout the 80s, which led to the SEC investigation, prompting other capital forces to strike back. Of course, Buffett's later handling of the situation was also a significant misstep. Just after Solomon came out from the SEC inquiry, Buffett eagerly wanted to disrupt Wall Street's rules by slashing employee salaries and bonuses, causing a mass exodus of talent. Without those people, Solomon found it practically impossible to make a comeback. I've heard that Solomon has now become a target for Citibank and probably won't last much longer. After Chris finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the dining room. Even the two little ones sensed the unusual atmosphere, staring wide-eyed at their mother. Eventually, the blunt Emily chimed in with a smirk. Eric, you'd better be careful. The Firefly hype seems a bit much. Eric took a casual sip of red wine and shrugged. There are small and large investment firms going belly up on Wall Street every year. But have you ever seen a major film studio toppled by its peers? Emily retorted without hesitation. Isn't Orion, Universal, and even MGM about to go under? Chris turned toward his girlfriend, unable to hold back. Eric grinned at Emily and said, True, but they had their own internal issues that prevented them from thriving in Hollywood. Chris added, Most of the business of investment banks deals with virtual financial products, which mostly come from other companies. They earn profits through commissions from stock issuance, bond underwriting, and mergers and acquisitions, but produce little themselves. When an investment bank faces a crisis, external companies usually withdraw their business to avoid risk, triggering a domino effect that can lead to rapid decline. However, companies like Time Warner, Firefly, and Viacom, which just acquired Paramount, have already formed comprehensive industry chains. They won't easily be taken down by outside forces unless a massive project leads to bankruptcy. I've recently seen some news, Emily argued a bit defensively. A New York Times article from 2 years ago analyzed that if Firefly continues to expand, it might violate federal antitrust laws and face mandatory breakup. If a company were to be broken up due to antitrust laws, the major shareholders would have to choose to retain shares in one company while being forced to sell shares in the other, instead of holding stakes in both like Eric could. Emily's comment seemed to strike a chord, and Chris wore a worried expression as he looked at Eric and said, I think this is indeed an issue that needs careful consideration, Eric. Before acquiring ABC, you must be completely sure that it won't lead to this problem. Eric had also researched the relevant antitrust laws, but he understood the trends of media consolidation over the next decade in America. He relaxed and replied, Don't worry, there won't be a problem. I actually think that integrating media channels aligns more with federal government interests, don't you think? No. Government wanted to relinquish control over public discourse. Any supposed freedom of speech was relative. Being immersed in the intense information clashes of Wall Street, Chris was well aware of this truth, so he nodded and smiled. That does seem accurate. Virginia noticed Eric and Chris engaging in some cryptic conversation and complained, Gentlemen, if this goes on, we won't understand a thing. How about we switch to a lighter topic? Eric nodded. All right. Well, the turkey tasted great today, better than, it tasted pretty good. Eric almost blurted out about the weird turkey the ladies had concocted the previous night, but caught himself just in time. However, Virginia still picked up on something and shot Eric an exaggerated glare. The others in the restaurant chuckled at Eric's struggling attempt to swallow his words. Though it was only 9 p.m. after dinner, snow had started to fall outside without anyone noticing. The drive back from the easternmost part of Long Island to Manhattan usually took 2 hours, but during snowy conditions with slippery roads, it would clearly take longer and be very unsafe. So, Eric invited Chris and Emily to stay over. The house was large, the rooms ample, and Chris and Emily didn't mind at all. After dinner, the women scattered to their activities. Some watched TV, others cleaned up the dining area, while a few kept an eye on the little ones. Eric and Chris settled by the vintage fireplace in the villa, discussing the acquisition of Victoria's Secret's parent company, Ltd. Chris had been quietly acquiring Ltd stock during this period and anticipated that after the new year, he could officially take his place on the Ltd board and launch an aggressive acquisition campaign. Leslie Wexner, the largest individual shareholder in Ltd, held 35% of the stock, so the likelihood of success wasn't guaranteed. Although Chris felt confident, he honestly admitted to only a 70% chance of success. If Wexner managed to secure support from shareholders amounting to over 51%, Chris would have to retreat. However, this uncertainty fueled Chris's ambition. If everything were easy, it would likely be too boring. Besides, even if the acquisition failed, Ltd would have to pay a price if it wanted to buy back shares held by Firefly Investments, implying that no real losses would befall Firefly. The two continued their discussion late into the night, and it wasn't until then Eric finally retired to the bedroom. In the center of the large bed lay a tiny figure. Joanna lay on her side next to Hawaii, propping her head up with one hand, reading softly from a book. Upon noticing Eric enter, Joanna set the book aside and said, "You should sleep with Vicky tonight. With Emily here, we can't have any embarrassing moments. All right, let me give our little princess a kiss first." Eric smiled and lay down next to Hawaii, planting a kiss on the little one's cherubic cheek. He then picked up the book Joanna had been reading, realizing it was a collection of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales. Shaking the book playfully, Eric asked, "Why are you reading that to our little princess?" Joanna retrieved the book from Eric's hands and replied, "What else should I read?" Eric nestled closer to the little one, watching as Hawaii's beautiful blue eyes darted between him and her mother, continuing with a laugh. "Anything is fine, but it's probably best to avoid fairy tales. I would go crazy if my daughter grew up wanting to run away with a prince like in those stories. You always think up such ridiculous scenarios." Joanna playfully patted Eric's shoulder, glancing at the book in her hands. Raising her perfectly shaped eyebrows, she said seriously, "Then I'll check out a bookstore tomorrow to see what's suitable for her." "Are you serious?" Eric raised his head. "It was just a joke. Besides, the little one probably can't even understand it yet, right?" Joanna countered, "Of course she can understand. Elia is very smart." Remembering Hawaii's reaction when Joanna read aloud, Eric agreed and nodded. He took the copy of Andersen's fairy tales from Joanna and said, "Let me read a passage to the little one. Let her hear Daddy's voice." Joanna grabbed a pillow and placed it next to Hawaii. She relaxed and lay down, smiling. "Aren't you afraid she'll learn bad things?" "Not at all. If a prince ever tries to seduce my daughter, I'll break all his legs," Eric chuckled. Haha. As Eric flipped to the story of the Snow Queen, one about friendship between boys and girls, he thought, "Yes, this theme is pure and wholesome. Very safe. This is the one." After Thanksgiving, the media campaign kicked off in Los Angeles. It seemed that suddenly, the previously discreet Firefly Films became quite ostentatious. Michael Lynn, the CEO of Firefly Films, even broke convention by appearing on an NBC financial talk show, discussing some unknown secrets behind Firefly's growth. Variety magazine even published an article valuing Firefly Films at an astonishing $25 billion. Seeing this piece, Eric couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why 25 billion? Couldn't it be a bit more or a bit less?" But he knew this figure was provided by Firefly, and since the piece was already published, he chose not to correct anything. Meanwhile, Katzenberg kept close contact with Buffett. Within just a week, they met 3 times in Los Angeles. However, based on the emails Katzenberg sent to Eric, the negotiations showed little progress. Following the sudden media outburst, Buffett seemed to enter a wait-and-see phase. Due to Eric and Katzenberg's continued high-profile engagement with Buffett, the shares of the three major television networks, which had started rising in tandem, began to diverge. NBC and CBS experienced significant drops, dragging the stock of News Corp, which owned the Fox network, down as well. Eric continued to stay in Southampton with the women and children, occasionally making trips to Manhattan for parties. The little girl, who had been with him, couldn't bear the dullness of Southampton and ran off to Manhattan the next day with her two companions. Eric knew the girl had friends everywhere and a place to stay in Manhattan, so he didn't pry. Though Thanksgiving had passed, the festive atmosphere showed no signs of fading, as Christmas was fast approaching. Compared to Thanksgiving, Christmas felt even more exuberant. Chapter 582, 583, Back and Forth. Before Christmas, specifically on December 20th, just days ahead of North America's 2-week-long statutory holiday, Eric left East Hampton for the first time. His main purpose was to attend Quentin Tarantino's premiere of Pulp Fiction in New York. As a film that established Quentin's reputation as a brilliant director in Hollywood, Pulp Fiction had already received unanimous critical acclaim during its preview stage. Following its release, it generated significant buzz among fans. Although Firefly Films initially limited the movie to just 1,300 screens due to concerns over its content, Pulp Fiction's first-week box office approached $17 million. It easily surpassed the benchmark of $10,000 per theater, even outperforming other comedy films that competing studios had pushed for the Christmas release. After the Golden Globe nominations were unveiled on December 23rd, Pulp Fiction, boasting 6 nominations, saw its second-week earnings rise to $21 million. Due to the star power of Bruce Willis and John Travolta, who both agreed to lower their usual salaries to work with Quentin after the success of Reservoir Dogs, the production budget for Pulp Fiction was under $10 million. Although Firefly invested over $10 million in promotion to ensure Pulp Fiction became a hit during awards season, the film's performance meant the company not only recouped its entire investment within those first 2 weeks, but also turned a profit. Following Pulp Fiction, Interview with the Vampire also posted impressive box office results, earning over $47 million in its debut week, further demonstrating Tom Cruise's continued pull at the box office. However, after Interview with the Vampire's release, Amy Pascal, who had been in negotiations with Cruise for the lead role in Mission Impossible, regretfully called East Hampton to inform Eric that Tom Cruise ultimately declined to collaborate with Flower Films. After some direct persuasion from newly appointed Paramount Pictures CEO Sherry Lansing, Cruise returned to his old studio with the Cruise Wagner Productions. Thanks to the blockbuster action movies led by Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger throughout the 1980s, Hollywood's 1990s landscape might have lacked other types of stars, but it certainly didn't lack in action stars. Eric could easily think of a list of actors comparable to Cruise, who would have been perfectly suited for the role in Mission Impossible, such as Kevin Costner, Liam Neeson, Nicolas Cage, and Keanu Reeves. Consequently, Eric didn't feel too regretful about Cruise's decision. He merely instructed Amy Pascal to reach out to other stars. Eric's only curiosity lay in how long the collaboration with the fiery Redstone would last. Without the Mission Impossible series, which Paramount was desperate to keep, it made Eric wonder if Cruise could still make a comeback if they hit a deadlock again. Of course, this curiosity quickly faded into the background as Eric immersed himself in the joys of Christmas with the women and children, while an array of developments streamed in from Los Angeles. Warren Buffett stayed in Los Angeles until December 27th, engaging in multiple negotiations with Katzenberg. Ultimately, they couldn't reach any agreements. Although Buffett made some concessions, his terms remained difficult to accept. On the same day, Eric spent 2 hours on the phone with Buffett, who indicated he insisted on trading 70% of ABC's shares for equity with Firefly Films. Firefly would have to lower the percentage of shares they needed to part with down to 40%. Given ABC's current market value, that equated to trading $7 billion for a 40% stake in Firefly. Eric, of course, couldn't accept that, and the two sides abandoned further discussions. The very same day, Buffett returned to Omaha, while Firefly Films officially began preparing for a public acquisition. After the New Year holiday, Chris, who had spent months preparing, officially required a seat on the Ltd board with his Ltd shares. he made a public offer to acquire Ltd. through Brighton Apparel. Ltd. CEO Leslie Wexner had noticed unusual activity in Ltd's stock price before year-end, but Chris remained very careful throughout the process. It wasn't until the news broke that Leslie realized the seriousness of the situation. At that time, Chris owned 12% of Ltd., unknowingly becoming the second-largest shareholder behind Leslie Wexner, who held 35%. Leslie understood that if Chris was allowed to smoothly join the Ltd. board and pulled other shareholders to his side, it could mean losing control of Ltd. In response, Leslie wasted no time executing a poison pill plan, publicly stating that if Chris's share exceeded 15%, Ltd. would issue additional shares at a price well below the public trading price to dilute Chris's shares. Prepared ahead of time, Chris retaliated immediately. A lawyer representing Brighton Apparel stated at a press conference that Wexner's actions infringed on the rights of most shareholders to choose whether to sell their shares and constituted a brutal raid against other Ltd. shareholders who could not accept a low-priced offering. He requested federal regulators to intervene. While denouncing Brighton Apparel and Firefly Investments for their hostile takeover, Leslie decided to hold a special shareholders meeting on January 20th at Ltd. headquarters to allow shareholder representatives to vote on whether to launch the poison pill plan. As this unfolded, Brighton Apparel and Firefly Investments published a comprehensive development plan for the company after successfully acquiring Ltd., claiming their actions were typical business acquisitions rather than hostile takeovers. Meanwhile, Chris submitted a prepared series of documents to the SEC, and prior to the Ltd. special meeting, the SEC announced that Ltd.'s poison pill plan, even if passed at the special meeting, would be deemed invalid. Subsequently, Chris, as a joint representative of Brighton Apparel and Firefly Investments, put forth a $19 per share acquisition price, and, along with announcing Brighton Apparel's annual financial report from the previous year, introduced a series of financing plans for the purpose of acquisition. Leslie, on the other hand, threw out a high bid of $35 per share, more than double Ltd.'s market price. This move prompted a business magazine to label Leslie as out of his mind. In no time, both the acquiring and acquired parties were engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle. Although this business wasn't among the largest in the recent wave of acquisitions, it marked the first major leveraged buyout in a while after the so-called junk bond king, Michael Milken, went to prison and corporate raider Ron Perelman quieted down. Due to the unclear level of leverage held privately between Firefly Investments and Brighton Apparel, some even compared it to another high-profile acquisition of Revlon. A few years earlier, Ron Perelman had successfully taken Revlon with a mere $150 million, grabbing a company valued at $1 billion. To support Firefly Films' plans, Eric chose to attend the Golden Globe Awards. Thus, he returned to Los Angeles in mid-January, but like many others, he was keenly observing Chris's back-and-forth maneuvering with Leslie Wexner. Even as an outsider, Eric recognized that Leslie was at a disadvantage. However, Firefly Films was simultaneously busy preparing for the public acquisition of ABC, and Eric didn't have much mental space to ponder these developments. Once the New Year holiday concluded, Firefly Films swiftly released its film slate for 1994. In addition to main titles like Saving Private Ryan, The Lion King, and True Lies, it planned reboots of some classic horror films under the New Line label. At the same time, Firefly's television department made an official announcement that after the 5th season of Friends, they would break their contract with Fox Broadcasting Network. Firefly would continue producing Friends while developing several new television series and reality shows to expand their television network business. Although they hadn't publicly clarified the situation, everyone across North America who followed the news could sense that Firefly Films publicly acquiring ABC was just a matter of time. After Firefly Films announced its 1994 film slate, the latest issue of Variety magazine flew off the shelves in early February, prompting the magazine to urgently print an additional 100,000 copies to meet demand. The sudden interest in a publication typically geared toward Hollywood professionals was due to Firefly Films' unprecedented decision to publicly disclose its 1993 annual financial report in Variety. In 1993, Firefly Films released 28 films, averaging over 2 per month. thanks to the astounding box office performance of Jurassic Park, which raked in $447 million in North America, along with the success of films like Deep Impact, A Bug's Life, and the currently running releases like Ace Ventura 2, Pulp Fiction, and Interview with the Vampire. Firefly captured a 29% share of the box office landscape. The total North American box office approached $1.74 billion, boosted by the enormous success of Jurassic Park. Fueled by the robust performance of films like Jurassic Park, Firefly's net profit soared to an all-time high of $1.19 billion, an increase of $200 million from the year before. Additionally, last year's profits for Firefly were just $30 million beyond those of Warner Bros. But the significant impact of longtime CEO Steve Ross's passing left Warner Bros. With a dip in their net profit of only $870 million, meaning Firefly has significantly surpassed Warner Bros. In profit by a whopping $320 million. By comparison, all five companies following Warner Bros., Universal, Paramount, Fox, Columbia, and MGM, had a total profit of less than $2 billion. Under Peter Guber's management, Columbia had some success with the box office of their collaboration with Firefly on Broken Arrow, but many of Columbia's other movies failed to turn a profit. Sony Columbia was still operating at a loss, and although MGM, under the guidance of John Calley and others, regained some strength, it still fell short compared to several flourishing second- and third-tier film companies. MGM's total films produced and released in 1993 amounted to merely a fraction of Firefly's output. As the capital markets took a keen interest in Firefly's 1993 annual financial report, the company publicly announced its acquisition application to the ABC board in early February. Compared to the heated exchanges sparked by Chris's acquisition of LTD, ABC's reaction was much more measured. In what seemed a response to Firefly Films' public report, ABC preemptively released its own profit statement for 1993. Though it couldn't match Firefly's monumental $1.19 billion profits, ABC still achieved a net profit of $520 million, top ranking among North America's major television networks with a market share of 23%. Keep in mind, only 4 national broadcast networks existed in North America, and since the rise of cable television in the 1980s, many premium cable programs began competing for primetime viewership, constantly pushing down the market shares for the major networks. Achieving a 23% market share was a commendable feat, positioning ABC ahead of NBC, CBS, and Fox. Following Firefly Films' public acquisition bid, ABC swiftly reacted. ABC's board chair and CEO, Tom Murphy, personally called Eric to state that if Eric intended to purchase ABC using a cash-in-stock method, then Firefly Films would have to handle a demanding 35% capital gains tax stemming from the cash transaction. This meant Firefly Films' cash offer could not fall below 1.35 times ABC's stock value at the time. With ABC's stock consistently rising over this period, the market capitalization reached a staggering $11.2 billion, showing an increase of nearly $2 billion compared to mid-last year. Nevertheless, Eric was aware that this was an inevitable part of the process. Thus, he agreed on the spot. The most crucial task was to finalize the acquisition of ABC quickly. If the deal turned into a drawn-out back and forth, Eric would prefer to walk away and shift his focus elsewhere. Chapter 583, 584. Count You Brave. Even though Berkshire Hathaway, owned by Warren Buffett, and Tom Murphy's Metromedia, didn't have absolute control over ABC, the fact that the two companies held close to 40% of the shares meant that it would be quite easy for Buffett to convince the board after he came to a private agreement with Firefly Films. However, ABC was not entirely united. While Buffett's stance was firm, it didn't mean that other major shareholders at ABC were uninterested in reaching a deal with Firefly, especially considering that Firefly had been turning huge profits ever since its inception. In fact, towards the end of last year, during Buffett's private discussions with Firefly, some shareholders openly expressed dissatisfaction with Buffett's secretive negotiation tactics. After Firefly released its financial report for 1993, many investment firms holding shares in ABC became more eager to facilitate the transaction. After all, some benefits appeared to be easy to calculate. With Firefly's profitability, even if ABC's original shareholders only retained a 30% stake in the merged company, as long as Firefly's profitability didn't drastically change, the annual profit dividends for shareholders would be nearly the same as they received while holding ABC shares. In addition, they could acquire a significant amount of cash through this equity transaction for other investments. Following Firefly's open invitation for acquisition talks after negotiations with Buffett fell through, the ABC board swiftly passed a resolution to initiate formal negotiations with Firefly. On February 10th, after receiving an official reply from ABC, Jeffrey Katzenberg and Firefly's lead attorney, Edward Lewis, led the acquisition team to New York to commence formal acquisition discussions. Unlike the straightforward equity and debt situation at Firefly, ABC's circumstances were more complex. Chris had facilitated the involvement of a Morgan Stanley team as consultants. In the initial acquisition of Disney, both parties had enjoyed a very pleasant collaboration. Although Firefly had changed dramatically since that time, the company's extensive administrative resources meant that it wouldn't have to fully rely on Morgan Stanley. Nonetheless, Morgan Stanley remained enthusiastic, and the entire Wall Street could see that this was a deliberate effort to curry favor with Firefly. After negotiations, Firefly planned to implement a large-scale debt financing program for the acquisition, and that was a primary business for investment banks, providing significant profits compared to occasional mergers and acquisitions. Eric didn't head to New York with Katzenberg, but stayed in touch by phone every day to communicate negotiation updates. Before Katzenberg left New York, the higher-ups at Firefly had already discussed the acquisition's bottom line in detail. After several discussions, Eric authorized Katzenberg to offer a maximum of 25% of Firefly's shares, with the cash portion being flexible up to $10 billion. That figure wasn't arbitrary, considering that both Firefly and ABC were performing quite well. Hence, no one doubted that their merger would have a synergistic effect. Under the best performance expectations, once they merged, Firefly's profits could potentially reach $2 billion in the following years. Thus, the shareholding returns of shareholders holding 25% stakes would be comparable to the annual earnings from ABC shares at that time. This made the figure relatively easy for ABC to accept. Of course, no one could predict the future, except perhaps Eric. The merged Firefly could either experience an explosion in revenue and profits or, under the burden of heavy debt from a $10 billion acquisition, spiral into ruin. Eric remained optimistic about the deal. Although in the original timeline, Disney faced years of poor performance after acquiring ABC, the main reason was Michael Eisner's management issues. After Eisner left, Disney quickly revitalized, soaring ahead of rivals like Time Warner and News Corp in scale and profitability. This all proved that the acquisition was correct. As for the heavy debt burden post-merger, Eric wasn't concerned. The late 1990s would be a period of rapid economic growth in the United States, with all sectors, including entertainment, seeing substantial increases. Moreover, with Eric's layout in the technology sector, even if Firefly encountered trouble, he could easily raise enough funds through various channels to resolve any crisis. Besides, he felt the likelihood of such issues arising was low. Since last year, Eric had repeatedly requested to expand Firefly's 3D animation division. However, during this era, 3D animation technology was just emerging. Other than Pixar, there weren't any sizable 3D animation companies in North America or even worldwide, forcing Eric to adopt an internal training mechanism. Alongside expanding Pixar, Disney's traditional hand-drawn animation department had stopped hiring and started training traditional animators and gradually began transitioning towards computer animation. While keeping close contact with Katzenberg in New York, Eric had primarily focused his energy on his animation divisions. To that end, he personally led a collaborative meeting between Pixar and Disney's animation departments. Disney's animation department had completed The Lion King and had begun preliminary promotions. Besides The Lion King, there were several other animated sequel projects, including Aladdin 2. Due to the longer production cycle of hand-drawn animation compared to 3D animation, these projects had already been confirmed before Firefly acquired Disney. However, Eric had stopped approving new hand-drawn animation film projects and had been quite clear that if Disney's existing traditional animators were unwilling to undergo training for computer animation, once their current projects were completed, they would only be left to work on low-budget projects for Disney Channel. Most of the traditional animators at Disney were relatively young and possessing highly skilled drawing abilities. Completing training for computer animation software shouldn't be too difficult. To prevent a backlash from the hundreds of traditional animators, Eric promised to give them ample time to learn and adapt, covering all costs associated with their training. The Pixar staff attending the meeting gradually exited the Disney Animation Studio headquarters in Burbank. John Lasseter, who walked alongside Eric at the front, said, "Eric, although no one openly opposed the decision, I feel a lot of people in the studio are still very resistant to this change. You might encounter some trouble." Eric was fully aware of this. Disney's animation studio had over 700 traditional animators. While more than 70% were around 30 years old, there were still some who were veterans from the Walt Disney era. These individuals would find it nearly impossible to adapt to the new animation production methods, and with that, being phased out was almost inevitable. In this context, no one would stand idly by. The reason there hadn't been any opposing voices earlier was largely due to the overwhelming advantages exhibited by Pixar's 3D animation. Also, Eric's sudden announcement left many unprepared, prompting no one to act as the early bird without preparation. They all understand the advantages of 3D animation over hand-drawn animation. Both Toy Story and A Bug's Life have proven this, so this transition is inevitable. Eric said while walking with John Lasseter. If they can't make this shift, Firefly will have no choice but to lay them off. I've done all I can to give them about 2 years' worth of traditional animation projects to work on. They have a good amount of time. If they really get laid off, they surely won't be left without an option, as many TV channels need traditional animators for children's animated shows. Having worked at Disney for a long time, Lasseter sighed inwardly at Eric's words. But he knew firsthand how ruthless capital could be. Although Eric was not a harsh boss, he wasn't a philanthropist either. Achieving such a balance was not easy. Other companies might have simply announced layoffs without granting employees such a generous time to adjust. It was still early. Due to their busy work schedules, Lasseter and others didn't plan to stay overnight in Los Angeles. Eric arranged for a private Firefly corporate jet to return the group to San Francisco. Eric initially intended to personally drive John Lasseter and others to Santa Monica Airport. However, as they entered the parking lot, he noticed Elizabeth, wearing sunglasses, stepping out of a red BMW and waving him over. "Eric, I think we need to head to Santa Monica ourselves," Lasseter said with a smile, noticing Elizabeth's graceful figure, causing others to chuckle. Once Elizabeth approached, Eric made the introductions. Seeing her hesitating to speak, he decided against driving Lasseter and the others. Thankfully, they were not overly concerned about the details. They bid farewell to Eric and got into their cars. After everyone left, Eric walked with Elizabeth to her red BMW. He playfully knocked on the hood and asked, "New car?" Elizabeth put her sunglasses back on and raised her chin teasingly. "I bought it 6 months ago. In your world, where you never care about others, calling it new isn't wrong." Seeing no one around, Eric reached out and pinched Elizabeth's chin, grinning. "Don't you think if you need something from me, you should keep your little claws to yourself?" Elizabeth dramatically swatted Eric's hand away, replying confidently, "We already completed the acquisition of Miramax." With work near the day's end, Eric didn't want to be the center of attention, so he opened the car door and got into the red BMW, inhaling the faint scent of perfume in the cabin. He asked Elizabeth, who climbed in behind him, "Oh, how much did it cost?" Elizabeth started the car and slowly pulled out of the parking lot, stating, $100 million for 90% of Miramax's shares. The Weinstein brothers retained 10% and continue to manage Miramax's operations. That's a bit pricey, but letting the Weinsteins keep some shares is a smart move. Otherwise, if they left, Miramax wouldn't hold much value. Elizabeth replied, "If they both leave Miramax, the company's value would diminish anyway. With News Corp backing us, those profit-driven brothers won't leave easily." Eric added, "The Weinsteins had enough of funding shortfalls in the past few years. Initially, they'd certainly cooperate well with 20th Century Fox, but everyone has ambitions. Once you can no longer accommodate these brothers' ambitions, things will fall apart. Elizabeth, who was personally involved in negotiating the Miramax acquisition, knew exactly what kind of people the Weinsteins were. If it comes to that, we can let them go. Fox can't let them take the lead. As Eric watched Elizabeth turn onto the freeway, he remembered to ask, "Where are you taking me?" Elizabeth responded nonchalantly. "The higher-ups have decided to let the Weinsteins personally oversee the production of Braveheart, which was your original idea, so we're all going out for dinner to discuss it." Eric felt taken aback by Elizabeth's assertive tone, hesitantly asking, "Isn't Firefly competing with Fox? Am I supporting the enemy by doing this?" "It counts." Elizabeth nodded emphatically. "If you don't want to, that woman named Sophie Marceau can just leave." "All right, I'll concede that you're tough." The meeting took place at a fancy French restaurant in Beverly Hills. Upon Eric's arrival, the Weinstein brothers welcomed him warmly, while Mel Gibson appeared rather aloof. Eric sensed that either he was lost in success or just lacked social skills. However, Mel Gibson's agent, Ed Limato, was exceptionally cordial. Eric recalled that Limato had been Mel Gibson's manager since the early 80s, remaining with him for over 20 years until his passing. Ed Limato was 20 years older than Mel Gibson, and their relationship was as close as father and son. However, he couldn't quite recall Ed Limato's exact date of death. If Limato's passing coincided with Mel Gibson's career decline, it would mirror Tom Cruise's situation. It also served as a reminder of how crucial a good manager could be. Chapter 585, Dad. The so-called butterfly effect is actually an example of chaos theory, with one of the most classic examples being how a horseshoe nail brought down a nation. The simpler explanation of chaos theory is that everything consists of countless fragments, and any change in these fragments can have a significant impact on the whole. Making a movie involves going through numerous unpredictable fragments, from the inception of an idea to its final completion. It could be a screenwriter suddenly coming up with a brand new idea, or maybe an editor mistakenly cutting a particular scene. Therefore, once history starts to deviate, recreating a movie in this timeline to be exactly like the original is nearly impossible. Although the creative core of Braveheart was Mel Gibson, the outstanding cinematography and score were largely influenced by the cinematographer and composer. If the new visuals and music deviated too much from the original style, the entire movie could end up looking completely different. Eric didn't discuss too many script details with the Weinstein brothers and Mel Gibson. Instead, he focused on those details that could influence the whole film style. Hollywood had a lot of eccentric stars, but none would be foolish enough to throw a tantrum in front of a big Hollywood boss, even if that boss was 10 years younger. With Ed Limato and the Weinsteins warming up the atmosphere, the dinner went quite well. Despite Mel Gibson being a top-tier Hollywood star, he still couldn't compete with those at the very top of the pyramid. Eric recalled hearing that a few years back, Mel Gibson had concealed overseas box office earnings during the distribution of his film with Universal, Bird on a Wire. The entire crew was promptly escorted from the Universal lot while he directed his first film, The Man Without a Face, which led to quite a stir in the tabloids. It was likely that Mel Gibson learned a good lesson about his standing in the industry during that incident. As Eric and Elizabeth walked out of the restaurant, they bid farewell to the Weinsteins and got into Elizabeth's red BMW. Elizabeth drove and casually said to Eric, who was in the passenger seat, "You don't seem to like Mel Gibson very much, do you?" Eric responded, "It's not about liking or disliking. His movies are quite good, but his personal character leaves much to be desired. And, while stars rarely interact directly with the studios, most of it is handled by agents. They also seldom have close ties with top executives of movie companies. Positions differ, especially when it comes to discussing salaries." Elizabeth chuckled and replied, "So everyone envies Firefly, huh?" Eric looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Elizabeth explained, "The characters in Firefly's animated films are Hollywood's most low-maintenance stars. They won't negotiate salary with the boss, throw tantrums, or go on strike. They work hard, still happily hand over their likeness rights, so you guys can make more money." Eric smiled slightly, but then realized something. He asked, "Is Fox looking to make animated films too?" "Yes," she said, "but we don't throw money around like you do. While Dad maintains tight control over News Corp, he still has obligations to shareholders. If we spend too much on R&D without results, it could be trouble. My dad envies you guys. Firefly is privately held and doesn't have to deal with all sorts of public disclosures each year. We don't have to struggle to explain every business move to shareholders. Honestly, last year, News Corp's accounting expenses due to various audits surpassed $12 million. That money could fund a good movie. Eric ignored the lady's complaints and asked, "So, what are you going to do?" Fox intends to start with 2D animation. It's simpler and requires less investment, and finding hand-drawn animation staff isn't too hard. Eric almost blurted out that he could provide talent. However, if it were another company, he might have agreed without hesitation, but he couldn't bring himself to let down his girl. Forget about doing any 2D animation. I'm telling you, I'm planning to shut down Disney's hand-drawn animation division. If you're going to do it, just dive directly into 3D animation. Elizabeth's eyes widened in surprise. What? You want to shut down Disney Animation Studio? Eric shook his head. Of course not. I'm just planning to halt the production of 2D hand-drawn animation. Disney Animation Studio will undergo a comprehensive digital transformation. Elizabeth thought about it and began to understand Eric's intentions. She blinked with some envy and said, "It would be much easier for you guys to switch to 3D animation. You only need to transfer the technology accumulated at Pixar to Disney Animation Studio, while we have to start from scratch." Eric noticed Elizabeth's pitiful looks and chuckled. "Blinking won't help. I don't have enough people on my side. Firefly plans to expand its animation department to produce 1 to 2 films a year, but Pixar can only make 1 film every 2 years. I certainly wouldn't want your people," Elizabeth replied, blinking again. "Just license the 3D animation software used by Pixar to Fox. You can set the price." Eric still shook his head. "Unless you sell me 51% of your animation studio, why don't you ask your dad if he's willing?" "Not a chance," Elizabeth immediately replied for Murdoch, giving Eric a glare before focusing back on the road. She knew this issue was unlikely to bear fruit. Firefly could monopolize massive 3D animation profits in recent years solely because of Pixar's leading technology. Although Firefly software had launched Maya for special effects production, it was widely known that the public version was a neutered edition. The core technologies remained firmly in control of Digital Domain and Pixar. So, if Eric agreed to this deal, Elizabeth would suspect something was off. As they drove up the winding roads of Beverly Hills late at night, Eric casually glanced at the roadside and asked, "Thousand Oaks should be to the east, right?" As Elizabeth was about to respond, Eric remembered the car they were in and quickly added, I know, you moved to a new place." Elizabeth let out a soft hum before saying, "We now live on Crest Street at the top of the hill." Eric didn't know where Crest Street was but preferred Thousand Oaks, where Hollywood stars clustered. That area had the best view of Hollywood, and lounging by the villa's swimming pool gave one a feeling of floating above the world. "I still think the villa at Thousand Oaks is nice," Elizabeth replied with frustration. "I just don't want to be neighbors with that crazy girl Drew anymore." "I thought you two made up? It wasn't that big a deal, right? Didn't you work things out?" "Humph," Elizabeth scoffed, turning her head away from Eric. Though the mansions in Beverly Hills were more luxurious than the last, the infrastructure between them was subpar. Old telephone poles, road lamps that appeared far apart, and barren hillsides. As the car wound its way up the road, Eric was concerned about anything rolling down from a poorly maintained slope. Finally, they arrived at the top. The red BMW entered a mansion, and Eric stood in the yard, astonished. This place not only overlooked all of Los Angeles, but extended views into the Northern Valley region. The site was undoubtedly broader than Thousand Oaks. With a hint of pride, Elizabeth observed Eric's reaction and exclaimed, "This mansion sits atop its own hill. Doesn't it rival Thousand Oaks?" "Of course," Eric nodded in satisfaction, eyeing the mountain road that led to Burbank. It seemed to connect directly to the headquarters of Firefly, making it much closer than the route Eric had taken in recent days. "It works out nicely. I have been too busy to return to Malibu, so I'll stay here." Elizabeth blushed slightly, saying, "Isn't it customary to seek your host's opinion before deciding?" Eric laughed. "I've already agreed, so why ask?" Elizabeth playfully stood on her tiptoes and lightly kicked Eric's leg before conceding. "Let's go inside. Do you want coffee?" It was only 10 o'clock, Eric wasn't sleepy, so he nodded. Sure. They both pushed open the villa door and stepped into the living room. A dim yellow light illuminated the room, and before Elizabeth could switch on the daylight lamps, they noticed a bright white light coming from the kitchen. Maybe Julia forgot to close the fridge, Elizabeth said nonchalantly. Eric narrowed his eyes suspiciously and pointed. When Elizabeth looked, she saw a white figure lingering near the fridge. We don't have any pets. What is that? Elizabeth said casually, flipping on the daylight lights. Together, they strolled to the kitchen, where they spotted a little person sitting on the floor, happily enjoying a chocolate cake, with a scattering of jars and containers from the fridge surrounding her. Elizabeth hurried over, snatching the chocolate cake from the little girl, and asked, Emma, what are you doing here? Emma, unhappy about losing her snack, let out a whine. Eric couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the little girl covered in cream, looking like a dirty little kitten. Don't you have a nanny? Hearing Eric's voice, Emma turned her little head to look at him, staring blankly for 2 seconds before excitedly stretching out her little hands, saying, Dad. Daddy. Elizabeth shot Eric a helpless look, but didn't bother trying to correct Emma's address. Handing the little girl over, she said, You hold her for now. I'll go check if Carly is here. How did this happen? Eric guessed Carly was Emma's nanny and didn't mind taking the messy little girl from Elizabeth's hands as they walked out of the kitchen together. Watching Elizabeth step into a hallway, Eric settled onto the living room sofa with Emma in his arms and gently asked, Emma, how did you end up alone in the kitchen? At 3 years old, Emma had no trouble communicating anymore. Hugging her belly, she said pitifully, Emma hungry, any not give, eat. Eric felt a line of black thread appear on his forehead. It couldn't be that bad. She was her real aunt, not a stepmother. Soon, Elizabeth returned, leading a plump woman in a blue nightgown into the living room, with an irritated gesture towards Emma and the mess. In the kitchen, she demanded, How are you looking after this child? Luckily, she was eating cake. What if she had choked on something else? The nanny, Carly, wore a guilty expression. Miss Murdoch, it's not my fault. Miss Roberts returned tonight saying she wanted to care for Emma personally and that she'd put Emma to bed. Eric retrieved napkins from the table to help clean the cream from Emma's face and asked, Did Emma have dinner? Of course, the nanny knew who Eric was and nodded hesitantly. Well, Mr. Williams, I don't know. Miss Roberts said she would take care of Emma, and I went to rest. Eric laughed and shook his head, realizing the problem lay with Julia. He waved her off, saying, You go ahead and rest. The nanny pointed at the messy kitchen and asked, Should I clean it up? No need. We can deal with it tomorrow, Eric replied, shaking his head. Once the nanny left, Eric handed the messy little girl back to Elizabeth. You should go wash her up. I'll check on Julia. Where is she? Elizabeth recognized the main issue concerning Julia's carelessness and pointed to the staircase. The first room upstairs. As Eric wiped the cream off his chest, he headed upstairs. Elizabeth glanced at Eric's back and shrugged lightly, taking Emma toward the bathroom. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, Eric opened a bedroom door and switched on the light. What he saw left him taken aback. Julia was sprawled out on the big bed, covered only by a thin blanket, and the faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air. Chapter 585. 586 Was this self-entanglement? Elizabeth had helped Emma finish her bath and prepared some porridge for the little one, who was still clamoring for food. Noticing that Eric and Julia still had not come downstairs, Elizabeth felt a mix of concern and impatience. Emma leaned against the coffee table, eating with a spoon, and saw Elizabeth glancing toward the staircase. The little girl quickly thought of Eric and, in her sweet voice, asked, Mommy, where's Daddy? Hearing Emma calling her Mommy made Elizabeth's heart flutter. She anxiously looked back at the stairs, relieved to find no one coming down. She got up from the sofa and knelt on the carpet beside Emma, gently rubbing the little girl's head. Emma, shall we play a game? The starving child's eyes lit up at the idea of a game, and she quickly set her spoon down. Okay, here's how it works. From now on, when we talk, you call me Liz, and I'll call you Emma. Let's see who can stick to it the longest, okay? Emma tilted her head and hesitated before shaking it. That's not fun. In a slightly urgent tone, Elizabeth replied, Emma, if you don't want to play this game, then I won't take you to Disneyland anymore, and I won't take you to Coldwater Canyon Park, either. Emma blinked rapidly and blurted out, Auntie, take me. Elizabeth casually glanced at the empty bowl in front of Emma and tried again. Well, if Auntie doesn't give you food anymore, I won't make you any porridge. That threat was a bit hefty. Emma immediately showed a worried expression and quickly said, Okay, I'll play the game. Elizabeth sighed with relief, saying, All right, let's try it out. What do you call me now? Liz. Emma called out and lifted her little bowl. More. The child had just eaten some chocolate cake and drank a bowl of porridge. Elizabeth knew she couldn't let her eat anymore. She gently said, That's enough for today, okay? We can have more in the morning. Talking doesn't count. Emma pouted at Elizabeth's refusal. Children had a strange instinct, and with tearful eyes, she accused, Mommy. Elizabeth nearly bumped her head against the glass coffee table, silently lamenting as she touched her forehead and was compelled to take the bowl from the little one. All right, you can only have half a bowl more, but that's it. Okay. Emma eagerly nodded. Noticing Elizabeth's expression, the little girl felt compelled to do something, her pretty blue eyes twinkling as she called out once again, Liz. Having just stood up, Elizabeth saw Emma's swift transition between the two names and couldn't help but think to herself, was this self-entanglement? After waking Julia, Eric quickly grasped the situation. The so-called child abuse incident had clearly not occurred. Earlier that evening, Julia had dinner and a few drinks with friends, becoming slightly tipsy. After returning home, her sudden, motherly instinct kicked in, and she decided to care for the little one herself, sending the nanny off to rest. After playing with Emma for a bit, she figured the child was a little sleepy and managed to put her to bed before heading off to rest herself. During this process, both Julia and the nanny overlooked one crucial detail. The little one had not had dinner. Julia hadn't asked, and the nanny hadn't mentioned it. Both assumed the other would fix a meal. Consequently, Emma, who didn't complain about hunger until she fell asleep, woke up in the middle of the night to seek food. Since Emma had been adopted by Julia, Eric had seen the little girl often. During the LA riots 2 years prior, Emma had stayed at the mansion with Julia for a time. Watching her grow from a tiny tot into a girl he felt very fond of, Eric hadn't corrected Emma when she called him Daddy. Though he didn't care for the godfather customs, Emma was dear to him, treated almost like a goddaughter. Understanding that Julia hadn't meant to be careless didn't ease Eric's anger toward her negligence. Moreover, having seen the film Julia made last year only fueled his flames. He had intended for her to star in a romantic comedy to help revive her career after taking care of Emma had led to a decline in her popularity. Instead, she took on another project without consulting him. Fine, she could take that on. After all, he never meant to force his woman just to make movies for Firefly Productions. However, Eric was barely aware of the chaos of Julia's movie until he accidentally discovered what it was about. A pair of reporters traveling to Las Vegas to investigate a casino mogul for evidence of crimes, which led to nowhere. Julia, portraying the female reporter, barely left her hotel room throughout the film. The plot was nonsensical, making it seem like she hurriedly scribbled half-baked homework for her teacher in just 10 minutes. The film garnered scathing reviews, wiping out the last remnants of popularity Julia had built through Pretty Woman and Steel Magnolias. What a disgrace. What a self-destructive path. A lazy woman with no drive. This wouldn't do. The more Eric thought, the angrier he grew, so he laid into Julia until he noticed her mixed signals. Though she cried for mercy, she seemed to enjoy the punishment, finally prompting him to stop. After feeding the little one to her heart's content and plopping her on the sofa to watch cartoons, Elizabeth stole a glance at the stairs yet again. At this point, it was unclear how many times she had done so. Sadness washed over her. They had been up there too long, clearly lost in their folly, leaving her to take care of the child alone. It was infuriating. She promised herself she would not voluntarily walk into this trap again. Just as she thought that, Elizabeth finally heard footsteps coming from the stairs. Quickly composing her face into a neutral expression, she prepared to confront them. Eric and Julia descended the stairs, one after the other. Elizabeth turned her back to Eric, throwing a pointed glare at Julia, whose face remained flushed. Oh, those two. Eric sat down on the sofa, while Julia made her way toward the coffee machine in the corner. Seeing Julia so eager to brew coffee only added to Elizabeth's frustration. She shot a look at Eric, silently conveying her disapproval, but her gaze halted at the absence of the Hermes belt she had gifted Eric for Christmas. "Oh, I left it upstairs." Eric waved it off lightly. "Humph." Elizabeth scoffed, letting out a dismissive sound. Julia soon prepared the coffee, poured Eric a cup with ice, and handed it to him. Eric lifted the cup, blowing lightly before taking a sip, and gestured toward the sofa beside him. "Come sit. I need to discuss something with you." Julia nodded before approaching the armchair, but she had barely touched it before standing up with a cry. Noting Julia's pitiful demeanor as she covered her rear, Elizabeth turned to Eric and remarked, "You're a brute." However, her tone lacked any bitterness. Instead, it hinted at a grievance that Eric hadn't distributed the violence evenly. Hearing Elizabeth, Eric shot her an amused look, causing her to shyly evade his gaze. She realized her tone didn't convey enough severity. It leaned more toward, "No way, I'm not a masochist, absolutely not." To prove that she was not hesitant, Elizabeth collected herself and prepared to retort, but discovered Eric had already turned to Julia, sitting crookedly on the sofa. "How much money do you have on you now?" Eric asked Julia. She shook her head, hesitated, and finally replied, "Maybe, perhaps around 30 million. Eric felt exasperated. This woman didn't even know how much money she had. "Tomorrow, contact your accountant to get a tally. Keep 100,000 for expenses and give me the rest." "Julia, don't give him money. This is robbery." Elizabeth immediately protested. Julia, seemingly ignoring Elizabeth's complaints, obediently nodded. "Okay, I understand." Eric paid no mind to Elizabeth's objections, pressing on. "Once Firefly completes the purchase of the ABC network, I'll convert your cash into Firefly stocks. However, I'll hold on to these stocks and any later dividends for you. After you win an Oscar, then we can discuss what to do with the shares." Just as Elizabeth was about to say something, she was left surprised and stopped. Her eyes regarded Julia with a tinge of envy. After Firefly Productions shared its annual financial report, numerous investment institutions clamored to invest, offering several times the value. Yet Eric had resolutely turned them all down, including during the network acquisition. Now he was proactively converting Julia's cash into Firefly stock. Even though this amount was trivial in the grand scheme of the future merged company, it clearly indicated Eric had fully embraced Julia as his own. Despite her complicated feelings toward Eric, Julia had no issues with her intelligence. She recognized the implications behind his actions. Under other circumstances, she might have fretted over Eric's sureness, but having just been chastised by him, a sense of submission and reliance dwelled within her. At this moment, Julia would have jumped off a nearby cliff on Eric's command without thinking twice. Seeing how Julia didn't negotiate back but readily agreed, Eric felt a hint of guilt. But since he couldn't change the facts, steering them towards a better outcome seemed the best course. He took a few sips of coffee and glanced at Elizabeth and Julia, as well as the little girl who was focused on the cartoons. "Liz is bound to be busy with her new role as VP at Fox, and you can't just be idle. I'm personally arranging your next film, so no laziness allowed. It won't make sense for Emma to stay here. This Hollywood environment isn't suitable for her growth. I plan to send her to New York to be with the 2 children and let Joan take care of her. You don't mind, do you?" Although no incidents had occurred that night, the 2 women recognized Eric's suggestion was prudent. After all, they couldn't wait for regrettable events to unfold. Watching Julia nod, Elizabeth questioned with some trepidation, "What about Julia's brother? And do you think Joan will accept Emma?" "Given that custody lies with Julia, they have no leverage to interfere," Eric clarified. "Also, Joan loves children. When Vicky was out filming, Joan often took care of Kevin. Adding Emma into the mix wouldn't be a challenge. Since you both agree, I'll call Joan tomorrow to discuss this. Emma's already 3 years old. It's time for her to start kindergarten." As they wrapped up these discussions, it was nearing midnight. Julia took the barely awake Emma to the nursery while Eric finished his coffee, casting a subtle smirk at a seemingly absent-minded Elizabeth as he stood. "Come on, I have something good to show you." "What good thing?" Elizabeth instinctively rose to follow. "The belt you gave me for Christmas. I realized it's quite versatile. Let's go explore it again. You can assist me." Elizabeth was stunned for half a second, then felt Eric grip her hand as they headed upstairs. Her body trembled slightly for reasons she couldn't fathom. Her steps weakened as she followed Eric, her voice protesting. I don't want to. Let go of me. The temperature in Los Angeles during February mornings remained a bit chilly, but Eric savored the feeling of sitting in the courtyard of this Beverly Hills mansion. Both the downtown area and the northern valley were shrouded in light mist, yet Eric could feel the gentle warmth of the rising sun. Elizabeth and Julia had arranged several scenic seating areas in the courtyard, and Eric sat at a round table with an IBM laptop resting on it, next to today's issue of the Los Angeles Times. Although it was just 8 a.m. in Los Angeles, it was already 11 a.m. in New York. Eric had just spoken with Katzenberg about the morning's negotiations with ABC. While the world's media closely followed the developments, and Eric read significant coverage in the newspaper, direct contact with the participants yielded the most accurate first-hand accounts. Besides, there had been some complications in the morning's negotiations in New York. Chapter 586, 587, Vanishing. Elizabeth and Julia walked out of the villa with breakfast, approaching the round table just in time to see Eric frowning slightly. As she placed a breakfast plate beside Eric, Elizabeth quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Eric moved his laptop, freeing up space, took a sip of the warm milk, and replied, "There were some minor issues with the acquisition negotiations over in New York." Elizabeth let out a low, "Oh," realizing that since this involved the acquisition talks with ABC, she shouldn't pry any further. Although she had no other intentions and wouldn't spill secrets she learned from Eric, she understood that her father would be more than happy if Eric's plans to acquire the other 3 networks fell apart. This meant that Firefly could likely continue its collaboration with Fox, so Elizabeth felt it was necessary to avoid crossing any lines. However, Julia was unaware of Elizabeth's thoughts and didn't have such reservations. She sat down beside Eric and curiously asked, "What kind of issues?" ABC is worried that after the merger, Firefly's high debt could burden the company too much, so they're asking Firefly to reduce the proportion of bond issues and raise acquisition funds through an IPO. Listening quietly, Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Although she didn't know the detailed acquisition plans, she knew that if Firefly successfully acquired ABC, its market value would easily exceed $30 billion, while its long-term debt might be around $10 billion. When calculated, that only made for a 30% debt ratio, which for any major corporation is not considered high at all. In fact, such a debt ratio could have excellent tax benefits. She understood that ABC's demands weren't stemming from concerns over Firefly's debt load, but rather aimed at weakening Eric's control over Firefly after the merger. While Elizabeth quickly grasped ABC's intentions, Julia clearly didn't understand some of the financial terms Eric used. Nevertheless, she easily found her point of interest and asked, "So if you acquire ABC, how much debt will you have?" Adding the previous debts, it'll be around $10 billion. Julia gaped. "That's a lot. I think maybe going public would be better then." Eric simply shook his head with a smile, choosing not to respond. Elizabeth chimed in, "Julia, it's not like that. After the merger, based on Firefly's future market value exceeding $30 billion, $10 billion would only represent a 30% debt ratio. Many large companies have much higher ratios than that. ABC just wants to push Firefly to go public rather than to ease the debt." I don't really understand," Julia admitted. "But even if they paid back that $10 billion over 10 years, isn't there interest to consider? Given Firefly's profits this year, even combined with ABC's, doesn't that mean?" Julia trailed off, realizing how unrealistic that actually sounded. If there were so many companies with higher debt ratios than Firefly making money, how could that be? "Of course not," Elizabeth replied, unfazed by Julia's lack of understanding. Instead, she eagerly explained, "With a $10 billion debt and an interest rate of 5%, Firefly's first-year principal and interest payments could be around $1.5 billion. Of course, as the debt ratio decreases, that number would keep getting smaller. To break it down, the $1.5 billion initially would not come from profits, but from the company's revenue as an operating cost. Just like this year, even though Firefly and ABC's combined net profits only totaled $1.5 billion, The total revenue from both companies was close to $20 billion. Plus, the $1.5 billion could help avoid taxes, since with North America's corporate income tax at about 35%, $525 million of that would have gone to the IRS, meaning Firefly only actually needs to pay back less than $1 billion in debt. By the end of her explanation, Elizabeth glanced at Eric with a smirk, thinking this would be amusing. Of course, with such high debt, if Firefly's performance doesn't maintain high growth, at the very least, doesn't stagnate, you'll surely run into trouble. Julia struggled to follow Elizabeth's rapid speech filled with numbers, focusing on the last line with worried eyes turned to Eric. No worries. If I go bankrupt one day, I can always live off someone else, Eric joked, reaching out to gently pat Julia's worried face. Elizabeth rolled her eyes in annoyance at Julia pressing her cheek into Eric's palm, waving her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. I can't stand you two. After breakfast, Elizabeth hurriedly drove off to Century City for work, while Julia followed Eric's instructions from last night and took Emma to meet with her accountant. After finishing his meal, Eric called Jeffrey Katzenberg to discuss a few things before opening his email. Since acquiring Hotmail, Alan often didn't need to personally deliver documents to Eric. Many situations could be resolved via email, and the people around Eric had gradually gotten accustomed to contacting him this way. After checking the emails that piled up yesterday, it was already after 9. Eric packed away his laptop and planned to head to Playa Vista to find a car when his mobile phone rang. The call was from Amy Pascal. They chatted for a bit on the phone before Eric hung up. An hour later, Eric arrived at a seafood restaurant in Venice Beach, driving a somewhat clunky white Chevrolet van. Amy Pascal and Drew were already waiting there. Eric, Drew exclaimed, rushing over to hug him. Then, noticing the Chevrolet parked in the lot, she teased, "When did you buy this thing? Your taste really stinks." But as soon as she said it, she realized it might be a woman's car, grimacing slightly. After Eric greeted Amy Pascal, Drew pulled him toward the restaurant. Since it was still early for lunch, perhaps due to prior arrangements, the three of them sat at the table where the server only brought Eric a cup of coffee before stepping aside. Eric, not in the mood for coffee, pushed the cup aside and asked, "How many did we get?" Amy Pascal pulled a folder from her bag and handed it over. 3. The rights holders for Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, and the Hulk all agreed to the transfer agreements. However, the 21st Century Film Company, which holds the rights to Captain America, insists on a 30% stake in Night at the museum and the same for any sequels. They won't budge, so whether we agree to this depends on you. But Eric, I wouldn't recommend it. Even though we'd have the rights secured, the other three companies would certainly be quite unhappy. They all only got 20% stake in the investment, and the sequels only 10%. Oh, by the way, all of their choices are for Night at the Museum, that effect-heavy film. Listening to Amy explain, Eric skimmed through the rights transfer contracts in his hands. Aside from Spider-Man, the other two Marvel superheroes hadn't performed well in adaptations from their original universe, but securing just Spider-Man would suffice. If he couldn't acquire the rights to Captain America in the future, Eric didn't believe that 21st Century Film Company could pull off anything remarkable without other superheroes helping. And once Marvel secured their capabilities, the rights to Captain America would inevitably revert over time. After looking through the 3 transfer agreements, Eric asked, "Are there any others?" Amy Pascal glanced at him and said with a smile, "There's Blade, which New Line bought a few years ago. The rights will be up at the end of this year, so if Firefly wants to keep the copyright, we'll need to renegotiate with Marvel or produce the film. Other than that, not much else is left. Oh, I found out in my research that Marvel is in talks with Universal about transferring the X-Men rights. After losing 7 main writers last year, Marvel's condition has been even worse this year, so they are desperate to sell some rights to secure operating funds. Other companies were manageable, but Universal was a different story." Eric found the situation troubling. With Michael Eisner's shrewdness, as soon as they moved on this, Universal would surely up the ante. Attempting to snatch this would entail overpaying substantially, which certainly wouldn't be easy. Oh, of course, it's doable. Amy seemed to sense Eric's concerns. If we want to acquire the X-Men rights, it wouldn't be too hard. Didn't you hear? Michael Eisner has been having health issues lately, which may even be life-threatening. He's been inquiring about heart surgery options, and right now, many of Universal's operations are being run by Eisner's assistant. I've heard he's looking to place his friend Michael Ovitz as Universal president. Eric suddenly remembered that in the original timeline, Eisner did indeed face a significant health scare in 1994, though he wasn't sure of the specifics. He only knew that leading up to the surgery, he seemed to have been preparing for the possibility of dying, having designated a successor for Disney. If we can snag it, let's go for it, but let's not make a big noise about it. I understand, Amy nodded. Marvel is in dire need of funds, so as long as we offer a high enough price, they'd definitely choose us. Then, she suddenly added, by the way, Eric, if you're optimistic about Marvel superheroes, why not just buy the whole Marvel comic company right now? With their current situation, you might not even need to use up to $200 million. Eric gently shook his head with a smile, saying, it's not the right time yet. Just make sure you secure the X-Men rights. Amy Pascal didn't quite grasp what Eric meant, but she didn't press further, nodding. Since we've already secured Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, and the Hulk, when do you plan to kick off these projects? Let's hold on to them for now, Eric replied. We should wait a few more years for the effects technology to develop. If we made them now, even if we could achieve the desired effects, the production costs would be astronomical. Amy agreed, realizing this concern while negotiating for the superhero rights. Compared to DC's Superman and Batman, making Marvel's superheroes movies was far more challenging to showcase those super abilities effectively in movies than with DC's heroes. It certainly wasn't the right time to delve into superhero films. Once they finished discussing this matter, Amy finally got to the real reason for her call to Eric. Kevin Costner and his agent will arrive at noon. Eric, take a look at this script first. As Amy spoke, she pulled out a script from her bag and handed it to Eric. Upon glancing at the script's title, Eric's eyes narrowed slightly. The inertia of history was indeed quite powerful. Boldly written across the script's cover page were the words, Waterworld. The scapegoat for Kevin Costner's career decline, the disaster of Waterworld, had left him struggling to regain his standing. Once on par with stars like Tom Cruise and Mel Gibson, after Waterworld's flop, Costner faltered. While Tom Cruise remained a box office draw with the Mission Impossible franchise, the former Oscar-winning director and lead actor, Costner, found himself reduced to playing Superman's father in a supporting role in Man of Steel. When we invited Kevin Costner to appear in Mission Impossible, he was still prepping for this movie. After I read the script, I felt it was fantastic, and Kevin hasn't closed a deal with any other companies yet. So I thought, Eric, why don't you acquire this film? I have a feeling it could be another Mad Max, Amy said, her tone brimming with excitement, though she quickly shifted back to a more casual tone, laughing. Okay, Eric, just read the script first. We can talk more once we're done. Chapter 587, 588. How much money do you really have? Waterworld resembled a water-based Mad Max, set in a post-apocalyptic wasteland after the collapse of civilization. However, while one was set in a world strained by resource depletion following a nuclear war, Waterworld took place in a distant future where continents were submerged beneath the ocean. Compared to the massive investment in Cutthroat Island, which bombed at the box office, Waterworld's global tally of over $200 million didn't seem like a total failure. Yet, its production faced financial hurdles similar to those of Titanic, wherein a series of cost overruns forced investors to keep pouring money into the project to avoid losing their initial investments. Waterworld ultimately saw a production budget of $175 million, with promotional costs pushing the total investment over $200 million, making it the highest-budget movie before Titanic. The outcomes of the two films, however, were starkly different. Titanic set an unprecedented box office record while Waterworld, despite its global earnings, ultimately resulted in significant losses for the producers. From an outsider's perspective, Eric was still quite fond of Waterworld's story concept. If it could have followed the low-budget route of Mad Max, Eric would have jumped at the chance to take on the project. However, as the head of Firefly Films, Eric wouldn't touch this project knowing its future prospects. Moreover, with Kevin Costner already looking into starring in the Mission Impossible series before Waterworld, Eric hoped that Waterworld might fall through. This would allow them to gain leverage in salary negotiations for the Mission Impossible sequel. Both Amy and Drew could sense that Eric was somewhat distracted while flipping through the Waterworld script. Drew knew this wasn't unusual for Eric when he reviewed scripts, but it didn't typically affect his judgment on a script's quality. Amy Pascal speculated that Eric's inattentiveness might hint at his lack of confidence in the project. Sure enough, Eric quickly finished reading the script, displaying no excitement typically observed when he encountered a promising script. He asked Amy, "Have you discussed this project with Kevin Costner?" Amy shook her head. "Not yet. While negotiating with Kevin regarding Mission Impossible, I found out that his production company was reaching out about this project. Kevin's agency, WMA, intends to package it for major studios." Eric frowned slightly upon hearing the word packaged. Although CAA, WMA, and ICM stood as the top three agencies in Hollywood, after he had published that article, the other two firms had mimicked CAA's packaging strategy. Just 3 years ago, CAA's package project, Hook, had severely damaged Spielberg's directorial reputation. When Eric first entered Hollywood, he felt from memory that this packaging strategy overly inflated agents' power while driving up star salaries and production costs. Yet, as he spent more time there, he came to understand that the damage from packaging strategies truly harmed film companies far beyond just inflated budgets. The creative teams of package projects were largely those recommended by the agency, meaning there was often little room for flexibility. This could lead to creative decisions that were ill-suited for projects, ultimately resulting in failure. Spielberg's Hook served as the classic example. The true harm to a film company was the failure of a major investment. As film budgets grew, this harm became increasingly severe. Like Waterworld in his hands, if one aimed to create a water-based wasteland film, the best director choice was undoubtedly George Miller, who had risen to fame through the Mad Max series. The original Waterworld's costumes and sets were essentially copies of Mad Max elements, meaning they only scratched the surface aesthetically. Eric recalled that the film's director had been Kevin Reynolds, who ultimately found himself overwhelmed and left the project as production dragged on, sensing the potential failure of Waterworld. It was easy to imagine that had they chosen the right director from the beginning, the film's outcome would have been much better. "Since it's a package project, we should stay out of this one. Firefly Films cannot afford any failures right now," Eric remarked, handing the script back to Amy. "Let's pretend this never happened and focus on preparing Mission Impossible." Hearing the word failure, Amy arched an eyebrow, realizing Eric's skepticism regarding the project. However, she quickly understood the underlying message and smiled knowingly. If Waterworld flopped, it would certainly save a significant amount in salaries for the Mission Impossible sequel. Checking the time, it was almost noon, and Kevin Costner was about to arrive. So, Amy hurriedly stuffed the Waterworld script into her bag. Kevin arrived shortly with his agent at the restaurant. Even though Eric orchestrated the situation surrounding Dances with Wolves back then, the passage of time had eased the tension. After all, Hollywood was a gamble. Once one put their cards on the table, they had to live with the outcomes. If someone couldn't move on from a bet, they wouldn't last long in Hollywood. During lunch, both sides finalized various details regarding Mission Impossible. Although there were some reservations about Eric's recommendation of Brian De Palma, known for horror films, no one present was foolish enough to doubt Eric's vision. Considering Kevin's age, Eric planned only to make 3 films in this iteration of Mission Impossible. Beyond 3 films, unless Kevin voluntarily lowered his salary, the rising star salaries in Hollywood essentially meant the film company would be working for the stars. However, as long as they owned the rights to the Mission Impossible series, they could set it aside for 10 or 8 years. By the time Kevin's influence on the franchise dwindled, the project could be rebooted amidst nostalgia. Since Kevin was eager to begin work on Waterworld and had tight scheduling demands, Mission Impossible quickly entered production after a main creative team had been finalized. Columbia also set the release timeline for Mission Impossible for the end of the year. With Mission Impossible organized, Eric turned his attention to the ongoing ABC acquisition negotiations while allocating significant energy to a series of films in production or post-production. Out of 3 summer releases, The Lion King was complete, while the other 2 films, Catherine Bigelow's Saving Private Ryan and Cameron's True Lies, entered the final editing stages. Eric felt confident about Cameron's direction and limited his involvement with True Lies. Before shooting wrapped on Saving Private Ryan, Eric had already reviewed extensive footage Catherine had filmed, which he found satisfying. Most importantly, the Normandy landing sequence, supported by cutting-edge digital effects technology, appeared even more stunning than the original. However, since Catherine's directing style diverged considerably from the original, Eric found himself frequently in the editing room, occasionally prompting Catherine's complaints. It wasn't so much his interference that bothered her, but rather her feeling of distrust towards Eric, even if she remained unaware of this sentiment. These were the films Firefly was about to release, but Eric also needed to keep an eye on the preparations for Jurassic Park 2 and Independence Day, which were set to begin in the latter half of the year. Eric didn't intend to direct any more films in the Jurassic Park series, so selecting a director took considerable effort. Aside from Firefly's films, the collaborative project Men in Black was also entering its final phase, slated for a summer release. Another film, Jumanji, faced delays due to large effects work, pushing its release to the end of the year. At DreamWorks, Charlie's Angels was nearing completion of final production. This year, DreamWorks planned to launch 3 films to meet their goal of 10 films within 3 years. Hence, Eric had to allocate enough attention to support that side, while also selecting 2 additional projects. He wrote the story outline for Resident Evil and handed it off to the writers for completion of the script. He also lent a hand with the upcoming MGM James Bond sequel. With Sophie off working with Braveheart's crew in Ireland, Eric proposed an outline for GoldenEye, but didn't assign the role of the female lead villain to Famke Janssen since she would be fulfilled with The X-Files during the GoldenEye shoot. Amidst all these ongoing projects, time quickly rolled around to March. This year's Oscars were scheduled for March 21st, considerably earlier than in previous years. However, at the beginning of March, the attention of Hollywood was far from the upcoming Oscars. Everyone was focused on another event. After chatting late the night before with Roland Emmerich about Independence Day, Eric planned to catch some extra sleep due to the recent whirlwind of activity. But as the clock approached 8 in the morning, Elizabeth stormed into the bedroom, practically shaking him awake. "Eric, wake up. You have to see this issue of Forbes and the newspaper." Elizabeth spoke hurriedly, excitement bubbling in her tone. Still groggy, Eric wrapped his arms around her and mumbled, "Don't be noisy. Let me sleep a bit longer. You're the richest person in the country now, and you want to sleep." Elizabeth playfully hit him a few times. Eric knew immediately upon hearing Forbes that something significant had occurred. He had discussed the latest Forbes billionaires list over the phone multiple times with Steve Forbes, finally agreeing on a figure. Although this number still didn't reflect Eric's true net worth, it favored the ongoing negotiations for Firefly Films' acquisition of ABC. $19.7 billion. "I never expected you had this much money, and that it was $10 billion more than Warren Buffett's second place," Elizabeth exclaimed as she saw Eric still lingering in bed. "Do you really trust the numbers they publish?" Eric turned to face her. Elizabeth looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Eric replied, "This number was agreed upon with Steve Forbes, so it's not entirely accurate. Don't go making a scene about it. Help me make breakfast." "I already made breakfast." Elizabeth shot back, pressing Eric to get up. "Then tell me, how much do you actually have?" Realizing he couldn't get back to sleep, Eric opened his eyes and grabbed the Forbes magazine from her hand. He glanced through it and said, "See? It clearly states that due to the explosion of the film and television industry, of this $19.7 billion asset, $19 billion belongs to Firefly Films, and only $700 million is from other assets." If that was truly the case, do you think Chris still has the strength to attempt a hostile takeover of LTD? Elizabeth had heard about Chris's attempts to acquire LTD in New York. If Firefly sought public investment, they would need to form an independent board of directors for oversight. According to federal law, investment companies had to establish such boards, even if they didn't go public. Yet, Firefly Investment Company had refrained from pursuing that route, indicating that most of its funds were likely Eric's. Currently, Chris had already offered over $2 billion in his attempt to buy LTD. Even if this was a leveraged acquisition, without sufficient capital, Chris wouldn't dare to make such moves. Elizabeth's interest piqued at Eric's words. "So tell me, How much do you actually have? Typically, Eric preferred to keep a low profile, yet like any man, he felt the urge to showcase his strength to the women around him. Responding to Elizabeth's question, Eric said, setting aside whether Forbes' valuation of Firefly Films is accurate, I personally believe it's worth far more than $20 billion. Through several private funds, I currently hold about 23% of Cisco's shares. You know Cisco, right? Elizabeth nodded in astonishment. With Cisco's current market value, that 23% stake would be worth over $3 billion. Additionally, I also have stakes in Yahoo, Hotmail, and Internet Explorer, Eric continued. Those companies have attracted a lot of eyes, and the most recent valuation was $500 million. Chapter 588, 589, How to Spend It. Eric looked at the increasingly astonished expression on Elizabeth's face and continued to smile as he enumerated. 2 years ago, when the domestic internet business was just taking off, I invested $60 million in a web service provider called America Online and acquired a 30% stake. Back then, there were only about 1 million internet users across the country, and America Online had a market share of only 10%. However, after the explosive growth in the past 2 years, the number of internet users in North America has expanded tenfold. Recently, a business report from America Online showed its market share had climbed to roughly 20%, with Wall Street valuing the company at $1.8 billion. Elizabeth calculated in her mind the returns on Eric's $60 million investment and finally felt she had found a flaw. She interrupted him, saying, "That's impossible, a 900% return in 2 years? Do you expect me to believe that? Have you not noticed?" Eric pinched Elizabeth's defiant cheek. A whole new high-tech industry is rapidly emerging. Just like how operating systems and personal computers in the 80s created a wave of billionaires like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, with the Clinton administration pushing the Information Superhighway Initiative, in the coming years, the rise of the internet industry will create another group of corporate giants and billionaires. During such a period of explosive industrial growth, a 900% return on investment in 2 years is not at all surprising. Besides, I feel the potential of the information industry hasn't even fully erupted yet. Perhaps in a few years, if you invest $1 million, you might turn it into 10 million overnight. Under Eric's influence, Elizabeth had been gradually getting acquainted with the internet, but she hadn't paid much attention to what these new trends really represented. After Eric pointed it out, and connecting it to the changes in life and work she had experienced in the past 2 years brought about by the internet, she found herself somewhat agreeing with him. In addition, Eric continued, I also bought a mobile phone company in Europe and Firefly Software, which was spun off from Firefly Films. Both companies are doing exceptionally well, and they are certainly worth at least $1.5 billion. If Chris completes the acquisition of Ltd., my share would be no less than 40%. Let's say it's $800 million. So, doing the math, Eric pondered for a moment and laughed. My wealth outside of Hollywood is close to $7 billion, which seems to be $1 billion more than your family's assets. Elizabeth glared at Eric's somewhat annoying smile for a few seconds before she shyly turned away, raising her little fist and giving him a weak punch, playfully saying, with all that money, let's see how you spend it. Seeing Elizabeth's once pale face turn a rosy red, Eric felt a rush of affection and leaned down, pinning her beneath him while easily grabbing her restless little hands. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, why don't you help me come up with some ideas? Elizabeth turned her head weakly, her tone sweetly protesting. It's not. What's that to me? Just as they were about to continue their playful banter, Eric's mobile phone, which he had left on the bedside vanity, rang rather inconveniently. They had to part slightly, and the good moment was interrupted. Elizabeth frowned and playfully pinched Eric's chest a few times. Eric quickly grabbed her arm and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, a high-pitched voice chirped excitedly. Eric, we're the richest people in the world now. I want to buy a plane. All right. Eric couldn't help but chuckle silently to himself. This girl sure knew how to spend money. Feeling a bit disturbed by the sudden interruption, Elizabeth, hearing Drew's voice, became even more annoyed. Before Eric could say anything, she shot back into the phone. Can you afford to maintain a plane? Although the young girl was a bit surprised to hear Elizabeth's voice, she didn't hesitate to retort. My man has plenty of money. Not only can he afford the plane, but he can also afford me. Aren't you jealous? Elizabeth snatched the mobile out of Eric's hand, biting back. Relying on a man's money is just pathetic. Haha, I recorded that. Drew's voice suddenly sounded exhilarated on the other end. If I let that out, housewives around the world will have a better opinion of Murdoch's second daughter. Let's see how you explain yourself. Elizabeth did not believe the girl would actually record their conversation and defiantly replied, Go ahead. If you don't put it out, you've to call me Mummy. If Eric is interested in that kind of play, I wouldn't mind being your daughter. Drew replied with a teasing tone. After she said this, Elizabeth's earlier line about spending a man's money came ringing back over the phone. Elizabeth was about to fight back with more words, but upon hearing the recording, she froze. The comment she made had been rather ill-considered. A large portion of American housewives didn't work and relied solely on their husband's income. If her ambiguous remark got leaked, given her status as the daughter of a media mogul, it would surely stir public controversy. As those thoughts sank in, Elizabeth felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. She threw the mobile phone towards Eric and flopped down on the bed, pulling a pillow over her head and muffling her cries. Eric, somewhat helpless, leaned over and patted Elizabeth's back, picking up the phone and telling the young girl, Don't mess around. You need to delete that recording. On the other end, the young girl promptly dropped her fierce stance, laughing. I already deleted it. I was just teasing her. Eric, what do you think of the Boeing 777? It's Boeing's latest wide-body aircraft. I heard it can reach a maximum length of 240 feet, which is about the same as an office loft in digital domain. If we place an order now, we can get the first batch by next year. Eric pulled the pillow off Elizabeth's head, letting her rest on his knee as he combed through her slightly disheveled hair. He then intentionally exaggerated his tone towards the girl on the other end, saying, Why buy such a large plane? If you want, just get a Gulfstream. You can play however you like. I'm not getting involved. No way. Those small business jets like the Gulfstream are just so boring. If we buy the large Boeing 777, we can redecorate it with a bar, restaurant, bedroom, home theater, and we can throw a party on the plane. Eric, just imagine inviting a whole bunch of beautiful women, and you'd be the only man on board. Every man would be tempted by such a scenario. As Eric started to imagine it for a moment, Elizabeth, lying on his leg, interjected, Eric, if you really go through with this, I won't speak to you anymore, not even to Julia. The girl on the phone quickly piped in, Hey, you can just ignore her. The best thing would be for you to go back to Australia and not pull anyone else into this. Julia might not agree anyway. You little brat. Eric, she's calling me names. Eric had no choice but to cover the microphone temporarily and whispered to Elizabeth, Sweetheart, could you help me prepare breakfast? I'll be there in a minute. Elizabeth huffed and stood up, adding, No buying a plane. Eric quickly nodded. Okay, I promise not to buy one. It was quite common for the rich to own private jets. Eric might not buy one immediately, but at some point, it would be inescapable. Thus, although he knew the chances of keeping that promise were low, Elizabeth was still satisfied with Eric's attitude and left the bedroom. Once Elizabeth had gone, Eric turned back to the girl on the line. We definitely can't buy a big plane just yet. You know how much the acquisition of ABC is going to cost. Let's wait until those companies I own go public in a couple of years, and then we'll think about it. Sensing Elizabeth had left, the young girl turned agreeable, showing no interest in contradicting Eric. All right, Eric. Today, Amy and I are going to scout locations for Mission Impossible. Do you want to come? I'll pass. Amy is a very experienced manager and producer. You should learn a lot from her. Got it. After being chatted up by the girl for quite some time, Eric finally hung up the phone. However, before he could set the mobile down, it rang again, and this time it was Chris from New York. Once connected, Chris laughed and complained about the busy line earlier. Eric could only juggle answering the phone while getting dressed and washing up. As the morning went on, Eric gradually came to realize that the influence of topping Forbes' North American 400 rich list was far greater than he had imagined. Throughout the morning, until the battery on his Motorola phone ran out, it hardly left Eric's ear. The calls he received varied widely in purpose, and even a charity organization he had never heard of somehow got his private number and called him up asking for donations. Even Elizabeth's private mobile phone rang from Eric's line, and after picking up and realizing the caller's intention, Elizabeth became quite embarrassed. After breakfast, as Elizabeth was about to leave for work, she quickly turned back because she found the road outside her mountaintop mansion flooded with reporters, blocking the narrow access road completely. Feeling a bit frustrated, she called her office to give them a heads up, throwing her mobile casually on the round table. She complained to Eric, who was busy checking his emails. "This is all your fault. They'll definitely write nonsense tomorrow. It's a good thing Julia is in New York. Otherwise, how could I face people?" While going through a mail pile in his inbox, Eric casually deleted an interview invitation and chuckled. "Don't worry. I'm officially the richest man in the country now. Even though they know I'm right here, they wouldn't dare print nonsense without evidence. Suing a celebrity enhances a newspaper's reputation, but going up against a billionaire may lead to bankruptcy. My current status is certainly inclined towards the latter." Murdoch built his empire on tabloid journalism, so Elizabeth naturally understood the rules of engagement. Even though tabloids often went to extreme lengths to dig into celebrities' private lives, they also knew which figures to provoke and which ones to avoid. They were both unmarried. If the newspapers captured their photographs, the headlines would likely read something along the lines of "North America's richest man in a romantic relationship," maybe with some commentary on their family backgrounds. As she thought these things over, Elizabeth felt a twinge of anticipation. It wouldn't be so bad if this matter got public. After all, since she was helping Emma adjust to life in New York, Julia had been absent from Los Angeles, making it impossible for the media to capture any of their interactions. But then, she quickly remembered how Eric had once fled at the mention of marriage, feeling a sense of disappointment and shooting an annoyed glance at him. "What's wrong?" Eric caught her look. "Nothing. I'm just angry." Elizabeth turned away. "Haha." Eric mistakenly thought she was upset about not going to work. He chuckled. "Did you forget? We're rich people. We don't have to drive to work all the time." Saying this, Eric gauged their luxurious yard and picked up Elizabeth's mobile phone to dial a number. After more than half an hour, a Bell helicopter descended swiftly onto their estate. Initially, the plan to showcase Firefly Films' capabilities took an unexpected turn, making Eric a newsworthy sensation once again. After leaving Elizabeth's house, his previously understated personal life was unable to continue. He found himself returning to his own villa diligently every day due to a swarm of paparazzi following him, possibly accompanied by other stalkers with ulterior motives. Eric was forced to ramp up his personal security. The day after Forbes published its North American 400 rich list, Warren Buffett, who had been far outmatched by Eric in terms of wealth, publicly questioned the accuracy of Forbes' data in the Washington Post. The investment mogul insisted Eric's net worth was not even as high as $17 billion, only acknowledging Eric's wealth to be $13 billion. Warren Buffett had dominated the North American business world for 30 years, and his personal influence was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Consequently, his article sparked a wave of reactions. To maintain its credibility, Forbes stood firmly in defense of its figures, and Firefly naturally mobilized its media resources to counter Buffett's viewpoint. Meanwhile, many investment banks, financial assessment firms, professional financial media, and even government departments became embroiled in this war of public opinion for various vested interests. In no time, the average person was bewildered by the media mudslinging. Those who understood the backstory recognized that this dispute fundamentally stemmed from the negotiations over the acquisition of ABC by Firefly Films. The primary reason behind this was that Firefly had yet to go public, making it impossible to provide an accurate valuation of the company through simple and clear earnings ratios, leaving a vast arena for maneuvering. From ABC's perspective, acknowledging Eric's wealth would mean conceding a market value of around $20 billion for Firefly Films, almost double that of ABC's market value. If this notion solidified, ABC would find itself at a significant disadvantage in the acquisition talks. Conversely, if they could reduce Eric's asset valuation to the $13 billion figure suggested by Buffett, the rising stock prices of ABC and Firefly would effectively level the playing field, giving ABC a considerable advantage during negotiations. Chapter 589, 590, General. While the Forbes billionaire list sparked controversy, Chris successfully acquired Ltd for a final price of $2.4 billion after more than 2 months of heated negotiations. The original major shareholder, Leslie Wexner, stepped aside, and on the day the contract was signed, Ltd announced its merger with Brighton Apparel. Through a series of complex financial maneuvers, Chris used less than $1 billion of his own funds throughout the entire process. Apart from the $600 million from Firefly Investment, another $400 million was financed through debt from Brighton Apparel. After completing the acquisition and the subsequent merger, Firefly Investment and Brighton Apparel held a combined 62% stake in Ltd, achieving full control. If we follow Wall Street's rules, this is just the beginning, Chris said on the phone after detailing the entire acquisition process to Eric. As long as we streamline and reorganize the company's departments next, significantly improve performance, and drive up the stock price, we can then split off and sell off Ltd subsidiaries. That way, we will have generated enough capital to pay off the debts. That's the essence of an investment company's acquisition cycle. Too bad. Before Chris could finish his sigh, Emily's voice faintly came through the phone. Chris, what are you regretting? We bought Ltd to manage it, not to turn it into your personal toy like those greedy and evil Wall Street kinds. Emily, I've worked over 12 hours a day for 2 months straight, just secured Ltd for you, and that's how you see me. Amidst the soft laughter of others, Emily's voice echoed again, growing louder, but that's the truth. After that, the receiver was probably snatched by Emily, excitement apparent in her tone. Hi, Eric. Although it wasn't quitting time in Los Angeles yet, night must have already fallen in New York. Eric, holding a mobile phone, crossed the cement path of the Firefly Films post-production center, pushed open the door into the administrative building, and exchanged glances with an executive on his way, before continuing into the phone. Hi. Emily, are you guys having a party? Yeah, Miss Roberts is here too, and Emma. The little one is so adorable. Heard she calls you Daddy? Hearing Emily's gossipy tone, Eric indulged her curiosity. Yeah, I think that's a good way to teach Elia and Kevin to call me Daddy early on. Emily seemed a bit deflated at Eric's lack of denial, but quickly perked up, saying, By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet, Mr. World's richest man. Thanks, but it's more accurate to say I'm the richest man in America. American riches are world riches, of course, Emily said with the unmistakable confidence typical of Americans. But didn't you say that after securing Ltd, you would design a marketing plan for the company yourself? Can't we start that now? You know, I've been super busy lately. While you guys are celebrating, I've got to go into a conference call. No telling when I can get off work. Yet Emily wasn't swayed by Eric's comment, probing further. Then tell me how you plan to do it, so I can prepare in advance. Eric stepped into the conference room, greeted Michael Lynn and others who were waiting inside, sat down, and then hurriedly said to Emily, Start contacting models. Don't limit it to just American models. We want top models from Latin America, Europe, and Asia as well. Oh, and absolutely no skinny, bland-faced fashion models. Firstly, they have to have curves. Flat-chested ones are an absolute no. I plan to personally plan a lingerie show for Victoria's Secret. Just as Emily was about to ask more, Eric quickly said goodbye and hung up the line, turning off the mobile phone in order to avoid any disruptions during the meeting. Setting down the Motorola, Eric glanced at the conference phone and asked Alan, who was sitting next to him, Is Jeffrey on the line? As Alan was about to respond, Jeffrey's voice came through the conference phone. Eric, I'm here. Good, Eric said, gently clapping his hands as a habit. Let's get started. Jeffrey, can you please update everyone on what happened this afternoon? Katzenberg paused for a moment on the line, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before quickly outlining the latest developments during the negotiations that afternoon. During the negotiations, the representatives from ABC had surprisingly stopped using the long-drawn-out tactics they typically favored and had adopted a firmer stance. For the first time, they clearly laid out a proposal that ABC would find acceptable. The ABC management offered a price of $71.40 per share, of which $23.80 would be exchanged for roughly 30% of Firefly Films' total shares, while the other $47.60 would be paid in cash. Additionally, ABC management insisted that the 14.7 million shares of ABC stock we already hold could only be exchanged for non-voting preferred stock. After making this demand, the ABC representatives stated they wouldn't resume negotiations until we responded. I think the ABC management is under shareholder pressure and wants to complete this acquisition soon. This situation might relate to recent media trends. It's clear our public relations strategy has had an effect. As Katzenberg finished speaking, Allen handed Eric a draft filled with calculations. ABC had about 210 million shares outstanding, and based on the price per share that ABC proposed, the total transaction amounted to $15 billion. The $23.80 represented 30% of the share price, which meant that ABC wanted to exchange 30% of its shares for an equal share of Fireflies, along with $10 billion in cash. Before making the public acquisition offer, Firefly had already obtained a 7% stake in ABC, which amounted to the 14.7 million shares Katzenberg referred to. This stock definitely couldn't be overlooked in the merger process. Although even if this deal went through, ABC shareholders would never gain enough authority over Firefly. The strategy of converting this stock into non-voting preferred shares was clearly aimed at diluting Eric's control. Eric quickly read through the data Allen handed him and then passed the draft to Jeffrey on his right. The others in the conference room quickly reviewed it as well. After examining the analysis, Michael Lynn remarked, "This proposal should still have been drafted by Warren Buffett." Though ABC made considerable concessions in the share exchange, they balanced the estimates between ABC and Firefly, both pegged at $15 billion. This aligns perfectly with Buffett's recent media statements. Frank Wells added, "If it's confirmed that ABC management is indeed under pressure from shareholders other than Buffett, we might be able to gain enough leverage." Strange noises emerged from the conference phone. Katzenberg seemed to be muted, whispering to someone. After a moment, he remarked, "This seems to be confirmed. David West, president of State Street Global Advisors, just called to invite me to dinner." State Street owns 3.9% of ABC. The three others in the conference room turned to look at Eric, their expressions eager. Clearly, even though the debates regarding Eric's personal wealth hadn't ceased, the undeniable fact that he had built Firefly Films into a phenomenon in just 6 years couldn't be overlooked. As the media delved deeper into Firefly's capabilities and scale, other ABC shareholders had grown restless, eager to join the Firefly camp. West's dinner invitation was nothing short of a clear signal. They could all imagine that when Katzenberg shows up for dinner, he wouldn't just be meeting with West, but possibly other ABC shareholders too. Looking at Eric deep in thought, Jeffrey finally couldn't contain himself and said, "Eric, if we can sidestep Warren Buffett and Tom Murphy, acquire shares from other shareholders, or even gain controlling interest, we could have enough power to advance ABC's collaboration with Firefly independently." Eric shook his head, stating, "It's impossible to circumvent Buffett. If he realizes he's been betrayed by the other ABC shareholders, things will get a lot worse. And remember, Tom Murphy isn't just a major ABC shareholder. He's the current head of ABC. He has enough power to really jeopardize the situation at ABC. Moreover, they hold nearly 40% of the shares. If a stalemate arises in the future, ABC will certainly become the battleground for both of us. What I want is a strong national television network, not a wreckage." Frank Wells interjected, "So what's our next move? Honestly, I want to wrap this up soon and then take a vacation." Eric paused for a moment, and hearing the word vacation from Frank, information flashed in his mind. He suddenly looked up and asked, "Frank, where are you planning to vacation?" In his memory, Frank Wells had tragically perished in a helicopter accident during his vacation in 1994. "The Alps," Frank replied with a smile, but soon added, "Of course, if the work here demands it. I can always postpone until next year." "Then it's next year." Eric recognized his overreaction and pretended to be casual, saying, "You can take a prolonged break next year, but this year probably won't work. Even if we complete the acquisition, there are still many things to sort out. You're Jeffrey's right-hand man. You can't just leave now." Frank Wells had already been significantly affected by the butterfly effect. Even if he went on vacation this year, it likely wouldn't guarantee that he'd encounter misfortune again. Given Eric's decision to postpone a year, if misfortune were to strike again, it could only be considered fateful. All right, no problem, Frank agreed with a laugh. Eric, let's talk business. Yeah, Eric nodded. I think since some ABC shareholders are leaning our way and have applied more pressure on ABC management, we can add some leverage from our side to intensify that pressure. Ultimately, if we can convene a shareholders' meeting to vote, bypassing management to finalize this deal, that would be ideal. That route seems feasible, Katzenberg remarked over the conference phone. If we release news next year that negotiations for the ABC Firefly acquisition are deteriorating, the initiative will surely return to our side. Also, I'll be dining with David West later, and I could invite them to publicly endorse this deal in the media. Michael Lynn added, we hold 14.7 million shares of ABC stock. If we sell some of those in the coming days and push down ABC's stock price, it'll make this situation even more credible. The group quickly devised a specific plan, and since Katzenberg had a dinner invitation, Eric kept the meeting brief. After finalizing the plan, Eric declared, since this matter has reached its final stage, we should prepare accordingly. I hope we can finalize the trading agreement before the Oscars, making it clear this isn't just a show. Our timeline is tight, and after the deal is done, we need to lay out plans for ABC ahead of the fall season. All of this takes time. If we can't complete the acquisition beforehand, we have to decisively shift our focus. Just a few days ago, Jack Welch, the CEO of General Electric, emailed me. GE holds complete control over NBC, making negotiations much easier than with ABC. If we can secure GE, we can take NBC. Of course, that's just a fallback. We've invested so much in ABC. Firefly will never give up until the very last moment. NBC had recently lacked the original friends, and with NBC's management in conflict with GE's upper management over the last few years, the network had become quite chaotic. Thus, pursuing a merger with NBC would be significantly less challenging than with ABC. Chapter 590-591. It wasn't meant to be mine. In Omaha, the capital of Nebraska, Warren Buffett stood by the window of his gray, middle-class home on Farnham Street. He had just hung up from a phone call from New York and was gazing out with a hint of annoyance. It was Saturday, and although he wasn't working at Berkshire Hathaway, Buffett maintained his work mentality. Outside, a striking Cadillac came to a halt on the street. A well-dressed family of four stepped out, pointing toward Buffett's residence and excitedly snapping photos. Buffett often felt a bit smug when he caught sight of such scenes. He had even joked to friends that he was one of those rare individuals alive in America who had people pausing to take pictures in front of his home. However, today was different. Looking at the scene before him, Buffett felt no sense of pride. His mind drifted back to the events of recent days, and his brow furrowed once again. Since the beginning of January, when Firefly Films unexpectedly released its annual financial report, Buffett had sensed the company's intentions. Companies varied in their fiscal reporting schedules. Some reported at the year's end, others after tax season, and some waited until the fall following a busy season. ABC typically released its financials after completing its spring lineup. Yet, in an effort to counterattack, ABC had preemptively unveiled its 1993 performance figures. Despite the ABC camp's efforts to highlight its remarkable 23% market share and emphasize the unpredictable profitability of film studios, most investors and the general public only grasped the shallow fact that Firefly had profits over twice that of ABC, which garnered significant media attention and inflated Firefly's status. Since Firefly had announced its move into TV production, Buffett had diligently studied its operations. He discovered that Eric Williams had initially soared up the box office charts through offbeat comedies and horror films. Though these films showcased his remarkable talent for filmmaking, they relied on low budgets and couldn't guarantee sustained success, especially as competing studios ramped up their investments in similar films. If Firefly didn't capitulate to larger studios, its competitive edge would erode quickly, risking its swift descent into obscurity like many fleeting independent film companies. But things did not unfold as he had anticipated. 3 years prior, Firefly had abandoned its low-budget, high-reward strategy. Instead, it began to lean heavily on Pixar and digital domain, establishing a reliable stream of income through 3D animated films and special effects productions. Successes like Terminator 2, Twister, and Toy Story solidified Firefly's foundation in Hollywood and ultimately led to its acquisition of the venerable Disney, making it one of the 7 major film studios. Buffett admired a theory called the toll bridge. Simply put, if you own the bridge from point A to B, you could reap stable and considerable profits. His investments in the Washington Post, Coca-Cola, and ABC were all, to some extent, influenced by this toll bridge concept. While researching Firefly, Buffett realized that Pixar and digital domain held a similar toll bridge effect. Williams had invested tens of millions of dollars into these companies long before the releases of Toy Story and Terminator 2. Such bold investments, rarely seen in Hollywood where board oversight typically hampered large decisions, allowed Firefly to create 2 unique toll bridges. For the past 3 years, Firefly had enjoyed massive profits from its monopolistic toll bridges. The appeal for CG special effects films and 3D animation from North America and beyond showed that as long as Firefly maintained a technological edge with Pixar and digital domain, the toll bridge effect would remain effective for many years to come. In contrast, ABC, despite securing significant profits of $520 million last year, faced serious troubles. 10 years prior, the American television market was tightly controlled by ABC, CBS, and NBC, which easily maintained 30% market shares even during challenging times. But with the rapid rise of national cable channels in the 1980s and the establishment of the Fox network by Murdoch in North America, the Big Three saw their fortunes decline sharply. In light of this, Buffett understood that the toll bridge effect for ABC was fading away. So, when Firefly tossed out an olive branch to ABC, Buffett quickly became intrigued by the business deal. However, Firefly proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Buffett never considered himself overly greedy. Hence, during their first meeting, he made what he believed to be a fair merger offer. To his surprise, the young mogul rejected it outright, presenting a cash acquisition proposal that made Buffett realize Williams didn't seem particularly concerned about the expenditure amount. He just sought to minimize the dilution of his own company's stock. The formal negotiations that followed proved this point. Once Buffett sensed that ABC's toll bridge effect was diminishing, he contemplated selling off Berkshire Hathaway's shares in ABC. Before Firefly made its acquisition proposal, he had already divested some of his stock. Yet, despite Firefly's insistence during negotiations, Buffett's stubborn nature didn't allow for much compromise, leading to unsuccessful attempts at private discussions. Buffett was a rational person, and since he saw merit in the deal, he wasn't about to back down easily. He recognized that Firefly wouldn't quickly change its acquisition target either. After Firefly publicly announced its buyout intentions, Buffett propelled discussions between the management teams forward. Especially in the past week, he recognized that the situation had begun to spiral out of control. The last time he felt like this was 4 years prior when Salomon Brothers faced a crisis, and shortly thereafter, the Wall Street king of the 80s collapsed. During Salomon's investigation, Buffett had taken over the company, which led many to blame him for its downfall. While contemplating how to manage the unfolding situation, Buffett noticed a black car driving into the driveway. His investment partner and vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, Charlie Munger, stepped out. Munger waved when he saw Buffett through the window. Upon entering Buffett's office, Munger embraced him and remarked, "Things seem to be looking pretty grim lately. I thought I should come over in person." Buffett managed a relaxed smile, asking his girlfriend, Astrid Monks, to prep some cokes for them while he handed Munger some information he had repeatedly reviewed. "You can look it over." Munger had his own career and, as a fellow Berkshire Hathaway shareholder, wasn't paying as close attention to the ABC acquisition as Buffett was. It wasn't until 4 days ago when media buzz surfaced about the negotiations between Firefly and ABC nearing collapse that Munger began to take notice, especially when the Los Angeles Times confirmed that the two parties had halted discussions. The following workdays saw ABC's stock plummet from a high of $52, driven by this negative news. In just 3 days, it dropped by 9.6%, returning to January levels. Meanwhile, the other major networks, NBC, CBS, and Fox, saw stock rises exceeding 5% from unverified rumors. Sifting through the information, Munger raised his head and said, "Based on the current situation, if we don't agree to this deal, other shareholders might call for an extraordinary meeting to vote." Buffett retrieved a letter from his desk, his tone serious. "It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. David West, the president of State Street Global Advisors, texted me that they're planning to do just that." Munger took a glance at the letter and cursed in frustration. What a bunch of fools. Don't they know what side they're on? Buffett dismissed his friend's outburst with a sigh. If ABC was the only public network in the US, they would certainly stick with us. Unfortunately, Firefly has more options than just ABC. If ABC wasn't performing significantly better than the other two, they might have cut their losses by now. That's why David West and company are so eager. Everyone can see that network business is shrinking, and they're reluctant to forfeit this cash-out opportunity, especially since they could nab a stake in Firefly, a company that could generate $1 billion profit, a club that barely exceeds 50 companies in the entire country. Munger detected a hint of disappointment in Buffett's tone and countered, "But we're doing just fine ourselves, aren't we?" The wave of envious feelings from witnessing the meteoric rise of a newcomer only lingered in Buffett's mind for a few seconds. Hearing Munger's words, Buffett quickly regained his characteristic confidence, responding, "Absolutely, we're doing just fine." "All right, partner." Munger pat on Buffett's shoulder. "Let's discuss how to handle this. Any solid ideas?" "Well, I had one." Buffett confidently pulled out a sheet of paper from the pile on his desk and handed it to Munger. Munger glanced down, noting it was a newspaper clipping of upcoming movie release schedules, with some titles marked. Saving Private Ryan, The Lion King, True Lies. Munger read the names before asking, "These three films are Firefly's summer blockbusters. What's the problem?" Buffett nodded, "Absolutely. Saving Private Ryan is a war film. The Lion King is traditional hand-drawn animation, and True Lies is just a standard big-budget action flick, a very costly one at that, hitting $100 million. Munger wasn't particularly savvy about films, but he knew Buffett was more informed, so he nodded patiently, listening intently. After a brief pause to allow his friend time to think, Buffett continued, "I called Robert Daly at Warner to discuss this. Hollywood hasn't produced a big-budget war film like Saving Private Ryan in years due to the high risks involved. And Firefly's strategy for The Lion King differs significantly from the conventional release, where 2D animation typically enjoys a long run at year's end. Even with low competition during summer, the schedule may compress its theatrical run. Lastly, with True Lies, two action films of the same genre failed last summer, one of which starred Arnold Schwarzenegger, the lead in True Lies. Hollywood is cautious about these large-scale action projects right now." Munger recalled what he had read earlier. "So, you're saying Firefly gave up its usual CG special effects and 3D animations this year, likely setting itself up for a stumble with these three films?" Buffett nodded. "Therefore, I believe if we can extend the negotiations into the summer, and if Firefly's summer films fail, it will shatter the miracle of their unblemished investment success. Then we can regain the upper hand." Munger agreed with a nod but quickly raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. "But the reality is, Firefly isn't going to give ABC that much time, right?" Buffett offered a faint, bitter smile. "Yes, and given Firefly's recent aggressive moves, I suspect that if the deal doesn't close this month, they just might pull out altogether. You started selling off ABC shares at the beginning of last year, and I imagine you'd be eager to close this deal, wouldn't you?" Buffett nodded honestly, admitting, "Yes." Munger pressed on, "How much do you think Eric Williams would be willing to go on his asking price?" "I believe you could guess that number." Buffett, a whiz at data analysis, replied, "The contentious point lies in the share swap. I think he'll part with a maximum of 25%. If only David West had held off a bit, my proposal for 30% this Monday might have worked, maybe just giving a point or two." "What if we did this?" Munger suggested, tapping the table. "You reach out to Tom. The three of us take a trip to LA. It could be fun, and maybe we'll catch some Oscar buzz." Buffett shook his head gently. "I doubt that would yield any concessions from that young guy. He's got the upper hand now." I believe that just showing up in person would compel that young man to give a few concessions if his wits were sharp enough. Buffett understood his friend's intent. He, Munger, and Tom Murphy had built their brands over decades in the business world, amassing countless tangible and intangible resources. As long as they were willing to barter, they could secure genuine benefits. But those benefits won't come without strings attached. We might reap early gains now, but eventually, we'll have to pay. I don't believe Eric Williams would let us get something for nothing. Munger, sensing the shift in Buffett's tone, picked up the phone and prepared to arrange a private jet. He chimed, "You know, I'm increasingly intrigued by that young man. And that cliffside villa he's built in Malibu. It's hard to find a more exceptional location for a private estate. If Eric Williams were to sell, he'd get $200 million for it." Though Buffett typically had no special cravings for material wealth, he did not hide his genuine thoughts. That villa is indeed impressive. While its actual worth may not hit $200 million, I'm certain Williams wouldn't sell it for that. He doesn't need the money. Munger made a quick phone call, summarizing a few points before hanging up. I nearly forgot this. Your title as the wealthiest man just got reclaimed after a year, and I bet you feel a bit down about it. Buffett enjoyed the limelight, so of course, he felt some disappointment. Nevertheless, he maintained professionalism, commenting, "It wasn't meant to be mine." He concealed the numbers last year. I could see that. Chapter 591, 592, The Internal Screening. Many years later, the now elderly Private Ryan returned to the Normandy American Cemetery, where over 120,000 lives lay buried. He ran his fingers over the white gravestone, feeling the weight of the name etched upon it, as if he had been transported back in time. The sound of waves crashing against the landing craft echoed like the soldiers' uneasy cries before battle. With habitual nervousness, Captain Miller twisted open his aluminum canteen and took a long drink, while his lieutenant stuffed a bar of chocolate into his mouth, both trying their best to remain calm. As the helmsman signaled imminent landing, Captain Miller and Lieutenant Horvath hurriedly reminded the soldiers about what to watch out for during the landing. However, their words seemed to carry little weight. When the hatch opened, a rapid burst of machine gun fire instantly took down a large number of soldiers before they even had time to react. This brutal scene, with absolutely no room for a breather, made many viewers in the screening room gasp. The shaky footage from the handheld camera intensified the feeling of being right there in the thick of it. The following images only tightened the viewers' nerves further. Some struggled to jump into the water, only to be struck down by bullets, never to resurface. Others fought hard to reach the shore, but fell before they could reach the beach, and some valiantly dragged their wounded comrades, only to find in the aftermath of cannon fire that they were left holding nothing but half a corpse. Eric noticed a female executive from the distribution department sitting not far to his left, her face already contorted in anguish as she covered her eyes. Others were similarly grave expressions. He glanced at Catherine beside him. Her fingers were tightly gripping the armrest, her anxiety clearly palpable. As the 20-minute Normandy landing sequence concluded, the camera cut to the mailroom, and Eric distinctly sensed a collective sigh of relief from everyone in the room. Someone even raised a hand, seemingly wanting to applaud the successful war scenes, but quickly realized the subject matter did not warrant such a reaction, and lowered their hand again. Eric watched Catherine, who showed no signs of easing up. He gave her hand a reassuring pat and bent closer to whisper, "How about we step outside for a bit?" This was the first internal screening of Saving Private Ryan after its final cut had been completed, but Catherine shook her head. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Eric gestured vaguely downward. "You're sitting so straight that you're blocking others' view." Catherine, already feeling extremely anxious, relaxed some at Eric's playful jab. When she felt him trying to pull her up to leave, she quickly shook off his grip. Yet, she found that she was already rising from her seat, so she ended up walking out of the screening room with Eric. The screening room was located on the first floor of the Firefly Studios administrative building. Once they stepped out, shutting the door behind them and sealing away the movie's sound, a peaceful quiet enveloped them. Being Saturday, though many film crews were hard at work in the studios, there weren't many people staying late in the administrative building. Eric put his hands in his pockets and looked at Catherine, who wore a black leather jacket and jeans, her tall figure striking. How about we go to my office for a cup of coffee? We've seen the film so many times. We can come back after they finish. Catherine hesitated, reluctant to be alone in a room with this man who often stirred her emotions. She pointed to the cement walkway outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Let's just walk outside instead. Okay, Eric replied, taking the lead. The Firefly Studios complex was oriented in a northeast rectangle, parallel to the Ballona Creek running through Culver City. Having stepped out of the administrative building, Eric glanced back at Catherine, whose worried gaze was still fixated on him, and he sought to lighten the mood. Catherine, I've always been curious. What does Ballona mean in the name of the creek beside the studio? Do you know? Catherine, having a deep knowledge of classical paintings, was quite familiar with some of the Western mythological figures associated with them. Though her mind wandered, she immediately blurted, "It's the name of a tall beauty warrior goddess from ancient Rome." Realizing what she had said, she shot Eric an annoyed glare, though there was no anger in her eyes, just a flicker of embarrassment. Eric chuckled. I actually think Bellona is quite a pretty name, unlike Catherine, which is so commonplace. Did you know that in Greek mythology, the counterpart of Bellona, the warrior goddess Io, was incredibly bloody and ruthless? It's said that after the Trojan War, when the city was slaughtered, she drank the blood of the fallen in a drunken haze. Eric shrugged innocently. Do we really need to delve that deep? I've never heard of such a niche subplot. Catherine smirked slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. You brought it up first. All right, my bad. Eric laughed, shaking his head. Let's talk about something else. What do you have planned next? Catherine replied. I intend to take some time off, travel around, and then come back to work. Remember Becky? She mentioned that Columbia University is hosting a pop art exhibition next week, and I plan to check it out. Eric only vaguely understood that pop art represented a form of popular culture, but he hadn't looked into it much deeper. I might also head to New York soon. Are you still staying at that hotel in Soho? Catherine reminisced about their time together 3 years earlier at the 60 Soho Hotel. It was as if everything was clear as yesterday. She said, I might, but I might also stay at Becky's place. It's not nice to inconvenience others. I have a high-rise apartment near 6th Avenue with a view of Central Park. Maybe you could stay there. Catherine stopped, her eyes fixed on Eric for a few seconds. Seeing no sign of nervousness on his part, she felt embarrassed. You still need a place to stay, right? I think I'll just go to a hotel so no one is burdened. Eric maintained a gentle smile, casually saying, Okay, just call me once you're settled in. Maybe we can be neighbors. Catherine felt an urge to flee. This guy was being a relentless pest, so unreasonable. She's felt flustered and anxiously searched for a way to change the topic. When we wrap up filming, you asked me to keep all those props. Why? They are just gathering dust in a warehouse in Ireland, and I have to pay considerable monthly storage fees for them. For Saving Private Ryan, the crew had prepared thousands of World War II uniforms from various countries, a multitude of landing crafts and military vehicles, plus countless other props, spending over $10 million. Eric definitely wouldn't treat them casually like many films and just offload them. Moreover, he had better plans for reusing them. Though it was amusing to see how awkwardly Catherine tried to divert the conversation, Eric decided not to poke fun at her. Further, he didn't want to scare her off. I plan to use these items to create a mini-series about World War II films. It will connect with the storyline of Saving Private Ryan, focusing on a unit venturing deep behind enemy lines after the Normandy invasion. Catherine, since you've done so much research, you're likely more knowledgeable about World War II history than I am. Would you be interested in being the producer for this miniseries? Catherine did not give a direct answer, but asked, shouldn't the cost of a war drama be quite high? How much do you intend to spend on this? With those props and the production team from Saving Private Ryan, the cost per episode won't exceed $10 million. I'm thinking of producing 10 episodes. That's $100 million. Saving Private Ryan only cost $70 million, and I'm still worried about whether we can recoup that investment. You're planning to spend $100 million on a TV drama. Catherine shook her head, but then laughed, looking at Eric. I almost forgot. You're now the wealthiest man in America, so money is no issue for you. Eric had grown used to people teasing him about being the richest man, smiling as he replied, I'm the wealthiest, but not foolish. Don't worry. After Saving Private Ryan hits theaters, it will spark a wave of war films. Launching this miniseries at the right time should make recouping our costs quite feasible. I happen to be acquiring a TV network. This series could enhance its brand. Catherine shook her head. I don't know much about these matters, but I've heard rumors that your negotiation with ABC fell through. Eric clarified. It didn't fall through, but just at a crucial point. It depends on whether ABC is willing to budge. If everything goes well, I'll be going to New York next week for the signing. Today is the 12th, and the Oscars are on the 21st. Catherine said this, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. If that were the case, Eric wouldn't be in New York for long. I heard they invited you to present the Best Picture award, which rarely happens. Thanks to the butterfly effect, the film Schindler's List that should have released this year was delayed by a year, making this Oscar a lesser year, as no renowned directors released films. To improve ratings, the Oscar committee had personally invited Eric early in the year to participate in this ceremony. Initially, they hoped Eric would open the show to draw in viewers, but in March, after the latest issue of Forbes came out, they changed their minds. They wanted him to come last to present the coveted Best Picture award, a duty usually reserved for Hollywood veterans. However, given Eric's power and reputation in Hollywood, no one would question his qualifications for presenting that award. Speaking of the Oscars, ICM is hosting a warm-up party at the Sunset Tower Hotel tonight. Kepler called to invite me to make an appearance. Your contract is also with ICM. Do you want to come with me? Catherine shook her head. Better not. I plan to head home early to rest. Eric noticed a fleeting yet undeniable interest in Catherine's expression, quickly replaced by a refusal. After some thought, he suspected the reason. Not only Catherine, but also due to the collaboration with Firefly, Cameron also had his contract with ICM. Catherine clearly wanted to avoid running into him, so Eric did not press further. The two walked a loop along the complex's walkway, stopped for coffee at the cafe, and only headed back to the administrative building when they felt the screening of Saving Private Ryan was nearly wrapping up. Stepping back into the screening room, they found the fluorescent lights already turned on. The executives and the marketing staff participating in the internal screening had begun to murmur among themselves. When they noticed Eric and Catherine's entrance, everyone fell silent, and after a brief moment of quietude, they all broke into applause simultaneously. Arriving just in time for this internal screening, Katzenberg approached and said, Ms. Catherine, congratulations on making an incredible movie. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. Catherine understood that Katzenberg hadn't meant his statement entirely. He was implying that he wouldn't have believed a woman could direct a film of such caliber. However, she didn't mind. She smiled and shook his hand, responding, Thank you for your praise. Jeffrey. Katzenberg nodded and then turned to Eric. But, Eric, this film has two significant issues. The length is 170 minutes, nearly 3 hours. I suggest trimming it further. The rating is also a concern. If we cut out the excessively bloody scenes, we could certainly achieve a PG-13 rating, but it would lose some of its authenticity. If not adjusted, an R rating is inevitable. Eric knew Katzenberg's direct nature well. Though Katzenberg had many sociable qualities typical of high executives, he confronted work matters straightforwardly. So he didn't take offense at Katzenberg's honesty. Jeffrey, the rough cut of this film ran 4.5 hours. Catherine and I have already trimmed it as much as possible. I don't believe we can reduce the current 170-minute length any further. As for the R rating, Terminator 2 proved that an R-rated film doesn't necessarily result in box office failure. This is, after all, a war film. Katzenberg recognized Eric's point. After hearing his confirmation, he chose not to dwell on the matter anymore. As a professional filmmaker, he felt the film's plot had already been tightened to the point of no return. Nevertheless, being instinctively critical in his profession, he voiced his opinions to Eric. Chapter 592, 593, What else do you want to do? Saving Private Ryan would be the first heavyweight film released by Firefly Films during this summer's blockbusters. Since the final cut was completed yesterday, even though today was Saturday, the Firefly management team eagerly held an internal screening. After watching the complete film, many executives who attended the test screening shared similar concerns with Jeffrey Katzenberg. The film's quality was undeniably top-notch, from its plot to its score. However, there were worries about its brutally realistic scenes, the film's near 3-hour runtime, and its potential R rating. Nevertheless, Firefly's outstanding performance over the past few years meant that the company would not face a crisis due to the failure of one or two big-budget films. Moreover, since Eric had personally backed the project, even if the film flopped, the management team wouldn't bear too much responsibility. Thus, everyone present felt relatively unburdened, instead focusing on diligently offering suggestions for the film's promotional details. Eric had initially planned to release Saving Private Ryan on June 6, 1994, the 50th anniversary of D-Day. However, unfortunate timing prevented that, as June 6 fell on a Monday, the first day of the workweek. In North America, box office statistics were tracked from Friday to the following Thursday. While some films might choose to premiere on Wednesday or Thursday, most studios avoided releasing on a Monday, which was typically the least favorable day for attracting audiences right after the weekend. The consensus among the group was that the 50th anniversary of D-Day would not strongly stimulate box office sales, rendering it not a particularly special date. Therefore, Eric's suggestion was unanimously rejected, and they ultimately decided to move the release date to June 3rd. By the time they completed the detailed promotional plan for Saving Private Ryan, it was already 4 p.m. Given that it was the weekend, everyone swiftly dispersed after wrapping up work. As she left the conference room, Catherine's previously anxious heart finally eased. She still recalled the harsh criticism she received during her first test screening for her debut feature, The Loveless, from executives at a small production company. Although the budget for Saving Private Ryan was dozens of times that of The Loveless, she found this situation to be quite the opposite today. Most of those attending the screening spent the majority of their time discussing the film's promotional details. This made her glance over at the lazy-looking young man walking next to her. She knew that if it weren't for him patiently stepping into the editing process, even with her scornful glances, the final result of Saving Private Ryan would not have turned out as remarkable as it did. Considering this, Catherine's resentment toward Eric for cutting out her favorite scenes vanished completely. While Catherine found herself momentarily lost in thought, Eric suddenly turned and flashed a subtle smile. "You look like you have something you want to say. Are you hoping to invite me to dinner tonight?" "Haha, if that's the case, I'll accept." Catherine didn't take offense at Eric's mildly cheeky tone. She merely rolled her eyes instinctively. "Did you not say you were going to the ICM Oscar pre-party tonight? Attending the party is one thing. Dinner is another," Eric replied with an unchanged grin. Everyone knows it's hard to fill up during those kinds of parties. As Catherine hesitated on how to respond, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, followed by Katzenberg's voice. "Eric, wait a minute." The two paused, and as Katzenberg approached, Eric noticed the unmistakable excitement on his face. "Eric, I just received a call." "It's—" Katzenberg trailed off, glancing at Catherine. Though he knew Eric and Catherine shared something special. After all, he wouldn't have spent $70 million to produce a risky war film unless it was important. Katzenberg wasn't sure just how deep their relationship went. As Eric was about to prompt Katzenberg to continue, Catherine excused herself. "You two can chat. I'll head back now." With that, she walked toward the parking lot. Katzenberg noticed Eric's slightly annoyed expression and smiled, opening his mouth to say something, but thought better of it and swallowed his words. If Catherine were someone closer to Eric's age, Katzenberg might have made a cheeky comment or two, believing that Eric wouldn't mind. However, recalling Catherine's age, Katzenberg shook his head internally. Typically, many women found it hard to maintain their looks, but Catherine appeared to be around 30, exuding an allure that even he found hard to resist. It was no wonder his young boss was so invested. As Catherine drove away, Eric turned and asked, "Jeffrey, what happened?" "Oh, it's this." Katzenberg regained his composure and resumed his earlier excitement. "I just got a call. Warren Buffett, Tom Murphy, and another partner from Berkshire, Charlie Munger, arrived in Los Angeles this afternoon. They are currently settled at Buffett's vacation home in L.A. The news that Buffett and Murphy had come to L.A. surprised Eric, who soon guessed Buffett's intentions and instinctively thought of calling Jeffrey and the others to convene a meeting. Just then, Eric's mobile phone rang. "It's probably about this matter." Jeffrey waved at Eric. "You take the call. I'll contact Jeffrey and the others." Eric pressed the accept button, and on the other end, Kepler's voice sounded somewhat mysteriously. Eric, a friend just called asking for a few invites to tonight's pre-party. Can you guess who wants to come? Eric smiled and named the three men: Warren Buffett, Tom Murphy, and Charlie Munger. Kepler seemed taken aback for a moment and then chuckled. I should have guessed. For such a significant matter, someone was bound to notify you first. Prepare accordingly. I need to contact the security company to enhance security for tonight's party. By the way, I initially planned to invite some reporters. Should I cancel that segment? Eric replied, No need. Since all three of them are in LA, the initiative is entirely in Firefly's court now. Moreover, it's nearly impossible to keep this under wraps. All the media had focused on Firefly's acquisition of ABC recently. Buffett and the others had made no efforts to hide their presence in LA. If the reporters couldn't piece together the mystery, that would be quite a failure. Furthermore, since Buffett was reaching out directly, Eric not only wanted to avoid secrecy, but actually hoped the situation would garner as much attention as possible. As dusk fell, a throng of reporters gathered outside the Sunset Tower Hotel in Hollywood, with 2 television station trucks on standby. Guests arriving for the ICM Oscar pre-party quickly sensed something unusual. Every year, there were hundreds of significant parties before and after the Oscars, but none attracted such extensive media coverage. With just a few phone calls, most could discover what was brewing. These reporters were drawn by the meeting of major players like Eric Williams and Warren Buffett. However, while waiting, reporters took ample advantage of the star-studded arrivals, snapping pictures of each Hollywood star who came into view, leading many of the stars to slow down and pose for more pictures. Time swiftly approached 7 o'clock that March evening, and darkness settled completely over Los Angeles. The banquet hall rented by ICM was filled with Hollywood stars and luminaries. Guests formed small circles discussing the events of the evening. I really thought the negotiations had fallen through. I sold all my ABC stocks the other day. I might just lose hundreds of thousands of dollars now, a plump white man said to his companions, holding a glass of champagne. His tone was light, as if he didn't care much about the potential loss. The slender woman beside him leaned a little closer as she heard his comments. Another middle-aged man in a white suit cast an inconspicuous glance at the petite woman next to his companion and said with a hint of pride, I bought 3,000 shares at a low price yesterday. If Eric Williams strikes a deal with Warren Buffett tonight, I might even swap that for some Firefly stocks down the line. A tall, middle-aged man interjected, Getting Firefly stocks isn't as straightforward as you think. I heard that the main disagreement between Firefly and ABC is over the share exchange ratio. Eric Williams is only willing to offer a small portion of Firefly stock. Currently, there isn't much circulation of ABC shares, and upon completion of the acquisition, to ensure privatization, most circulating shares might be converted into cash or bonds. Otherwise, they won't meet the minimum shareholder requirement for delisting. The petite woman leaned in curiously. But what if these shareholders refuse to sell? The tall man chuckled. If they insist on holding on, their shares could get wrapped into a packaged holding company by Firefly. But that's not a good deal because after privatization, the company's market value will be hard to determine. The value of those shares can significantly depreciate, and they wouldn't carry any voting rights. Any smart person would choose to cash out. Amid the subdued murmurs of the guests, a small commotion arose in the banquet hall. Kepler Hyde hurriedly walked through the crowd, and people recognized that the most important guest of the night would soon arrive. Despite the many outsiders present, most attendees remained Hollywood insiders, stars, agents, and other industry professionals. While they had heard of Buffett's exploits, many were more concerned about Eric, the young mogul with the billionaire spotlight. Some even perked up, with certain actresses making their way to corners to check their makeup in hope of making a good impression on Eric Williams. Eric and Katzenberg were surprised to find so many reporters at the party as they pulled up to the hotel entrance. They were quickly surrounded by journalists as they exited their two vehicles. It wasn't until Kepler and a team of security personnel arrived to clear a way through the crowd that Eric could finally get out of the car. Once they stepped outside, the journalists erupted into a frenzy, snapping photos and shouting questions at Eric and Katzenberg. As they reached the entrance of the hotel, and just when the reporters expected these big names to slip away without a word, Eric paused at the steps. He raised his hands to signal for silence before addressing the crowd. Regarding tonight's events, I'll hold a press conference after the party, but right now I can't disclose anything. Please be patient. Is tonight really the night for a showdown? As soon as Eric finished speaking, a reporter urgently asked the pressing question without even a salutation. The others, who had been prepared to speak, fell silent in anticipation. Eric smiled mildly and nodded subtly, but didn't give a direct answer. I don't think Mr. Buffett came here just to admire a certain Hollywood star. Having said that, Eric turned away, making his way into the hotel lobby without giving the reporters another chance to ask questions. Eric stepped into the elevator with Katzenberg and Kepler, chuckling as he entered the event space. The room's crowd seemed to magically feel drawn to them, converging toward the entrance, with various greetings wafting around them. While most actresses were under ICM's contract, Eric hadn't spotted any except Penelope among all the gathering women. Even the bubbly young girl who usually sought parties wasn't present this time. Penelope merely greeted Eric with her eyes before resuming her conversation with the other two angels from Charlie's Angels. The sharp-witted Spanish woman sensed that Eric had something crucial to attend to tonight. ICM was certainly a stronghold at the moment, boasting an impressive roster of top directors and actors like James Cameron, Quentin Tarantino, Tom Hanks, Al Pacino, and Julia Roberts. The agency was as powerful as SEAC had been in its prime. After the founder, Marvin Joseph, gradually phased out, Kepler skillfully took over as ICM's head through the company's stock ownership and his private connection to Eric. Eric took over 10 minutes to greet familiar faces before stepping into a meeting room with Kepler and others. Buffett hadn't delayed in arriving, and just after Eric chatted for a while, Kepler received the news that Buffett and his associates had made it. As Kepler ushered the three elderly gentlemen who were similarly stuck in their car inside, Eric and Katzenberg welcomed them at the hotel lobby. After shaking hands with everyone, Buffett turned to Eric and said, "Eric, it's good to see you again." "Yes, I've been looking forward to seeing you," Eric replied, smiling. Buffett introduced the others, saying, "These two are Tom Murphy and Charlie Munger." "Hello, gentlemen." Eric maintained his warm smile and offered compliments. Instead of heading to the banquet hall, they went directly to a small conference room prepared by the hotel. After the steward delivered coffee and exited the meeting room, Kepler nodded to Eric and turned to leave. Left in the room were the upper echelons of Firefly and ABC. Katzenberg, Jeffrey, Michael Lynn, and Frank Wells occupied seats beside Eric, while Buffett's trio faced them. After some casual conversation, Buffett finally said, "Eric, I believe dragging this matter out any longer doesn't benefit anyone. I think we should be open about it. What do you think?" Eric nodded with a smile, refraining from contradiction, but he was certain everyone in the room understood that Firefly had gained the upper hand. Even a significant portion of ABC shareholders had publicly sided with Firefly, and if not for the desire to avoid internal turmoil within ABC, Eric could have even colluded with the pro-Firefly shareholders to swiftly gain control. "Mr. Buffett, I don't wish to waste much more time on this matter. Everyone understands that Firefly isn't solely dependent on ABC as an option." Before Buffett could respond, Tom Murphy beside him couldn't help but interject. "After all, everyone knows why you've chosen ABC. Among the three major networks, only ABC has proven the most stable. Our television network is currently the most developed in America, with the highest number of affiliate stations. If you chose either of the other two, it would take at least 3 years to catch up with ABC. Frankly, due to complex internal issues, you might not even have the opportunity to pursue that." Though Fox had risen in the past few years, Tom remained accustomed to saying the big three networks. Eric shook his head with a grin. "Mr. Murphy, that's merely your assumption. I believe just a few years ago, many thought Firefly had no chance of joining the Big Seven, but that has now become a reality. Moreover, based on the ratings of Friends, The X-Files, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on Fox, I think your assumption has fallen flat. Considering the recent defection of ABC shareholders and the stalemated negotiations with Firefly, Tom Murphy had been in a rather foul mood for the past week." Hearing Eric's response, his expression soured, and just as he prepared to retort, Charlie Munger on the opposite side asked with keen interest, "So, Mr. Williams, Why do you insist on acquiring ABC instead of opting for either of the other two networks? I think choosing NBC or CBS could save you quite a bit of money. Eric smiled. As Mr. Murphy pointed out, ABC is the network with the best overall conditions among the big three. Oh, I should say the big four. Charlie Munger pressed further. That doesn't seem like a strong enough reason, does it? That is my reason. Primarily, I don't want to waste too much effort on fixing NBC or CBS. I have other matters to address. Oh, Charlie Munger grew increasingly curious. After acquiring the network, Firefly would become the largest integrated media group in America and even the world. According to federal antitrust laws, that would make it nearly impossible for Firefly to expand afterward. What else do you want to do? Eric replied, I don't think that's the topic we should be discussing today. Charlie Munger suddenly realized he was straying from the subject. Seeing the knowing look from his old friends, he coughed slightly to cover it up, but he still seemed somewhat unsatisfied, adding, I really am quite curious about the thoughts of today's youth. If possible, let's set aside some time to chat casually. Eric nodded and smiled. Of course, Mr. Munger. If you have time, feel free to call me anytime. Reluctantly, Buffett offered his final concession. After the two concluded, he pulled out a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Eric. Eric, this is the final offer I've come up with. You can take a look. Eric accepted the small notebook, gestured to the others, and opened it on the table. Katzenberg and Michael Lynn leaned in to get a look, though Jeffrey and Frank Wells remained a bit shy about getting too close. Buffett's offer was not far off from the last one received, only adjusting the ratio of shares that Firefly already held. Firefly could include its currently held shares in a 30% exchange ratio. Following the previous offer, Firefly sold 3 million shares to push ABC's stock price down, reducing its ownership to 5.5%. A simple calculation showed Buffett effectively lowered the exchange ratio to 28.4%. At a post-merger valuation of $3 billion, every percentage point meant $300 million in disparity, and as the amounts grew, Eric certainly wouldn't yield lightly. Quickly jotting down a series of previously agreed numbers, Eric handed the notebook back to Buffett. Mr. Buffett, here's our proposal. Chapter 593, 594, come. Here. Watching the three old men across the table furrow their brows at the data in the notepad, Eric calmly explained, Firefly insists it can only sell a maximum of 25% of its shares. However, since both ABC and Firefly are registered in Delaware, according to Delaware's general corporation law, if the parent company acquires 90% of the subsidiary, the parent company's board can unilaterally propose to privatize the remaining circulating shares. The method of privatization is determined by the parent company, and there is no need to consult the subsidiary's board or investors. So if ABC can cooperate with Firefly to acquire 90% of the shares beforehand, we can buy out the remaining 10% in cash, and the other shareholders won't have to participate in the 25% equity swap. Therefore, the equity obtained by Berkshire Hathaway and Mr. Murphy's company would not be less than what Mr. Buffett proposed. Taxes are divided into federal and state taxes. However, there is a significant difference in state tax percentages, and due to Delaware's unique tax exemption policy, many companies choose to register there. As a well-known lawyer, Charlie Munger quickly identified some issues, saying, But, Eric, have you not considered that this plan could still likely provoke an SEC investigation? Although Eric's proposal was not illegal, it teetered on the edge. As the most mature bond market in the world, the U.S. prioritized the protection of small shareholders' interests far more than those of major shareholders. Eric's proposal raised suspicions that ordinary shareholders could lose their autonomy. If this proposal incited discontent among minority shareholders leading to a lawsuit, Firefly would still find itself in hot water. Eric did not shy away from Charlie Munger's gaze. I consulted the company's lawyers, and this is not illegal. Similarly, ordinary shareholders' interests won't be harmed. Firefly will still offer to buy their shares at a price 50% higher than the stock price. While the two men engaged in dialogue, Buffett imagined the downfall of Salomon Brothers 4 years ago. Whenever he thought of it, a chill ran through him. The downfall was not merely because of the false bidding scandal, but due to the lengthy lawsuits and credit crisis that followed. Before the Salomon Brothers incident, Buffett had scarcely appeared in court in almost 60 years, and he had never been a defendant. Compared to other investors who were often embroiled in disputes, this was an impressive record. Now, even though Buffett knew that accepting Eric's proposal would maximize Berkshire Hathaway's interests, it would also bring unnecessary legal risks to both parties involved. This risk had crossed a line that Buffett could not tolerate. "Eric, I do not agree with your plan." Eric was somewhat surprised, but Charlie Munger and Tom Murphy, who were very familiar with Buffett, showed no odd expressions. They both knew Buffett was inherently overly cautious. Once Buffett's words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. However, everyone realized the underlying implication of Buffett's last statement. He did not reject the deal itself, merely Eric's plan. Therefore, all waited for him to continue. Although Buffett maintained a calm exterior, he felt an internal conflict, unlike the struggles he faced during the Salomon Brothers crisis a few years prior. If he gained absolute control of ABC, he might have been tempted to reject the deal out of pure instinct. Buffett was not one to bargain well. When he sensed that something had slipped out of his control, he typically ended it decisively to avoid wasting energy. He applied the same logic when investing in companies. He generally did not linger in situations he could not control, but chose to sell off his shares instead. Currently, the situation with ABC had slipped from his grasp. Even his influence accumulated over decades in the investment world seemed ineffective. Firefly's rise was more legendary than his own success story. Aside from him and a few old friends, many major shareholders of ABC had already shifted to Firefly's side. Buffett knew that if he did not strike a deal this evening, under Firefly's covert support, a group of ABC shareholders might convene a special shareholders meeting to push the transaction through. If the deal went through without his approval, it could lead to scenarios similar to Eric's proposal of excluding 10% of minority shareholders. They could also draft other plans that would encroach on the interests of Berkshire Hathaway and Tom Murphy, which could ultimately cost them their influence over ABC and the future merged company, irrespective of whether their economic interests remained intact. Furthermore, if the deal collapsed, the consequences would be even more unpredictable. The U.S. viewing audience size is fixed. ABC had secured its leading TV market share in North America not only due to its stable operations, but also because its competitors NBC and CBS were both in a slump. Whether Firefly took over NBC or CBS, its strong content production capabilities would pose a significant threat to ABC's status. General Electric held absolute control over NBC, but management, with support from other shareholders, had created considerable instability. If ABC's performance began to decline, the disgruntled shareholders would likely escalate matters, creating a vicious cycle that would jeopardize the network's operations. The room remained silent for a full 5 minutes as everyone patiently awaited Buffett's final decision. Finally, after a deep sigh, Buffett softly remarked, "I might regret this decision in the future." As the words echoed in the room, everyone sensed that Buffett had made his decision. Eric smiled confidently and said, "Warren, I assure you, you will not regret today's decision." Buffett did not react much to Eric's remarks, but since he had made up his mind, he no longer lingered on the details. He simply agreed to Firefly's offer of 25% equity and $10 billion in cash. After a brief toast with champagne to celebrate, Buffett and his two companions declined Eric's invitation and left the Sunset Tower Hotel. In the underground parking lot, as they watched Buffett's car drive away, Eric turned to Katzenberg and smiled. "Jeffrey, you will host the next press conference." Katzenberg understood that completing the acquisition of ABC would significantly boost his career, so he excitedly responded, "Eric, should we hold a senior meeting now to prepare?" Eric tapped his watch. "You have to think about others' feelings. It's the weekend, and it's already 8:30 p.m. "Fine, let's do it tomorrow." Katzenberg seemed entirely unaware that tomorrow was Sunday, but Eric chose not to stop him, knowing the executives wouldn't blame him. Katzenberg hurried off to deal with the reporters who had been waiting, while Eric and Jeffrey returned to the party, joking and chatting. News that Eric had arranged for champagne to be sent to the conference room had spread throughout the party, and guests began to gather around him to offer congratulations. Although the negotiation hadn't taken long, Eric felt tense throughout the entire process. Buffett did not want the transaction to fail, and neither did Eric. If it did, all the preliminary work Firefly had done would go to waste, and everything would have to start over. Now, feeling a sense of relief, fatigue began to set in. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Eric sank into a sofa in the corner of the hall. Watching Penelope deliberately walk by with Kate Beckinsale and Charlize Theron, Eric smiled and patted the sofa beside him. Without hesitation, Penelope walked over, grinning as she sat next to him. Sensing that Eric in the middle of the sofa didn't intend to move, the other two women exchanged glances, and finally, Charlize took the initiative to sit down on Eric's left, with Kate following suit beside her. Penelope, oblivious to the little details, leaned slightly against Eric and excitedly said, "Eric, today Kate and I tried on dresses together. They're beautiful. Do you want to take a sneak peek?" Eric was a bit puzzled and asked, "Oscar dresses?" Penelope nodded. "I shot a movie called Belle Époque before coming to the US, which got nominated for Best Foreign Language Film, and I received an Oscar invitation." Now Eric understood. The promotions for Charlie's Angels had already begun. Since Penelope was attending the Oscars for Belle Époque, it must mean Kate was there for the Shakespearean comedy Much Ado About Nothing. Eric remembered that this film had won no awards at the Oscars in the original timeline, and it seemed MGM had put in considerable work to promote Charlie's Angels. Moreover, the two people at the helm of MGM, one had been a Paramount executive and the other had been a producer at Warner Brothers. With their years of accumulated connections, it wouldn't be difficult to orchestrate an inconsequential nomination for Much Ado About Nothing, allowing Kate to seamlessly appear at the Oscar ceremony. Curious about this, Eric turned to Kate and asked, "What nominations did Much Ado About Nothing receive?" "Best Costume and Best Score," Kate replied, somewhat bashfully. Although she hadn't been in Hollywood long, she knew this Oscar attendance was purely due to luck. Eric recalled his experience at the Golden Globes in January and laughed. Those are rather fitting nominations. It would have been completely absurd if you'd only received a Best Picture nomination without any heavyweight awards, like at the Golden Globes. Hearing the three discuss the Oscars, a flash of disappointment crossed Charlize's eyes. Although she had moved out of the three-way apartment, Penelope maintained an excellent relationship with the two women as Eric had requested. Even though Charlize quickly raised a glass of red wine to mask her expression, Penelope noticed Charlize's change in demeanor and thus said to Eric, "Eric, why don't you help Charlize get an Oscar invitation too? That should be an easy task for you." Eric glanced at Charlize, whose expression clearly showed expectations yet retained an air of restraint, and replied, "It's unnecessary. Next year you three can attend the ceremony together. Perhaps you'll even take turns being award presenters." Upon hearing Eric's refusal, Penelope said nothing more, but Charlize noticeably drooped her head in disappointment. Kate's sparkling eyes glanced back and forth between Eric and Charlize, raising her eyebrows slightly. She felt Eric was definitely being deliberately coy. Eric noticed the subtle shift in Kate's expression but didn't mind if she caught on, maintaining his smile and suddenly asking Kate, "Do you still smoke?" Kate froze for a moment, quickly shaking her head. No. Eric dragged out the response. "Looks like you do." Realizing her guilty conscience was blatantly obvious, Kate quickly said, "You can deduct from my pay if you want." Eric smiled and said, "Actually, you could just privately subsidize the two of them." Staring at Eric's relaxed smile, Kate realized he wasn't being serious, so she followed suit with a light-hearted tone. "Okay, you can penalize me. I'll make it up to them privately." Eric shrugged, leaning back against the sofa, took a small sip of his wine, and waved, saying, "You guys go have fun. I'll rest for a bit." "Maybe feeling relaxed now," Kate responded. "You really sound like an old man." "Oh," Eric nodded, replying, "Penelope and Charlize, you two go have fun. Kate, just stay here with this old man for a while. Charlize, let's go dance." Penelope got up, wrapping her arm around Charlize, smiling as they walked toward the dance floor. Eric looked at Kate, who remained seated, and patted the spot that Charlize had just vacated. "Come here." Kate shifted away, saying, "I was just joking, you know. This is a public place. You can't just act out like that. In that case, what are you afraid of? Come here." Kate stood firm. "I'm not coming over." Chapter 594, 595. You brought this on yourself. The two exchanged childish banter for a moment. Eric looked at Kate, who was clutching the armrest of the sofa as if she were ready to jump up and run at any moment. He couldn't help but chuckle and decided not to continue the playful bickering. He sipped his red wine, turning his thoughts to the upcoming tasks at hand. Having secured Warren Buffett and Tom Murphy's backing, along with the support of other shareholders who had aligned with him, Firefly's acquisition of ABC was set to go smoothly. However, this was merely the beginning. In comparison to Firefly's merger with Disney, acquiring ABC entailed much more complexity. Firefly and Disney were both film companies. While they had overlapping departments and resources, Firefly was relatively small, which meant the merger did not require significant adjustments. This time was different. Although ABC and Firefly were both major players in the media industry, they belonged to different sectors altogether. A merger would necessitate at least several months of adjustment, if not years. Moreover, these were considerations for after the merger. Before that, Firefly would need to issue around $8 billion in long-term bonds to cover the cash portion of the acquisition, in addition to the $2 billion they had on hand. Such a massive amount of debt financing would not be achieved overnight. Even though Firefly's demonstrated substantial profitability proved its capacity to handle debt repayment, various issues could still arise during the financing process. Lost in thought, Eric found himself wishing for another chance at an opportunity like the Gulf War, even though he knew it was unlikely. Women's thoughts were always hard to decipher. Sitting across from Eric, Kate saw he had stopped paying attention to her and hesitated before moving closer. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" she asked, noticing Eric's brows knitted together. Her heart raced a bit at how intriguing she found the man's pensive demeanor. Snapping back to the moment, Eric looked at Kate, who had scooted over beside him, and said, "You wouldn't be interested." "You wouldn't know if you don't tell me," Kate replied, pursing her lips somewhat displeased, before looking up and asking, "So, Eric, have you really become the richest man in America?" "If no one richer than me steps forward," Eric shrugged and smiled, "then that person should be me." Suddenly intrigued, Kate pressed on, "What does it feel like to be the richest man in America?" Eric replied, with a faraway look in his eyes, "It's like a dream, and I hope I never wake up." "Huh?" Kate jumped a bit at Eric's suddenly somber tone. They sat in silence for a moment before Kate curiously whispered, "Why did you treat Charlie that way?" Eric winked at her. "Yes." Realizing she had unconsciously leaned into Eric, their faces were so close that she instinctively shrank back, then put on a nonchalant expression, saying, "Well, you definitely have no good intentions." Eric seized the moment, playing along as he teased her, inching even closer until they were barely 10 centimeters apart. "So tell me, what do you think my intentions are?" Kate felt her mind go blank, as if all her thoughts had vanished. She leaned back on the leather couch, eyes wide as Eric's handsome face hovered close. The fleeting moment jolted her back when she felt his lips brush against hers. Startled, she instinctively shifted away, glancing around to see that many guests had noticed the scene. Yet, when she met their gazes, they all pretended nothing had happened. Eric laughed at her startled expression. "See?" To move away, she found Eric's strong hands tightly gripping her waist. "Now that you've kissed me, are you just going to leave?" Eric teased, looking amused. "That's not how it works." She fidgeted a little, suddenly aware of murmurs from the surrounding guests. Realizing her loss of composure, she felt regret creeping in. Even though she was embarrassed, Kate stubbornly forced a defiant grin and asked, "What do you want?" "There are too many people here. How about we find somewhere private to talk?" "Fine," she said, trying to sound fearless. "But you need to let me go first." "No need to make things complicated," Eric said, rising from the couch and effortlessly lifting Kate into his arms, ignoring the curious stares as he marched out. With her face buried in his chest, Kate internally lamented, "Great, now how am I supposed to show my face in public again?" After standing from the large jacuzzi, Kate dried off in front of the mirror, her mind racing with everything that had transpired in the last few hours. The surreal quality of the events hit her. While Eric could be domineering, she surprisingly didn't harbor any resentment. It all felt rather natural to her. Penelope had dropped hints during casual chats that beneath Eric's soft demeanor lied a much more assertive personality. Though he had never openly expressed much, and unlike Charlize, he had never let on too easily, she couldn't deny feeling a twinge of envy towards Penelope. After a long while, she finally emerged from the bathroom to find Eric, freshly showered and in his pajamas, lounging on the bed absent-mindedly leafing through a magazine. No matter the woman's character, there was usually a moment of vulnerability in front of a man she had just shared intimacy with. Kate tiptoed across the wooden floor to the bedside and leaned over, breaking into a mischievous grin as she said, "Now Charlie must be feeling even worse." Eric's eyes remained glued to the magazine as he casually responded, "I can't believe you're thinking about your good friend at a time like this." Kate realized her thoughts had taken on a curious twist. Smiling, she asked, "You still haven't told me why you deliberately ignored Charlie?" Feigning thoughtfulness, Eric finally replied, "I don't know. I just felt like it. You know, being a big shot comes with its own mood swings." Hitting him playfully, Kate said, "You're awful." Eric just chuckled and didn't dodge her playful jab. "You know, when women say stuff like that, I always interpret it the opposite way." Kate found herself laughing along, but soon grew quiet, then asked, "Hey, would you buy me a house to take care of me like you did for Penelope?" Eric set down the magazine and asked genuinely, "Would you want that?" Without hiding her true thoughts, Kate replied, "If I could just have a house, that oceanfront villa of Penelope's is stunning." Eric pinched her chin gently, chuckling, "Wow, such greed. You don't want to give anything but only think about receiving." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Kate retracted her neck but didn't pursue the topic. Instead, she asked, "Hey, with so many women around you, do you have anyone you genuinely like?" "Don't you think that's an inappropriate question?" he replied. "Just curious, come on. It doesn't matter whether I like someone or not. I just want ownership," Eric said, fixing his gaze on her. "So, starting today, you'll be my woman and don't think about escaping." Kate, feeling dissatisfied, shrank back with a tremor in her voice, as if she were a trapped animal weakly protesting, "You can't do this." Eric turned off the bedside lamp and pulled the covers up, saying, "All right, time to sleep." The sudden dimness of the room surprisingly calmed Kate's nerves. She figured Eric might just be teasing her, so she felt more at ease. After a bit, she tossed aside her bathrobe and snuggled close to Eric. After an unknown amount of time, Kate asked in the darkness, "Hey, are you asleep?" "Almost. Save your questions for tomorrow. I just realized how many you have." Kate chuckled softly but persisted. "Last question. Go ahead." Well, despite the darkness, Kate still found it awkward. "When you and Penelope are together, what does it feel like?" After a brief silence, the bedroom filled with the sound of soft shuffling. Then Kate's voice rose in surprise. "Ah, you're back again. That's what you brought upon yourself." Chapter 595 to 596, The Procrastinator. Bright and early the next morning, all the major newspapers in America buzzed with the news that Eric had met with Buffett again and preliminarily reached a merger agreement. Since it was the expanded weekend edition, the Los Angeles Times devoted a significant amount of space to Firefly Films. Eric read the paper while enjoying his breakfast when he heard a slight commotion at the entrance of the dining room. He turned to see Kate, wearing nothing but a loose white men's shirt, appear at the door. Eric realized that women didn't just randomly find his clothes to wear. It was more about the fact that they often donned formal gowns before spending the night at the manor. Evening dresses certainly showcased a woman's allure, but they weren't always the most comfortable for everyday wear. So, after waking up, women often sought out his clothes to wear. Kate noticed Eric staring at her long legs beneath the shirt and instinctively slowed her pace to cover up her slightly awkward steps. When she finally sat down at the dining table, she let out a sigh of relief. The memory of Eric thoroughly exhausting her last night ignited a little flame of anger in her, but she quickly recalled the events of the party. Spotting the newspaper in Eric's hands, she asked nervously, "Eric, does the paper mention anything about last night?" Eric knew exactly what she was referring to and responded with a mischievous grin. "Yeah, it's all over the front page." Kate's heart raced as she quickly snatched a copy of the paper next to Eric, flipping through several pages, relieved to find no mention of their intimate moments at the party. She shot Eric an annoyed glare. Eric got up and headed to the kitchen, bringing back breakfast he'd set aside for Kate. He delivered it to her with a reassuring remark. Don't worry, there are no photos, so no mainstream media will report on it. Even if those third-rate tabloids catch wind of it, they'll think twice about the consequences. It'll only circulate in our circle, if anything. As Kate relaxed a bit, she picked up a piece of toast, ready to eat. However, Eric's last comment made her raise her head again. So many people know, they will definitely talk behind our backs. Let's consider it from a different angle, Eric said as he sat back down, picking up the newspaper again. This actually won't hurt you at all, will it? Of course, having such a powerful backing from Eric wouldn't harm her. It could potentially take her acting career to new heights. But after pondering it for a moment, Kate still felt a bit uneasy. However, she didn't want to delve deeper into thoughts that she couldn't fully understand, especially after last night's workout had left her starving. She quickly dismissed everything and focused on her breakfast. Eric observed the changing expressions on Kate's face, his smile widening. The news wouldn't damage Kate's reputation or career. After all, despite being at the top of the Hollywood pyramid, Eric wasn't one of those old guys in their 50s or 60s. He was around the same age as Kate, and most people hearing about their relationship would only envy her. However, there would be some impact. Importantly, the moment people learned about Eric and Kate's relationship, many men would think twice before trying to pursue her. Kate spread jam on her bread, inadvertently lifting her gaze to see the grin on Eric's face. Her intuition told her that his expression was related to her, prompting her to ask warily, "What bad idea are you up to?" Eric replied with a laugh. "You called it a bad idea. When have you ever seen a normal villain casually reveal his plans?" Kate snorted softly, hastening her eating. She quickly finished her breakfast, and, glancing at the empty plates in front of both herself and Eric, she hesitated but eventually got up to start clearing the table. Upon returning to the dining room, she found Eric had opened his laptop and was looking at something. She took her seat again, and seeing that Eric didn't initiate conversation, Kate grabbed the newspaper and flipped through it absent-mindedly. She came across an article discussing how the FCC might investigate the merger between Firefly and ABC for antitrust concerns. The author's tone was alarmist, implying that a merger between Firefly and ABC was unlikely. At first, Kate felt a bit schadenfreude but quickly chastised herself for it. She reached out and lightly tapped Eric, handing him that page of the paper. "Eric, is this true?" Eric glanced at it, having already read it. "It is, and it isn't. Could you avoid being so vague? It's quite ungentlemanly." "All right, since you want to know." Eric beckoned Kate to sit beside him. This article states that the biggest obstacles to Firefly acquiring ABC are internal within ABC. However, the two main obstacles, Warren Buffett and Tom Murphy, have already agreed to the deal. They control 40% of ABC's shares, and with other shareholders leaning towards Firefly, the proportion supporting the merger exceeds 51%. Thus, that point is null. After hearing Eric explain, Kate sensed her own disinterest in the subject. However, since she had brought it up, she pointed at the article and pressed on. "What about the FCC's antitrust investigation?" Definitions of monopoly under federal antitrust law can often be quite fuzzy. 90% of industry giants, when they reach a certain level, will exhibit some borderline monopolistic behavior. That's unavoidable. As long as no one raises a fuss, government agencies seldom proactively hunt for trouble. Most antitrust investigations originate from rival firms trying to suppress their competition, which requires considerable funds and connections to initiate. If we're talking about lawsuits, Firefly certainly isn't short on funds. And as for connections, Firefly currently spends over $500,000 a year on government consulting and political contributions. ABC does the same. Moreover, the merger between Firefly and ABC doesn't violate federal antitrust laws. Even if someone comes forward to stop it, they can only delay things. They wouldn't gain anything while creating two powerful enemies for themselves. I doubt anyone would want to undertake such a fruitless endeavor. Kate nodded slightly, unsure if she wanted to continue discussing the topic. Just then, the laptop emitted a series of beeping sounds resembling a pager. Eric looked over, surprised to see a chat window had appeared on the computer screen without him noticing. Suddenly, a line of text popped up in the chat box. "This is the test version. I've installed it for you. Give it a try." Staring at the name Steve in the dialog box for a moment, Eric felt a flicker of joy that Steve Mitnick had finally created the instant messaging software, followed almost immediately by a curse for the hacker. He quickly typed back, "You hacked into my computer. Don't you think that's rude?" "Oh, sorry. I just thought it would be more convenient to install it this way." Eric detected no real apology in that remark and helplessly took the mouse to explore the software's features. After proposing his concept for instant messaging, he had sent Steve various information from his memory. At that moment, though the interface of the instant messaging software was quite rudimentary, the functionality was already impressive, featuring account levels, user information settings, simple emojis, email integration, and chat groups, all running smoothly. Steve Mitnick, while a procrastinator, displayed top-tier technical skills. Kate watched closely as Eric interacted with Steve Mitnick, curious about the software. "What is this?" she asked. "A chat software," Eric replied. "With this, you can text chat with friends who are in different locations." "Oh," Kate perked up, intrigued. She reached out with her small hand and typed "hello" on the keyboard, mimicking Eric's earlier actions as she pressed the enter key. She eagerly stared at the window, waiting for a response like a child discovering a new toy. Steve Mitnick soon replied, "What does this mean?" Eric typed back, "My woman is saying hi to you." Just as Kate was about to protest Eric's phrasing, Steve replied again, "Oh, I heard you have quite a few women." Eric quickly caught Kate's hand as it reached for his waist, soothingly patting it. He thought to himself, can't he read the room? Indeed, the heavy procrastinator on the other end demonstrated some social awareness. "Sorry, that came out wrong. Is your woman not angry?" Kate pulled her hand back, rolling her eyes at Eric before clumsily typing, "I'm very angry." There was a brief silence from the other end before he replied, "I'm very sorry." Eric didn't want their exchange to continue in such a mundane manner. He seized the keyboard and swiftly typed to Steve Mitnick, "Since the software is ready, let's get the promotion plan rolling, and I'll send you my thoughts intermittently. This is just a test version. I think we should wait until June to officially promote it. Are there any issues?" "Many issues. Though we've made a lot of improvements, it still has plenty of bugs. I've already discovered at least a dozen ways to break this software's encryption system. I can't think of a single way, so don't assume everyone shares your twisted mindset. There are still more normal people out there." "I'm not twisted. I'm not debating that with you. Get the promotion plan done within a month. And don't forget to register the patent. As for those bugs you mentioned, we'll fix them gradually. There are no perfectly flawless software solutions out there." "Okay," Steve Mitnick conceded. "I'll have them work on the promotion plan. By the way, you mentioned coming to Boston for a chat. When are you coming? Are you following the news?" "Yeah, I saw you attended the Golden Globe Awards. I happened to catch it." "That was over a month ago," Eric sighed. "I'm quite busy right now. Maybe next month." "Let's stick to next month," he replied, then added, "Oh, I just glanced at the Yahoo homepage and now I know what you've been busy with." After wrapping up with Steve Mitnick, Eric opened his email to find that Alan had sent over his schedule. "I have a flight at 3 p.m. Eric pointed to the schedule on the screen and told Kate, "I think I have something to do today, too." Kate instinctively stood up. Eric shook his head, pulling Kate back down into her seat. "You can't even walk straight. What else do you have to do?" Kate blushed as she playfully hit Eric's arm. "This is all your fault." "Of course, I didn't deny that," Eric chuckled. "Last night you said you wanted a beautiful beachside villa. How about I have them send you some listings, and you can choose?" "No thanks," Kate decisively rejected. "I'd rather go back and live with Charlie." Eric nodded. "All right then." Kate was momentarily taken aback. She had thought Eric would certainly try to convince her otherwise, but she was surprised at how easily he brushed off the topic. A tinge of disappointment crept into her heart, but she managed not to show it on her face. They spent the morning at the villa, and in the afternoon, Eric left Kate to rest while he boarded a flight to New York. After Warren Buffett and Tom Murphy reached a compromise, the ABC acquisition faced no further hurdles. The ABC board approved the deal the following day. During the previous negotiation process, both parties had agreed on many details, so once the deal was approved, there were no remaining issues between ABC and Firefly. They jointly submitted an application to the FCC, Federal Communications Commission. Thanks to extensive preparations, the FCC quickly approved the transaction. However, Firefly would need to divest some of the television operations that originally belonged to Disney. Chapter 597, Genre Restrictions. Due to concerns about hindering media freedom, the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, imposed limitations on the number of media outlets a single company could own in the same area. In the early days, the FCC even ruled that a television network could not simultaneously own more than one public television station in the same region. However, as time progressed and capital forces pushed for more freedom, these restrictions gradually loosened, leading to the eventual monopoly of major media companies in North America over news channels. At this time, the FCC's restrictions remained quite strict. The ABC television network covered the entirety of the United States. To receive FCC approval, Firefly Films had no choice but to promise to divest from a public youth television station located in Los Angeles that it had acquired during the Disney purchase. With those issues resolved, Firefly's merger with ABC quickly received the necessary FCC approvals. While waiting for FCC approval, Firefly initiated a large-scale debt financing plan. The company had achieved exceptionally high profits over the past 2 years, but to ensure ample cash flow, Eric Williams planned to withdraw only $2 billion from the company for the acquisition, with the remaining $8 billion raised entirely through bond issuance. Firefly, along with the future merged ABC network, possessed significant assets, and given the stable operational conditions and profit expectations of both companies, there was no doubt about Firefly's repayment capability. Credit rating agencies like Moody's maintained a high AA rating for Firefly. As a result, for an entire week, Eric found himself surrounded by executives from Morgan Stanley, Bear Stearns, Merrill Lynch, and investment banks from around the world. After all, with an $8 billion bond issuance at stake, if investment banks secured the deal, the commissions and profit margins earned during the issuance process would likely net them over $100 million in profit, substantially more than the annual profits of many investment banks in the early 90s, which averaged around $1 billion. To expedite the fundraising process, Eric followed Chris's suggestion and selected Morgan Stanley and Deutsche Bank as the lead underwriters, taking on $4 billion of the bond issuance each while raising funds from both North America and Europe. After a busy week in New York, Eric found himself inundated with media attention. He had not managed to visit Long Island to see his twins, who were about to turn 1, nor could he find time to catch up with Catherine, who was also in New York. On March 21st, despite the chaos in New York, Eric had no choice but to board a flight back to Los Angeles to attend the 66th Academy Awards. The private Gulfstream jet he traveled on landed at Santa Monica Airport. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Eric opened his eyes to see a tall flight attendant in front of him. He nodded gently and stood up. After a week of restless nights in New York, all Eric wanted was a good night's sleep. He stepped off the plane, pulling along a suitcase. Glancing at his watch, he noticed it was already 5 p.m. With the warm sun shining down on him, Eric finally realized the time displayed was Eastern Standard Time. It was still around 2 p.m. in Los Angeles. A mere 5 hours left until the Oscar ceremony began. As one of the most prestigious film award ceremonies in the U.S. and even the world, stars typically prepared for the Oscars days in advance. Eric thought it was rare for someone in his position to be so unprepared. He had only received the award presenter script from the Academy 3 days prior, but had only skimmed it, as he had been busy discussing bond issuance details with his acquisition team. Fortunately, he was tasked with presenting the Best Picture award, which meant there wouldn't be extensive restrictions on his comments as the ceremony neared its end. Eric trusted that the Academy wouldn't hold him accountable for it. Waiting for him at the airport was Kepler. Although Eric's role had long since evolved beyond that of a director, tasks like attending events were still coordinated through ICM. As they shared a laugh while getting into a van, Kepler joked, "You're probably the only person who could be so nonchalant about the Oscars. Some stars can't sleep for days just knowing they're attending." Eric lightly gestured at his faint dark circles and replied, "I can't even guarantee I won't fall asleep at the Oscars. By the way, they haven't put me in the front row, have they?" Kepler assured him. "Who would dare seat you in a less than prominent spot?" "Okay," Eric shrugged. "If I doze off at the Oscars, it might just boost the ratings." Kepler chuckled for a moment before asking, "By the way, have you kept up with recent Hollywood news?" Eric shook his head. "No, what happened?" "Last week, Michael Ovitz sold his shares in CAA. This morning, Panasonic announced he's been appointed president of Universal Pictures. Michael Eisner is about to undergo heart surgery." Kepler paused and added, "Eisner's heart issues are serious. I heard the success rate for the quadruple bypass surgery is only around 75%. Eric and Kepler didn't have much of a relationship with Michael Eisner, and Eric was already aware of the gravity of Eisner's surgery, so he asked, "Did Panasonic not ask Eisner to step down?" Universal's performance has improved over the past 2 years. Assuming Eisner succeeds with the heart surgery, he should be able to resume his former work status. The Japanese are likely waiting for the outcome, too. I think Universal might be in trouble eventually," Eric stated with a smirk. While Ovitz ran CAA exceptionally well, movie studios are different from agencies. If Eisner doesn't make it through the surgery, it won't be easy for Ovitz to maintain stability at Universal. If Eisner pulls through, things might get even more interesting. Seeing a hint of schadenfreude in Eric's smile, Kepler asked, "What do you mean?" "Although Eisner and Ovitz are very close friends, that's only when there's no power struggle involved. Both of them are quite controlling, and if Eisner makes it through, Universal could easily find itself embroiled in an internal power struggle," Eric speculated before suddenly asking, "By the way, did Eisner set up a golden parachute-type agreement for Ovitz?" In Eric's memory, Ovitz had walked away with over $100 million in severance after just over a year at Disney, thanks to a lucrative severance agreement Eisner had crafted for him. "I think that's the case. Otherwise, Ovitz wouldn't have so easily given up CAA for Universal." 5 years ago, when Sony first acquired Columbia, they approached Ovitz to run the company, but he quickly turned them down. "Exactly," Eric nodded with a smile. "Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Universal will be quite the spectacle in the future." Kepler nodded but appeared a bit troubled. Noticing Kepler's expression, Eric asked lightheartedly, "You don't want to become a film executive like Ovitz, do you?" Kepler nodded slightly without denying it. Eric understood that most executives in talent agencies aspired to climb the ranks at film studios, as it often meant richer salaries and greater authority. However, even though many agents turned film executives or producers in Hollywood's history, only a few succeeded. In Eric's previous life, the only one who firmly held a prominent position at a major studio was Lew Wasserman at Universal. Deep down, Eric wouldn't advise Kepler to switch tracks, but he also didn't know how to dissuade him from his aspirations. It seemed the best course of action was to let reality prove him right or wrong. "Let's talk about tonight's Oscars. I haven't been keeping up. Which categories do you think Pulp Fiction could win?" "This year, there aren't many big-name directors in competition. I believe Quentin has a good chance for Best Director." Kepler set aside previous thoughts and continued, "But definitely Best Original Screenplay should be a secure win." Eric remembered that Best Actor that year went to Tom Hanks. But due to Hanks filming Saving Private Ryan ahead of time, the lead actor of Philadelphia was replaced, and Eric hadn't seen Philadelphia nominated for Best Actor at the Golden Globes. Thinking of another possibility, Eric shook his head. "John Travolta probably has no chance for Best Actor, right?" Kepler nodded. "Daniel Day-Lewis lost to Al Pacino for Best Actor a few years back for My Left Foot. This year, he received a second nomination, significantly increasing his chances over Travolta." While Pulp Fiction had amazed both critics and fans alike, Eric ultimately realized that due to genre restrictions, the film's chances of winning major awards like Best Picture were still quite low, a fact that would be proven true in the aftermath. Chapter 597, 598, Foreshadowing. This year, Firefly Films originally planned to push 2 films for the Oscars, Interview with the Vampire and Pulp Fiction. However, after the Oscar nominations were announced, Eric realized that, although Interview with the Vampire received good industry reviews and grossed a substantial profit for Firefly, vampire movies, like comedies, were generally not favored by the Oscar voters. Despite the extensive PR efforts put into promoting the movie for the Oscars, it ultimately only garnered nominations for Best Makeup and Best Sound, categories that were considered less significant. In the end, the responsibility of pursuing an Oscar fell solely on Pulp Fiction. Eric jokingly told Kapler that he might very well fall asleep during the awards ceremony, which was often mocked for being too long. However, aside from the older guests who might truly struggle with the energy, most people found it hard to feel sleepy in the tense and heated atmosphere of the Oscars. It had to be said, watching an awards ceremony that was so different from what existed in the original timeline was quite intriguing. Originally, Schindler's List had been pushed back a year, and among the more popular nominated films this year, besides Pulp Fiction, there were also In the Name of the Father, The Piano, and The Remains of the Day. Additionally, Eric noted Jane Campion, who was nominated for Best Director for The Piano. This Australian female director inevitably fell short at just the nomination stage. Although he hadn't researched it thoroughly, Eric knew that very few women had received Best Director nominations in Oscar history and none in the last decade. This presented a significant variable for next year's Oscars regarding Best Director. If Catherine were nominated for Best Director for Saving Private Ryan, the Oscar voters might have to consider the public relations risks of ignoring female directors for 2 consecutive years. After going home empty from Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Supporting Actress, Quentin also inevitably lost out to Robert Altman for Best Director. Altman was renowned for crafting political satire films and had already been nominated for Best Director 3 times before. Although he lost to Steven Spielberg in the original timeline, this time, no one could point out the Oscar path for this seasoned director. When Robert Altman left the stage with presenter Clint Eastwood, Eric anticipated that Pulp Fiction would likely walk away with just the Best Original Screenplay award. Nevertheless, Eric didn't mind that as long as Pulp Fiction brought in enough box office revenue. Hearing the announcer call his name, Eric walked towards the stage, holding the envelope containing the Best Picture results. As he made his entrance, the audience burst into warm applause. Eric smiled and approached the microphone, initially expecting the applause to fade, but to his surprise, it only grew louder. The Oscars were essentially a gathering where everyone supported each other, akin to what a host once joked about, a game where millionaires awarded each other. Eric's rising prestige and influence in Hollywood over the past few years made such treatment quite expected. The applause lasted a full 30 seconds before Eric raised his hand to settle the audience, scanning the crowd and remarked, "To be honest, when I received the invitation to present this award, I felt rather anxious." Although there wasn't anything particularly funny about this line, it elicited soft laughter from the audience. I always felt that such an important award should at least be awarded by someone over 60, but the director immediately rebutted that I had already accomplished things that others wouldn't achieve until they were 80, so I came up here. Amid the laughter from the audience, Eric deadpanned, "But don't hold any expectations. Even if I'm the one presenting the award, the little gold man is definitely not made of solid gold." The audience recognized this as Eric's jest about his personal wealth, prompting another round of laughter. Clearing his throat, Eric said, "Of course, Best Picture represents an honor, a recognition of a film's value by over 6,000 professional voters in the Academy. It surely can't be replaced by money. Now, let's take a look at this year's outstanding nominees." After finishing his statement, Eric gestured toward the screen and stepped to the side. Clips from Pulp Fiction, The Remains of the Day, The Piano, In the Name of the Father, and The Fugitive appeared in sequence on the screen. As Eric watched the snippets of these films, he couldn't be sure who would win Best Picture this year. Compared to the relatively smaller pools of voters for Best Director and Best Actor categories, Best Picture was determined by a total of over 6,000 voters from different guilds. This implied that the association of important awards with specific films could somewhat indicate Best Picture's winner. If a film garnered several significant awards, it could essentially be considered locked for Best Picture. However, this year was undoubtedly a mediocre one for the Oscars, with no film emerging as the clear favorite. Best Director went to Robert Altman for Short Cuts. Best Actor was awarded to Daniel Day-Lewis for In the Name of the Father. Best Actress went to Holly Hunter for The Piano, and Best Original Screenplay was taken by Pulp Fiction. Best Supporting Actor and Actress went to different films, with the larger guilds making starkly different choices. It seemed the determination of Best Picture would now rely on grassroots public relations efforts. While there was uncertainty about who would take home the award, Eric felt confident that media commentary post-Oscars would be notably busier than usual. After the introductions concluded, Eric approached the microphone once more, opened the envelope in his hand, glanced at the audience, and quickly found one film crew members, narrowing his eyes as he spotted two familiar faces among them, Elizabeth in a white gown and a certain hefty Weinstein. Due to Eric's brief hesitation, everyone in the Los Angeles Music Hall turned to follow his gaze, accompanied by soft murmurs. Eric quickly refocused and announced, "So, the Best Picture of 1993 goes to The Piano, Jane Campion." As applause erupted, a woman in her 40s with short hair stood up from the piano's crew, hugging her fellow crew members and excitedly making her way to the stage. "Congratulations, Miss Campion," Eric said as he handed her the golden statue, politely hugged her, and stepped aside. While Jane Campion delivered her acceptance speech, Eric glanced back at the audience. During this era, Oscar-winning cast and crew did not rush the stage together. The crew members of the piano still sat in their seats. Noticing Eric's gaze, Harvey Weinstein politely nodded at him, while Elizabeth smugly raised her chin and blatantly drew a C sign in front of her with her finger, then made a fist and abruptly opened her hand, performing a gesture that symbolized disillusionment. Even if Elizabeth hadn't made those gestures, Eric could guess her intention. Jane Campion's female identity served as both an advantage and a disadvantage. Without the support of Robert Altman, who had several Oscar nominations under his belt, combined with Weinstein's media manipulation and award promotion abilities, plus the News Corp's vast media support, he might actually be able to make Jane Campion the first female director to win an Oscar. Yet because of Robert Altman, Weinstein was aware that the odds of winning Best Director were slim for him. Thus, he shifted focus towards Best Picture and successfully introduced a female producer. This was clearly groundwork for next year's Braveheart. In that case, if Catherine were nominated for Best Director for Saving Private Ryan next year and failed to win, the Academy would have sufficient reasoning to argue that since they awarded Best Picture, such an important category, to a woman this year, the media would have no basis to accuse them of gender bias. Since he had already decided to support Elizabeth and even pushed for Fox to acquire Miramax, Eric wouldn't be upset by the girl's small antics. After all, whether Braveheart or Saving Private Ryan emerged victorious next year, to Eric, it was just a matter of left hand versus right hand. Otherwise, Eric wouldn't have postponed the production of Forrest Gump by a year. Moreover, compared to Saving Private Ryan, Braveheart clearly required award support to recoup more profits. Eric initially planned to head home for a rest after the ceremony, but thinking about Forrest Gump and that Tom Hanks was also attending the ceremony, he decided to chat with Hanks about the project. As the crowd departed from the Los Angeles Music Center to the Hilton Hotel's Vanity Fair Oscars party, even though Eric had changed Hollywood's history, the Vanity Fair party still took place on time, albeit he hadn't been able to attend in recent years. In the bustling party hall, Eric and Hanks moved to a quiet corner where Eric briefly described the plot of Forrest Gump to him. Hanks listened attentively and nodded. "Eric, since this is your chosen script, there's no problem. I'll have my agent cancel those offers tomorrow. This story sounds intriguing. Maybe I should get a copy of the original to read." Eric quickly shook his head. "The original story is a rather absurd satire novel, and I don't recommend you read it before seeing the script. I plan to adapt it into an inspiring film showcasing America's history from the 50s to the 70s. The character Forrest represents a simple and sincere approach to life. If you read the original story first, it might negatively affect your entrance into the character, as first impressions and biases can be quite strong." "All right, just let me know when production begins," Hank said with a chuckle, acquiescing. As for matters like pay, he wouldn't be negotiating with Eric directly. Such issues were typically left to producers and Hanks's agent to handle. After casually chatting for a bit, they parted ways. Eric greeted a few acquaintances and handled interactions with guests who approached him, spotting Penelope and Kate. He intended to sneak off with the two women early. However, just as he was about to approach them, Elizabeth led a group from the piano towards him. "Eric, this is Ms. Campion and Ms. Campion." Eric smiled and shook hands with everyone in turn. Knowing Elizabeth had a close relationship with Eric, they exchanged polite greetings before dispersing. Once the crowd thinned out, Elizabeth asked, Why weren't you talking to me? You're not really upset, are you? Eric laughed. I thought if I got close, I might block your shine surrounded by all those people. Elizabeth let out a small huff, but realizing that Eric wasn't really angry, she relaxed and asked, What were you discussing with Tom Hanks just now? A film. I plan to have him star as the lead. Just giving him a heads up. Eric said nonchalantly without trying to take credit for the postponed production of Forrest Gump. He noticed Penelope and Kate looking over and gestured for them to wait outside. Elizabeth followed Eric's gaze and noticed the two women leaving. With a hint of jealousy, she teased, Those two look like the leads from Charlie's Angels. Why didn't you get all three girls together? Eric chuckled. I'm too busy, so I only managed two, and I'll get to the last one slowly. Just do whatever you want. Elizabeth lightly kicked Eric's leg in mock discontent. Then recalling something, she asked, When are you going to have that script ready for Julia? At least after I finish with things in New York, Eric said, casually. Placing his wine glass on a passing server's tray, he leaned in slightly and kissed Elizabeth on the cheek, whispering, If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. I haven't had a decent night's sleep in a week. Elizabeth drew back slightly. She had an important topic she wanted to discuss with Eric, but seeing the faint dark circles under his eyes, she figured it could wait and nodded for him to leave the party. Chapter 598, 599, Sharp Questions. Eric only stayed in Los Angeles for one night and hurried back to New York the next day. Even though he had fought tooth and nail for Firefly's debt underwriting business, Morgan Stanley and Deutsche Bank remained very professional after reaching a cooperation intention. They conducted tight reviews of Firefly's business and financial information while researching investors' investment intentions. After multiple discussions, both sides finally reached an agreement on detailed cooperation terms and bond pricing after about half a month. Subsequently, Morgan Stanley and Deutsche Bank submitted the registration statement to the securities regulatory bodies in the U.S. and Germany. The securities market was well established. Government securities departments mostly played a regulatory role, often ensuring the accuracy of information disclosed by bond-issuing companies without evaluating the investment prospects of the bonds. Even bonds with significant risks or no investment value could easily pass review as long as detailed and accurate report documents were submitted. Thus, the bond underwriters usually played the leading role in the bond issuance process. Firefly and its two lead underwriters eventually established a bond annual interest rate of 5.5%. Given Firefly's asset credit rating, this rate was considered very high. If the financing scale hadn't significantly increased risk, Firefly's long-term bond rate would have only needed to be around 4%. During the preliminary market tests conducted by Morgan Stanley and Deutsche Bank, investment funds from various states in the U.S. and European investors had already expressed intentions to purchase Firefly bonds totaling nearly $3 billion. Once the registration documents were sent to the U.S. and German securities trading departments for review, it essentially assured Firefly's success in this securities issuance. After subsequent approval from the securities departments, Firefly just needed to cooperate with Morgan Stanley and Deutsche Bank in selling the bonds and transfer the funds to the original ABC shareholders. Eric handed over the follow-up on the securities issuance to Firefly's CFO Carolyn Elliott. He then began to participate in the specific merger process between Firefly and ABC. The two companies had already detailed the specific merger plan during preliminary negotiations. Firefly had to conduct another detailed review of ABC's balance sheet and asset list. Firefly's $15 billion acquisition of ABC easily surpassed last year's Viacom purchase of Paramount, becoming the largest acquisition in North American media history. Such a large sum of money undoubtedly resulted in a very substantial asset portfolio. In addition to ABC's most valuable asset, which was its nationwide public television network and over 200 affiliated local stations, ABC's assets also included 10 owned and operated television stations and 21 radio stations located in major U.S. cities, the ABC television production department in Los Angeles, an 80% stake in the ESPN sports channel, the jointly owned A&E network with Hearst Corp., as well as a range of newspapers and magazines previously under Metromedia. Moreover, these assets included a significant amount of property, vehicles, and similar assets. Additionally, there were many other more scattered assets. Eric even discovered a hand-drawn animation production company based in France on ABC's asset list. Firefly's acquisition team spent nearly a month clarifying these asset details after ABC's board approved the acquisition. It wasn't until the morning of April 10th that Eric and ABC's Tom Murphy signed the final transaction agreement, marking Firefly's successful acquisition of North America's largest television network. After signing the merger agreement, Firefly's total shares expanded significantly, reaching 135 million shares. Of these, ABC's original shareholders, minus those who directly exchanged a portion for cash or bond holding shares, would total 32.5 million shares of Firefly stock. Jeffrey and Michael Lynn each received stock allocations of 1.5 million shares and 500,000 shares from Eric, respectively. Firefly's recent equity incentive plan totaled 1 million shares. The remaining shares were all held by Eric, totaling 99.5 million shares, representing a 73.7% stake in total equity. Following the merger, Firefly Pictures was renamed Firefly Group. The company evolved from a film company into a comprehensive media group involved in films, television, music, books, and tourism. With greater transparency during the merger with ABC, Firefly's financial and stockholding information once again became the focus of public attention. At this time, most well-performing companies in the North American stock market had P/E ratios ranging from 10 to 30. The P/E ratio represented a company's earnings and investment risk information and was a crucial financial metric for publicly listed companies. The P/E ratio was typically calculated by dividing a company's stock price by its earnings per share. Using the 20 P/E ratio of Time Warner, which was of a similar rank to Firefly, and calculating based on Firefly and ABC's combined earnings in 1993, Firefly's stock price was predicted to reach about $252 for its 135 million shares. This implied Firefly's market value was estimated at around $34 billion. Meaning Firefly had securely surpassed Time Warner to become North America's largest media group. Before the acquisition of ABC, Firefly had already outperformed Time Warner in profits, but doubts about its position still lingered due to the uncertainties in film investments. However, by this point, no one doubted Firefly's leading status in the U.S. and global media landscape. As a result, this became a focal point for many media outlets. At the press conference following the signing of the final agreement, the first question posed by a Businessweek reporter was, "Mr. Williams, with Firefly now the largest media group in North America and globally, and considering your youth, I assume you won't stop moving forward. What will Firefly do next?" Of course, Eric nurtured further ambitions to control all of Hollywood through various direct or indirect means, but he certainly wouldn't voice such thoughts openly. Although successfully completing the acquisition of ABC, the sheer scale brought numerous upcoming challenges, and the first thing Eric needed to do was resolve a series of potential issues. After pondering for a moment, Eric replied, "My current plan is to manage the new Firefly Group well. Beyond that, I don't have any other plans." The Businessweek reporter persisted, "Firefly and ABC are already top companies in the country. Doesn't Mr. Williams harbor any ambitions for continued expansion?" Eric realized that this reporter might have ulterior motives. However, maintaining his smile, he responded, "I'm not sure if anyone else has noticed, but during my research, I found that companies, regardless of size, often face a series of issues when they get a new owner. Even if the company was performing well prior, it can encounter losses. Some companies previously thriving can enter a long period of stagnation due to a merger, while others can become even more prosperous. This process is very akin to a change of power in a country, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Either it emerges anew or turns to ashes. I personally hope Firefly can smoothly traverse this rebirth period in 2 to 3 years." After Eric finished speaking, murmurs stirred within the audience. The Businessweek reporter, after briefly contemplating, immediately added, "Mr. Williams, your perspective is quite novel. I've never heard this before. Could you provide a few examples to support it?" Very simple. Let's take ABC as an example. In 1985, before ABC was acquired by Metromedia, it had annual profits of $130 million, But the year after the merger, the Metromedia ABC company fell into a $70 million loss. Mr. Tom Murphy and Mr. Buffet are both exceptional business and investment talents. ABC's recent stellar profits are the best proof of this. Therefore, it shouldn't be their issue, but rather an illustration of the point I just made. Of course, my personal knowledge is limited, and I can't guarantee that this viewpoint is a universal phenomenon. So if any economics experts are interested, they can study it, Eric concluded, and without allowing the Business Week reporter to continue, pointed to another reporter, saying, "All right, next. Mr. Williams, based on recent media reports, your personal assets are nearing $20 billion. Yet, it seems you have not engaged in any charitable activities or established any charitable funds. Don't you think this reflects a serious lack of social responsibility?" Eric was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a sharper question. He noticed the press pass of the female reporter from the Christian Science Monitor and realized why she might ask such questions. Aside from Eric, another individual not particularly enthusiastic about charity, Warren Buffet, was seated nearby. While Eric was unaware of the details of Buffet's foundation, he understood that at that point, Buffet's foundation had rarely allocated funds for charitable activities. Most of its funding adhered to Buffet's investment preferences, stemming mainly from dividends of Berkshire Hathaway stock, with Buffet personally contributing not even a dime. After the female reporter's question, she pointedly cast a glance at Buffet, making her insinuation clear. At that moment, Eric and Buffet were respectively ranked first and second on Forbes' list of North America's richest individuals. Facing such a sensitive question, Eric had to give it thoughtful consideration before responding. "I believe real responsibility is about using one's wealth to create more employment opportunities for society, allowing ordinary people to be self-reliant, rather than expecting to gain without effort. Firefly has always strived to do this, employing thousands through projects like the Firefly Studios built in Los Angeles and the digital studios invested in Florida. Of course, general charity work plays a substantial positive role in society, as there are many who find themselves in dire situations requiring help. In the past, I have been too busy with my personal career to pay much attention to this aspect. I therefore plan to establish a corresponding charitable foundation in the coming years and increase our contributions to charitable activities." Eric's answer seemed rather smooth, but the female reporter appeared dissatisfied. Meanwhile, the moderator quickly recognized his earlier mistake and called on another reporter, steering the ensuing questions towards standard concerns about Firefly's next steps, such as restructuring, layoffs, or business adjustments. After the press conference concluded, the group quickly transitioned to the customary celebration party. Eric, holding a glass of champagne, was just about to chat with Robert Iger, the former president of ABC, when Tom Murphy and Buffet approached him side by side, both old men sporting expressions that suggested they were ready to confront. After the merger, ABC disbanded its board seat positions, and according to the agreement, Tom Murphy would remain CEO of ABC until the end of 1995. Both Tom Murphy and Buffet initially thought this was Eric's way of appeasing them, but only after hearing Eric's remarks during the press conference did they realize how overly confident they had become. This young guy clearly aimed to drain the last bit of value they had. "Hey, Eric, I finally understand. You insisted on having this nearly 70-year-old man continue as ABC's CEO, just to help ABC smoothly navigate this merger." Eric observed Tom Murphy's demeanor. While fierce, it still bore a trace of a smile. He shrugged slightly and replied, "But Tom, I never denied that was my intention. You are now both major shareholders of Firefly, so you shouldn't oppose making ABC better, right?" Upon hearing Eric's words, Tom Murphy felt that being genuinely annoyed was a bit unwarranted, but he certainly wouldn't admit it. Laughing, he reproached Eric. "No wonder Warren just said you're a bit too smooth." "Oh, I take that as a compliment," Eric replied, smiling at Buffet. Buffet shook his head, chuckling. "I completely agree with your remarks to that female reporter. Creating more jobs for society is true charity. Anything else simply enables people to idly enjoy benefits without working for them. I've encountered many such situations where individuals wasted donor money." Chapter 599, 600, Voluntary. Eric had encountered too much nonsense when it came to charity. Whether in this life or a past one, he found himself utterly disinterested. Tom Murphy sensed Eric's lack of enthusiasm and swiftly changed the subject, mentioning, "Eric, I heard the sequel to Jurassic Park is in the works. Aren't you planning to take the helm as director?" Now that Eric had become a stakeholder in Firefly Films, it was no surprise that such a lucrative project dealing with billions of dollars had caught Warren Buffett's attention as well. When he heard his old friend bring it up, Buffett chimed in, "Eric, given how important Jurassic Park is, I believe it's best if you get directly involved. No one wants to see any hiccups with the sequel." Eric anticipated that the introduction of other stakeholders at Firefly might lead to such discussions. However, unlike Michael Eisner back in his timeline, who stubbornly pushed his agenda after acquiring ABC and led the network back into financial trouble, Eric knew he could not control Firefly alone. He realized it was crucial to maintain good relations with both shareholders and the management team. In response to the two older gentlemen's suggestions, Eric patiently explained, "I will still serve as the producer for the Jurassic Park sequel, and I'll be very careful when choosing the director to ensure this project goes off without a hitch. However, for at least the next year, I plan to focus my energy on content production at ABC." While ABC had a fantastic year last year, achieving the top market share in North America, I've noticed that since Growing Pains wrapped up, we haven't had any breakout series in quite a few years. Upon hearing Eric's plan, Tom Murphy nodded in understanding and asked, "I heard Firefly has reclaimed the rights to Friends?" "Yes," Eric acknowledged, noticing that Tom seemed ready to continue. He added, "However, The X-Files and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire were developed in collaboration with Fox, and we cannot get those back. There's also that series, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I heard it has generated quite a buzz among teens." Buffett interjected, shaking his head slightly with regret as he commented, "Eric, you were a bit too generous with Fox." "Back then, Firefly and Fox were partners," Eric replied casually. "Nonetheless, besides Friends, I've picked out another promising show for ABC, which is currently in production. You'll be able to see the pilot next month." "Oh." Tom Murphy perked up, eager to know more. "What's the genre?" "A medical drama," Eric replied. "It's called ER. If you're interested, I can have someone send a storyline outline to you tomorrow." "That's not necessary." Tom shook his head, smiling. "I'm more eager to see the pilot when it's ready." "Not a problem. When it's done, I'll make sure to invite you right away. Warren, if you're interested, you're welcome to join us as well." "If I can find the time, I'll be there," Buffett said. "By the way, Eric, since we can't get Millionaire back, why don't you come up with a similar reality show?" Eric chuckled, already on it. Firefly purchased an idea from a Swedish producer last month for a reality show called Survivor. We're currently refining the details, and we plan to launch it in the fall alongside Friends and ER. Even though the famous reality show Survivor didn't debut on CBS until 2000 in Eric's original timeline, it had already been conceived back in 1994, but U.S. networks had yet to pick it up. While Eric had been gathering show ideas, Charlie Parsons, creator of Survivor, had been pitching his concept to major networks in the UK and the US, only to be rejected repeatedly. After discovering the idea, Eric had Firefly's television production department secretly acquire the exclusive rights. However, the format Parsons had envisioned was quite rough compared to what Eric remembered, so he had them continue refining the project. After Eric shared a brief overview of Survivor with Buffett and Tom Murphy, Buffett deemed it interesting. Still, Tom, who had been working in the television industry for decades, saw the disruptiveness of Survivor's concept and continued to praise it. Eric didn't display much pride in Tom's flattery. After all, the world was replete with ideas. Moreover, the concept of Survivor had certainly gone through scrutiny at the former ABC production department, only to be carelessly tossed aside. Tom Murphy's compliments were likely more about the glow of Eric's personal achievements in creating a string of successful programs, similar to how any movie project Eric became interested in would draw attention and competition in.